Stadium in Milwaukee, in the heart of America's dairyland. But there's a danger of a Yankee storm brewing, and the Braves, down 2-1 of the Yankees, are getting back near the wall. They used to say of the Braves, when they represented the city of Boston, spawn and sane in 2 days of rain. Today it's 9 years later, and the saying goes, it's spawn and Burdette, and we'll beat the Yankees yet. Fans have come in early, and there's a kind of an air of expectancy as Warren Spahn, the great left-hander for Milwaukee, who has been the great left-hander for a good many years, starts to warm up, starts to loosen that left arm, upon which the hopes of the Braves will be resting this afternoon. Spahn has won 20 or more games for 8 seasons to tie Lefty Grove and Eddie Plank as the only Major League southpaws to accomplish this feat. The only modern pitchers to win 20 games more often are Cy Young, who won 16, 10 before the turn of the century, Christy Mathewson 13, Walter Johnson 12, and Grover Cleveland Alexander. Warren's 41 shutouts is also an all-time senior circuit record for left-handers. He won 11 and lost 3 from August the 6th to the season's end, 9 in a row from August 6th to September the 7th. And Warren Spahn pitched in 3 games during the 1948 Braves-Indians World Series. He started the second game against Bob Lemon, was the losing pitcher in a 4-1 game. He worked 4 1/3 innings. Spahn was the winning pitcher in the 5th game after replacing starter Nelson Potter in the 4th inning. He worked 5 2/3 innings, allowed 1 hit. And the next day, he worked the last 2 innings of the game in relief for starter Bill Voiselle. He allowed 3 hits, 1 run, walked none, struck out 4. Warren posted a very impressive record in the regular season of the National League 1957, winning 21 games, losing 11. And his earned run average bespeaks most eloquently of his ability, 2.69. In the World Series of 1957, the topic of which we are about to unfold, he has appeared in 1 game. That was the first game. He was charged with a loss. He worked 5 1/3 innings, gave up 7 hits, 1 walk, struck out none, gave up 3 runs, all 3 of them were earned, and his earned run average 5.40. So it is Warren Spahn getting the nod today from manager Fred Haney. And the lineup for the New York Yankees, the 4th lineup to be used by Casey Stengel in the 4 games, and as it would be the case with Casey, all 4 have been completely different. Yesterday, Hank Bauer led off. Kubek played left field and batted second. But today, young Tony Kubek, who hit 2 home runs in yesterday's affair, leads off and plays left field. Kubek, who will not be 21 until Columbus Day, has 5 hits and 12 times at bat in the series. He will carry with him today a very creditable .417 average, and he will be in left field. Batting second and in right field is Hank Bauer. Bauer has had 3 hits and 14 times at bat. He has a .214 average. And Hank Bauer has had a base hit safely in the last 10 ball games of the World Series, the 7 from last year and a carryover into this year, and has hit safely in every World Series game that he has been in. I shouldn't say game, series that he's been in. Mickey Mantle will bat third and play center field. Mickey, 4 for 10, goes into today's game with a .400 average. Yogi Berra will bat fourth and do the catching. Yogi with 2 hits and 11 times at bat. Gil McDougall will bat fifth and play shortstop. McDougall with 1 hit and 9 times at bat. And Elston Howard, who grabs the catcher's mitt, the first baseman's mitt, or the fielder's glove at the drop of a hat, will be at first base starting today. Andy Carey, with the left-hander working for Milwaukee, will bat seventh and will play third base. Jerry Coleman will be at second base and will bat eighth. And Tom Sturdivant, who now lives in Oklahoma City, who won 16 games while losing 6 for the Yankees, who did not have a great record of completing ball games, but had a great record for his competitive ability, who lives in Oklahoma City, goes against Warren Spahn, who makes his home now in Hartshorne, Oklahoma. So a couple of Oklahomans now, both born in April, meet here on this October 6th afternoon in Milwaukee with a temperature 56 degrees. The wind today is blowing out of left field, so it will not favor the right-hand hitters, nor will it favor the left-hand batters, although it will not deter left-hand batters trying to pull the ball down that right field line. The foul lines in County Stadium, 315 down the right field line, 320 down the left field line. In a moment, we'll give you the Milwaukee lineup. And the 1957 World Series is being brought to you from County Stadium in Milwaukee.
This is Westbrook Van Voris with news from Papermate of a significant advance in the science of writing. In my years of news reporting, I've had many a pen stop writing just when I needed it the most. You've probably had the same trouble. Chances are you weren't out of ink. The ink was simply clogged. Ink clogging, you see, is the major reason most ball pens stop writing. After years of research, Papermate has discovered an exclusive new ink formula with an amazing additive called Flojum that ends ink clogging. Because of its remarkable lubricating and anti-clogging properties, Papermate's new ink formula with Flojum writes all the time, every time, even on hard-to-write surfaces such as checks, glossy photos, even glass. Get a Papermate, the only pen that has the exclusive new ink formula with amazing Flojum. The Papermate Piggyback Capri is still just $1.95.
We are just minutes away now from the first pitch of the 1957 World Series fourth game. The lineup for the Milwaukee Braves finds Red Schoendienst, who has had 4 hits and 13 times at bat, who really laced the ball yesterday, leading off and playing second base. Johnny Logan, still playing despite a spike wound that he received in one of the regular season games and who was delayed coming out for batting practice today while he attended to it, will be batting second and playing shortstop. Eddie Matthews, who was a big gun for the Braves in the regular season, but whose gun has not boomed very eloquently so far, who's hitless at 8 times at bat, will bat third and play third base. Hank Aaron will be in center field, batting fourth. Wes Covington will bat fifth and play left field. And the youngster, Frank Torrey, who was a great strength to the Braves in the absence of Joe Adcock, who swings from the left side of the plate, will be at first base. Hazel will be in right field. And he had no hits in 4 times at bat yesterday. Nell Crandall, who caught Warren Spahn in the opener, will be back of the plate. And he will bat 8th. And Warren Spahn, of whom so much has been said and so much has been written, will be the starting pitcher for the Milwaukee Braves. The umpires have come out today, and they're out there. They've finished their chats with the managers, and this is the way they'll line up. Augie Donatelli of the National League will call balls and strikes. Joe Paparella of the American League will be at first base. Jocko Conlon of the National League will be at second. Bill McKinley of the American League will be at third. Nestor Shilak of the American League will be down the left field line, and down the right field line is Frank Sikori. In yesterday's broadcast, you may have heard us refer to a double fence which occurs here in Milwaukee's County Stadium. And as we do describe, the colors are being presented out on the left field line. The first fence, which was put in here originally, is about 12 or 15 feet back of the fence which now exists. It's a shorter fence, about 6 feet in height. The fence which circles County Stadium starts at an area back from the right field wall, about 30 or 40 feet, and it's about 10 feet high. About 12 or 15 feet back of it is a short fence about 6 feet high, and it circles around, so it sort of forms a track. The color guard has started to move out, and the fans here all standing at attention, as it is a very significant sight. Drill team, a naval unit, marching out there very sharp as they move along back of second base. And the field has been kept in magnificent condition. Grass has been cut and has a contour and a shape to it that really looks great for this fourth game of the greatest classic in baseball. The ground crew has just about finished the manicuring of the infield, which is also in excellent condition. And the band here today, as it was yesterday, is Steve Sweet's fine musical aggregation. And they've been entertaining the fans who came on here early this morning. It was interesting to watch many of the Milwaukee fans who might be a little concerned but not downhearted. They had made up signs which said, "We're still with you, Braves. Go get them today, Spawny." And in noticing some of the fans who came early, who are in the standing room area, entire families bringing blankets, making shields to protect him from the breezes that blow. And certainly they're here today to let the Braves know that they're back up 100%. So this is a big game, as is every game in the World Series. But with the Braves down 2-1 of the Yankees, it adds a little more in the importance of things to come. The drill unit now has formed out in center field. Color guard has situated itself over in right center, directly in front of a temporary platform which has been put up there for the cameramen, out about 394 feet back of that double fence in between the fence of the playing field and the bullpen. Bullpen here in Milwaukee County Stadium is an area directly back of right center field in which both teams find themselves adjacent to each other. The Braves are on the playing field side of the bullpen, and the visiting team on the far side, and the big light towers, of course, back of that. So with the color guard now assembled out in right center field, we are just a few seconds away from the raising of the flag and the playing of our national anthem. The color guard now is being put to rest. Now, Marvin Moran, and we invite you to join us in our national anthem. Sights of all time to see all of the fans here assembled standing up as the Braves move on to the playing field, and we now pause for station identification.
This is WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
You can feel the excitement mounting as Warren Spahn now comes out of the Braves dugout, heads for the mound. And the Braves certainly are fully mindful of the problem at hand. And the Yankees, who would like to wrap it up here in Milwaukee, are certainly going to be out there today to try and add one more to their list of victories. So the expectancy of the fourth game of the World Series is ever present. It's almost electrifying on this crisp autumn air as the sun is shining brightly, blue clouds or white clouds in front of a big blue sky. And it's a perfect setting for this fall classic that goes into the book now as World Series game number 4. Tony Kubek, the hometown lad who yesterday walloped 2 home runs, is standing down there watching, and he's about ready to move in. And ready to move in to take you over the first 4.5 innings of this fourth game of the World Series, the voice of the Milwaukee Braves, Earl Gillespie.
Thank you, Bob Neal, and good afternoon, everybody. The Milwaukee Braves pinning their hopes on Warren Spahn this afternoon, who lost to Whitey Ford last Wednesday at Yankee Stadium by the score of 3-1. The left-handed hitting leadoff man, the left fielder Tony Kubek in the batter's box. Tony batting at .417 so far in this World Series, and Spahn's first pitch is a ball outside. This game is underway. Ball 1 and no strikes. The Braves outfield has Wes Covington in left, Henry Aaron in center field, and Bob Hazel in right field. Kubek, Bauer, and Mantle, the first 3 men to face Warren Spahn. The curve is a call strike, and it's even up at 1-1. Augie Donatelli of the National League is calling the balls and strikes. Joe Paparella of the American League at first base. Jocko Conlon of the National League at second base. Here's the windup by Spahn. The 1-1 pitch, a bunt out in front of the plate. Crandall, Spahn has the ball, throws to first base. He is safe. He beats it out for a base hit.
Tony Kubek. Bunting out in front of the plate. Warren Spahn to Frank Torrey. And there is hit number 1 in the ball game. The Braves infield has Matthews at third base, Logan at short, Shane Dienst at second base, and Torrey at first base. Crandall catching, and Warren Spahn is on the mound. Here is the right fielder, Hank Bauer, who has hit safely in the last 10 straight World Series games. 7 last year and 3 this year. Right-handed batter hitting at .214 with 3 hits and 14 trips. A throw to first base, and back goes Tony Kubek. Stylish southpaw Warren Spahn stands 6 feet, weighs 175 pounds. The outfield about straight away. The pitch is a ball outside. It's ball 1 and no strikes. On deck is the center fielder, Mickey Mantle. Tony Kubek on first base. Nobody out. Top half of the first inning. Spahn goes into the stretch, glancing over at the runner at first base. Delivers, and a curve is a foul tip, and it's strike 1. Hank Bauer held up on the swing. A foul tip, and it's ball 1 and strike 1. Now Bauer steps out of the batter's box, glancing down at the third base coach, Frank Crosetti. Charlie Keller coaching over at first base. Runner leads off first. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and Bauer swings hard. Misses, strike 2. Ball 1 and strike 2. Manager Casey Stengel has 6 right-handed batters in this New York lineup this afternoon against the left-hander Warren Spahn, while Fred Haney has inserted 6 left-handed batters against the right-hander Tom Sturdivant. Ball 1 and strike 2, the count on Hank Bauer. Throw to first base, Kubek back in time. Tony Kubek on first base with a bunt base hit. Into the stretch goes Warren Spahn. He delivers the 1-2 pitch is outside, and that's ball 2. The wind again today is blowing in from left field down towards home plate. The temperature is 56 degrees. Ball 2, strike 2 count on Bauer, the right-handed batter. Spahn delivers, runner going, a swing and ground ball hit to deep short. Up is Logan, the long throw to first base, going to be close. He is out. And Tony Kubek, who was on the go, is now standing on second base. Hank Bauer tossed out by shortstop Johnny Logan. And it brings up the center fielder, Mickey Mantle, who is batting .400 with 4 hits and 10 times at bat, including 1 home run and 2 runs batted in. Mickey found the range yesterday of that bullpen in right center field along 394 feet for his first World Series home run of the season. Spahn whirls around, but nobody covering second base. Kubek moved back in a hurry. Outfield playing deep towards left field for Mickey Mantle. Kubek, a fast runner on second base. The pitch is a fast strike. The first 3 games of the series have drawn a total of 180,482 fans. Of the 46,000 out here this afternoon, here is the pitch. A swing and a foul. It's off to the right. Shane Dienst moving in behind the runner at second base, and it looked like Mickey Mantle trying to hit that ball in the vacant spot at second. We have action in the Milwaukee bullpen as a right-hander Ernie Johnson begins cranking up. Strike 2 count on Mantle. On deck, it's catcher Yogi Berra. Tony Kubek leads off second base. The pitch on the way, a swing and a ground ball. Stand by spot. They have the runner trapped between second and third. Runs him down, and the tag is made by Johnny Logan. Warren Spahn playing heads-up baseball. Stands that high ground ball off the bat of Mickey Mantle. Kubek was trapped off second base. Spahn ran directly at the runner, making Kubek make his move. He tried to get back to second base. The play went Spahn to Johnny Logan. So there is a fielder's choice, with Mantle forcing, or rather, Mantle hitting that ground ball to Spunny, and the play going 1-6. So that is 2 away. Mantle on first base, and here is Yogi Berra, batting at 182 in the series. A throw to first. Yogi has 2 hits in 11 times at bat, no extra base hits nor runs batted in. Stands fairly deep in the batter's box, takes low inside a ball. Now in this 4th game of the 1957 World Series, Berra is actually playing in his 51st series contest. Outfield playing deep and slightly towards the right as Berra swings on a curveball, missed it completely, and it's 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Yogi. He'll be followed by the shortstop, Gil McDougald. 2 men are out. First inning of play, and the Yankees have Mickey Mantle on first base. The 1-1 pitch swung on. There's a fly ball down the left field foul line. Coming over the run is Wes Covington running hard. He can't reach it. Foul ball, strike 2. A foul that was sliced down the left field line off the bat of Yogi Berra. Covington, who so far has turned in the best clutch play of the series in the second game at Yankee Stadium last Thursday, came racing across that foul line, but he could not reach that high foul. So there is a light for Yogi Berra. It's ball 1 and strike 2. 2 outs. Mantle on first base, and a curve is outside. Sidearm curveball evens it up at 2-2. Warren Spahn, who has a tough assignment today, trying to silence these Yankee Bombers bats. They pounded out a 12-3 victory yesterday. Fastball in close, 3-2. All 3 and a strike 2 count on Yogi Berra. Berra steps out of the batter's box. Now he sets himself in there, watching the left-hander, Warren Spahn. Spahn is almost 10 years the senior of his opponent today, Tom Sturdivant. Throw to first, and back goes Mantle. Warren at 36 years old, Sturdivant at 27. Now a quick throw, but Mickey was standing on the bag. Ball 3 and strike 2 on Yogi Berra. 2 outs. Mantle will be running. There he goes. The pitch is a ball 4. So there's the first walk given up by Spahn. And it puts Yankee runners on first and second base with 2 outs. Bringing up the shortstop, Gil McDougald, who is batting at 111 with 1 hit and 9 times at bat. Gil has 1 run batted in. Crosetti yelling out to Mickey Mantle, who takes his lead off second base. Berra off first base, 2 outs. The pitch to McDougald, and it's a little bit too high. Ball 1 and no strikes. Warren Spahn looks down at Del Crandall. Yankee runners lead off first and second. Here is the pitch, and it's swung on a line drive to left field for a base hit. Here is Mantle turning at third base to score now as the peg comes into the third baseman, Eddie Matthews. Yankees lead 1-0. As Gil McDougald lines a solid base hit to left, drives in his second run of the series, and New York takes a 1-0 lead. That is hit number 2 off Warren Spahn, and it brings up first baseman Elston Howard. Howard, who's been up 5 times, has 2 base hits, hitting at a 400 clip. Yogi Berra stopped at second base on that base hit by Gil McDougald, who's on first now with 2 outs. Outfield playing a little bit around towards left field, and the pitch to Howard is a call strike. In there on the knees on the inside corner, strike 1. The Yankees have hit 4 home runs so far in the series. The Braves have hit 2. Elston Howard, strong right-handed batter, standing deep. Slightly closed stance. Spahn glancing back over the left shoulder, delivers, and a ball is outside. It's even up at 1-1. Even count on Elston Howard, ball 1 and strike 1. He'll be followed by third baseman Andy Carey. Yogi Berra on second base, Gil McDougald on first base, 2 outs. 1 run is home. The pitch is swung on a ground ball to the third baseman, scooped up by Matthews, takes Yogi Berra, and that retires the side. A fielder's choice for Elston Howard. In the first inning, 1 run, 2 hits. There were no errors. 2 Yankees were left on base. The score at the end of the top half of the first inning is New York 1, Milwaukee 0. Well, that Yogi Berra now in the dugout getting on the catching paraphernalia is working in his 51st World Series game. You know, he calls the pitches and signals for plays like the cutoff, intentional pass, and the pitch out. You know how these signs are given with Gillette's World Series special, signals, the secret language of baseball, free with the purchase of a Gillette Super Speed Razor. From an actual film of Paul Richards, manager of the Baltimore Orioles, you see the inside secrets of Major League signals demonstrated in fingertip movies. Zip the 8 reels off your thumb and see how big leaguers use the flash sign, the pump, the combination, the holding sign. You see how the bunt is called, the steal or the hit and run. You learn who gives the signs, when and how, the whole revealing story. What a difference it's going to make in your enjoyment of baseball when you get Signals, the secret language of baseball, attached to a Gillette Super Speed Razor, light, regular, or heavy. Choose the razor that matches your face and you're in for fast shaves, clean, comfortable shaves that feel wonderfully refreshing. Only costs $1. And that includes razor, Gillette Blue Blade dispenser, travel case, and your free copy of Signals, the secret language of baseball. In the last half of the first inning, Milwaukee sends up Red Schoendienst, Johnny Logan, and Eddie Matthews to face the right-hander Tom Sturdivant. Schoendienst, a switch hitter batting left-handed, takes strike one right down in there. The Yankees lead 1-0 on 2 hits, and they walk in the first inning. Yankee outfield has Tony Kubek in left, Mickey Mantle in center field, and Hank Bauer in right field. Sturdivant delivers, and the knuckleball is outside. It's ball 1 and strike 1. Red Schoendienst, so far in the series, has had 4 hits in 13 trips, batting at .308. Had his biggest day yesterday in the 12-3 ball game as he had 3 line shots to right field. 3 singles. Here is the 1-1 pitch, and Red takes high outside. That's ball 2. Manager Fred Haney, like the majority now of Major League managers operating from the dugout, has Connie Ryan coaching at third base and Johnny Riddle down at first base. Tom Sturdivant delivers, and there's a swing and a pop-up down that third base line. Going back is the third baseman. Carey makes a fine play. Andy Carey over the shoulder, catching foul territory. Good play. And he gets a well-deserved hand. Andy did not give up on that baby. A looping fly ball down the left field line in foul territory. So that's 1 away, and it brings up shortstop Johnny Logan, who has one of the 2 Milwaukee home runs, hit his at Yankee Stadium on Thursday. Right-handed batter, and he takes a strike. Logan with 3 hits and 10 trips, batting at .300, 1 home run and 1 RBI. 1 out and nobody on base the last half of the first inning. Yankees leading 1-0 as Logan swings and pops one foul. That's out of play behind the plate, and it's strike 2. On deck is a young man that all Wisconsin is sweating out right now, the hard-hitting third baseman, Eddie Matthews, who so far in the series has gone hitless and 8 times at bat. Yankee outfield playing Logan to pull around towards left field. And the strike 2 pitch is swung on. There's a ground ball to the second baseman's left. Over is Coleman fast. Throws to first base. He is out. Jerry Coleman to Elston Howard. That is 2 away, and it brings up third baseman Eddie Matthews. Eddie, who was born in the state of Texas, lived most of his young life, though, in Santa Barbara, California, now resides in Brookfield, Wisconsin, a suburb of Milwaukee. Left-handed batter with 2 outs, nobody on base, a swing and a foul, bouncing past the Milwaukee dugout, and it's strike 1. Strike 1 count. Mickey Mantle, arms folded across the chest, is very deep and shading Matthews around towards right center field. These ball players like to relax between pitches. The wind-up and the pitch on the way. It's outside the ball, so it's even up at 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count on the Braves' third baseman, Eddie Matthews, with Henry Aaron waiting in the on-deck circle. Yankees lead 1-0. Into the windup goes Tom Sturdivant. The pitch is swung on, a high foul on the first base side. A baseball souvenir for some lucky customer, and it's now a ball 1 and a strike 2 count on Matthews. Tom Sturdivant, 6'1", 182 pounds, 27-year-old right-hander. who had a very fine year for Casey Stengel. 16 wins and 60 feats. A 1-2 pitch, and it's a foul tip as Matthews tried to hold up, and it's still 1-2. Sturdivant posted a 2.54 earned run average. In World Series action, the right-hander has one victory, no defeats. He beat the Brooklyn Dodgers last year in the fourth game of the series, pitching a complete ball game. A 1-2 pitch, a swing and a ground ball to the first baseman, picked up by Howard, beats him to the bag, and that retires the side. In the last half of the first inning, 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base, and at the end of the first inning, the score is New York 1, Milwaukee nothing.
This is John Cameron Swayze with news of a significant advance in the science of writing. In my years of news reporting, I've had many a pen stop writing just when I needed it most. You've probably had the same trouble. Chances are you weren't out of ink. The ink was simply clogged. Ink clogging, you see, is the major reason most ball pens stop writing. After years of research, Papermate has discovered an exclusive new ink formula with an amazing additive called Flogen that ends ink clogging. Because of its remarkable lubricating and anti-clogging properties, Papermate's new ink formula with Flogen writes all the time and every time, even on hard-to-write surfaces such as checks, glossy photos, even glass. So get smooth, dependable writing. Get a Papermate, the only pen that has the exclusive new ink formula with amazing Flogen. You can still buy the new Papermate Piggyback Capri at no increase in price.
Andy Carey leads off for the New York Yankees in the second. Andy starting at third base today, missed the second and third games. He opened up at Yankee Stadium at third. Outfield playing around to the left for the right-handed batter responds. First pitch is swung on. There is a high fly ball to right. Hazel started in. Now Bob is moving to his left. He makes the catch, and it's one away. Andy Carey, batting at .333 with 1 hit and 3 trips, flies out to Bob Hazel in right field on the first pitch. So that is one away, and it brings up second baseman Jerry Coleman. Jerry, with 3 for 9, is batting at .333. 1 double, 2 runs batted in. 1 man is out, nobody on base. Yankees lead 1-0 in the second. Here is a strike it's called. Moving up towards the on-deck circle is the Yankee leadoff man, left fielder Tony Kubek. Tom Sturdivant, the pitcher. We'll hit next. Spahn's pitch, swung on, a ground ball to Eddie Matthews, scoops it up. Here's his throw to first base in plenty of time, and that's 2 away. Jerry Coleman tossed out by Eddie Matthews, and it brings up the pitcher, Tom Sturdivant. Although he is a right-handed thrower, Sturdivant is a left-handed swinger. He had 13 base hits in 71 times at bat this season, batting at .183. No extra base hits, nor runs batted in. 2 men are out. Nobody on base, and Spahn's first pitch is a call strike on the inside corner just above the belt. Tom Sturdivant, a left-handed batter, and a swing and a miss, strike 2. One after Spahn's curveball. Strike 2 count. Warren Spahn has his sign, goes to work, and a swing and a foul tip hitting off the glove of catcher Del Crandall. And there is a light for the Yankee pitcher Tom Sturdivant, the count remaining at strike 2. The throw got by Warren Spahn on the return of the mound, picked up by Schoendienst out behind second base. Strike 2 count. Schoendienst playing deep at second base. The outfield is shallow. And about straight away for Sturdivant, who swings. It's a ground ball, knocked down by Matthews. He picks it up, throws to first base. He is out, and then retires the side. 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. We go to the last half of the second. The score at the end of 1.5 innings is New York 1, Milwaukee nothing. Well, yesterday we saw Gene Conley in action for manager Fred Haney. We'll no doubt see Gene again in this 1957 World Series. You know, Gene is a Gillette fan, and that's no surprise because most men are. Here's what Gene has to say about that. It didn't take me long to learn that the only way to get a decent shave is with a Gillette blade in a Gillette razor. Yes, sir, and a decent shave means a lot of things. It's a fast shave, clean shave, a refreshing, comfortable shave that lasts for hours on end. That's what you get with a Gillette Super Speed Razor, light, regular, or heavy, that matches your skin and beard. The light is specially designed with minimum blade edge exposure for men with lighter beards. The regular is for men with average skin and beard. The heavy with maximum edge exposure, angle and weight, is designed for men with heavy, dense beards, the kind that are hard to shave. Choose yours, and Gillette guarantees everything you want in a shave, the kind that makes you look your best and feel great. $1 is all it costs for Gillette Super Speed Razor, dispenser of Gillette Blue Blades, travel case, and for a limited time only, you get Signals, the secret language of baseball, free. The Braves center fielder, Henry Aaron, leads off in the last half of the second. Right-handed batter facing right-hander Tom Sturdivant, and a curve strike is called outside corner knee high. Aaron has 4 hits, 13 times at bat, 2 extra base hits, a triple, and a home run, and 2 runs batted in. He is hitting at .308. Sturdivant delivers, and the knuckleball is low outside, and it's even up at 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1. Tom Sturdivant began his baseball career as an infielder playing at second base. He has been a steady worker for Casey Stengel this year. Tugs at the bill of his cap as he reaches down for that rosin sack. The count is even up on Henry Aaron at ball 1 and strike 1. Milwaukee trails 1-0 in the last half of the second. Aaron, Covington, and Torrey facing right-hander Tom Sturdivant. There is a ground ball, a deep short, picked up beautifully by Gil McDougal. He flips it to Carey, but there's no chance to get the runner. And a very fine play by Gil McDougal, almost on the grass, out behind his shortstop position. A base hit for Henry Aaron. Boy, these Yankees are quick thinkers. McDougal, realizing he couldn't pivot and make that long throw to first, flipped the ball to Andy Carey. But Carey did not waste a throw that time because Henry moves very quickly down that first base line. Hit number 1 off Tom Sturdivant. Brings up the Braves left fielder, Wes Covington, with a tying run at first base and nobody out. He swings, it's a ground ball to the third baseman, picked up by Carey. Over to second base, out first base, he is safe. Lightning-like action in that Yankee infield. Andy Carey to Jerry Coleman. Henry Aaron trying his best to break up the double play. Coleman's throw is not in time as Covington, despite his 200 pounds, can really move down that first base line. So West pulls up at first base on the fielder's choice. 1 man is out. And the tying run is still on first base. Frank Torrey, a left-handed batter, and he takes slow inside a ball. Torrey has been up twice without a base hit. He is making his first series start. Joe Adcock, the big guy from Coushatta, Louisiana, started the first 3 games of the series. Covington on first base with 1 man out. Here's the pitch, and a strike is called. Over the heart of the plate, knee high. It's even up at ball 1 and strike 1. Third base coach Connie Ryan going through a series of signs. Ball 1 and strike 1. Elston Howard holding the runner on. Here is a ball high outside, and it's 2-1. Last half of the second, Yankees drew first blood in the top of the first inning. On 2 hits, a walk, and the big base hit was a line single left by shortstop Gil McDougal as he drove in his second run of the series. Ball 2, strike 1. The pitch to Torrey, a swing and miss, runner going. Here's the throw, a bad throw by Yogi Berra. He is safe at second. Berra's throw was low, hitting in the dirt and to the first base side of the bag. And Gil McDougal made a very fine pickup and almost got the hard sliding Wes Covington. And that is a stolen base for Covington, putting the tying run on second base with 1 out, and the count is ball 2, strike 2 on Torrey. On deck it's Bob Hazel. Tom Sturdivant into the stretch, delivers, and it's low inside, ball 3. Sturdivant, with his work cut out today, must face 6 southpaw hitters in this Milwaukee lineup. Shaindings, Matthews, Covington, Torrey, Hazel, and Warren Spahn. Full count on Frank Torrey, ball 3, strike 2. Runner leads off second base. The pitch swung on a ground ball to the second baseman. He's waiting for it. Big hop throws to first base. He is out, and on the play, Covington moves around to third. So the stolen base actually pays off, as that might have been a double play ball to Jerry Coleman. Now with Covington on third base, the batter is right fielder Bob Hazel, looking for his first World Series base hit. Played in his first game yesterday, going 0 for 4. A free swinging left-handed batter. And the outfield is playing him just about straight away. So is the infield. 2 men are out. Last half of the second. Yankees 1, Milwaukee nothing. Sturdivant starts the windup and delivers, and it's low inside, a breaking pitch. Ball 1 and no strikes. Milwaukee has that tying run only 90 feet from home plate. But sometimes to a manager on the bench, that 90 feet looks like 290 feet. Here is the 1-0 pitch. A swing and a ground ball to the shortstop. Left up is Gil McDougal. Over to first base. He is out, and that retires the side. So in the last half of the second, no runs and 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man was left on base. At the end of the second inning, the score is New York 1, Milwaukee nothing.
Do you really want a decent shave? Do you really want a decent shave? Then shave Gillette with the blade and the razor by Gillette. Shave Gillette.
1, 2, 3, and after 1-8-0.
We now pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Save your money, save your money, save your money, save it, honey, save it for that rainy day. Open an account with any amount at Schenectady Savings Bank today.
Yes, bonus dividend days at Schenectady Savings Bank. Money deposited by October 14th earns 3.25% dividend from October 1st. WGY, WGFM, Schenectady. Genuine Goodyear tires, guaranteed till they're worn out. Get Goodyear from Albert E. Oliver Incorporated in Albany, the name for your best tire deal.
The left-hander starts his windup. The pitch to Kubek, and Tony takes a strike. A left-handed batter who had a great day yesterday with 2 home runs and a single. Outfield playing around to the right. The pitch to Kubek. Here's a swing, a ground ball to Torrey. Frank picks it up. He throws to Spahn covering, and it's just in time by a step. Frank Torrey to Warren Spahn. 1 away brings up right fielder Hank Bauer, who was thrown out by shortstop Johnny Logan in the first inning. The center fielder, Mickey Mantle, on deck is studying Warren Spahn. Up goes the right leg, the left arm down, the pitch swung on, a ground ball to deep third base, backhanded by Matthews. Here's a throw to first, he is out. A backhanded play by Eddie Matthews, who yesterday turned in a beauty. This ball wasn't hit too hard. Eddie has developed into one of the top defensive third basemen in the National League. He, during the 1957 campaign, made some spectacular plays at the hot corner. And boy, you don't get much time to think down there at third base. Here is Mickey Mantle, and Mickey takes the ball. It's high outside, ball 1 and no strikes. Nobody on base, Yankees lead, 1-0 in the third. The pitch is swung on, a ground ball past the mound, picked up by Spahn. He throws to first, he is out, and the Yankees are 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left. The score at the end of 2.5 innings, New York 1 and Milwaukee nothing.
We will be back on side 2 to continue the game.
the third. The catcher, Del Crandall, leads off for Milwaukee. He'll be followed by Warren Spahn, and then the top of the batting order, Red Shaney. Crandall, right-handed batter, outfield playing him to the left, and Del takes low a ball. He's been up 8 times in the series, has 2 hits, batting at .250. Ball 1 and no strikes. Nobody on base, nobody out. Yankees lead 1-0 as Tom Sturdivant delivers. The curve is low outside. It's ball 2. Crandall has a long way home after a baseball season. He lives in Fullerton, California. Ball 2, no strikes. Yankee outfield playing him the pull around towards left field. Sturdivant's next pitch is swung on. There's a high infield fly. On the first base side, going over is Jerry Coleman in the short right field. Coleman makes the catch, and that's 1 out. Crandall pops out to Jerry Coleman, and it brings up the pitcher, Warren Spahn. He has always been a great favorite here in Milwaukee and Wisconsin. During his 5 years in a Milwaukee Braves uniform, as the Braves switched their franchise back in 1953, he has won over 100 ball games in those 5 years. Left-handed batter who swings and foul tips this one off the shin guard of Yogi Berra. Curves right back out to Tom Sturdivant, and it's a strike 1 count. Spahn, when he's up there at the plate, draws the respect of every National League pitcher, as he takes a very fine cut, and he has good power. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's way outside the ball. So far in the ballgame, this Yankee outfield could sit down, as none of the 3 has had a chance. In other words, the Braves have not hit a ball out of the infield. Ball 1 and strike 1. Tom Sturdivant. 1 man is out. Spahn watching this right-hander as he starts into the windup. Here's a swing and ground ball to the second baseman. Big hop to Jerry Coleman. Throws to first base, and there are 2 outs. Warren Spahn is tossed out by Jerry Coleman. Oddly enough, an interesting sidelight, the Yankees are not staying right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin during the series at County Stadium, but they're staying at a resort, Browns Lake, and right near the town of Sturdivant, Wisconsin. Sturdivant ready, and the pitch to Shane Deans is too low a ball. Shane Deans fouled out to Andy Carey, who made a very fine over-the-shoulder catch down the left field foul line in the first inning. 2 outs. Pitch high, and it's ball 2, 2-0. On deck is shortstop Johnny Logan. The Yankees scored in the first inning, with Gil McDougall coming up with a big base hit, driving in the run. Ball 2, no strikes on Red Shaney. The right-hander, Tom Sturdivant's pitch is over the plate, a call strike, and it's 2-1. Ball 2, strike 1. A switch hitter, Red Shaney. He swings and hits a high infield fly. Yogi Berra right on the plate now, and he makes the catch in fair territory to retire the side. So in the last half of the third, 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And at the end of the third inning, the score remains, the Yankees 1, the Braves nothing.
The Sharks, stop and listen, mister. How are you fixed for blades? Do you have plenty? How are you fixed for blades? You better check. Please make sure you have enough, 'cause a worn-out blade makes shaving mighty tough. How are you fixed for blades? You better look. Gillette Blues blades we need.
The 3-inning totals, the Yankees have 1 run, 2 hits, and no errors. 2 men have been left on base. Milwaukee, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man has been left on base. And the Braves have yet to hit a ball out of the infield in the first 3 innings. In the fourth, it's going to be Yogi Berra, Gil McDougall, and Elston Howard facing left-hander Warren Spahn. Yogi Berra, squat little left-handed batter. Hails from St. Louis, Missouri. Berra walked in the first inning, and he leads off here in the fourth. Warren Spahn's first pitch is swung on. A foul is hit off to the left. This one is going back into the crowd. So it's a strike one count on the Yankee catcher. Boy, he has had a brilliant career in the major leagues. Yogi Berra. Nobody on base and nobody out as Spahn delivers. The pitch swung on. A high fly ball lofted in the short right field. Bob Hazel's coming in and calling for this ball. He's still coming in. He makes the catch. And that's one away. The wind is not as strong today as it was yesterday. The weatherman here in Milwaukee today says the wind out of the east is blowing at 9 miles an hour. Yesterday it was blowing at 17. One out. Gil McDougall, who lined a single to left, scoring Mickey Mantle from second base in the first inning. Right-handed batter takes in close. Ball one and no strikes. Spahn has his sign from Crandall. The outfield playing to the left as McDougall looked like he was going to bunt. He took a fast strike on the outside corner, and it's even up at ball one and strike one. Eddie Matthews broke in a couple of quick steps as McDougall dropped his hands on the bat, moving him up towards that trademark. Straightaway stance, the right-handed batter, and he now takes a ball high, and he had shifted his feet in the batter's box as though to try to hit down that right field line, which is open as Hazel is playing McDougall over towards right center field. Torrey about 15 feet off the line at first base. 2-1 pitch. In the dirt. Ball 3. 3-1. Ball 3 and strike one. One of the keen students of baseball, Warren Spahn. One man is out. And the 3-1 pitch is swung on as a ground ball to the shortstop, Johnny Logan. Nice hop. He throws to first base. McDougall's retired, and it's 2 away. Warren Spahn has retired the last 9 consecutive Yankee hitters. Here's first baseman Elston Howard. He was safe on the fielder's choice in the first inning that retired the side. Right-handed batter with a slightly closed stance, and he looks at a strike on that outside corner. Looked like one of Spahn's screwballs, which breaks away from a from a right-handed batter. Strike one count. The pitch, and Howard swings and misses, and he swings so hard he lost his balance at strike 2. Strike 2 count. Looked like Howard that time was aiming for Lake Michigan, which is about 10 miles from here over that left field wall. Spahn delivers, and a ground ball hit to the shortstop. Logan over, scoops it up. Here's his throw, and it's scooped up nicely by Torrey to retire the side. 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left, and the score at the end of 3 1/2 is New York 1, Milwaukee nothing. Well, these Milwaukee Braves, especially Joe Adcock, Johnny Logan, and Hank Aaron, can't say enough for Joe Taylor, their clubhouse manager. Joe takes real good care of them, and that goes right down to seeing they have the shaving cream they like. You can bet that Joe always has a good supply of foamy on hand. He knows that the boys go for its speed and convenience, and the clean feeling that only a shaving cream shave can give. Foamy is fast, all right, jet fast. Press the nozzle, and there's rich, stand-up lather right at your fingertips. You shave in a breeze. Look good, feel great. And here's a big extra. Gillette Foamy contains K34, the antiseptic that destroys harmful bacteria while you shave. Give Gillette Foamy a whirl. I think you'll like it. 79 cents gets you about a 3-month supply at a nearby store. The last half of the 4th inning, and the power is coming up here to face Tom Sturdivant, Johnny Logan, Eddie Matthews, and Henry Aaron. Braves trail 1-0. Logan was thrown out by Jerry Coleman in the first inning. Right-handed batter, the outfield playing him to pull around to the left, and he looks at a strike. As Sturdivant went to that outside corner just below the belt. A very fast-moving ball game compared to yesterday's 12-3 victory for the Yankees. Tom Sturdivant delivers, and it's low and outside, gets away from the catcher, Berra. Ball 1 and strike 1. The boys in blue certainly have turned in some fine performances in this 1957 World Series. 3 from the National League and 3 from the American League. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Logan, who leads off in the last half of the 4th inning. Sturdivant taking his time, leaning over, starts the rocking motion, delivers, and it's outside, ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 1. Tom Sturdivant has allowed only 1 base hit, and that was an infield single by Henry Aaron to deep short. 2-1 pitch, swung on and fouled off to the right, going up into the upper deck, and it's now a ball 2 and a strike 2 count. Amongst his 16 victories in the American League this year, Sturdivant chalked up 2 shutouts, while amongst Warren Spahn's 21 victories, there were 4 shutouts. Ball 2, strike 2. Yankees 1, Milwaukee nothing in the last half of the 4th inning. Here's a ball 3. The curveball breaks wide of the plate, and it's 3-2. Tom Sturdivant has a little string going. He has retired 5 Braves hitters in order. Spahny now has retired 10 Yankees since the single by Gil McDougall in the 1st inning. 3-2 pitch, swung on and fouled up to the right, and just missing the mezzanine box seats, which are on the press box and radio level here at Milwaukee County Stadium. Ball 3, strike 2. Nobody is out. Hogan leads off, and the Braves fans out here start talking it up. Sturdivant's 3-2 pitch. Swung on a high foul. Back towards the screen comes Yogi Berra. There's no chance. Into the crowd, and it's still 3-2 as Logan hangs tough in the batter's box. Yesterday's attendance here at County Stadium was 45,804. And I would imagine that the attendance will be about that same figure today. Ball 3, strike 2. The 6-foot, 1-inch right-hander, Tom Sturdivant, making his first appearance in the 57 series. Leaning over from the waist, getting a sign from Berra. 3-2 pitch, ball 4. Johnny Logan draws a walk. There goes the tying run, the first base with nobody out. That's the first walk given up by Sturdivant. And here is third baseman Eddie Matthews, who went out to first baseman Elston Howard unassisted in the 1st inning. Eddie Matthews, the left-handed batter, 0 for 9 so far in the series. Still looking for that first base hit. Levels the bat across the plate, watching Sturdivant as the right-hander goes to work. Here is the pitch. A swing, a line drive, right field, base hit. Deep into the corner. Logan rounding second base, on his way to third as Matthews is going into second base, and he goes in standing up. Tension just broke off the chest of the young third baseman of the Braves, Eddie Matthews, who lined one down on that right field corner for his first base hit of the series. A 2-base hit. Logan stops at third base. Milwaukee has the tying run on third. The lead run is on second base. Nobody is out. And the batter is Henry Aaron, who singled a deep short in the 2nd inning. A bullet-like shot down deep into the right field corner. Played nicely off the wall by Hank Bauer. Now the Milwaukee partisan fans start really talking it up. That is the first ball to be hit to the outfield off Tom Sturdivant. Line shot to right. Logan on third base. Eddie Matthews on second base. Nobody out. The Yankees lead 1-0 last half of the 4th inning. And Sturdivant in a jam for the first time. Goes into the stretch, delivers, and the strike is called. And a tiny southpaw. Bobby Shantz begins loosening up that left arm in the bullpen in right center field for Casey Stengel. The infield is playing deep. Sturdivant checks the side, into the rocking motion. The pitch is too low, and it's even up at ball one and strike one. The first time today that Sturdivant has been in trouble. He has Logan on third base, Matthews on second base. Nobody is out. The base hits are even up at 2 apiece. To the windup. 1-1 pitch to Henry Aaron. A swing and a drive back to left field. Way back towards the wall. It's Tony Kubek. It is a home run for Henry Aaron. Second home run of the series. This coming with a couple of men on base, and the Braves lead the Yankees 3-1. Wes Covington, a left-handed batter in there with nobody on base and nobody out. Hit number 3 off Tom Sturdivant. And here's a fastball that's high, and it's ball one and no strikes. A 3-run home run by Aaron. Kubek moved back to that fence, waited, leaped high, but the ball was out of his reach. Almost directly over the 355 mark. Ball one, no strikes on Covington. A swing and ground ball to the second baseman's left. He's up, throws to first base. He is out, and that's one away. Jerry Coleman roaming far to his left. Makes the play on Wes Covington. That's one out. And the batter is first baseman Frank Torrey. Torrey was thrown out by Coleman in the second. One out, nobody on base. Braves 3, the Yankees 1 in the last half of the fourth inning. Sturdivant's pitch is swung on. There's a drive in the right field. Way back towards the wall is Hank Bauer. It is a home run for Torrey. Torrey just found the range over the right field fence, and the Braves have a 4-1 lead over the Yankees. Torrey, not known for his power, hit 5 home runs during the National League season, but boy, he tagged that baby. And 4 runs across the plate as the team which led the major leagues in home runs with 199 begins to show its power to the Yankees. Bob Hazel, one out, nobody on base, another left-handed batter. And Bobby Sands is throwing hard in that bullpen now in right center field. The wind-up by Sturdivant. The pitch, and here's a strike call. Sturdivant, who held the Braves in check for the first 3 innings without allowing them to hit a ball over the infield, has just seen 2 of his pitches leave the ballpark here in the fourth inning. He is ready, pitches, and Hazel takes low inside, a knuckleball that bounced away from Yogi Berra. Evens it up at 1-1. Hazel was tossed out by shortstop Gil McDougald in the second inning. Ball 1 and a strike 1 count on the Braves right fielder. The wind-up by Sturdivant, the change-up, and it's a strike call. That might have been his knuckleball. He has 2 speeds on his knuckler. And that was a slow dancing pitch on the outside corner knee high. It's ball 1 and strike 2. One of the really tough pitches to hit a knuckleball. Now Sturdivant's 1 and 2 pitches swung on this. That was a knuckleball. He struck him out. And that is strikeout number 1 for Tom Sturdivant. Milwaukee has exploded for 4 runs in the last half of the fourth inning and a 4-1 lead over the Yankees. 2 men are out. The batter is catcher Del Crandall. Crandall popped to second base in the third. Sturdivant getting a sign from Berra. The outfield moving around to the left now as Del takes too low a ball. Ball 1 and no strikes. Crandall, a right-handed batter. And the pitch to Dell is swung on, a drive knocked down by the pitcher. Throws over to first base. He is out, and that retires the side. In the fourth inning for Milwaukee, 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors, Nobody left on base. At the end of the fourth inning, the score is Milwaukee 4, New York 1.
Look sharp. Feel sharp. Be sharp. The only way to get a decent shave is Gillette. Shave Gillette.
We now pause 30 seconds for station identification.
They call me Saratoga, the girl from the Vichy Spring. My Vichy is the best in taste, the mixer with that extra thing. Look for the yellow label, insist on the genuine thing. 'Cause only Saratoga Vichy comes from the deep dark Vichy Spring.
WGY, WGFM, Schenectady. Hi there, this is Herb Coster, inviting you to listen to my new sports show, Sports Spotlight, weekday afternoons at 5:45.
In the fifth inning for the Yankees, Andy Carey, Jerry Coleman, and possibly a pinch batter for Tom Sturdivant, although the action has stopped out in the bullpen in right center, will be the first three men to face the left-hander Warren Spahn. Carey flied out to Bob Hazel on the first pitch in the second inning. Now we're going to get some continued action now for Casey Stengel as the left-hander, Bobby Shantz, goes back to work in the bullpen. Here is a strike to Carey, and right down in there, called strike one. So Casey Stengel will go to his bench for a pinch batter, most likely for Sturdivant. Here's a swing and ground ball to the shortstop. Logan has it. His throw to first base in time, and that's one away. And Warren Spahn has retired the last 11 consecutive New York Yankee hitters. Brings up second baseman Jerry Coleman, who was thrown out by Matthews in the second inning. Right-handed batter, smoothing out the dirt in the batter's box. The Braves 4, the Yankees 1 in the fifth. The outfield moving around to the left for Jerry Coleman. Henry Aaron received a standing ovation from the left center field bleacher fans as he moved out to his position following his three-run home run in the fourth inning. Here's a looper to short right field. It's going to drop in. Maybe Hazel running hard off his fingertips. He picks up this ball and fires it into the shortstop, Johnny Logan, covering at second base. A looping single to right field by Jerry Coleman. And there is the first Yankee to get on base since back in the first inning. Now let's see who will be called on. By Casey Stengel. Nobody has come out of that dugout as yet. Augie Donatelli, the home plate umpire, is walking slowly over towards the Yankee dugout. New York has a runner on first base with one man out in the fifth inning. And it's going to be Harry Suitcase Simpson. A left-handed batter coming up to face a southpaw, Warren Spahn. Simpson has been up 5 times, appearing in his third World Series game this year. He has one base hit, one RBI. He is batting at 200. So Casey Stengel right now is going against baseball percentage as he brings up the left-handed batter to face the left-hander Warren Spahn. However, Case, of course, has good reason for bringing out Simpson because he is a pretty sharp hitter against the left-hander. And he might be saving some of those right-handed swingers on that bench for later in the ballgame. Now Simpson's up there with a runner on first base. One man out, and Harry takes a strike. It's right down in there. Strike one. Jerry Coleman leads off first base with one out. Sidearm pitch is too low, and it's a ball. It's even up at 1-1. Harry Simpson, who hails from Dalton, Georgia, 31 years old, standing deep in the batter's box. A swing and a chop over the mound. Shortstop to second baseman grabs the ball, steps on second base, goes to first, a double swing, and fire on the side. Shading for scoring as Brett took that play alone at second base. And in the fifth inning for the Yankees, no runs and one hit, no errors, and nobody left. The score at the end of 4 1/2 innings, Milwaukee 4 and the Yankees 1. Henry Aaron, in the last 2 days, has belted Yankee pitching for home runs. He certainly is hot in this World Series right now. And Aaron, so they tell me, is a pretty slick one at picking up the signals. Imagine the boots you'd get if you could steal a sign during a ball game. Well, Gillette's World Series special, Signals, the secret language of baseball, gives you the basis of all the signs used in the major leagues. You get it free with a purchase of a Gillette Super Speed Razor. Paul Richards, manager of the Baltimore Orioles, demonstrates the flash sign, the pump, the combination in fingertip movies. Zip the 8 reels under your thumb and see how big leaguers call for the hit away, the suicide squeeze, a curve, or any kind of a pitch. Get Signals, the secret language of baseball, free when you buy a Gillette Super Speed Razor. Light, regular, or heavy, precisely engineered to match your face for luxury shaves you can't get any other way. $1 buys everything: razors, Gillette Blue Blade dispenser, travel case, plus Signals, the secret language of baseball. Well, we go to the last half of the 5th inning. And it has been a pleasure so far in this World Series working with the young man out of Cleveland, Ohio, Mr. Bob Neal, who will take over for the last 4.5 innings. Bob?
Thank you very much, Earl, and hello, everybody. In the last half of the 5th inning now, the Milwaukee Braves will go against the little left-hander, Bobby Shands. Tom Sturdivant worked 4 innings, gave up 4 hits, walked 1, struck out 1, and is charged with 4 runs. Bobby Shands was the man who faced Lou Burdett in the second game, and in that game he worked 3 innings, gave up 6 hits, walked 1, struck out 3, and was charged with 4 runs. So the Braves with a 4-1 lead, trying to get back even in the World Series of 1957. Shands, who stands all of 5'6.5", and who weighs about 135 pounds when he's soaking wet, is from Ambler, Pennsylvania. And the first man he's going to face for the Milwaukee Braves will be the pitcher Warren Spahn. Spahn, who bounced out second or first in the 3rd inning, waits now as Shands is set to go. The Yankee outfield has Kubek in left, Mantle in center, Bauer in right, Carey at 3rd, McDougal at short, Coleman at 2nd, Howard at 1st. Yogi Berra doing the catching, and Bobby Shands ready to work. Warren Spahn, left-hand batter, is in there. Shands into the windup, and the pitch to Spahn is a curveball, strike 1. Shands with a good curve, and of course, with his ability to field his position, he gives the Yankees 5 infielders. Wind up and the pitch to Spahn. Takes a curve, strike 2. Over the outside corner, started the batter, then broke over and outside on the corner. And it's 2 strikes. The wind blowing in from left field. Outfield for the Yankees, Polo on the right. 2-strike pitch by the little left-hander. A swing and a miss for strike 3. So Bobby Shands comes in and records a strikeout. If you remember, in the second game, Shands disposed of the Braves in order in the 1st inning when he got 3 strikeouts. But then, if you recall, things didn't stay that bright. Aaron led off with a triple, a single by Adcock, and a liner started to open the door. The batter now at the top of the order, Red Shandes, batting from the right side for the first time. Takes a look at a fastball inside for ball 1. Score is Milwaukee 4, and the New York Yankees 1. 1 out, nobody on. Outfield pulled around to the left. Carey guarding the foul line at 3rd. The delivery comes down. It's a curve for a strike. 1-1. Shands will depend on his curveball when he's in a tough situation. And from the looks of what we've seen so far, in the first batter he's faced and pitching to Shandes, it's working today. 1-1 delivery, a curveball popped out in the left field. Going back out there is Gil McDougal, still moving back, and he's got it. Out number 2 for the Braves in the last of the 5th. Up now is Johnny Logan, who bounced out second or first in the 1st inning, who walked in the 4th to start the big Milwaukee 4-run splurge in the 4th, when Logan walked and Matthews doubled and Aaron homered and Torrey homered. So Johnny Logan, who has 3 hits and 11 times at bat, is up there, right-hand batter, and Shands gives him a curve. He pulls down the 3rd baseline. Carey grabs the ball, fair ball, makes the throw, and it's in time for the out. So in the 5th inning, the Braves go down in order against Bobby Shands. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. At the end of 5, it reads Milwaukee 4 and the New York Yankees 1. You will soon be asked to give to the United Community Campaign where you live. When you give the United Way, your once-a-year contribution covers a multitude of appeals. Your gift is divided up among many worthy causes, including child care, youth services, families in trouble, sick people, health projects, Red Cross services, care for the aged, and defense services like the USO clubs for servicemen and women. Your gift helps to prevent sickness, poverty, and delinquency, to make your community and your nation stronger. And giving the United Way saves time, saves money, helps more people, and saves more lives than any other gift. Your help is desperately needed. So please give generously and give the United Way. Top of the sixth, and the batter is Tony Kubek, who swings on a Warren Spahn curveball and misses. Strike one. Spahn, in the 5 innings he's worked, has given up 3 hits, has walked 1, has not struck out a batter. Kubek, the left-hand batter, swings and hits a bouncer to the right side, rolling foul. And it's 2 strikes now. Kubek beat out a bunt in the first inning, bounced out Torrey to Spahn in the third. So Kubek now has 6 hits in 14 times at bat in the series. It's a rather interesting sidelight that Kubek, who hails from Milwaukee, was the big man yesterday for the Yankees. And young Frank Torrey, who hails from Brooklyn, while it is not necessarily the home of the New York Yankees, is close enough to the association that Torrey may turn out to be the big man for the Braves. Pitch by Spahn, fastball hit down to the third baseman, Eddie Matthews, up with the ball, makes the throw. He's out at first. So Kubek, trying to slice that ball by Eddie Matthews at third base, is a quick out in the 6th inning. And Hank Bauer is up there. He's bounced out short to first and third to first. Bauer with 3 hits and 15 times at bat. We are playing in the top of the 6th inning. Warren Spahn, with the left arm, delivers a fastball. It's outside and low, ball 1. The outfield for the Braves pulled around the left. Covington in left, Aaron in center, Hazel in right. Matthews on the edge of the grass at third. Spahn with the 1-ball delivery. Kicks and delivers, and there's a swing and a sliced foul. Back upstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. That one caught by a lady sitting up in the upper deck, just reached up. And she has herself a souvenir. 1 ball, 1 strike. Spahn ready to work. Here's the delivery to Bauer, foul back. So it's 1-2. The sun is overcast at the moment by some rather large, fleecy clouds. Andy Pafko is loosening up in the Milwaukee bullpen. Warren Spahn with a double pump. And the pitch to Bauer. Swings, hits a ground ball to the left side. Moving in quickly is the shortstop. Logan hurries his throw. He gets it. Close play. Logan does not have the strongest throwing arm in baseball, and he reminds me a little of Phil Rizzuto in that he gets the ball away. So he gets Hank Bauer. And the out goes short to first. Johnny Logan and Frank Torrey. So Warren Spahn had retired 11 Yankees. When Coleman blooped one out into right field, then he got a double play to get him out of the jam. Goes right back into the pattern. Braves fans are hoping it sticks. Here's Mickey Mantle batting right. The pitch to him, foul back. Strike 1. Milwaukee Braves 4, the New York Yankees 1. Warren Spahn, the crafty left-hander, delivers the 1-strike pitch. Fastball, sliced off foul, strike 2. And the Milwaukee fans are a little happier now than they were in that first inning when the Yankees went off with 1. And as Tom Sturdivant started to look very menacing. Here's the 2-strike pitch coming to Mickey Mantle. Takes outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Outfield for the Braves has Covington deep in left field. Aaron is over in left center, and Hazel in right center with Shane Dean, second baseman, back in the edge of the outfield grass. Left side of the infield playing deep. 1-2 pitch by Spahn to Mantle. Is just outside with a fastball. Tried to hook the corner, missed it. 2-2. Warren Spahn ready with a windup, and the 2-2 pitch on the way to Mantle. Checks his swing and takes a curve inside, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So Spahn Goes now to a 3-2 count. He had Mantle with a 2-strike. Mickey safe on the fielder's choice in the first. Bounced back to Spahn in the third. Here's the payoff pitch to Mantle. Swings it. And Warren Spahn makes his first strikeout of Hickman as he gets Mickey Mantle. So at the end of 5 1/2, it is Milwaukee 4 and the New York Yankees 1. Well, the crowd is getting some big thrills today. Hank Aaron's home run. Their biggest kick, I guess, yesterday was when Casey Stengel went to the mound. You know, Casey, Fred Haney, every manager has his own way to settle down a pitcher. One of the best, I would say, is Bertie Tebbetts of the Cincinnati Redlegs. You know, we asked Bertie what he tells his pitchers out there on the mound, and here's his specially recorded reply.
Well, usually I say something like this. Don't worry about that guy. You're a better pitcher than he is a hitter any day. Give him your best stuff and you'll be all right.
I guess that does it, Bertie. Now, let's switch from baseball to shaving. How do you manage that beard of yours?
With shaving cream and the Gillette razor, of course, that does it for me.
Yes, sir. You get the most in comfortable shaves, in clean, refreshing shaves that make a guy feel great when you use a Gillette Super Speed razor matched to your face. There are 3 Gillette Super Speed razors, light, regular, and heavy. One has the exact blade edge exposure, edge angle, and weight for you. Choose yours. $1 with Gillette Blue Blade Dispenser travel case. And while the supply lasts, signals the secret language of baseball free. Last half of the 6th inning for the Milwaukee Braves, Eddie Matthews, the third baseman, who picked up his first hit in the World Series in the 4th inning. Eddie was 0 for 9 going up there in the 4th inning. With Johnny Logan on first, he drilled a double down the right field line. Bobby Shands, the left-hander now, ready to work to him. Delivers a fastball that's outside ball 1 to Matthews. Mickey Mantle was Warren Spahn's first strikeout of today's game and Warren's first strikeout of this, the 1957 World Series. Curveball to Matthews outside for ball 2. Tom Sturdivant started on the mound for New York. He lasted 4 innings. Bobby Shands came on to work the 5th, and he retired the Braves in order. Matthews looking down at Connie Ryan. Delivers fine inside. Ball 3 to Matthews. Outfield for the Yankees, playing straight away. Andy Carey about 2 steps off the edge of the infield grass at third base. Coleman deep at second. And backed up at first is Elston Howard. Here's the windup in the 3-0 pitch to Matthews, going outside with a curve, ball 4. So Matthews draws a walk. That's only the second base on balls given up by Yankee pitchers today. The Braves have not in the World Series played so far been late run getters. In the second game, they're scoring ended in the 4th inning. Pitch now to Aaron is way outside with a curveball, ball 1. In the first game, they did not get a run until the 7th inning. And in the third game yesterday, their last run was in the 5th inning. So here's Hank Aaron, whose big home run, a 3-run belt in the 4th inning, started things going for Milwaukee. Pitch to him is a curve over for a strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hank Aaron, number 44. Right-hand batter. Breeze is blowing in from left field towards the plate and the great Milwaukee County Stadium in the shadow, but the sun is shining brightly in the hearts of the Milwaukee fans. 1-1 pitch to Aaron is swung on, popped to the left side. Aaron coming over near Carey coming over near the stands. He will not be able to get to it. It's out of play. Aaron was ready to move down there and help push that ball in. He moved down as Carey moved over, but no chance to get it, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Braves have 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors. The Yankees 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. Johnny Cooks starts to go to work in the bullpen for New York. Chance with a stretch. The check of the run of the 1-2 pitch is strike 3 call. Fastball just above the knees on the inside corner. Hank Aaron called out on strike. Strikeout number 3 for Yankee pitching and the second for Bobby Shands. So there's 1 out, 1 on, and Wes Covington, who swings from the left side, who has bounced out second to first, who has been safe on a fielder's choice, who has 4 hits in 13 times at bat. Outfield straightaway. Covington bent at the waist. Leans right over that plate. Shands checks the runner at first. Delivers to him. Swings, and he fouls it back. So it's 1 strike to Covington. Braves 4. The Yankees 1. We're playing in the last half of the 6th inning here in Milwaukee's County Stadium. Jam-packed to the rafters. In close at third is Carey. The runner Matthews leads away from first to check the pitch. It's a strike call with a fastball, strike 2. So Shands, who doesn't look big enough to throw hard enough, can pump that ball, and he feeds a fastball right down the middle. 2 strikes. No ball, 2 strikes. 1 out, 1 on. Shands looking into Yogi Berra. Has the sign. Takes the stretch. Looks to first. Howard holds against the runner. The pitch comes down. A curveball swings, and he misses. Popped out of Berra's mitt for a moment, but Yogi recovered. And so Bobby continues to weave that magic spell with the curveball and fastball. He's got 3 strikeouts. And he's working that cunning on the Braves. Here's Frank Torrey, who hit a home run in the 4th inning. He bounced out second at first, his first time up. Torrey takes a look now as Shands comes with a curve. He swings on it, misses. Strike 1. Tom Sturdivant was the starter for New York. Lasted 4 innings. Bobby Shands coming on in the 5th. Andy Pafko coming out on deck for Bob Hazel. So it may be that Fred Haney, as he looks out and watches Torrey take a 2-strike count, may have decided with a left-hander Shands working so effectively that he will substitute Pafko and perhaps get a better defensive outfielder. Curveball is foul back, and it's a 2-strike count. Johnny Cooks is throwing in the Yankee bullpen. Big, strong, side-arming right-hander. Goes sidearm, 3/4. 2-strike pitch is just outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Torrey. A fastball, just missed. So Eddie Matthews, who walked to open this last half of the 6th inning, stands out there as Aaron and Covington go down on strikes. And Torrey waits up there. Shands with the stretch and the pitch. And it's foul back as he again tried to get a curveball. That one fouled off just below it. Young lady reaching out. Tried to get it, but didn't. So Bobby Shands out there with the new ball. Looks into Berra. Takes his stretch. Matthews leads away. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Swung on. Popped up. Back of the mound. Coming in is Jerry Coleman. And moving over is Elston Howard. He grabs it. Shands was going to take it himself. The out goes to the first baseman, Elston Howard. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. At the end of 6 innings, the score is Milwaukee 4 and the New York Yankees 1.
We will continue this game on the next cassette.
A change now for the Milwaukee Braves. Andy Pafko goes to right field. And he will bat in the spot vacated by Bob Hazel, number 7. All right, Yogi Berra, top of the 7th inning, and the pitch by Spahn to him. A strike, fastball, over the outside corner at the belt. Matthews in close at third. Spahn ready. The windup. Pitch on the way. Swings on a curve. Misses. Strike 2. Fouled that one out of Del Crandall's mitt. Right side of the infield for Milwaukee. Backed up. Shane Dietz on the edge of the outfield grass. Torrey back there with him. 2-strike pitch. Berra looks at a fastball low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Umpire Augie Donatelli working the plate today. Leans right over that catcher's shoulder. Crouches down as the 1-2 pitch comes down to Berra. Swings the ground ball, hit the right side, hit by, out in the right field, base hit. So Yogi hits one between the second baseman and the first baseman in the right field. That is Yogi's third hit of the series. And Gil McDougall will be the batter. Yogi has to ask the umpire at first base to call time. Umpire Joe Paparella. Ernie Johnson again is up and throwing in the Milwaukee bullpen. So Warren Spahn, who has given up only 2 hits, one a looping single in the 5th and one a single here since the first inning, pitching now to Gil McDougall. Gil has one of the hits off of him. Pitch to Gil is fastball, low and inside, ball 1. Warren Spahn working with a 4-1 lead. Hits are even. McDougall taking a look down to the third base coach, Frankie Crosetti. Berra leading away. The pitch to McDougall swung on. And Berra, who'd taken a pretty good lead away from first, had to go hustling back. May have been that the Yankees may have been trying to put on the hit and run, figuring that Logan would be covering second if Berra comes down, or with McDougall, a right-hand batter, up there, and thus find the spot vacated. Pitch to him is a fastball inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Again, Crosetti takes a look into the dugout to see what Casey Stengel wants. And now he goes through the wigwags. McDougall stands up in the front part of the batter's box, waiting now as Spahn delivers the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit out in the right field deep. Going back is Andy Pafko, backing near the fence. He's under it, grabs it. So Gil McDougall, swinging on that screwball, breaking away from him, hits it out into right field, and Pafko out there grabs it for out number 1. Yogi Berra hustles back to first. We're in the 7th inning. Braves leading 4-1, and Nelson Howard is up there now. He's been on the fielder's choice, bounced out short to first. Pitch to him. Swings, tries to hit out into right field, fouls it off. Howard, who has 2 hits in 7 times at bat. Right-hand batter, deep in the box, close stance, has that left foot up close to the plate. Holds the bat right on the end. He has good power. Outfielder on the left. The look by Spahn, the pitch is too low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Johnson continues to pump in the Milwaukee bullpen. And the breeze continues to blow out of left field. And the sun is obscured by the clouds. The next pitch is swung on, sliced foul upstairs. So it is 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Elston Howard. Yankees now have the right-hander working out there. The pitch is a ground ball hit down to Logan. Scoop throws to Shibe for 1. The throw to first, double play. Well, the second double play turned in by the Milwaukee Braves gets the threat of the Yankees in the 7th inning out of the way. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on the bases. Well, it looked like Frankie Crosetti might have been calling for the hit and run. Of course, sometimes it looks like a flash sign, too. You know, you'll know the basis for every signal in baseball with Gillette's World Series special Signals, the secret language of baseball. And you get it free when you buy a Gillette Super Speed Razor. Here are 8 reels of action photos featuring Paul Richards, manager of the Baltimore Orioles, in fingertip movies. You just flip these stills off your thumb and you watch Richards demonstrate, like in motion pictures, the flash sign, the combination of the pump, how they call for a bunt, a steal, a curve, or any kind of pitch. And the strategy is explained by one of the nation's top baseball experts. What a break for you fans. You get the secret language of baseball free with the Gillette Super Speed Razor, light, regular, or heavy. Choose yours and get fast, clean shaves. Wonderfully comfortable shaves every single time. Gillette guarantees that. Remember, $1 gets you Gillette Super Speed Razor, Blue Blade Dispenser, travel case. Signals, the secret language of baseball, is free.
Thank you.
Interesting sidelight in the World Series, where there are many interesting sidelights, is that the attendance today is 45,804 paid, and it's exactly the same to the exact count of the number of fans who turned out yesterday. All right, we're in the last half of the seventh inning. Bobby Shands, who came on in the fifth in relief of Tom Sturman, pitching now to Andy Pafko. And he looks at a curve in the dirt, ball one. Pafko came on in the seventh inning to replace Bob Hazel. And he's been in 3 games, has 8 at-bats, has 1 for 8. Bends way over the plate, and the pitch is a curve in the dirt, ball 2. Neither team has been able to pick up a great number of hits, but the Milwaukee Braves have made their 4 hits, 3 of which were for extra bases, a double and 2 home runs, count the most. Shands in the windup, and the 2-ball pitch to Pafko, swung on, bouncer to the third baseman, Andy Carey. He runs to third, throws, and he's out. Pafko bouncing out to Andy Carey, and the throw to Elston Howard. And you must say that Howard doing a good job for the Yankees at first base for a man who had about 16 games in his major league career to work it out. Del Crandall, the catcher for Milwaukee, who has popped to the second baseman, who has bounced back to the pitcher, 0 for 2. Dell now has 2 hits and 10 times at bat in the series, and he's a right-hand batter with an open stance. Shands, the left-hander, delivers. There's a fastball inside, ball 1. Milwaukee 4, Yankees 1 in the last half of the seventh inning. The pitch by Shands is over the outside corner for a strike, and a lot of activity now in the Yankee bullpen as Tommy Byrne gets up and starts to throw for the first time in the series, and a right-hander working alongside of him. 1-1 pitch is a pop-up hit to the right side. Moving back deep at first is Elston Howard. He has it for out number 2. Johnny Cooks and Tommy Byrne are throwing for New York in the bullpen. 4-game totals now on the attendance for these first 4 games of the World Series. 226,286. So Warren Spahn gets the warm reception that any pitcher would receive who has been able to pitch the way Warren has today. He is 0 for 2. Swings on a curve, misses for a strike. Warren has bounced out second at first. He struck out in the 5th inning. Outfield is straight away. Jerry Coleman is deep at second. Andy Carey at third, guarding that foul line as Shands comes down with a strike pitch. A swing and a miss, strike 2. So Bobby, who works that curve whenever he feels the need, sprinkles that fastball in there when he feels that he'd like to fool somebody. So the 2-strike pitch is the big curve, and it's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Warren Spahn, the batter, has a fastball, a sliced foul, and the count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Braves hanging on to a 4-1 lead. 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Milwaukee. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors for New York. Bobby Shands looks to Berra. The windup and the 1-2 pitch. Curveball, strike 3, held by Yogi Berra. And now they're checking with the third base umpire, and he says no, it was fouled, and Berra did not make a clean grab of it. He probably played it off his chest protector. So it shows you that umpires also have signs. The umpire working back at the plate sometime has his view obscured by the fact that the catcher comes up. And by looking down to the third base umpire or the first base umpire who are looking in, they have certain signs, and then he knows, in order to make the right call, exactly what to call it. So it is not a strike 3, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes. And Shands ready now, delivers, and there's strike 3, so it was delayed 1 pitch. Warren Spahn called out on strikes, and that is number 4 for Bobby Shands. And at the end of 7 full innings of play, the score Milwaukee 4, New York Yankees 1.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp and listen, mister. How are you fixed for blades? Do you have blades? How are you fixed for blades? You better check. Please make sure you have enough, 'cause a worn out blade makes you shaving mighty tough. How are you fixed for blades? Better look, Gillette blades.
We're ready now to move into the top of the 8th inning. And while we do so, let's pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Save your money, save your money, save your money, save it, honey, save it for that rainy day. Open an account with any amount at Schenectady Savings Bank today.
Yes, bonus dividend days at Schenectady Savings Bank. Money deposited by October 14th earns 3.25% dividend from October 1st. WGY, WGFM, Schenectady. Rock bottom prices on Goodyear tires as low as $13.35. Get Goodyears from Albert E. Oliver in Albany, your Goodyear dealer.
Jerry Coleman and possibly Bobby Shands. The Yankee manager, Casey Stengel, has Johnny Cooks and Tommy Byrne working in the bullpen. Warren Spahn, ready to work, delivers now to Carey, shortens up to bunt, takes a strike. Carey has flied to right field, has bounced out short to first. Spahn has given up only 4 hits. He's ready, the 1-strike pitch to Carey, sliced foul going up in the stands, back of the plate, and it bounces into the mezzanine. So it's a 2-strike count. Outfield for Milwaukee is pulled around to the left. They've split in right center, and Shane Dienst has backed up at second to plug that hole. The 2-strike pitch now by Spahn is inside, too close, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Milwaukee with Covington in left, Aaron in center, Pafko in right. As Spahn is ready with the 1-2 delivery. There's a swing and a foul. Carey went jumping at the screwball. He fouled it off the leg of Del Crandall. Logan is deep at short. Shane Dienst is deep at second. The windup and the pitch on the way. Swung on, line drive, hit deep in the left center field. It may be in there for a base hit. It is by Hank Aaron going all the way to the fence. There's Carey digging for 2. The ball picked up by Covington, thrown into the shortstop. And on second with a double is Andy Carey. So Warren Spahn, who has been able to keep the Yankee bats fairly quiet, finds a loud boom in the 8th inning as Carey lines a double all the way out to the wall in left center field. And off Warren Spahn, it's hit number 5. That's the first extra base hit for the Yankees, and it brings up Jerry Coleman. Eddie Matthews, the third baseman, moves in on the edge of the infield grass. Carey leading away. Outfield pull to the left. The pitch to Coleman, a swing and a miss. Jerry was trying to hit the right field on that fastball high and outside. Ernie Johnson again pumps. He's been throwing through most of the afternoon. Started in the first inning, sat down in the second and third and fourth, then got back up in the 5th. Carey leads away. Spahn checks the runner and delivers. There's a swing and a ground ball to the left side. Logan looks the runner back, throws to first. He's out. Nice play by Johnny Logan. The ball took a good hop to him. He picked it up, looked Carey back to second, threw over to Torrey at first for the out. There's 1 away. Yankee runner at second, and due up now is Bobby Shands. And Casey might go with Shands since he's a pretty good rapper. Or he may go with somebody else. He's got the option because he's got 2 pitchers working in the bullpen. And now again, Augie Donatelli walks over to ask Casey Stengel to come up with somebody. Bobby Richardson making the run out to the bullpen for the Yankees. And they're making the wave to the bullpen for somebody to come in and swing. So the action for the moment is slightly subdued as we wait to see just who Casey Stengel will bring from the bullpen. Jerry Lumpy, the third baseman, who played shortstop in the Yankee farm system, who's a left-hand batter. And again, Casey Stengel goes against the book as he brings in a left-hand batter against the left-hand pitcher Warren Spahn. Lumpy, however, during the final weeks of the American League campaign, proved that he was a rather adequate hitter against left-handers, and in many cases was inserted into a lineup where the Yankees were facing a left-handed pitcher. Lumpy, in 2 games, has 2 hits in 6 times at bat. So Warren Spahn keeps loose by throwing to his catcher, Del Crandall. Lumpy, just a lad, is from Warsaw, Missouri. Born June the 2nd in 1933. He's waiting now, and the fans getting a little impatient at the delay as manager Casey Stengel, making his move, has to go to the bullpen to get Lumpy out. And Richardson has gone down there to help, with Alston Howard playing first base and Barra catching. Only one member of the Yankee catching staff, Johnson, is in the bullpen, and somebody has to go out there to work. Carey is on at second. One out. Warren Spahn now pitching to Lumpy. Matthews in close at third, and the pitch comes down. A curve over the outside corner for a strike. Tommy Byrne has stopped working, and Art Ditmar and Johnny Cooks are throwing side by side the Yankee bullpen. And just about 12 feet away from him, Ernie Johnson throws for Milwaukee. 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Milwaukee leading 4-1. The pitch, strike 2 call with a fastball over the outside corner. The danger that the Braves face in pitching to Lumpy, this left-hand batter, is that he has developed an ability to slash that ball down the left field line. And Matthews, who's moved in fairly close, is trying to protect against that possibility. 2-strike pitch. Swings and fouls it back. Charlie Keller, the Yankee coach at first base, moves in, shouts something in to Lumpy. Four to 1. Braves lead. Milwaukee with 4 runs on 4 hits and no errors. The Yankees with 1 run on 5 hits and no errors. Milwaukee Braves have had home runs by Aaron and Torrey. Warren Spahn, the veteran, calling on all of his know-how now as he looks back to second, and the 2-strike pitch to Lumpy is a curve low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yankees got a runner on in the 7th inning, but a double play pulls Spahn out of that. He retired the side in order in the 6th. In the 5th inning, after 1 out, Coleman blooped 1. But they got a double play to pull Spahny out of that jam. He's ready now, delivers on the 1-2. It's outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Del Crandall moves out in front of the plate. Spahn nods his head, which is a usual sign by a pitcher who knows what he's trying to do and wants to reassure the catcher that he does. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Carey, the base runner at second, leads away. 1 out, and the 2-2 pitch is on the way. Swung on, lined into center field. Hank Aaron coming in. It's a base hit. Here's the runner at second coming on, and he makes the turn at third, and Logan didn't see him. Carey made the turn at third, fell down. Logan, Shane Deans, who had taken the throw in from Aaron, was looking to the plate and was just, of course, assured that Carey had not made any move. I don't say that he would have been able to get the runner at third base, but certainly read Shane Deans to as a steadying influence on this ball club, making sure that nobody got to the plate. So the Yankees now have runners at first and third. 1 out as Jerry Lumpy, the left-hand batter, lines a single into center field. Carey is held at third. Quick fielding on the part of Hank Aaron holds him there. So the threat is ever present now as Tony Kubek, who beat out a bunt in the first inning, bounced out to the first baseman in the third and bounced out third to first in the 6th, is up there. Left-hand batter takes a fastball over the outside corner, strike 1. 1 out. 2 on. Braves trying to protect that 4-1 lead. 6 hits for the Yankees, 4 for Milwaukee. Spahn ready, delivers now. There's a swing, a ground ball hit down to Logan, goes to Shane Deans for 1, the throw to first, and it's a double play. Long stretch by Torrey just gets the runner by an eyelash. And again, the Milwaukee Braves with a double play pull it out of the fire. 6-4-3. Shane Deans, or rather Logan to Shane Deans to Torrey. So in the 8th inning for the New York Yankees, no runs, they had 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 man left on the bases. At the end of 7 1/2, it is Milwaukee 4 and the New York Yankees 1. Well, Kel McDougal, moving out to his position, has certainly been the big man for the Yankees, as Johnny Logan has been for the Braves. You know, Gil's a mighty fine after-dinner speaker. He gets more calls than he can handle. So you know he's got to be slicked up for those engagements. It figures he'd be a Gillette man, and he is. Gil says you can't touch the clean, comfortable shaves you get with a Gillette Super Speed Razor. There's one, light, regular, or heavy, that's matched to your face. The light is for men with lighter beards, regular for average skin and beard, heavy for dense, hard-to-shave beards. One has the right blade edge exposure, edge angle, and weight to suit your skin and your beard. Use it for comfortable shaves day after day. They're really wonderful shaves that last. They make you feel better and look younger. Right now, you can get the Gillette Super Speed Razor, Gillette Blue Blade Dispenser travel case, and Signals, the secret language of baseball, all for $1. The regular price of the razor alone. Johnny Cooks is getting the wave from the bullpen and starts to move in. And Bobby Shands, who came on to work for the New York Yankees in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings, worked 3 innings, gave up no runs, no hits, walked 1, and struck out 4. And that certainly is the answer to any manager's dream to have that kind of a performance. Johnny Cooks, who came into Major League Baseball with very little minor league experience and who has been of great importance to the New York Yankees, is a tall right-hander. And he's got a world of stuff. Most of it comes sidearm. John was born in Hoboken, New Jersey. And he also, like so many of these youngsters playing in the World Series today, is still very young. Johnny played 1 year in minor league ball at Norfolk in the Piedmont League in 1952. Then he was in military service. He went to the Yankee training camp in 1955. And I remember watching the Yankee coaches as they looked him over, and he impressed them so much they kept him around. He won 8 and 7. He worked in the World Series in 55. He did not win a game nor lose any. In 56, he won 1 while losing none. And he came on in 3 games for the Yankees, worked a total of 11 innings, gave up only 6 hits. And his earned run average last year in the World Series was 0.82. So the third member of the Yankee pitching staff comes on, Johnny Cooks, sort of a three-quarter throwing right-hander. Red Shane will switch back over to bat from the left side. Last half of the 8th inning, Milwaukee 4, New York Yankees 1. Pitch by Cooks comes down, and it's outside. Ball 1. Johnny Cooks, K-U-C-K-S, outfield straight away. 1 ball delivery to Shane Dienst is strike 1 call, 1-1. Johnny now lives in Hillsdale, New Jersey. Takes outside. 2 balls, 1 strike to Red Shane Dienst. Red against Tom Sturdivant had an opportunity to bat from the left side. Then against Bobby Shands, he had 1 at bat in the 5th inning when he popped the shortstop. Swings and lines 1 out to left center field. It's a base hit. Going all the way out to the fence. It may go. It is knocked down by young Kubek, and Shane Dienst holds at second. He fakes as if he's going on and holds up. So Red Shane Dienst strokes a double to left field. Tony Kubek able to run that ball down and knock it down. And it shows the experience of a veteran like Shane Dienst. He did not commit himself to even making a move to third till he saw where the throw was coming. And then made a sort of a bluff like he might go to third. And Shane Dienst's first extra base hit of the World Series. Now has 5 hits in 17 times at bat. Johnny Logan, who started things off from Milwaukee in the 4th inning with a base on balls. 0 for 2. Cooks ready, delivers to him. He takes high. Straightened up as if he was going to bunt, and looked for a moment like the ball might have tipped off his bat, but he pulled it out of there, and it's 1 ball. Outfield shaded around to the left. In left field is Kubek. In left center is Mickey Mantle. In right field is Hank Bauer, as the young right-hander Johnny Cooks delivers. Now there's a bunt along the third baseline foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Braves have picked up their 5th hit. They got 4 off starter Tom Sturdivant. They have picked off their 5th hit here against Johnny Cooks and against Bobby Shands, who were not able to get a base hit. Shands faced only 10 men, walked 1, and struck out 4. Logan, a right-hand batter. Cooks, the right-hander, looks into Yogi Berra. Shane Dienst leads away from second. And the throw is to second on a pivot play, and back safely. Where the Yankees work that out, and I presume most pitches do, they count and then make the throw. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and is a strike as Logan pulled the bat away on a curveball that just cut the corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pickoff play, the pitcher usually counts 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, then turns and makes the throw. Tommy Byrne is back up and throwing in the Yankee bullpen. Shane Deans leads away from second. Nobody out. Last of the 8th, the pitch, and he sweeps and he misses for strike 3. Trying to reach out to get a piece of that curveball, and he missed it. And so Johnny Logan becomes the strikeout victim. And Johnny Cooks posts his first strikeout. That's the 6th member of the Braves who's gone down swinging. Eddie Matthews up there got his first World Series hit in the 4th inning, a double. He walked in the 6th inning. He bounced out short to first in the first. Left-hand batter. Outfield deep in all fields for the Yankees. And Gary Coleman, the second baseman, has moved out into short right field. Pitch steady, a fastball, high and outside. Ball 1. They've moved Coleman back out on the outfield grass in right field so that he can range a little farther. Since Matthews pulls that ball, Elston Howard, the first baseman, backed up along the line. Shane Deans leads away from second. The look by Johnny Cooks. The 1-ball pitch to Matthews. Swings and hits a fly ball into left field. Kubek settles under this one, waits for it, and he takes it for out number 2. So the last half of the 8th inning. 2 out for the Braves. Runner at second. And the batter now is Henry Aaron. Cooks, who had moved over by the foul line to back up the third baseman in case the ball should be dropped, turned to near as Casey Stengel popped his head out of the dugout back of third to shout something to Johnny on how he apparently should pitch to Aaron. Or he may have said, do you want to pitch to him, pitch to Covington, or put him on. At least we're guessing. Here's the pitch now coming to Aaron, and he looks at a curveball that sweeps long outside for ball 1. Outfield straight away. Red Shane Deans, the runner at second with a big lead. Cooks is ready, delivers a curveball that Aaron holds up on and takes ball 2. He started to go, held up on his swing. Cooks came in. Take a look to Yogi Berra. Hank Aaron, who slapped a 3-run home run in the 4th inning on a changeup thrown by Tom Sturdivant, stands in there, bends at the waist. There's a changeup that's over for a strike. And I would imagine that some of the 45,804 sitting here that paid were thinking back to the 4th inning when Aaron straightened that changeup out. All right, Cook's ready to go. Looks back to second. Delivers on the 2-1 to Aaron. Looks at a sweeping curveball outside. Ball 3, strike 1. Braves 4, Yankees 1. Last half of the 8th inning. Cooks with his sign, stretches, looks back to Shane Deans. 3-1 delivery. A check swing and ball 4. So Henry Aaron is on with a base on balls given up by Cooks. And that is base on balls number 1 for Cooks. Chance gave up 1, and Sturdivant gave up 1, and here comes the little professor, Casey Stengel. Casey with his jacket on, taking that stroll to the mound. Berra's out there talking to Cooks. And with Wes Covington coming up there, Casey is just chatting now as Berra and Cooks look over to him. Umpire Jocko Conlon has moved back to the mound at second, and Augie Donatelli is waiting to see whether the Yankee manager is going to make the change or not. Conlon now has moved right into the group. And they are going to make the change. It may be that Casey is bringing in Tommy Byrne. He's coming in from the outfield. Rather a slow, deliberate walk, looks like Tom. He's got his left arm in his jacket. So Johnny Cooks came on. to work 2/3 of an inning, in which he has given up 1 hit, 1 walk, has struck out 1, and gives way now to Tommy Byrne. So Tommy Byrne, the left-hander, who will be making his first appearance in the World Series of 1957, starts to move closer to the mound. Tommy has had a long and interesting career in baseball, starting back in 1944 and 45, when he was on the Yankee roster, 43 with New York, 44-45 military service. He's been with the St. Louis Browns. He's been with Chicago, with Washington, with Seattle. And there goes Casey. Byrne in the 1949 World Series worked 1 game, worked 3 1/3 innings, had no one-loss record. In 1955, he worked in 2 games, worked 14 1/3 innings, won 1 and lost 1. Little Case took a little bow, threw them all a kiss, just before descending into the confines of his dugout. Yankee skipper has a great sense of humor. 1956, Tommy Byrne worked 1/3 of an inning in 1 game, in which he gave up 1 hit, 1 run, and had 1 strikeout. So, Tom Byrne, who was born in Baltimore, and who has a record in baseball that he'd rather forget for the most hits batsman, which was 4 in a game back in 1950, actually found himself in the year he spent out in Seattle. Though he no longer throws that blazing fastball, but he has wonderful control. And he's up there now to pitch to Wes Covington, who is looking for his first hit today. Milwaukee Braves with runners at second and first. Red Schoendienst at second. Hank Aaron on at first, and the batter Covington with the Braves leading 4-1. 4-1 for Milwaukee. Byrne, a rather deliberate worker, sort of glances around now to see where everybody is. Set to go. First pitch, curveball, strike. Tommy now lives in Wake Forest, and he stands 6'1", 193-pounder. Covington, who perhaps was a little surprised at the big sweep of that curve, steps out. He's back in. Left-hand batter standing deep in the box, bent way over at the waist, holds the bat right on the end. Byrne ready, delivers to him, a curve for strike 2. So Tommy Byrne here in the 8th inning with 2 out and 2 on, pitching to Covington, left-hand batter. 2 strikes. Next pitch is too low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fans for Milwaukee are a little quiet. And with the Braves hanging on to a 4-1 lead, having come up with 3 double plays to snuff out Yankee rallies, there's a fastball missing outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So last half of the 8th inning. 2 men on, 2 men out for Milwaukee, and Covington taking the spotlight as he steps out and steps back in. On deck is Frank Torrey. Byrne looking into Yogi Berra. Stretches and checks the runners. 2-2 pitch. Curve, strike 3. So Covington looked at 3 pretty good curveballs. Byrne pitches 1/3 of an inning. And in the 8th inning for Milwaukee, they have no runs. They had 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on. At the end of the 8th inning, the score, Milwaukee 4, New York Yankees 1.
Do you want, do you really want a decent shave? Do you really want a decent shave? Then shave Gillette, shave Gillette, with the blade and the razor by Gillette, shave Gillette.
We now pause 30 seconds for station identification.
They call me Saratoga, the girl from the Vichy Springs. My Vichy is the best in taste. The mixer with that extra zing. Look for the yellow label. Insist on the genuine thing. 'Cause only Saratoga Vichy comes from the deep Vichy spring.
WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
Hello, this is your Uncle Charles, the WGY Chanticleer, inviting you to be with me each morning over WGY from 6:05 until 7 a.m.
And the Braves fans are not moving. Milwaukee Braves lead 4-1 in this, the fourth game of the World Series. Hank Bauer leading off. Warren Spahn, the left-hander, is ready and delivers now to Bauer. Fastball outside, ball one. Ernie Johnson, who's been throwing through most of the afternoon in the bullpen, continues to throw out there. Outfield for Milwaukee, pulled around the left. Here's Spahn with a one-ball pitch. Comes down and swung on, sliced foul upstairs. Off to the right, and it's 1-1 strike. Warren Spahn, for whom so many words have been written and said. Pitching now to Hank Bauer. 1-1 delivery is high and outside, ball two. 2-1 strike. Eddie Matthews playing one step off the grass at third base. Johnny Logan deep at short. Shane Dean's back up at second. And the outfield shaded to the left with Covington deep in left field. 2-1 strike. Spahn with the windup and the high kick and the delivery is swung on. Fly ball hit the center field and shallow center field. Coming in is Hank Aaron, and he's under it and he takes it for out number one. So Bauer is out number one in the ninth inning. And the batter now is Mickey Mantle. Braves leading 4-1. And should this game end up with the Braves on the top of the score, and with Bauer not getting another chance to bat, it would break his consecutive streak of base hits. Mantle batting from the right side, looks at a fastball outside. Warren Spahn, ball one. Mickey struck out his last time out, bounced back to Spahn in the third, was safe on a fielder's choice in the first. Spahn with that big windup and the pitch on the way. Mantle looks at a fastball over the inside corner, strike one. One ball, one strike, one out, top of the ninth, and the pitch by Spahn is swung on, hit out into right field, curving over in the stands, will be out of play. So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Mickey Mantle, as Warren Spahn 2 outs away from a victory. Continues to show all of the class, all of the heart, and all of the know-how that he has accumulated over these many years. The windup, 1-2 pitch to Mantle. Swings and he foul tips it, dropped by the catcher. Ball goes back out. New ball to Spahn. That one scuffed up in sliding off the dirt, as the ball players refer to it as a sandblaster. Here's the 1-2 pitch now by Spahn to Mantle. Takes outside. Ball two. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Outfield for Milwaukee is deep in all fields. Covington back near the edge of the track in left. Aaron in left center. Here's the windup. 2-2 delivery. Mantle swings a bouncer to Johnny Logan. He'll have to hurry his throw. He shoots it across. He's out. 2 out in the top of the ninth inning. And up now is Yogi Berra. And unless you're an expert, you may have missed some of the interesting fine points of today's game. So stay tuned after the last out and hear Bill Corum, noted sports columnist, when he reviews the game and points up the day's play. 2 out in the top of the ninth inning. Milwaukee Braves 4, the New York Yankees 1. Yogi Berra standing between Warren Spahn and the victory. The windup by the left-hander, the pitch to Berra. Grounder hit out to the right side, a base hit. And so Berra's on, and for the second time in consecutive times at bat, Yogi Berra's hit that ball sharply between the second baseman and the first baseman into right field. And for the Yankees, they now have a runner at first base, and Gil McDougall is up there. McDougall had a base hit his first time up. He bounced out short to first in the fourth inning, fly to right field in the seventh. Yankees have 7 hits off Warren Spahn. There's a swing and a ground ball down the third baseline, curving foul, fielded by Eddie Matthews. 1 strike to Gil McDougall. Ernie Johnson, who, if nothing else, has worked almost a full game in the bullpen, continues to toss. 2 out, 1 on. Braves 4, Yankees 1. We're in the top of the 9th inning. Yogi Berra, the base runner. Eddie Matthews playing 2 steps off the edge of the grass at third. Spahn checks the runner, delivers. There's a line drive hit out over the head of Red Shaney's in right center field. Pasco charging the ball. Pulls Berra at second. And the Yankees now have runners at second and first, 2 out. And the batter is Elston Howard. That is hit number 8 for New York. And the pressure continues to mount. Fred Haney, the manager of the Milwaukee Braves, comes popping out of his dugout to have a visit now with his veteran left-hander. Feeling may be that Haney may want to ask Warren if he's getting a little tired, and Warren is nodding his head to the question, whatever it may be. Haney has assurance and confidence that Warren Spahn is going to do the job. And he moves back to his dugout as Elston Howard, a right-hand batter, steps up there. So the Yankees have runners at second and first. A 4-1 ball game. Milwaukee leading in the 9th inning with 2 out. Spahn ready. Deals to Elston Howard. Too low. A fastball. Ball 1. Yankees threatening here in the 9th. Matthews backed up at third. Spahn ready. Delivers, and there's a fastball. It's too low. Ball 2. 2-0. On deck for New York is Andy Carey. 2 balls, no strikes. Warren Spahn running into a snag in his carefully laid plans as he finds himself now with Yankees at second and first. A 2-ball count to Elston Howard, who looks down to Cressetti. The 2-ball pitch comes down. He swings and he misses. And Cressetti had given Howard the green light with a 2-ball count up there, figuring that Spahn would come down with a good one. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Howard with a very close stance, deep in that right-hand batter's box. The outfield pulled around the left. Berra with a big lead from second. Spahn with a 2-1 pitch. Gets a fastball inside and low. Ball 3. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike. And now Elston Howard looks down to Cressetti to see whether he's to take one or whether on the 3-1 pitch he's to swing away. Gil McDougall at first base. Berra at second. 2 out in the top of the 9th. And Milwaukee 4, New York 1. The pitch is strike 2 with a fastball over the inside corner. So the Yankees had given Elston Howard the take sign, and he's out there now with a 3-2 count. All of the attention of some 90,000 eyes will be focused now on Warren Spahn as he comes down with a 3-2 pitch. There's a swing and a long drive deep to left field. That ball is going for a home run. So this ball game is all tied up. There's Elston Howard on a 3-2 pitch. It's a home run into the left field seats out there. It's all tied up, 4-4.
We will be back on side 2 to continue the game.
And if you glance around, there's a state of shock that exists among the Milwaukee fans as Warren Spahn was within 1 out. Putting the Braves even in the series. Now it's all tied up, and Andy Carey's up there. Takes a fastball high and inside, ball 1. 4-4. And the pitch comes down. Strike call, 1-1. Here's the windup and the 1-1 pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Andy Carey now comes over to have a little visit with Jerry Coleman. Goldman on the on-deck circle. So in the top of the ninth inning, this ball game is all tied up. And the 2-1 pitch now is swung on, a drive hit deep into right center field. Lots of room, however, for Andy Pafko to drift over under it, and has it. So in the ninth inning, the Yankees come roaring back, and they tie it up with 3 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors and nobody left on. At the end of 8.5 innings of play with the Milwaukee Braves coming to bat in the last half of the ninth, the score is New York 4 and Milwaukee 4. Winning. The Milwaukee Braves will scheduled to send up Torrey, but I believe Joe Adcock, a right-hand batter, is going to come up to hit for him. Almost unbelievable in the ninth inning. The Yankees trailing by 3 runs. After 2 are out, Berra singling, McDougal singling, and then a home run by Elston Howard, putting the Yankees right back in the ball game. So Joe Adcock is coming out to bat for the first baseman, Frank Torrey. Adcock has been in 3 of the games. He's had 2 hits and 11 times at bat. He has 1 run batted in, and his batting average is .182. He struck out twice. So Tommy Byrne has a visit, just briefly, with Andy Carey. Last half of the ninth inning. Adcock, a right-hand batter, stands deep in the box, powerfully built. Tommy Byrne juggles that ball from his glove to his pitching hand. The outfield deep for the Yankees in all fields. A wind-up by Byrne. Pitch to Adcock. A curveball smashes it a one-hopper to McDougal. Makes the throw over to Elston Howard. He's out. 1 away in the last half of the ninth inning. And Andy Pafko is the batter. Pafko had 1 at bat in the 6th inning, or in the 7th inning, when he bounced out third to first. Right-hand batter. Pitch by Byrne to him, a curve in the dirt. Ball 1. Yankees have 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Milwaukee 4 runs on 5 hits and no errors. 1 ball. The count as Tommy Byrne is ready and delivers to Pafko, who looks at a curve over the outside corner for a strike. 1-1. Left-hander pops that ball from his glove to his hand, and the 1-1 pitch. Pafko swings. It's a bouncer to Carey. Big hop. Fires across, and in time for the out, number 2. 2 out in the last half of the ninth inning, and Darrell Crandall, the catcher's up there. Crandall is looking for his first hit of the day. He has popped to the second baseman. He's bounced one back to the mound, and he's popped up to the first baseman. Byrne winds and delivers. Crandall takes a curveball, strike 1. The outfield pulled way around to the left. Next pitch by Byrne, a curve that hangs outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the windup now. 1-1 pitch is swung on. There's a drive hit into center field. Mickey Mantle going back. The wind may hold it up. He's back near the fence, and he grabs it right in front of the fence. So Del Crandall made a bid to end it, but grabbed by Mantle. And in the ninth inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on at the end of 9 innings. It's a tied-up ball game. Milwaukee 4 and the New York Yankees 4.
Very exciting ball game here this afternoon as the Yankees came from behind in the top half of the ninth inning after Sponny had set down the first 2 hitters, Hank Bauer and Mickey Mantle. Bauer flying out to center field, and Mantle tossed off with the shortstop, Johnny Logan. Berra single to right, McDougal single to right, and then Elston Howard on a 3-2 pitch hit one into the left field bleachers. That tied this ball game at 4-4. So in the top half of the 10th, with the Yankees second baseman, Jerry Coleman leading off.
Joe Adcock is in at first base now. He batted for Frank Torrey in the last half of the ninth inning. Joe Adcock at first base. Warren Spahn, who has gone the distance, starts into the rocking motion, and the pitch on the way. Here is a swing and a ground ball to the shortstop, Johnny Logan. Over to first base. He is out, and that's one away. Jerry Coleman, who had one hit and 3 trips, is tossed out by Johnny Logan. Tommy Byrne is scheduled to hit. So let's see what Casey Stengel's going to do now. It is going to be Tommy Byrne. Last-ditch rally by these American League champion New York Yankees. And the big hero so far, first baseman Elston Howard, who hit a 3-2 pitch over the left field fence with 2 on base. Tommy Byrne, a left-handed batter, up for the first time this afternoon. As these Yankees are battling now to take a 3-1 lead in games played. Braves out to try to even up that series at 2-2. Byrne, left-handed batter, Spahn, the southpaw, kicks up his leg, delivers. Here is a strike of beauty that's right down the alley. Strike 1 count. Playing in the top of the 10th inning, score tied 4-4. The Yankees have out-hit the Braves 9-5. Curve, a swing and a miss, and it's strike 2 on Tommy Byrne. The leadoff man, left fielder Tony Kubek on deck. Strike 2 count. Tension mounts here at Milwaukee County Stadium. As we witness the first extra inning ball game of the series. Spahn has a sign from Crandall. The pitch on the way, a swing and a miss on a bad pitch in the dirt. Scooped up by Crandall, who tags the hitter. And that's 2 away. That strikeout is number 2 for Warren Spahn. Byrne was fooled completely on a low-breaking curveball. Now here is the leadoff man, Yankee left fielder Tony Kubek, who bunted for a base hit in the first inning. Since that time, he's been tossed out by the first baseman to the pitcher covering in the third. Thrown out by Matthews and grounded into a double play. A ball is high. The Braves infield today has clicked off 3 very important double plays. Ball 1 and no strikes on Tony Kubek, the left-handed batter. A swing and a foul. It's up the screen. And the count is even up at ball 1 and strike 1. Ball 1, strike 1 count. 2 outs, nobody on base, 10th inning. Left-hander against left-hander now. Warren Spahn against Tommy Byrne. A swing and a pop foul to the third base side. Crandall over towards the temporary box seats, cannot make the play, and it's 1 and 2. Additional box seats were added out here for the World Series along the first base and the third base side. A ball 1 and a strike 2 count on Tony Kubek with 2 outs and nobody on base. On deck, it's right fielder Hank Bauer. The Braves outfield playing straight away for Kubek. The left-handed batter standing deep, a slightly closed stance, a swing and ground ball over the mound. Second baseman charging fast, scoops and cannot make the play. Shaney's came up with that ball, but he couldn't make the throw, and there is an infield hit for Tony Kubek. And that is hit number 10 off Warren Spahn. Puts the lead run on first base with 2 outs. And it brings up the right fielder, Hank Bauer, who today has gone hitless in 4 times at bat. He has grounded out 3 times and fly to center field. Right-handed batter. Spahn kicks up the leg, delivers, and the fastball is high outside. That's ball 1. Ball 1 and no strikes. Kubek, a fast runner, leads off first base with 2 outs. Spahn throws to first, and back goes Tony Kubek. Ball 1, no strike count. Spahn stretches, delivers, and Bauer swings and drives deep left center field. Going back is Henry Aaron all the way to the wall for this one. It's off the fence. Here is the lead run scoring now as Aaron bobbles the ball, picks it up, fires into the infield. Only going to third base, and he goes in sliding at third. Hank Bauer booms a triple to deep left center field, and the Yankees, for the second inning in a row, have managed to come up with Some very clutch hits with 2 outs and nobody on base. As they break the 4-4 tie, they take a 5-4 lead. All the action after 2 outs and nobody on base. Mickey Mantle with a runner on third base and 2 outs. A swing and a miss by Mantle. That's strike 1. Mantle has no hits in 4 times at bat. Hank Bauer coming up with his first base hit. And he now has hit safely in his last 11 World Series games. A pitch is low and it's even up at 1-1. Bauer hit safely in all 7 games last year against the Brooklyn Dodgers in the first 4 games of this series against the Milwaukee Braves. Hank on third base with 2 outs, 1 run across the plate, top of the 10th inning. The pitch on the way. Mantle swings. It's a fly ball to right. Andy Pafko drifting around to his left now, getting under this ball. He makes the catch and that retires the side. In the 10th, 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 man was left on base. The score at the end of 9.5 innings, the Yankees 5, Milwaukee 4. Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if there was some sign stealing in that Yankee uprising in the top half of the 10th inning. Well, that's no crime in baseball. In fact, you get a bigger bang out of every game trying to catch the signs. And now you can get the basis for all signs with Signals, the secret language of baseball. Yours free with purchase of a Gillette razor. Here are 8 separate reels taken from actual movies demonstrating baseball's offensive and defensive signs and signals. Riffle them with your thumb and the fingertip movies of Paul Richards spring to life. First, he demonstrates showing you the pump sign, the combination, the flash. See how they call for the pitch out, the cutoff. To get your copy of the secret language of baseball, just buy the Gillette Super Speed Razor, light, regular, or heavy. One is matched to your face for clean shaves that stay clean and immaculate hour after hour. A real buy for $1. Gillette Super Speed Razor, Gillette Blue Blade Dispenser, travel case, and free Signals, the secret language of baseball.
Corner yard, number 15, Joe Collins. Now playing first base. Collins at first.
Joe Collins is in at first base now, replacing Elston Howard.
Nippy Jones.
Joe Collins, a fine defensive first baseman.
Jones. Batting for Spahn.
Now Nippy Jones, a utility first baseman, is going to bat for Warren Spahn in the last half of the 10th inning. Milwaukee needs 1 to tie and 2 to pull this game out of the fire. Yankees lead 5-4. It'll be Nippy Jones, Red Schoendienst, and Johnny Logan, the first 3 men to face the left-hander Tommy Byrne. Jones, a right-handed batter. The outfield is playing around towards left field. Byrne's first pitch, the curve is way inside, and Jones is trying to claim he was hit on the foot. Nippy Jones is claiming that he was hit on the foot. And he is getting first base. Jones picked up the baseball and showed it to Augie Donatelli, the home plate umpire. He was hit on the top of the left foot, and the tying run goes to first base with nobody out in the last half of the 10th inning. The batter is Red Schoendienst. Yogi Berra now arguing with Donatelli. Red Schoendienst, who has 1 hit in 4 times at bat and double the left center field in the 8th inning off Johnny Cooks. Tommy Byrne is the 4th pitcher used by Casey Stengel. Tom's been in there since the 8th inning. Now here comes Casey Stengel, moving out of the dugout, walking out towards the mound. We're in the last half of the 10th inning at County Stadium. The Yankees, who came roaring from behind in the 9th inning with 2 outs and nobody on base, to score 3 runs and tie Milwaukee at 4-4, broke the tie in the top of the 10th. Scoring a run and a booming triple by Hank Bauer. They lead 5-4, and Casey Stengel is going to make a pitching change. Casey Stengel is going to his bullpen for the 5th time today. And let's see who he'll be bringing in to face Red Schoendienst. That'll be all for Tommy Byrne. Yogi Berra out of the mound with manager Casey Stengel and the shortstop Gil McDougall talking with Tommy Byrne. This is going to be right-hander Bob Grimm. Bob Grimm Makes his second appearance in the series. He's worked 2 innings, allowed 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, no runs.
Number 55,
Bob Grimm makes that long walk-in from the bullpen in right center field. Tommy Byrne worked 1 1/3 innings. The left-hander gave up no runs and no hits. He had 1 strikeout, didn't walk anybody, and he hit 1 batter. Nippy Jones batting for the pitcher Warren Spahn in the last half of the 10th inning. So here is Bob Grimm, a right-hander who stands 6 feet 1, weighs 186 pounds. He hails from Brooklyn, New York, and he is 27 years old. Has reached second base, has a word to say to the second baseman Jerry Coleman. Now Gil McDougall walks slowly over towards Bob Grimm as he moves in towards manager Casey Stengel, gets the baseball from the left-hander Tommy Byrne, and Grimm becomes pitcher number 5 for the Yankees. Red Schoendienst will bat left-handed now against this right-hander. Red has fouled out to the third baseman, popped out to the catcher and the shortstop, and he doubled into left center field in the 8th inning. As a leadoff hitter, Braves failed to get that runner across the plate, and that would have given them a 5-1 lead at the time. Now Carl Sawatsky has moved in from the Braves bullpen and into the dugout. Felix Mantilla is in running for Nippy Jones. Felix Mantilla, utility shortstop, who did a very fine job this year, playing both short and second base for manager Fred Haney. And a boy who possesses good speed is on first base, running for Jones. Bob Grimm taking his warm-up throws. Comes in with a man-sized assignment here, as Milwaukee has the tying run at first base with nobody out. Last half of the 10th inning, the Yankees leading 5-4. Red Schoendienst, who has proved to be a great clutch ball player for the Braves, just about finished with the warm-up throws, and here is Schoendienst now stepping in the batter's box. Red Schoendienst, 1 hit, 4 times at bat. Felix Mantilla on first base with nobody out. Bob Grimm blowing on his pitching hand, standing back off the rubber, reaches down for the rosin sack. The third baseman, Andy Carey, is playing on the edge of the infield grass. To the stretch goes Bob Grimm. Runner off first base. Red's going to bunt. Here's the pitch. He bunts one down the first base line. It is a fair ball picked up by the first baseman. Close to Coleman coming at first base, and he's out. Sacrifice for Red Schoendienst, a high chopper down to first baseman Joe Collins. We now pause for station identification.
This is WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
Milwaukee has the tying run on second base in scoring position. One man is out. Shortstop Johnny Logan with a chance now to bring that runner across the plate. And Johnny has no hits in 3 trips. He has walked once, struck out, and has grounded out twice. Casey Stengel has called a time. The manager of the Yankees out talking with umpire Augie Donatelli. Casey Stengel and Donatelli. And Donatelli is calling Mickey Mantle in from center field. A right-handed batter, Johnny Logan, a pull hitter. And the Yankees look like they're going to shift their outfield a little bit, as Mantle probably is coming in for sunglasses, as left field here at Milwaukee County Stadium is the sun field, and Tony Kubek, who has played left field today, is now moving over to center field. Mickey Mantle is switching around to left, and he is in the Yankee dugout picking out some sunglasses. Now we're going to get Country Slaughter is moving in the left. Mantle is out of the Yankee lineup. Slaughter running out to left field. 41-year-old veteran outfielder who spent many years in the National League with the St. Louis Cardinals. So there is the change for New York. Here Slaughter is in left field. Kubek replaces Mickey Mantle in center field. The tying runner's on second base. One man is out in the last half of the 10th inning. The Yankees lead the Braves 5-4 in this fourth game of the series. Into the stretch goes Bob Grimm. Looks back over the right shoulder, checks the runner, delivers, and the pitch is high outside. A slider, and it's ball 1 and no strikes. Ball 1, no strikes on shortstop Johnny Logan. On deck, it's third baseman Eddie Matthews. Grimm is ready. Delivers, and a curve is full. That's ball 2, 2-0. Ball 2, no strikes. Shortstop Johnny Logan. With Felix Mantilla on second base and 1 out. Extra innings. Yankees lead 5-4 in the 10th inning. Bob Grimm checks with Yogi Berra. Up on the rubber, goes into the stretch, arms down. The 2-0 pitch. A swing and a line drive to left field down that line. This is out there. Here comes the tying run scoring as the ball gets away from Slaughter. Rounding second base is Johnny Logan. He's going to try for third. Now he is going back into second base. Johnny Logan, a great clutch ball player, just comes through for the Braves as he lines a double down the left field line. And this ball game is tied at 5-5. Mantilla scoring easily from second base. Johnny Logan with a double down that left field line, dropping in second. He represents the winning run of the ball game with 1 man out. The batter is Eddie Matthews. And he has 1 hit and 3 trips. He doubled down the right field line in the 4th inning. Eddie Matthews, a left-handed batter. In the stretch, Bob Grimm. He delivers. Too low, ball 1. Ball 1 and no strikes to count on the Braves third baseman. Logan on second base, 1 out. The last half of the 10th. Score is tied at 5-5. That base hit was number 6 for Milwaukee. Number 1 out Grimm. The second baseman Coleman playing a short right field now for Matthews. Back out on that outfield grass by 10 feet. The 1-0 pitch. A swing and a long foul on the right field line. And it's even up at 1-1. Ball 1 and a strike 1 count on the Braves third baseman. Strong left-handed batter with a chance to be a big hero here in Milwaukee today. As the winning run is pitched on second base, only 1 man is out. The Braves have come up and tied these New York Yankees at 5-5. Grimm's ready. Logan leads off second. The pitch to Matthews. A swing and a high foul on the third base side. Going over is the third baseman carry. It's going to be out of play. Just behind the Yankee dugout. Another Yankee right-hander, Art Ditmar, is loosening up in the bullpen. And Ernie Johnson is throwing for Milwaukee. Now the third baseman, Carey, who is over after that foul ball, comes in to talk to Bob Grimm. Milwaukee has the winning run on second base with 1 out in the last half of the 10th inning. The score is tied at 5-5 as Matthews moves out of the batter's box. Now he sets his feet in there, pulls down the bill of his cap. Grimm getting his sign from Yogi Berra. Up on the rubber. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Matthews. The 1-2 pitch. Too low. Just missing, and it's ball 2. Very sharp pitch by Bob Grimm as he tried to catch that outside corner with a fastball knee high. Just missed, and he's even up now on the Braves third baseman. Ball 2 and a strike 2 count. Grimm takes his time. He's in a tough spot. Here's the 2-2 pitch. A swing and a drive back in the right field. Going back towards that wall. It may be. It is a home run for Eddie Matthews. Broke up the ball game with a 2-run home run New York Yankees. 5 runs, 11 hits, and no errors. In just a moment, Bill Corum will review the highlights of today's game for you.
You can push in a wave, you can flip a curl. If you mess up, you can freshen up with Tony's new Adorn.
A new kind of hairspray. Adorn, the first self-styling spray. Adorn is different. You spray Adorn before you comb, not after. Then you style as you comb. Fashion a smart, finished hairstyle yourself. And the hairstyle you comb in, Adorn keeps in. If your hair gets mussed up, you can freshen up without respraying. A damp comb renews Adorn's self-styling action. Proof that Adorn holds twice as long as ordinary sprays. And Adorn works invisibly. Can't flake, can't dull. Try Adorn, the first self-styling hairspray. You'll adore Adorn. Adorn Hairspray by Tony.
There was a finish for a ball game, of any ball game, but particularly in the World Series here in Milwaukee after yesterday's horror, and now this tremendous finish and ball game that's sending 45,000 plus people out of here dancing with joy and screaming at the thrills that they had here, the heartbreak first and then the great bounce back, which was hope deferred on Eddie Matthews' home run. And incidentally, this is not only Milwaukee's first series, but all the Milwaukee boys in it, the Wisconsin products, are turning out to be heroes. Yesterday it was Kubek, who lives here in Milwaukee. Today, Johnny Logan, who makes his winter home here, drove in the tying run and gave the fans hope after they had despaired. And finally, Eddie Matthews, a Wisconsin boy, drove the ball into the right field seats for the 4th home run of the game and won it 7-5. And so now they're all tied up. The series has to go back to New York, and I'd like to say that it would be one of the great shames of baseball if Warren Spahn, after the tremendous game he pitched here today, the great heart, the courage, the skill and all, had lost it with that heartbreaking home run that Ellie Howard hit into the left field seats to tie it up after 2 were out and nobody on in the 9th inning. And bango, it looked as if Spahn's game was gone, but Haney stayed with him courageously, and Spahn stuck in there, the kind of pitcher he is, only pitcher ever to win 20 games in the National League, by the way, in 8 seasons, a 36-year-old veteran with everything, and he spun a truly wonderful game here this afternoon. Although the Yankees got more hits, those don't count. Those are just missed points after, those are downs, I will say, in the football game. The score is what counts, and the Braves pulled it out 7-5 and shows that, well, the Yankees are the Yankees and are never beaten until the last man. The Braves can play at that game, too, and they did this afternoon in one of the finest World Series games I've seen in 36 years of watching World Series, scarcely ever missing an inning or even a play. I thought yesterday's was the worst World Series ball game I ever saw, and this one of the finest. There was a very good laugh in it, too, a little chuckle in the tenseness. Casey Stengel, who didn't get off a train at Sturtevant, Wisconsin. Sturtevant was the starting pitcher for the Yankees, and he is 1-0 in World Series play because Bob Grimm got credit for the defeat here. But the folks in Sturtevant, Wisconsin are 0-0 because Stengel wouldn't get off the train to greet the cow or something coming in here, and they've been riding him ever since, and the boos when he goes to the mound are tremendous. So when he came back to the bench in the 8th inning this afternoon, he stopped and blew a kiss to the fans, and I thought it was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen in the ballpark. And, of course, a wonderful old guy, Casey, who used to manage the Brewers here and likes this town as we all do. And that gives me a chance to say that I think Milwaukee has done the greatest thing in baseball in 20 years. These enthusiastic, happy fans here now who have piled up attendance records and this beautiful stadium. I don't think anything that's happened in baseball in years is better. It's a wonderful old town. It's a wonderful ballpark, and the Braves are a wonderful team no matter who wins. And we all know, of course, the perennial champion Yankees are always the same, always great, always championship, and proved it again here in defeat. A tremendous, wonderful, beautiful ball game on a beautiful, sunshiny afternoon. Now, this broadcast is authorized under broadcasting right granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Broadcast time tomorrow for the 5th game in the Great Series is 2:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Plan to be with us and enjoy the fun again. Our thanks to our NBC engineer, George Wilson. This broadcast was produced by NBC sports editor Paul Jonas. This is Bill Corum saying smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon for your host, the Gillette Safety Razor Company.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Ken Coleman speaking. We hope that you have enjoyed this game. If you want to know more about other items you may purchase from the Miley Collection, call 1-800-844-9143. That's 1-800-844-9143. We will look forward to talking with you. Is there something in particular you're looking for? Let us know. A final reminder that this copyrighted recording is licensed by Major League Baseball. Any reproduction or other commercial use of this recording, in whole or part, is prohibited.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Cy Tyson speaking to you for WWJ, the Detroit News. And we're out here at the side of the Yankees for the season of 1934. Just one more bite, one more swallow, and that four-course Yankee dinner will be safely tucked away under the Tiger belt. You know, we sort of missed out on the salad course yesterday, but no matter who wins or loses, the White Star Refining Company and its allied mobile gas and mobile oil dealers are bringing you the games. And, that's something to remember. You know, when the gauge on your car shows you need gasoline, just stop at the sign of the Flying Red Horse and say, thanks to the mobile gas man for the Tiger broadcast. Make White Star stations your headquarters for every motoring need. Expert lubrication, tires, batteries, polishes, waxes, and that famous insect killer bugaboo. Everybody's for the Tigers now. Everybody's backing them to win. But it's easy to pick a winner at this stage of the game. But it took White Star to pick them last spring when they backed their judgment with a good round sum to bring you these great baseball broadcasts. White Star knew a leader when they saw one. They're leaders themselves here in Michigan, and it takes a leader to pick a leader. Right here in Wayne County, the home of the Tigers, more motorists use mobile gas than any other gasoline. White Star proved its leadership by being the first to bring a 70-octane gasoline to you at no extra price, by bringing you the symphony concerts last winter, by bringing you these Tiger broadcasts, and by bringing you mobile gas with climatic control and mobile oil, the world's fastest-selling motor oil. So follow the leader. Make mobile gas and mobile oil a motoring habit. It's a great chance to tell the mobile gas man that you're enjoying these Tiger baseball broadcasts at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Now we're going to have a baseball broadcast in a few moments. Just a moment ago, a crowd of Fowlerville fans, home of Charlie Gehringer, presented Charlie with a huge floral horseshoe and also a basket of flowers for Manager Cochran. They also brought one down for your announcer, which he appreciates very greatly. And I know that your announcer's wife will appreciate it when he gets it home this evening, after writing that terrible piece he has to write each day for the paper. The teams will line up as follows. Fox for Detroit, Fox right field, White center field, Gehringer second base, Greenberg first base, Owen third base, Goslin left field, Rogel shortstop, Hayworth catcher, Marbury pitcher. And for the Yankees, Crosetti shortstop, Rolfe, third base, Selkirk, left field, Gehrig, first base, Lazzeri, second base, Chapman, center field, Bird, right field, Jorgens, catcher, and Broca, pitcher. Johnny Broca and Arndt Jorgens. For New York, Fred Marbury and Ray Hayworth for the Tigers. To go, the local dealers of the Wall Eversharp Pen and Pencil Company presented Mickey Cochran and myself with the desk set and pen and pencil sets to Charlie Gehringer, Hank Greenberg, Goose Goslin, and Schoolboy Rowe. Ought to be a lot of writing done this winter. Tigers are going out to their position in the field. The game will be on very shortly. Yesterday, neither Gehrig nor Gehringer improved their batting average. And Heine Manouche with Washington picked up about 3 hits and is now standing second in this American League race for the batting championship. Lou Gehrig is still out front with a percentage of .357. Manouche has .356 and Gehrig has .353. The early part of the week, there was a chance for the Tigers to clinch the pennant before they left town tonight for St. Louis. However, that chance was erased yesterday when the Yankees came through and won that third game of the series, easily beating the Tigers after being shut out in the first 2 games. And now today's game will mean whether or not the Tigers take the series or merely split even. The Tigers have to win 4 more ball games before the curtain runs down to win the pennant. Marbury is ready. The first pitch to Crosetti, a fastball on the outside corner, a called strike. Fred is making his first start in quite a long time. He's been used recently as just in relief roles. In the matter of games with the Yankees, Marbury has won 2 and lost none. Broca, pitching for the Yanks, has won 1 and lost 1 to Detroit. The next pitch of Marbury's was a bit outside, 2 or 3 feet, and it was a ball, of course, and the count is 1-1. Freddie's arm goes up for the next pitch. Here it comes. A smash for a single into left field, beyond the reach of Rogel. And Crosetti, first man up, single to left. This brings up Red Rolfe, left-hand batter. The temporary bleachers out beyond the wall in Cherry Street are rising quite rapidly. That'd be a dandy place to play tag now. You could fall about 30 feet off of those. I certainly liked for a place like that when I was a kid. I couldn't even get up there now. Here's the first pitch to Broca, right through the middle, a called strike. Crosetti on first, nobody out, first inning. Wind is blowing directly toward center field. It's an ideal baseball day. Nice crowd in the stands and nobody out on the grass. Conditions are ideal for a good game. Ball low outside to a left-hand batter. Count is now 1-1. Red Rolfe is the batter. Throw, Crosetti stopping at third. A high bounder over Hank Greenberg's head down the right field line for a double, sending Crosetti to third and Schoolboy Rowe to warm up in the bullpen. Runners on third and second, nobody out. First inning, and Selkirk is up. Selkirk went hitless in the first 2 games. Rowe striking him out 3 times in the second game, and Crowder getting him on 1 strikeout in the first game, but yesterday George came through with a very timely double. He's a left-hand batter, won a lot of games for the Yankees on this western trip before hitting Detroit. Ball 1 outside. Luke Hamlin also going out to warm up. Rudy York is warming up the Schoolboy, and Nick Gibbs will warm up Hamlin. The next pitch to Selkirk, swinging hard on a low ball, strike 1, 1-1. George meant to hit that to the far corners. In batting practice today, the Babe hit a couple over the fence and 1 out on the bleachers. He's still suffering from a Charlie horse, and for that reason is staying out of the game. The next pitch, low on the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2-1. Runners on second and third, nobody out. A hit means 2 runs. A long fly means 1 run. Schoolboy's quit warming up, and Hamlin is out there all by himself. I think the schoolboy went out of his own volition, and probably Mike called him back in. Foul back against the wire. The count is 2 strikes, 1 ball. Two and 1. 2 men on, nobody out. Marbury rubbing the shine off of a nice new ball. Steps up on the rubber. Gets the sign from Ray Hayworth. Takes his time about getting started. The windup starts, plenty of windup. Count is 2 balls and 2 strikes and 1 ball. Now it's 2 balls, high and inside. 2 and 2. Fred is massaging that old apple. Doesn't want to let Selkirk hit if he can help it. He's in a tough spot. Third and second occupied, none out. There's the windup. Here's the pitch. Selkirk fouled into the dirt. Just kicked that one and hit it right down into the dirt. Still 2 strikes and 2 balls. Fred getting the sign from Hayworth. Looks around over toward third base, see where Cressetti is. He's standing about 10 feet off the bag. Here's the pitch. A single over second base. Scoring Cressetti. And here comes the throw being cut off, however, as Rolfe scores behind Cressetti. Selkirk remaining on first to the right of the bag so that it does not interfere with his vision in following the flight of the pitch. Marbury digging a hole there at the pitcher's rubber to get a better foothold. First 3 men up have hit. A single, a double, and a single. And here's Gehrig, a tough gent to be up there. Ball 1, a little low. Fred rocks back and forth out there. Now he's ready. Here's the pitch. A little high outside. Ball 2. 2-0. Hamlin continues to warm up. Count is 2-0 on Gehrig. And the next pitch, ball 3 outside. 3-0. Three and nothing on Larrapin Lou. And the next pitch. Through the middle for a called strike, and the count is 3-1. Nobody out. Selkirk on first. George taking the lead. Gehrig pops. It's a fly back at third base. Owen is backing up on the grass. He has it. 1 out. Tony Lazzeri is up. Tony and Johnny Murphy were the big guns yesterday. Tony hit a very timely double. The bases loaded when Gehrig had been walked to take a chance on Lazzeri hitting into a double play. He also made a couple of nice stops around second base. Right-hand batter. And the pitch is high and inside. Ball 1. One out. Selkirk taking a bit of a lead off first. Lazzeri topped the pitch, fouling it along third baseline. Artie Fletcher coaching at third, picking that up, tossing it back to Marbury. The count is 1-1. High inside pitch and then a foul strike. Marbury scuffing the dirt in front of the rubber to get a better footing when he comes down with his stride. He hasn't been lighting right, evidently. These 3 consecutive hits. Inside, ball 2. Count is 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 1. Again, Fred sets himself, nods his head to Hayworth. Here's the pitch. Strike two, swinging. And the count is 2-2 on Lazzeri. One man out, Selkirk on first, 2 Yankee runs in. First inning. All right, here's the pitch. Foul. On the netting. Setting himself for the pitch. Here it comes. Inside and high. And now the count is 3-2 on Lazzeri. Selkirk on first. One man out. 2 runs in. Fred looks over his shoulder to Selkirk. He's edging off first. Now the count is 3-2. Toss to first. George is back safely. Hooking the bag with his left foot. Falling away out into right field. All right. Marbury has the ball again. Starts his windup. Again glances over his shoulder. 3-2 is the count. Another throw. And Selkirk back again safely. Umpire Willie McGowan down there at first, dashing right in on the play each time. He's standing about 20 feet behind the bag. And he comes tearing in with a throw to be right on top of the play. Another fast throw, and Selkirk back safely without sliding. Slapping Willie on the pants as he went away from there. Fred is giving Lazzeri a long chance standing up here with the count 3-2. Here's the pitch. Selkirk breaking on it. Lazzeri bounded it slow into Owen. And he's out at first. Selkirk trying for third is also out. So that ends the first inning. Owen made a smart play on that slow bounding ball, which came to him very slowly. It was coming toward Rogel. No chance for Rogel to throw the man out, so Owen cut over in front of him, speared the ball in his gloved hand as he was running at top speed toward first base. Threw fast to Greenberg to get Lazzeri. Selkirk, thinking that Owen could not get back to the bag after making this play from way over near shortstop, rounded second and set sail for third. Owen backpedaled very fast. Greenberg hesitated long enough to give Owen a chance to get back. Whipped a hard throw across the diamond. Owen putting the ball on Selkirk's leg as he slid for the bag, ending the inning. It was really a flashing play. No. 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors. Now we go into the Tiger half of the first inning. The Yankees scored 2 runs on 3 hits. Cressetti opened with a single. Rolfe doubled. Selkirk singled. Gehrig popped to Owen. And Lazzeri hit into a double play. First man up is Fox. Right-hand batter. Johnny Broca, right-hand pitcher for the Yankees, who has won 1 and lost 1 to the Tigers, is out there in the first pitch, a ball inside. 2-1. And the next pitch, Fox hits a single off Rolfe's hand. With a hard smash to the left of Rolfe, bounded off his glove for a single into short left. Came a hit, didn't he? Huh? Well, sometimes they do. Joe White is up, left-hand batter. The first pitch low inside, a wide sweeping curve. Fox on first, the Yankees leading 2-0. Broca sets himself for the next pitch, pitching from the shoulder with a runner on, strike, swinging over that one. Ball breaking low under the bat, and the count is 1-1. Again, Johnny toes the rubber. Here's the pitch. White bounded A slow run to third. Rolfe tossing to Lazzeri to force Fox at second. White is safe on the fielder's choice. Gehringer up. Gehringer, Manouche, and Gehrig having a nice race for this batting championship. Gehringer in third place, Manouche in second, and Gehrig in first. Only 4 points separate the third man from the first. First pitch was a ball. The arm goes up for the next one. Foul, strike. Charlie gets a hit today. The first hit he gets today, if he gets any, will be his 200th hit. Paul Wainer was the first major leaguer to break 200. He broke it yesterday. Gehringer pops one into short center field, and it's going to be grabbed by Frankie Crosetti, backing up there. 2 out. Greenberg is up. Greenberg was out yesterday, observing Jan Kipper. And I believe, undoubtedly, Hank's big bat was missed out here yesterday. Strike called on Henry. Quick breaking curve through the middle. Broca looks over to see that White doesn't have too much of a lead off first. Ball. Little high. It was over there, but a little high. 1-1. 2 men out. White on first. Score 2-0 in favor of the Yankees. First inning. Johnny sets himself for the next pitch. White going with him. Ball 2. White stole second and is going on to third. When Jordan threw the ball into center field, got past Chapman. White rounded third, fell down on his way to the plate, got up again, and then walked slowly into the plate, scoring the run. Past second, and charged Chapman with another error in letting the ball get past him in center field. White scoring on the stolen base and double error. The next pitch to Greenberg, strike, and the count is now 2-2 on Hank. 23rd stolen base for White. Greenberg just struck out on a low curve. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 errors. Fox first up, singled off Rolfe's glove at third. White forced Fox at second, Rolfe to Lazzeri. Gehringer popped to Crosetti at short. White stole second, continued on to third when Jorgen's throw was bad and went into center field. And then when Chapman fumbled the throw out in center field, White continued on home. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 errors. Score is 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. As the second inning opens, Benny Chapman is the batter, right-hand hitter. Marbury pitching for the Tigers. First 3 men up in the opening inning hit him. A single, a double, and then a single. Counting for 2 runs. Ball inside and high. Johnny Broca is pitching for the Yankees. Marbury's arm goes up for the next one. Chapman flied to short right field. Fox is coming fast, but he can't get up to that one. And it's a single into right. Chapman stopping there at first. And it brings up Sammy Bird, another right-hand batter. Followed by Jorgens with Broca on deck. Marbury digging away there for a foothold. Hamlin and York again going out to the bullpen. They had come in at the end of the first inning, high inside, knocking Bird down away from the plate. Ball 1. Chapman taking a bit of a lead. Inside and low, ball 2. 2-0 on Bird. Nobody out. Chapman on first, second inning. Marbury sets himself for the next pitch. Bird fly to short center field. White is coming over toward left for it and has it. 1 out. Jorgens, another right-hand batter up. Chapman still on first. 1 man down in the second, and the Yankees leading 2-1. Fred sets himself for the next pitch. Here it comes. Outside, a curve ball. Happy tried a delayed steal on that one. He waited until after the ball was into Hayworth, and Ray was getting ready to toss it back to Marbury, then broke for second. Hayworth, however, failed to be fooled, as I believe he was baffled in the New York series in New York, and heaved a perfect throw to Gehringer, nailing Chapman for the second out. 2 out. The count is 1-1 on Jorgens. Strike 2 called. That pitch was on the inside corner to a right-hand batter. Count is 2 strikes, 1 ball. The arm goes up for the next one. Jorgens raised a high fly to the infield. Hayworth has it halfway up toward first, ending the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Chapman first up, dropped a single in short right field. Too far in for Fox and too far out for Gehringer or Greenberg. Bird slide to White, short left center. Chapman was out stealing. Hayworth to Gehringer, and Jorgens ended the inning popping to Hayworth midway between first and the plate. Score is 2-1. Favor of the Yankees. 1.5 innings played. Owen, Goslin, and Rogella, the first 3 up for the Tigers in the second. This is WWJ, the Detroit News. The game coming to you through the courtesy of the White Star Refining Company. White Star markets mobile oil and mobile gas with climatic control. While Broca is tossing a couple here to Jack Salzgaber, warming him up till Jorgens gets his stuff on. I want to call your attention to the fact that there'll be a doubleheader here at Navin Field this coming Sunday between the Scricky Tivoli team for the first game, and the winner of that game will play Wish-Iggins Little Bengals. These players are property of the Tigers, who have been farmed out in minor league clubs. Owen is up there. Broca has pitched 2 balls to him, both inside. 2-0. Oh. And the next one through the middle for a called strike, belt high. 2 balls, 1 strike. The arm goes up for the next one. Owen smacking a bounder to shortstop. Crosetti has it. There's the throw, and he's out at first. Crosetti to Gehrig. Short to first. Owen retired. 1 out, none on. Goslin up. Goose is going through his usual ritual of scraping out the inside front corner of the left-hand batter's box. He always goes up there and digs that out of there with his cleat. Foul along first base line, fouling that curve that Broca was serving. 1 man out, nobody on. 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. Second inning. Johnny gets the sign from Jorgens, raises his arm for the pitch, and curves that one over for the second called strike. 2 strikes, 1 ball. 1 out and none on. Johnny sets his cap, gets ready to go. The arm goes up in the motion. Goslin just managed to foul that one slightly, and it bounded off umpire Will Dineen's chest protector clear out to third base, where Red Rolfe handed it to George Moriarty. umpiring at third, and George has tossed it back to Broca. Count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. Goslin the batter. Broca is ready. Here's the pitch. Little high. Ball 2. 2-2. Two and two, 1 out, none on, and the pitch. Goslin pops to shortstop. Frank Crosetti settling himself for the catch. He has it. 2 out. Rogel is up. And the fire chief will bat left-handed today against right-hand pitching. Bill is in there. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Two down, none on. And the next pitch, Rogel fouled. Strike 1. It's up in the upper deck. Out along third base way. And the count is 1-1 on Rogel with 2 out and none on in the second, and the score 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. Of the last game the Yanks will play here this season. A foul ball. Jorgens under it down here below us and has it. And Broca retired the side in order. Neat pitching in that inning. Owen first up, grounded to Crosetti at short. Goslin popped to Crosetti, and Rogel fouled to Jorgens. So it's 2-1 in favor of New York at the end of the second inning. First man up is Broca, starting the third. Broca, Crosetti, and Rolfe are the first 3. Dandy day for a ball game. And a nice crowd out here to see the Yankees making their last appearance at Maven Field for 1934. We hope before the ball game gets over that Babe Ruth gets in it. I'd like to see Babe take one more swing this season. But his leg is pretty sore. He takes a bit of batting practice, but not very much. Manager Cochran's Charlie Horse is better, but still not cured. That's why he's out of today's game. The pitch is high. Ball 1. Broca, the batter, leading off for the Yankees. Not see the ball very well. You know he wears glasses. Strike called. And he gave all the appearance of one who could not watch a fast pitch. The arm goes up for the next one. High. Ball 3. 3-1 is the count. Marbury's arm goes up for the next pitch. Ball 4. Broca walked. Seems to be the tip-off that Marbury is not right. Fred's control is not so hot today. All he had to do with Broca was to pitch 3 in there. Crosetti is up. Frank singled sharply the first time at bat. Scored the first Yankee run today. Inside, ball 1. Pull it out a little. Not much. There. And the next pitch, high, ball 2. 2-0. In the 7 pitches so far in this inning, Marbury has gotten but 1 across the plate. Count is 2-0 on Crosetti. Broca on first, nobody out. Third inning, Yankees leading 2-1. Hamlin again warming up. Strike called. That one was in there. Letter high through the middle. Fred looks over his shoulder to see where Broca is. He's not taking much lead. Crosetti flied high to center field. White is under it. He has it, standing there like a statue. 1 out. Rolfe is up. Rolfe doubled when he bounded one over Greenberg's head along the right field line in the first inning, sending Crosetti to third. Fred gets the sign from Hayworth. Here's the pitch. Foul strike. Hitting it in the dirt. One out. Brokaw on first. Rolfe bats him left-handed. And the next one low outside. Ball one. 1-1 on Rolfe. Brokaw on first. And the next pitch coming in, a foul, strike two, up against this top deck and bounding down just beyond the reach of some box holders down there, but a fellow stepped right out of the little gate and got that one. He will take that one home, and the count is 2. Marbury gets the sign from Hayworth. He's ready to pitch. Here it comes. It's another hit for Rolfe, a single over second. White throwing the ball in, Brokaw stopping at second. 2 for 2 for Rolfe. Selkirk is up, another left-hand batter. George had a hard single the first time at bat, which scored Crosetti and Rolfe. The left-hand batter. He's changed the stance at the plate and is crowding it with his foot on the back line. Ball. Ready to hit an outside pitch. Count is 1-1. Facing around, almost facing first base as he stands in there now, the way he's standing. Right leg pulled back, left leg right on the inside line of the box. Here's the next pitch. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. Selkirk, Brokaw on second, Rolfe on first, 1 out. High inside, ball 3, 3-1. With 1 out. Joey Sewell telling Brokaw what to do. Ball 4. Bases loaded. Gehrig is up. 1 man out. Gehrig pops to Owen the first time at bat. The wind is blowing toward left center field. Lanup and Lou Gehrig is the batter with the bases loaded and 1 out. The crowd is getting rather tense. The score is 2-1 in favor of the Yankees. This is the third inning. Marbury is raising quite a bit of dust out there as he kicks the ground around to get better footing. He's been off in his pitching. His control has been bad. Here's the pitch to Gehrig, and it's high outside, ball 1. A high, hard one. Gets the sign from Hayworth, starts the motion. Here's the pitch. A bounder over second base for a hit into center field. Brokaw scoring, followed by Rolfe. Selkirk reaching third. Makes the score 4-1 in favor of the Yanks. And Lazaria's up. That seems to be all for Marbury. Time is called. And Hamlin comes in from the bullpen to relieve Marbury, who has allowed 4 runs and 6 hits in 2 1/3 innings. 2 runs are on the bases that will be charged to Marbury if they score. Your attention, please. Hamlin, now pitching for Detroit. Hamlin, now pitching for Detroit. Luke, the Pied Piper of Hamlin, now going to pitch for the Tigers. Lazeri, a right-hand batter, is in there. Hamlin takes his stretch. Here's the first pitch. It's high, ball one, a high fast one. The arm goes up for the next one. Gehrig takes a bit of a lead off first. Lazeri swung hard and missed. Strike one, 1-1. 1-1 on push him up, Tony. Luke is ready. And here comes the next one. Gehrig going on it. Lazeri punched a hit into right field. And then Pete Fox played the ball badly and it got past him to the screen. Gehrig will score all the way from first. And Lazeri is pulling up at third. Now he's going to come home when Greenberg fumbled Fox's throw. Well, that was quite an exciting hit. A single for Lazeri, scoring Selkirk from third, and advancing Gehrig to second. Fox fumbled the hit, and Gehrig reached third on Fox's first fumble. Then he threw badly to Greenberg, and Gehrig continued on home. Lazeri, rather, continued on home. Fox, I believe, will get charged with 2 errors. Lazeri getting a single. Just a minute till we get the official scoring on that. Greenberg, the other one. Greenberg gets the other error instead of Fox 2 on the throw. Chapman is up, and Hamlin has pitched a ball and a strike. And the next pitch inside, ball 2. Here's the next one coming in inside and high. Ball 3. 3-1 on Chappie. Chappie singled the first time up and was out stealing. Hamlin's arm goes up in the motion, and the next pitch, Chapman line to left field. It's over Goslin's head against the wall. He's playing it on the first hop, throwing to second. Chapman is coming down there. A 2-base hit for Chapman. Well, this is quite a Yankee batting rampage this afternoon. 2 runs in the first inning on 3 hits. No runs in the second. And 5 runs in this third inning with 1 man out. Chapman is on second. Bird is up. Bird flied to White the first time up. Strike called. You would expect Bird to fly to someone, wouldn't you all? Hamlin takes his stretch for the next pitch. Here she comes. Ball. Sweeping curve outside. Rogel, and is out at first. On Rogel to Greenberg. Chapman advancing to third on the very peculiar play. That was a carom off Owen's heel. Shot over to Rogel at shortstop. Bill picked it up and threw to Greenberg just ahead of the flying Bird. Well, we've seen everything now. We're like the guy that's had delirium tremens. 2 out, and Jorgens is up. Chapman on third. A called strike on Arndt as Hamlin pitched a ball about knee-high through the middle. The next one, Jorgens wallops in the general direction of the scoreboard. Goslin leaping high, hitting it with his gloved hand, but failing to hold on to it. Chapman scoring. The ball returned from the outfield, getting past a couple of the lads. But nevertheless, it's a 2-base hit for Jorgens. He remained on second while the ball was being cuffed around the infield as it came in. That makes 6 runs in this inning, and the score is now 8-1 in favor of the Yankees. 9 men have batted, and Broca is up for the second time. Well, this is quite a track meet for the boys from the Bronx. Crowd is getting a run for their money today, and so are the Yankees getting many runs for their money. Broca swung and missed that one. Strike 1. He opened the inning by drawing a pass from Marbury, which was the tip-off that Fred wasn't right. It wasn't sure in that first inning. Broca can't see very well in there, and all you have to do is throw them in. Strike 2 called. 2-0 on Broca. Hamlin going through a bit of setting up exercises to loosen up his arm out there. He hasn't had much chance to throw. The boys have been hitting him right back. Strike 3 and out called. Six runs.
Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox. Okay, take it away.
On behalf of George Watson, and myself, this is Fred Fowler bidding you all a good afternoon from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, to bring you the second game of the City Championship Series between the White Sox and the Cubs being played this afternoon in Comiskey Park. The game will not start for about 5 minutes, but we have time to tell you about the crowd in the stands, and also to give you the lineups for the game to be played this afternoon. Looking up in the press box up here, we would say that there are approximately 15,000 to 18,000 fans in the stands, both in the upper decks and in the boxes below, and it's a bright, sunny day. The fielder clubs are all out on the field down there, all ready for the players to go out, and they've already warmed up and have left the field with just the pitchers warming up down in the bullpen right now. So without more ado, we'll give you the lineup for the game to be played this afternoon. For the Cubs to come to bat first, Galan is going to play center field. Cabaretta, third base. Herman, second base. Demery, right field. Hack, third base. Hartnett, catching. Jurgis, shortstop. And Lon Warnicki will do the pitching. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left field. Rosenthal, center field. Haas, right field. Ventura, first base. Appling, shortstop. Hayes, second base. Dyke, third base. Sewell, catching. And Monty Stratton, pitching. The field announcer is just giving the lineup that we have just given you, and the fans are continuing to pour in. In fact, there's a goodly crowd that's already coming in. As we look out over the diamond here, incidentally, the umpires are just coming in, the 4 umpires for this afternoon, and they are Stewart, Barr, McGowan, and Ormsby. Stewart is at first base, Barr is at third base, and Ormsby at the plate. Now taking out the balls and giving them to the catcher, or rather to the umpire Barr behind their umpire Ormsby behind the plate, filling his pockets with them. And incidentally, we're going to tell you that the grandstand is sprinkled with a goodly supply of overcoats this afternoon. You know, did we say something about football starting? That's right, it's football season right now. The baseball season is practically over with just the City Series to wind up the season. And the overcoats are coming more into prominence with mufflers showing up here and there. There's a very colorful crowd out in the stands this afternoon. There's a very mild, moderate, gentle wind blowing. In fact, I should say it was coming very gently from the west to southwest, west to southwest. Is that about right? Yeah, about southwest, George remarked. The breeze seems to be coming from the back of the box here, so it is blowing in a northeasterly direction, which will help if the ball gets above these stands in carrying it into that center field bleacher out there, which is about 440 feet. Yes, there's only been one ball ever hit in there. It'll have to be a little bit stronger wind than it is today to carry it really into it. Nonetheless, it is a perfect baseball day. It's one of those days that can be adapted to almost any sport, whether it's baseball, football, or whatever it happens to be.
And there go the White Sox onto the field to take their position for the first half of the first inning. The White Sox all dressed in their white uniforms, and the visiting Cubs will be in their gray visitors' uniforms this afternoon. And now the game is just about to start, and so for the play-by-play for the first few innings, here he is, George Watson. All right, George.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're underway for the second game in the city series between the Sox and the Cubs. Yesterday, of course, you know, the White Sox came north to Wrigley Field and taught the Cubs a few lessons in baseball by the score of 5-1. Vernon Kennedy allowing only 4 hits in the entire ball game, which was a crackerjack ball game to watch. Radcliffe's home run was something to really get a kick out of. The boys romping home one after another. Our pitcher's warming up now. Monty Stratton pitching for the White Sox with Luke Sewell behind the plate, and the first man at bat is Augie Gallant. Monty Stratton, a tall stringer out there, taking the rosin bag, goes down his cab, getting the sign from Luke Sewell, and the ball game is about to begin. Take it on behind him, getting the signal, and take on it. This man Gallant. And here it is, the first pitch, and ball 1. Pitch. And I foul up into the upper deck just in front of us there, and is missed completely by all concerned. Strike 1. And ball 1 on Augie Gallant. The stretch and the pitch. And he foul takes one into the midst of Luke Sewell for strike 2. Strike 2 and ball 1 on the hitter. Rosenberg again. Monty Stratton, a tall right-hander, pitching to Augie Gallant, batting left-handed. And an underhand shoot which developed into a ball. So it's 2 strikes and ball 2. 2 and 2. That one cut the inside corner of the plate, and Augie Gallant didn't like that. He just kind of stood there and watched it go by. So it's 1 out. Augie Gallant striking out. Watched that third one go by. Monty just put a screwball twist on that, and it broke sharply over the inside corner of the plate. Which brings Phil Cavaletta to bat. And the pitch. And ball 1. Ball 1 for Phil Cavaletta. Stretch. Cutting the inside corner of the plate for ball 2. Fired 1 out, rather. Sorry. Gallant struck out. 1 out the first half of the first inning. And the pitch. A sharply hit ball down to the second baseman, and he is out. For the second out. Ball was hit down to Jackie Hayes, but plenty of time to field it and get it over to Zeke Manera. Which brings us Stanley Hack at bat, hitting right-handed. 2 out. And he dusted him off that time. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Hack? I'm awfully sorry. Billy Herman. Billy Herman is the batter. And ball 2 on Billy Herman. Ball 2 and strike 1. Getting ready to pitch, the stretch. Another one of those underhanded curves. Broke sharply across the plate. Strike 1. Ball 2. Stratton getting ready to pitch again to Billy Herman. And Billy takes a nice cut at that ball. A high fly out into left field. And is taken very nicely by Ripper Radcliffe for the third out. No hits, no runs, and no errors for the Cubs in their first half of the first inning in this second game between the White Sox and the Cubs. Ron Warnicki on the mound. Breathing over a few to Gabby Hartnett. Ball tossing the ball around the infield. Cubs attired in their gray traveling uniforms today. And the White Sox down to bat. The first batter will be Ripper Redcliffe, the left fielder for the Sox. Ron burn him down there like he usually does. Long, slow wind up, and then a snap, and away she comes. Radcliffe gets quite a hand as he comes out. Naturally, the fans are pretty crazy about him, but what he did yesterday by knocking that ball out into the right field bleachers out at Wrigley Field. Radcliffe is at bat. Ron Warnicki on the mound. And we're ready to go. Batting left-handed against the right-handed pitcher. Ball one. Rip scoops down and gets some of that good old dirt to rub on that bat. Ron rubbing at the ball. Get that horse-hide little loose on there so it can do a lot of twists and turns. Here she comes. Stretch and the pitch. And right over the heart of the plate for strike one. Strike one and ball one. Ball two. Cuts way out in the outside corner. Ball two, strike one. Radcliffe's the hitter. Getting ready to pitch. There's the windup. And a beauty right over the heart of the plate. Rather a slow ball. Had a very freaky curve. Seemed to kind of lob over. Radcliffe stood by and just let it go. Strike two and ball two. Ball three. Ball three, strike two on Ripper Radcliffe. First man up in the Sox part of the first inning. This should be the good one. And Ripper Radcliffe gets the walk. Radcliffe on first. Brings up Harry Rosenthal, the center fielder. Rosenthal at bat, also batting left-handed. Radcliffe on first. And Warnicki getting ready to pitch. Gets his signs from Gabby Hartnett. Boys all in position. Watching first base, and here's the pitch. Strike one. Strike one on Larry Rosenthal. Radcliffe staying pretty close to first base. Ron's looking over there, keeping him pretty well to the bag. Now a little leadoff. Watching him, the pitch. And he tries to bunt, but it turned out foul. So strike two on Larry Rosenthal. Boys striking the ball around the infield. Back to Lon Warnicki. He's still working on that ball, trying to get that cover loosened up a little bit. The rosin bag. Steps up to the slab. Gets the sign from Gabby Hartnett. And the stretch. And that was ball one. Ball one and strike two on Rosenthal. Ripper Radcliffe on first base. There's the leadoff. Leave about 10 feet off the bag. And right straight through the box, a nice drop sink. And now he's held up at second. Throws a little wide. Holding Radcliffe at second. Rosenthal singled sharply right through Lon Warnicki. Went out into center field. So now Mr. Warnicki's in rather a hole. No out. The man on first and second. which brings up Zeke Benora, Hugh Hawes. Hugh Hawes at bat. Man on first and second. Warnock is in a hole now. Foul off to the left up in the second deck of the grandstand. Strike one on Hugh Hawes. Strike one on Hugh Hawes. Man on first and second. And strike one on the bat. Warnock watches first and second pretty close now before he tries the pitch. And there's the pitch. And ball one. The infield playing in close now and figuring that Hawes might attempt a bunt. Ball one and strike one. Ball two outside. Pitch in this distance happens to be the second strike leads off first and second. Warnock getting rid of the pitch. And here it is. And he bunts right down to Warnock. Warnock throws to third. Way over the third baseman's head. Another run coming in. And Hugh Hawes is safe at third on a bunt. Hughes on a bunt at third base. Warnock fielded and threw it way over the third baseman's head out into left center. A two-base throwing error. There seems to be an argument about it now. They have the argument out there arguing with the umpire. Warnock threw about 6 feet over the third baseman's head and went way out into left center. And we have 2 runs in and Hawes on third base. A two-base throwing error. 1-1. He laid that bunt down perfect. Warnock could have fielded it, which he did, and then threw the fair to try and catch the man coming in second, but whoop, over his head it went and clean out into the garden. There seems to be some dispute about it now. Gabby Hartnett's out there arguing with the umpires. But it was a beautiful play, and from where we sit up here in the booth, it looks as though it was safe. But that's up to the umpire. It's a side. Scored on that, bringing Hawes up to third base, and nobody else. Well, there's a picture of the ball game in the White Sox half of the first inning. Gabby's still arguing down there, but I guess it's going to go. So there's 2 runs in, no outs, and Hugh Hawes on third base by virtue of that bunt he laid down. Warnock fielded and threw over the third baseman's head, which was a two-base throwing error. Zeke Benora is at bat. The right-handed hitter. Strike one and Zeke Benora. The stretch and the pitch. And ball one and strike one on Zeke Benora. Rudin Henshaw are warming up for the Cubs. Warnock finds himself in quite a mess out there now with 2 runs in, nobody out. The man on third base, and Zeke Benora at bat with 1 strike and ball one. Ball two, strike one. Mr. Benora is the batter. Warnock getting his signal from Gabby Hartnett. A wind-up. And the pitch. And ball 3. Ball 3 on Zeke Benora with strike one. Nobody out. The man on third. 2 runs in. And the pitch. And Zeke gets a hold of one, which is going foul into the lower boxes to our right. Strike 2 and ball 3. Nobody out. Score 2-0 for the White Sox in their half of the first inning. Warnock getting ready to pitch. And here it is. And he fouls another. Right back into the screen. So it's strike 2, ball 3. Luke Epling is the next at bat. The Cubs on the alert now, watching every movement of Ron Warnicki. And Luke fouls another over into the White Sox dugout. The count remains the same. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And Drew Hall's on third base. Nice crowd out here today. Perfect baseball weather. A little chilly up here, but nice down on the field. And Zeke Manor struck out for the first out in the second half of the first inning. Luke Epling coming to bat. Hall still on third base. Luke Epling, a champion batsman of both leagues. And Luke gets a mighty nice hand. That's right-handed. Warnicki still rubbing up that ball. Getting ready to pitch now, getting a sign from Gabby Hartnett. And here it comes. Ball 1, high and on the inside. High and on the inside. Ball 1 for Epling. And ball 2. That broke sharply to the outside of the plate. About knee high. Boys playing in close now. Warnicki using the rousing bag quite frequently. And the pitch. And he... A sharply hit ball down to Billy Herman at second, and it developed into a two-bagger. That ball took a nasty hop. It turned right off of Billy Herman's... That ball would be called a hit. A ball that it looked like Billy could field, but it took a sharp bounce off his shoe, and it's called a hit. And Luke Epling pulls up at second base. The ball bounded high right out into the right field. And another run in, so it's 3-0 for the Sox. Hall scored from third base on that two-bagger. Which brings us to bat, Jackie Hayes. 1 ball. Jackie Hayes, the hitter. And he, now, just a little grounder down that went foul out into the third base coaching box. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Jackie Hayes. And 1 out. 1 out and 3 runs in for the White Sox. Warnicki getting the sign. And the pitch. Luke Epling taking quite a lead off second base. Ball 2 and strike 1. Hayes stands up at the plate very much like Luke Epling, about the same stance. And strike 2. Ball had a funny hop. Jackie Hayes took a wild swing at it and missed it a mile. Ball 2, strike 2 on Jackie Hayes. Luke Epling on second base, 1 out. And the score 3-0 for the White Sox. Here's the pitch. Gabby Hartnett's calling him for the umpire. He got that ball, his right hand went up. But it so happened it was ball 3. Ball 3 and strike 2 on Jackie Hayes. Epling taking quite a lead off second. And here is the pitch. He gets a hold of one. It's a high fly out into center field. He's got to run for it. Center fielder came in for that. Ogie Galland came in for it, but Billy Herman went back and took it just about midway between the second base and the center field bleachers. So it's 2 outs. Jackie Hayes flied out to Billy Herman, and manager Jimmy Dykes is at bat. Score 3-0 for the White Sox. And 2 outs. Luke Epling still on second base. Jimmy Dykes at bat. Strike 1 on Jimmy. Right over the heart of the plate, about letter high. of the second half of the first inning. Strike 2 on Jimmy Dykes. 2 out. Appling on second. Strikes at bat. And 2 strikes on manager Jim. And he struck out. Went down swinging. That ends the first half, the last half of the first inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sum half 2 hits and 1 man left on base. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday afternoon, we didn't have us, but this afternoon, it is our pleasure to bring to you that ace, that dean of sports announcers, the man amongst men, that outstanding man. Here he is, in the flesh himself, Hal Totten.
Hey, can I get my head in this booth after all of that? That's what I want to know. Whoa, man. Hey, George, what kind of a system do you use down here? Oh, just, You're terrific. This is another George. This is Watson. Gee, Watson. Oh, that's yours. I see that's the smaller system. Well, I see I've got a lot of competition. How things go yesterday? Here, I thought I was going to have a vacation. Here I am back to work again. No golf. Well, anyway, it's worth looking at, no matter what way you look at it. And going into the second inning, the Cubs are at bat. The White Sox leading 3-0, and we're bearing down with, let's see, who's at bat. Frank Demery, the first man up there, and Stratton starts to wind up the pitch. The first one throws, and it's a fastball inside across the weight for ball 1. 1 ball called. That's just Watson sitting down in his usual quiet manner. There's ball 2. It's a fast one inside, in which Demery had to twist away from it to keep from getting hit. Sewell picks it up, looks it over, and calls for another one, which umpire Ormsby tosses him, immediately throwing the other ball out of play. And Sewell stands there, rubs the old shine off, throws the ball back out to the pitcher. Stratton has it, and also does a little rubbing up on his own hook back of the mound. It's 2-0, 2 balls, and no strikes on Demery. First man back to the Cubs in the first half of the second. And there's strike 1, a beauty down the middle across the letters. Strike, let it go by without offering at it. And the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1. He hits the next one, a drive into left field. Radcliffe comes in nicely, though, and makes the catch for the first out in the second inning. The ball was well hit and curving a little bit toward the line, but Radcliffe came in. He was playing clear out to the wall and made the catch easily for the first out in the second inning. 1 out. And Stanley Hack, the Cubs' third baseman, a left-handed hitter, tall, slim boy, steps up there to the plate. Hack at bat. And he takes the first one and slips by wide across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and there's a ball inside and low. So the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strike. Stratton goes back, uses the rosin bag, steps on the slab once more. Winds up and pitches a high ball outside for ball 3. And it's 3-0 on Hack. 3 balls and no strike. 3-0 the count with the pitcher waiting out there again. Stands there with his back to the plate, rubbing up the ball. And then turns around, walks slowly onto the mound once more. Has the sign, winds up, and pitches, and the hitter gets ball 4. It's over the plate, but too low. And Hack gets the base on ball to put him on first base with 1 out in the second inning for the Cubs. And Gabby Hartnett, Cubs catcher, gets a hand from the Cubs fans and a big boo from the Sox fans as he steps up there. Gabby was protesting before on the air by Warnicki, claiming only 1 run should have come in when the ball that was thrown by Warnicki went into the canvas down the left field line. And the Sox fans, of course, didn't like that at all and are telling him in no mean language every time he moves around, which is the old city rivalry, boys, the way it should be on both sides of the field. Stratton throws the first one to Gabby, who takes it for a ball. It's over the plate, but too low. 1 ball called. Johnny Corden coaching down at first base, making all sorts of wild gestures to indicate that he thinks Gabby ought to get a hold of one. Stratton throws again, and Leo twists away to take ball 2. It's inside, drops out of Sewell's glove. And Luke picks it up, throws it back to the pitcher. Hayes dashed over to cover second, but Hack held first as the ball dropped practically out to catch his feet. Two nothing is the count, 2 balls and no strikes. And the hitter hits the next one, a bounder, which Stratton knocks down. He races over towards shortstop to get it, but it's too late, and Gabby beats it out for a base hit, putting Cub runners on first and second. with 1 out of the second inning, and Johnny Gill is at bat. Hard smash right back at Stratton, who made a courageous effort to get it, knocking it down with his bare hand. It rolled over toward the shortstop. Naturally, with the ball hit straight through the box, Appling was carrying for second and didn't have time to stop and shift into the infield to get the ball. Gabby beat it out for a base hit, and Cub runners are on first and second with 1 out in the second inning. And Johnny Gill, husky left-handed hitter up there. Sewell suddenly calls time and asks for the pitcher to throw a couple to make sure that his hand's all right after stopping that one. Jimmy Dykes goes over to talk to him also. Monty seems to think it's okay, however, they're taking no chances. And Sugar Kane has started to warm up down in the left field bullpen just to be ready in case that Monty does have trouble with controlling that ball. You know, that's liable to numb the fingers and make it a little tough. But he's thrown a couple and seems to think he's all right, so we're ready to go again. Monty's all set now. Pitch throws, and Johnny fouls the ball down past first base. Karam's against the stand, bounds out toward the left field line. Wally Stevenson warming up French in the right field bullpen for the Cubs. Runs in to get the ball. Umpire Stewart takes it and throws it all the way into the screen. Now Stratton swings around. He's ready once more. Throws, and Gill lines the ball into right field for a base hit. Hobbs coming in on it. The runner from second is scoring. The runner from first, Gabby, who isn't very fast on his feet, stops at second. Single to right by Gill. Driving in Hack to make the score 3-1 in favor of the White Sox. And leaves Cub runners on first and second with 1 out, 1 run home in the second inning. And Bill Jurgis at bat. Jurgis, the shortstop, at the plate. He's a right-handed hitter, stands there waiting as Stratton gets his time. And the hitter hits the ball, a slow bounder back to Hayes, who scoops it up, flips it to Appling. He throws to first, and it's a double play, a good fast double play. Hayes to Appling to Ventura for the second and third outs in the first half of the second inning, ending the inning with 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 man left on base for the Cubs. And the score is 3-1 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox at bat in the last half of the second inning with Sewell, Luke Sewell, the White Sox catcher, the first man at bat. First man at bat in the third inning for the Cubs, or rather, second inning for the Sox. Wait a minute, I'm going to keep them at bat. That wouldn't be so hot. Here we go in the second inning. I guess it's probably say, sort of funny to see the Chicago team hitting first in the inning. Here's Luke Sewell at bat to start the last half of the second. He hits the first pitch, a high fly in short center field. Billy Herman racing back, finally calls for the ball and grabs it. He had to get it because neither Demery or Galan could get in quick enough to reach it. And so Billy Herman makes the catch pretty well out into right center, having to go a long way to get it for the first out in the second inning. And Monty Stratton gets a swell hand from the fans as he comes walking out of the dugout and up there toward the plate. Stratton at bat with 1 out in the second inning for the White Sox. The score is 3-1 in favor of the White Sox. And Warneke gets the sign, starts to wind up, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike to count. Warneke waits there again, winds up once more, and throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high, and it's 2 strikes. 2 strikes on Stratton. Again, the pitcher throws, and it's ball 1. It's over the plate for 2 low. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Monty. 1 and 2 with the pitcher ready again. Starts to wind up once more, throws, and the hitter swings it a bounder down to Jurgis, who comes over fast, scoops it up nicely, throws to first, and Stratton is out for the second out in the second inning. From the second inning for the White. And Riffratt, leadoff man and left fielder, steps up there to the plate. Radcliffe at bat. Winds up, throws, and Radcliffe takes a strike over the heart of the plate. Loosened up pretty well, although he loosened up in the first inning when they got busy on him. He's loosened up too much. The next one to foul it off the ground back of the plate for strike two, making it 2 strikes on the Ripper. 2 strikes on Radcliffe. 2 out in the second inning for the Sox. They're leading the Cubs 3-1. Out in the second inning for the Cubs. Warnke winds up again now, throws, and it's a ball. It's over the plate, but too low, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Radcliffe. 1-2 the count. 1-2, pitch ready once more. He's winding up. Throwing, hit a ball out to right center to make the catch for the third out. 3 out, the ball was mighty well hit, and Demery had to race back toward right center out in front of the scoreboard. He got that ball, although still within about 20 or 25 feet of the scoreboard. So it's no runs, no hits in the second inning, and at the end of the second inning, the White Sox are leading the Cubs by a score of 3-1. Well, Fred, you've got something to say here?
I have, Hal. This baseball presentation featuring Hal Cotton is coming to you as a presentation of the Voice of Labor. WCFL, Chicago. All right, Hal, it's yours.
Well, all right, I got it. In fact, I had it all the time. I was right over your shoulder. They got you out here in the cold now, Fred. You don't sit down there taking it like you did, taking it easy in that air-cooled studio in that hot weather. Remember that, George? Oh, boy. What are you moaning about? You used to sit here. Look at what he's got on today. One coat, one sweater, another coat. And I can remember when he used to sit here and once in a while even peel off that striped shirt. Here we go. Warnick gets out in the third inning. He got a nice hand as he came up there. Pitcher winds up, throws, and Lon swings at a ball down to Dykes back at third base. Jim gets it, arches the ball across the diamond, and Warnick is out for the first out in the third inning. 1 out in the third inning for the Cubs. And Augie Gallan, the Cubs center fielder, steps up there. The leadoff man is bat. Stratton stands there, getting his side, winds up, and pitches. And here's a high fastball inside for Paul Worth. 1 ball called. Sewell suddenly walks out into the infield with the ball this time before throwing it back to Stratton. Comes back behind the plate again. And Monty steps on the slab once more. Starts to wind up again and pitches. The hitter takes ball 2. It's a curveball down by the knees. And the count is 2-0 on Augie. 2 balls and no strikes. Cubs in the last 2 innings have shown an inclination to wait this pitcher out. And there's a strike curving towards the hitter. Stayed over the inside corner a little above the knees to run the count 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Gallan. Augie flips the dirt aside, then steps up to the plate. Starts to wind up. Throws. And he leans back to take ball 3 inside across the shoulders. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Gallan. Augie batting left-handed as he always does against right-handed pitching. Waits. Stratton winds up, throws, and the hitter swings it a high fly to right field. Haas jogs in easily. He's waiting for it. Has it, and it's 2 out in the third inning. 2 out in the third inning for the Cubs. And Phil Cavaretta, the Cubs first baseman, left-handed hitter also, steps up there to the plate. Cavaretta at bat. Stratton on the slab. Getting his time, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter swings it a high fly out into short center field. Rosenthal coming in fast, Appling going out there, and Luke makes the catch nicely. Oh, he was going and still had his back to the infield as he caught that ball dropping out in front of him over his shoulder to make a nice play for the third out. And it's no runs, no hits in the third inning for the Cubs. The score remaining 3-1 in favor of the White Sox. Sox at bat in the last half of the third inning. The first White Sox hitter, Larry Rosenthal, who seems to be the big shot in the attack for the Sox so far, although Appling is also keeping up with him in the hit department. Each one has made 3 hits in the 2 games. Let's take a look to make sure. Yesterday, Rosenthal had 2 hits and 4 times at bat. No, Appling had 1 hit and 2 times of that. He had the 2 walks. I knew their percentage was the same. So Rosenthal now has 3 hits in the series, and Appling 2, as far as the White Sox are concerned. Oh, Lucius Luke showing it's no luck that he was up there leading both leagues in hitting. Last top of the 3rd inning, Rosenthal up there at the plate. Husky left-handed hitter, who, from all prospects, should be one of the real rookies of the year next summer when he gets the first full season. He hits the first pitch, the fly to left field. Gill is going back, grabs for the ball, and makes a great backhanded catch of it. The only trouble was he wouldn't have had to make a great backhanded catch of it if he judged it right in the first place. Johnny went racing way back there to the wall, but he was running almost in the wrong direction. And finally, at the last minute, he veered over toward the foul line and made a one-handed backhanded stab of that long drive and held onto it for the first out in the 3rd inning. And now Hart the bat swings the first pitch to foul it up into the second deck and a bounce clear back out into the field, and it's 1 strike on Hart. 1 strike to count. He winds up again, throws, and Mule swings and fouls the ball off the end of the bat. It just missed Venura, dashed over and hit the stand to the left of the plate and rolled back out in the field. Zeke gets it, throws it over to the fat boy who decides it should go into the screen, not the bench. Rolls it over to the announcer down there. So it's 2 strikes on Hart. With the pitcher waiting there again, he winds up and throws, and Mule takes a wide one low for ball. And the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hart. Warnke gets the ball back from Hartnett. Stands there getting his sign. He's winding up and throws, and the hitter swings the high fly out into left field. The left fielder Gill starts in on that, then changes his mind, backs up a little, and has that one easily for the second out. So it's 2 out in the 3rd inning for the White Sox, and Venura is at bat. Zeke Venura up there with 2 out in the 3rd inning for the White Sox. Warnke throws the first one. It's a strike over the inside corner, waist high. 1 strike on Zeke. 1 strike is the count. Pitch waiting out there again. Stands there getting his sign. He winds up once more and throws, and the hitter swings and misses a fastball for strike 2. That makes it 2 strikes on Venura. 2 outs for the Sox in the 3rd inning. White Sox leading the Cubs 3-1. Ready again, winds up, throws, and it's over the plate for 2 low for ball 2, or ball 1 rather. The count is 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Big Zeke. 1-2 the count. Warnke waiting for the sign, has it, winds up again. Throws, and the hitter takes ball 2, and Hartnett wags his head at Warnke as though to say that ball didn't go where he expected it to. Throws it back to Lon, flips the glove up over his wrist. Rubs the ball up a little bit, uses the rosin bag, and comes back on the slab. Count of 2 balls and 2 strikes on Venura. Warnke again winds up, throws, and Zeke gets the 3rd ball. That one just barely missed the outside corner across the knees. And so Gabby takes the ball to look it over, can't find anything wrong with it, throws it back to Dick. Warnke wipes his hands dry, looks over the boys out there in the field, and throws the next one high and inside for ball 4, giving Zeke a base on ball. Well. He had 2 strikes on him and then threw 4 consecutive bad ones, so Venura gets a walk. And he's on first base with 2 out in the 3rd inning, and Luke Appling at bat. And Lucius Luke up there, still going like a streak. Warnke seems to have a sign. He's ready to pitch and throws, and it's inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. 5 consecutive bad ones that Warnke's thrown out there. 4 after getting 2 strikes on Venura to walk Zeke. And now 1 on Appling. So it's 1 ball called with a pitcher waiting there again. Cups his cap, swings around as he gets the sign. There's a stretch to first base.
Then throws over there. The runner just barely slid back ahead of the throw, and it was pretty doggone close. Zeke wasn't expecting that, and had a pretty big lead, so had to slide back feet first to get in there. 1 ball called, and the pitcher is ready now to pitch to Appling again. Still watches the runner, but pitches, and Luke gets an easy bounder down to Billy Herman, who gets it, throws to first base, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits, 1 man left on base in the 3rd inning for the White Sox. And the score is still 3-1 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 3rd inning. Now, well, I guess they got somebody else down there because Fred's out here, but at any rate, it's the end of the 3rd inning, so if you want some scores of what's going on in that World Series game, we return to the studio.
And here we are back in the studios to tell you that the Yankees are having a field day at the Polo grounds in New York. Schumacher started out and was knocked out of the box, to be followed by Smith, who was promptly also knocked out of the box, and a right-hander, Dick Kaufman, has finally taken Smith's place as the Giant pitcher. Lazari homered with the bases filled for the Yanks in the first half of the 3rd inning. The score is now 9-1 in favor of the Yanks as we come to the close of the first half of the 3rd inning. That's all the scores now, so back to Hal Totten and Comiskey Park.
And Vernon Lefty Gomez for the Yankees. The Yankees call Mr. Gomez Goofy, and he likes it. The Cubs players refer to Mr. Dean as Old Beers, and he likes it. Those two fellows are popular with their own mates. They're both idolized by the fans. Gomez by the fans of New York, and Dean by the fans of Chicago. When Gomez steps out on the mound in a few minutes, he's going to have an ambition there to tie 1 World Series record and to establish a new one. In his career so far, Lefty Grove has pitched 5 and won 5 games in the Big Fall Classic. He was with the Yanks in a series of 32, and he pitched and won 1 game. And in 1936, he pitched and won 2 games, and last year he pitched and won 2. The record for winning World Series games in 6, and it's held jointly by Chief Bender of the Old Time Athletics and by Wade Hoyt of the Yankees of some 12 to 15 years ago, when they first began to assert themselves as a great power team. No other pitchers in the history of the Big Series have won 6 games, but Gomez would tie that record if he should win today. And then he has a chance to set a new record for the fall show if he should win, because his standing as a World Series pitcher would then be the highest percentage of them, because by winning today, he would make it still stronger. Make it a new record, because if he wins, he will have gained 6 World Series records and will not have lost a game. His record would be 6-1 and nothing lost then. The other boys, Bender and Hoyt, who have tapped up 6 victories, have been charged at least with 1 defeat apiece. Now, Dizzy Dean's World Series experience until this year has been limited to 1 fall classic, that of 1934, when he was with the Cardinals and they played the Detroit Tigers. But Dizzy was the outstanding figure of that series and was on the mound in the 7th and deciding game when the Cards beat the Tigers and won the World's Championship. And that, by the way, is the last time that the National League was victorious in the Classic. And old Diz was credited with 2 victories in that series. And there are fans today in Chicago and in St. Louis and in many other cities who believe that Dizzy is the man who has about just what it takes to beat the Yankees. Of course, we're going to be able to tell you more about that in a couple of hours from now. Right now, we have the park filling up. Actually, hundreds of fans are milling around and being handled very nicely, as we told you yesterday, by Andy Frame's ushers who point out the seats and then reach for the next set of tickets. Practically everyone in the park is doing today what they did yesterday. They're standing up in the lower deck. In the upper deck, most of them are seated because they simply have to sit there and look down and see what's going on in the field. The Yankees at the present time are taking their fielding practice. Of course, later on, John Harrington is going to tell you what's going on as far as lineups and things of that sort are concerned. The wind today is not blowing from the north as it did yesterday. It's blowing from the north and east. That means that a ball hit toward center field will be blown back toward second base. A ball hit toward right field will be blown over toward the right field line. A ball hit toward left field with any sort of a carry on it should come back toward third base. It's a wind blowing in from the northeast off the lake, The temperature is around something like 52, according to the last we heard. We're not interested in the temperature as we are in seeing two teams get hot. Dizzy Dean is warming up for the Cubs, and Lefty Gomez, a left-hander, is warming up for the team known as the Yankees, the Bone Crushers from New York. Throws are being made in from the outfield down toward the home plate for the outfielders who have been out there in this fielding practice, and now we're having that fielding practice, too, making the throws. Selzerk is just making one throw down toward the home plate now, and instead of throwing the ball in full distance like a lot of people do, he's a smart baseball player, and he throws the ball in on a hop. The ball gets down to home plate or any other plate faster if you shoot it on a hop. There was a very bad throw just made by DiMaggio, the ball coming off to the left of the plate. That's why he's out there practicing, to get his eye. This time he makes the peg with the wind back at him, and the ball comes a lot closer. No bounce to it, though, but right straight into the plate. They're shooting another one to him to drive him off to the left a little bit. He mixes the ball and finally picks it up to make his peg toward home plate. The colors are being assembled, and there seems to be a march starting on out in center field with the same band of American Legionnaires that was here yesterday. Of course, there will not be any seats so far as I know. That's simply my guess, because it's my understanding that all the grandstand seats and the other seats, the box seats, were sold out. If anybody can go out there and find themselves a spot in the grandstand, they're a better man than I am, because they're going to have to get up there and wedge themselves in with a shoehorn. Now, it's the same kind of an overcast day it was yesterday, with the exception of the fact that the clouds seem to be more solidly banked and are not the dark, scuttling clouds that were there yesterday coming in from the north and west. The wind, as I told you, is off the lake, coming in from the north and east, from the scoreboard right down toward center field, and then over second base toward home plate. The clouds are a little lighter, and there seems to be a little more light out here than there was yesterday. Now, when Manager Hartlett announced last night that Dean was going to be the pitcher today, there wasn't a bit of nervousness on the part of Diz. Instead, we understand that a great big grin came over his face. He was happy about it. He's that kind of a fellow. He has the competitive spirit. And Dizzy is the kind of a fellow who says, give me that ball. He's the kind of a man who thinks he may be knocked out in the first inning, or he might go out and pitch a 9-inning shutout. But whatever happens, you can bet old Diz will give everything that he has. Dean's record for the year, interrupted by long spells, is 7 games won and 1 game lost against 18 victories and 12 defeats for Gomez. The umpires for today's game are Coles of the American League at the plate, Sears of the National League at first, Hubbard of the American League at second, and Moran of the National League over at third base. Now, we understand that the outbreak of temperament displayed by Lou Gehrig in the 8th inning of that first game yesterday was quite a big surprise to everyone who knows him, because he is not given to making demonstrations against umpires' decisions, such as he staged on that instance when he seemed just on the verge of taking a swing at somebody. Gehrig's mates explained that Lou must have been firmly convinced in his own mind that he was right, or he never would have acted that way. The thing was, the count was 3-2 on him. He started to swing at the next pitch, but saw that it was a low hook, and he pulled back the swing and got what he thought was a base on balls. But instantly, Gabby Hartlett whirled, and umpire Moran yelled, foul tip, just as Gabby caught the ball, and he yelled, strike 3. Moran agreed with Hartlett that it was a foul tip, and he called strike 3 on Gehrig, who by that time was jogging on his way down to first base. The minute Gehrig turned his back and started toward first, umpire Moran had his hands up in the air, and his fingers stuck out, 3 of them in the right hand, but he did not call until Gehrig had gone down probably 5 or 6 feet toward first. Of course, Gehrig's protest was useless because he was protesting on a decision that involved an umpire's judgment. There was no use in protesting in a case of that sort. The photographers have been down in the field literally by the hundreds today. We understand yesterday that at one time there were 60 or 70 of them down there. But in some way, apparently, some of these boys who are candid camera fiends have gone down there and sort of wiggled out of the field and commenced to take pictures all over the place. They're thinning out now, so there are probably not more than 25 or 30 of them down there. Most of them at the present time are taking pictures of Dizzy Dean as he warms up, and the others were for a while taking pictures over near the first base dugout where Gomez is warming up. There will never be any kick from either team as to white shirts in the background out there in the center field bleachers. That's the one thing that the home team and the visiting teams howled about this year, was the fact that it was pretty tough to try to see that ball coming from an overhand pitch if the pitcher was more than 4 feet high because of the white shirts out there for a background. But today, with the temperature down where it is, everybody has on either a coat or a top coat or a sweater of some kind. And as far as that's concerned, if there were white shirts out there, it'll be just the same for the home team as it would for the visiting team, and vice versa. And while we're speaking of ifs, there are a lot of ifs in baseball, and of course there were a lot of ifs yesterday. A lot of people said last night, as we talked to them in the drugstore in our building, if such and such a thing had happened, the Cubs would have won. Well, the main point I told them is that if the Cubs had got more runs than the Yankees, they would have won. There were a lot of ifs in the ball game, but that is what is known as second guessing. And we don't do any second guessing out of this booth. You can if all you want to, but there's no sense in it because the ball game is in the records as a Yankee win. The only thing to do is to say that if the Cubs get more runs today, they'll win. And that's the first guess. It's not a second guess. It's very easy to tell what you would have done. The ball's just thrown back now by Jimmy O'Day. Hit Busy Dean on his gloved hand, and he yanked the glove off quickly and looked at his finger. One of his fingers in the left hand apparently was injured a little bit, but he's right back in there warming up and is not paying any attention to it. The band has swung into formation, flags in front, the band facing toward the north and east, near the flagpole, just in front of the center field bleachers. But out there, we see the boys are getting ready for the flag-raising ceremony, which will be held, of course, in just a few moments before the ball game starts. The umpires have come out of the first base dugout and are down there in the Yankee dugout, each of them stopping to take a drink of water out of a little water fountain that's down in the corner. Here come the umpires out on the field, and when the umpires come up, that means that it isn't going to be very long before the official lineups will be handed in, and that the boys will start playing ball. And as long as the umpires are going to find out who's playing in this ball game, I think it's only right that you should find out who's playing in this ball game, too. And you will in just a moment. But first, I'd like to say that this broadcast of the World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Yankees is coming to you from Wrigley Field, Chicago. We pause for station identification. The national anthem is being played, ladies and gentlemen. We pause for that. Ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings will be taken over for the lineups in the ball game by John Herring. Take it, John. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me announce at this time that Pat Flanagan and I will share this microphone to bring you the play-by-play broadcast of today's game from out here at Wrigley Field, the home of the Cubs in Chicago, the second game of the 1938 World Series. Here are the lineups for today. By the New York Yankees, Crossetti at shortstop, Rolfe at third base, Henrich in right field, DiMaggio in center field, Gehrig at first base, Dickey the catcher, Selkirk in left field, Gordon at second base, and Gomez the pitcher. Well, the Chicago Cubs, we have a bit of a changed lineup here, although at the start it's exactly the same as it was yesterday. Hack is the leadoff man, the third baseman, Herman at second base, Demery, who played in left, is over in right field, Marty is in center field, he was not in the game yesterday, Reynolds is in left field, he played in center yesterday, Hartnett is the catcher, Collins at first base, Jurgens at shortstop, and Dean is the pitcher. Bill Gehrig has turned in the lineups for the New York Yankees. Billy Herman has turned them in for the Chicago Cubs. The groundkeepers are practically finished with the infield. They've got it down smooth, so there isn't even a pebble showing any place, and it looks just exactly like the top of the billiard table, and the color is just a little bit different. The color being a dusty red out here at Wrigley Field. Incidentally, it's an interesting story, the way they got the red color, which goes along with the color scheme of the ballpark. Those red cinders are, the red color in the infield is derived because of red cinders which are ground and pulverized. So they're just as fine as dust. They mix with the dirt in the infield, and they give that red effect to the infield. It gives an even better position for a ball which is bouncing to an infield. Let me give you the results of yesterday's game as far as the averages, the batting averages of the boys are concerned. So I'm going to come up in this game today. Crossetti, the first man up for the Yankees, batted .250 in the first game of the 1938 World Series, which was, as you know, played yesterday afternoon, and which the New York Yankees won by a score of 3-1. Batting orders are being given out here now from the field officially. We've already given them to you. The ball players are going out there. The Cubs are taking the playing field with Hack at third, Jurgens at short, Herman at second, Collins at first, Hartnett as the catcher. Busy Dean is going to be the pitcher in the second game with Reynolds in left field, Marty in center, Emery in right. Rolfe, the second man in the lineup for the Yankees, batted .200 in yesterday's game. That's his batting average thus far for the 1938 World Series. Henrich batted .500. DiMaggio had no hits. He has a batting average of absolutely nothing. Gehrig batted .333. Bill Dickey batted 1,000. Selkirk .250 and Gordon .500. Gomez, who was pitching in the game today for the New York Yankees, was 118 and lost 12, while Dizzy Dean was 1-7 and lost 1. Max batting average in the World Series, the first game of the World Series of 38, was .750. Herman .250. Demery nothing. Marty did not play yesterday. Reynolds had no average at all. Hartnett batted .333, Collins .333, and Jurgis .333. So there you have the batting averages for yesterday's game, the first game of the 1938 World Series, which we are bringing you from Wrigley Field. Dizzy Dean has finished his warm-up. The throw has gone out to second base from Gabby Hartnett to Billy Herman. Billy Herman to Jurgis, Jurgis to Hack, and back to Dean. And the umpire and back at the plate umpire Coles is Hunter batter up. The umpires are Coles back at the plate, Steers at first, Hubbard at second, and Moran is over at third. Crossetti in the batter's box, facing Dizzy Dean. Second game of the 1938 World Series. There's the windup, and here's the first pitch of this game. Comes in for a strike, but the outside corner came in right at the waist. Strike one. A curveball which came in the waist high, broke over the outside corner of the plate. Dizzy getting his sign again. Yesterday, the first man up, Crossetti, struck out. Let's see what he does today. There's the windup, and here's the next pitch. And Crossetti swings, hits a high fly ball out into left field. Kyle Reynolds goes back near the wall. He's back almost against it and takes the ball for the out. Reynolds playing out in left field, went back almost to the wall out there, about 370 feet away from home plate, and took the ball in his glove as it came down very easily for an out. A high fly. That brings Red Rolfe up to the plate. Red Rolfe, the third baseman for the New York Yankees, and the left-hand hitter stepping in the batter's box. So the ball game, of course, is 0-0. The Yankees won the first game yesterday by a score of 3-1. There's the windup, and here's the pitch. Rolfe bunts the ball. It's down the first baseline. Diaz is going over to cover. Tosses the ball to Collins. He's out. Dean to Collins for the put-up. So up and 2 down. Dean went over, fielded that ball very beautifully, kept running until he overtook the rolling ball, scooped it up with his left hand, tossed it with his left hand to Collins, and he was up at first base. That brings Tommy Henrich up to the plate. He's the right fielder for the New York Yankees and another left-hand hitter. Tommy Henrich stepping in the batter's box. Gabby goes into a crouch down there in back of the plate. Here's a sign to Dizzy Dean. Diz starts his wind-up, and here's the pitch to Henrich, and it's a ball on the inside. He dusts him off a little bit, shoving him away from the plate. It's 4-1. 2 down, nobody on the bases. The first half of the first inning. There's a wind-up by Diz, the pitch, and it's a strike right over the heart of the plate. Sidearm fastball, which came over their waist high. Ball 1 and strike on the count. There's the wind-up by Diz. Here's the pitch. A slow ball comes in too high for ball 2, making the count 2-1. Ball 2 and strike 1 to Tommy Henrich. Gabby says something to Dizzy. Dizzy grins. Looks in at Gabby, got it signed again. There's the wind-up, and here's the next one. And the ball is hit for a high fly again. This time it's in the short, right or left center field. Jurgis is going back, is getting under it, and he takes the ball for the out. Jurgis goes back and gets under it in left center field for the out. No run, no hit, no errors, no one left on the bases. Dizzy Dean has pitched 1 inning of baseball. He has not allowed a man to get to first base. Going into the last half of the first inning, we're going to have Hack, Herman, and Demery as the first 3 men up for the Chicago Cubs. Second game of the 1938 World Series between the Cubs and the New York Yankees. Coming to you from Wrigley Field, the home of the Cubs in Chicago. First 2 games will come to you, of course, from Wrigley Field, and the next 3 will come to you from New York. Hack, the third baseman, is going to be the first man up, batted .750 in yesterday's game. He's the hardest hitter for the Chicago Cubs in the first game of the World Series. Herman, the second man up, batted .250, and Demery, the third man up, did not get a hit in yesterday's ball game and therefore has no batting average. Vernon Lupe Gomez is out there on the mound. He's warming up and throwing them in to Bill Dickey back at the plate. Dickey, incidentally, had a batting average of 1,000 in yesterday's ball game for the New York Yankees. Gomez, eccentric, Dean eccentric. Hard to pick the one who is more eccentric of these 2 pitchers. But Gomez is out there on the mound, and he receives the ball from Red Rolfe, the third baseman, and Stanley Hack steps in the batter's box, and the cheer goes up from this very partisan crowd here, of course, Cubs fans, galore in the ballpark this afternoon. The last half of the first inning. Yankees nothing and the Cubs nothing, and Stan Hack, the first batter for the Cubs, is up. Gomez getting his sign from Dickey. He has it. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball. Low on the outside for ball 1. Curveball which missed the outside corner. Umpire Coles back in the plate in today's game. Gomez getting his sign from Dickey. Dickey comes up out of the crouch. There's the wind-up. And the pitch, it's a strike. It came in shoulder high over the heart of the plate, a fastball. Ball 1 and strike 1 the count. 1-1 to Stanley Hack. Gomez getting his sign from Dickey. Dickey comes up out of that crouch again. The wind-up at the same time. The pitch, and the same pitch is thrown in as the first pitch, and it's a ball low on the outside. Ball 2, making the count 2-1. The first one was a low curve on the outside. The second one a fastball about shoulder high. And this one, the same as the first one, another low curve ball on the outside, making the count 2-1 to Stan Hack. Ball 2 and strike 1. Hack, the first batter up for the Cubs. The pitch, the ball is back in the field for a base hit. Hack singles,
the left field. The ball being taken out there by the left fielder, thrown into second base. It goes in from Selkirk to Gordon, and Hack throws up at first base with a base hit. Hack singled the first time up in yesterday's game. He's doing the same thing today. Hack on first base with the first hit of the ball game. That's one hit off Groovy Gomez, the pitcher for the New York Yankees. Hack is on first base. The batter coming up now is Billy Herman. The batter 250 in yesterday's game. Billy Herman up. Here's the pitch. He swings and misses for a strike. Strike one. Swung on a hard fastball on the outside corner about shoulder high. Strike on the count. Stanley Hack down on first base. Billy Herman on first base. Billy Herman the batter, nobody out. The last half of the first inning, and the Yankees and the Cubs, 0-0. As a scratch, here's the pitch. A ball wide. Ball one, making the count 1-1. Ball one and strike one to Billy Herman with Stan Hack down on first. Here's the next pitch from Gomez, and it's high, and outside for the ball. Ball two, making the count 2-1. Ball two and strike one the count. Gomez taking just a bit more time as he pitches to Billy Herman than when he was pitching those first three to Stanley Hack. Now he's ready, stretches, looks toward first. A very fast delivery. The ball is fouled. Back into the screen. In back of the plate for strike two, making the count 2-2 to Bill Herman. Ball two and strike to the count. Didn't run evidently was on that time because Hack was way down towards second. By the time he found out that the ball had been fouled back into the screen, he's going back to first base. Ball two and strike to the count to Billy Herman. Nobody out. The last half of the first inning, and Gomez getting a sign from Dickey. Hack is on first base. The stretch and the pitch. A swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Herman goes down, striking out, swinging, and a curveball way outside. That's the first strikeout of the ball game for the pitcher. Gomez striking out Billy Herman. And now we have Frank Demery stepping in the batter's box. Demery, a right fielder in today's game, was a left fielder in yesterday's game, playing right field for the Cubs. The man on first, here's the pitch, and he hit the ball at the right field for the base hit. Hack was on his play with the pitch. He rounds second, he's going down to third, and the play is close, but not close enough, and the ball gets away momentarily from that ball, and Demery goes down to second base. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you again, the crowd was roaring so loud that I didn't want to try to give you the stretching over again until they had sort of settled down. Hack was on first base. Demery signaled to right field. Hack rounded second and went right down to third. The throw came in from the right fielder, and it's going to be an error on the third baseman's red ball, which allowed Demery to get down to second base. Demery gets a single and goes to second on the error. Hack is on third. There's only one out, and the batter coming up is Marty. Marty was not in yesterday's game. Marty, as far as the World Series of 1948 is concerned, is an unknown product. He's stepping in the batter's box, a right-hand hitter, 2 runners on the bases, 1 down. Both those runners are in scoring position. It's the last half of the first inning. Stanley Hack on third base, Frankie Demery on second. Gomez starts his wind-up, and here's the pitch now to Marty. Marty gets a strike. It came in just above the knees, and over the heart of the plate, a fastball for strike one. There's 1 down, 2 runners on the bases. Joe Marty is the batter. Count on him is strike one. The last half of the first inning. Hack on third, Demery on second. The pitch, the ball is fouled into the right field stand. Way back in the lower deck, in back of the Yankee dugout. Goes back about 30 rows in the lower deck. Strike two is the count to Joe Marty. Marty is a right-hand hitter. One of the reasons he's in that lineup today. Colorado left-hand hitters been taken out. Because of the left-hand pitcher pitching for the Yankees. There's the windup, and the next pitch to Marty is a ball way high. It almost got away from Dickey. Dickey went up in the air after that one, but he came down with the ball, thereby holding those 2 runners on the bases. Hack is on third. Demery is on second. Hack single, Demery single, and error sent Demery down to second base. The single has sent Hack to third. Already there's the windup by Gomez, the pitch. On the way. Up for his first World Series at bat. Steps up, swing, foul, tips it back off Dickey's bat. Still 1-2. Joe got it out of box. Instead of bobbing his head in a duck-like motion, just to say that was the pitch, that was the pitch. And the batsman smoking right down in. Gomez trying to get out of this first inning jam pitches. A low inside curve at the knees for ball 2. 2-2. That's the sharpest breaking ball that Gomez has thrown so far. Joe Marty, leaning over the plate, right-handed hitter, swings, grounds it into the dirt right by his feet. The ball rolls foul and is declared dead right there in the batter's box, left side of the plate. 2-2 to Joe Marty. Gomez looking up into the sky. The sun is breaking through now. It's going to be a grand afternoon as far as the weather's concerned, even though it's pretty chilly. Now the pitch is swung on, foul back into the netting. The duel continues between the World Series veteran, Lefty Gomez, left-handed mouthpaw of the New York Yankees, and
Joe Marty up for his first World Series at bat. First pitch open. The outfield dropped toward left. It came wide to pull somewhat. Joe takes nine up back with all three. Gomez is now even with him to here and two. Down is Eddie Phillips. 2-2. Making his crop. It's going down deep in the left field. It's going against the wall, but it's taken by DiMaggio on a swell play. 1-1 score. Marty is up. That ball was way back against the left field wall, 372 feet away from home plate. DiMaggio went over, played the ball beautifully, just high in the air against the wall, and caught it in his glove. After the catch was made, 1 run scored as Hack came home from third base for the first run of the ball game, and Demery went down from second to third. So Demery is on third base with 2 outs. Marty going out to DiMaggio on a beautiful play on the part of that Joe DiMaggio out there in center field. That brings Reynolds up to the plate. Carl Reynolds, the left fielder, played in center yesterday and didn't have a base hitters up there in the second game of the World Series. The Cubs leading 1-0 over the New York Yankees. There's the windup, and here's the pitch of ball. High on the outside, the ball 1. Ball on the cut. Carl Reynolds is the batter. Gomez gets his sign. There's the windup, and here's the pitch, and Reynolds hits a high foul into the right field stands to strike 1, making the count 1-1. 1-1 the count. Carl Reynolds the batter with 2 out, and another run down there on third base for those Cubs. Cubs and the Yankees playing the second game of the 1938 World Series. The Cubs are leading by a score of 1-0 over the Yankees. Carl Reynolds the batter. There's the windup by Gomez, the pitch. And it's a strike over the outside corner for strike 2. It came in waist high, making the count 1-2. Ball 1 and strike 2 to Reynolds. Demery is going back and is standing right on the third base cushion. Now he starts taking a little lead off third. Robb is playing back in his regular position. Gomez starts his windup. The next pitch comes into Reynolds. Reynolds hits another foul back into the screen and back into plate. Count remains 1-2. Ball 1 and strike 2 to count to Reynolds. The last half of the first inning with the Cubs leading the Yankees 1-0. Gomez getting his sign. Becky crouched down at the back of the plate, passes in the sign. He starts a long swinging wind up. Here's the pitch. Reynolds swings to the misses and strikes out on a change of baseball. A slow pitch which came in on the inside. He swings and strikes out for the second strikeout for Gomez. The side is retired in the last half of the first inning with 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 man left on the base. Gomez has pitched 1 inning, allowed 2 hits, struck out 2 men, allowed 1 run to score. He's got up 1 error in back of him on the part of his Yankee infield. Redball getting the error as the throw got away from him there at third base, allowing Demery to go down to second. The score of the inning in favor of the Chicago Cubs over the New York Yankees, and the man, DiMaggio, will be the first man to bat against Dizzy Dean in the second inning of the second game of the 1938 World Series. The New York Yankees won yesterday's game by a score of 3-1 over the Chicago Cubs. Cubs are leading 1-0 at the end of the first inning of the second game. DiMaggio, the center fielder, steps in the batter's box. He batted absolutely nothing yesterday. He had no batting error. Didn't have a hit. DiMaggio's in the batter's box. A right-hand hitter, a powerful hitter. Dizzy Dean stops his windup, and time is called. Time is called as manager McCarthy of the New York Yankees calls attention to one of the umpires that there's a gate open in the wall. And so the umpire, down there at first base, Sears, walks over and shuts the gate. Gate is now shut. Manager McCarthy is ready to let the ball game go on. That's one of those things that is covered by a ground rule. That gate must be kept shut, leading into the right field stand. Now we're set again. Dizzy Dean is getting his time from Gabby all over again. DiMaggio standing in the batter's box is waiting for that first pitch. There's the windup, and here it comes. It's a ball. Wide. Ball 1. Again, that's sidearm delivery. A curve which went wide to the plate. Dean starts his windup immediately. Here's the next one. A slow ball thrown right over the back of the plate from DiMaggio for strike 1. It came in there right high. Making the count 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1. 1-1 the count. Gabby crouched down the back of the plate. Gives Diz the sign again. Puts that glove up for the target. Here's a slow ball. It's hit out into left field. Foul by about 4 feet. Down the left field foul line for strike 2, making the count 1-2. You can almost see the seams on that ball as it was pitched in. It was a very slow one. DiMaggio tried to time himself for it, but still swung a little bit early and fouled the ball down the left field foul line, pulling it down there. Ball 1 and strike 2 to count. Joe DiMaggio the batter. There's the windup, and here's the pitch by Dizzy Dean. The ball is hit for a line drive smash over Billy Jagger's head out to left center field. It's going to be a single. DiMaggio pulls up at first base. The ball is fielded by Marty. Thrown in to the second baseman, gets by Billy Herman, but it's
Taken by Collins, who is backing up Herman on the play. So it's a single. By DiMaggio out there to left center field. That's the first hit for DiMaggio in the 1938 World Series, and the first hit off Dizzy Dean. Batter coming up now is Columbia Lou Gehrig, the first baseman for the Yankees. Gehrig up with a man on base, nobody out. There's a stretch by Dean, the pitch, and a ball. Low on the outside for ball one. Ball on the count to Lou Gehrig, a left-hand hitter. Dean getting his sign from Hartnett. He has it, looks over at first. Here's the pitch, and a ball. Pitched wide and high for ball two. Ball to Lou Gehrig, and the pitchers are starting to warm up down in the bullpen for the Chicago Cubs. Jack Russell and Larry French have gone down in the bullpen to warm up. There's a stretch to look toward first again, the pitch, and a swing and a miss by Gehrig on the Polo to strike one. Ball doing strike on the gun. Gehrig swung and missed. The count on him now is ball two and strike one. Dean standing very complacently out there on the mound. Looks over at first base at Joe DiMaggio, who has a pretty good lead off first base. Stretches. Looks over his shoulder again at DiMaggio. Here's the pitch. Another slow ball comes in there for ball three. High. Making the count 3-1. Ball three and strike one loose. Lou Gehrig. First baseman for the Yankees, the second man up in the first half of the second inning. The Cubs are leading 1-0 over the Yankees at the present time, but the Yankees have a man on first base with Lou Gehrig up. There's a stretch by Dean. Here's the pitch. It's a ball on the inside and high for ball four, and he walks it. Gehrig goes down to first base, sending DiMaggio down to second. Nobody out, and the batter coming up there now is Dickey. Bill Dickey is coming up to the plate. He batted 1,000 yesterday. And a perfect day at bat in the first game of the 38 series as he batted 1,000 yesterday. Bill Dickey stepping in the batter's box. The catcher for the New York Yankees is another left-hand hitter. Gehrig on first base, DiMaggio on second. Nobody out in the first half of the second inning. Dickey finally discovers he has the wrong bat. So the Yankee bat boy goes over and gets the bat, and also somebody tosses him a rosin bag. They're looking for the right bat for Dickey now, and it delays the ball game just momentarily. We have two runners on the bases. DiMaggio down on second base. Gehrig on first base. Nobody out. The first half of the second inning, and the Cubs are leading 1-0 over the Yankees at the present time. Yankees are putting on the pressure right now in the first half of the second. Dickey coming up to the plate is one of their power hitters. They have two of the power hitters on base, one of whom walked, one of whom singled. DiMaggio getting a single to left center. Gehrig walking, and Dickey is up. There's a stretch by Dean. We look towards second. The pitch, the ball is hit for a very high fly ball into short left field. Billy Jerkers is going back after it, and Reynolds came in for it, but Jerkers took the ball over the up. Jerkers going back into short left field. DiMaggio held second base, and Gehrig held first, of course, on the play. Well, there's one down, two men on the bases. George Selkirk, the left fielder, is coming up, and it's the first half of the second inning, and the Cubs are leading 1-0. Selkirk, the left fielder, and a left-hand hitter is stepping in the batter's box. Twinkle toes Selkirk. Dean getting his sign from Hartnett. There's a stretch. The left toward DiMaggio at second and first toward Gehrig. The pitch, and it's fouled off to the right of the plate and down toward the Yankee dugout. Fielded down there by the bat boy and thrown out of the game. It goes for strike one. A new ball is going in. Umpire Cole's giving it to Hartnett. Hartnett out to Dizzy Dean. DiMaggio on second base. Gehrig on first. Selkirk, the batter, was one away. First half of the second inning. There's a stretch. The left toward second, the pitch, and it's a ball. A little bit wide for ball one, making the count 1-1. Ball one and strike on the count. First half of the second inning, Dizzy Dean pitching for the Chicago Cubs. Ruby Gomez pitching for the New York Yankees. The pitch, the ball is hit for a high, top fly ball into short right field. Emily is coming in the dead run, but it's being taken by Marty, and the runners hold their bases. Marty saw what the throw into Jerkers at shortstop. Jerkers cut off the throw. Marty came in beautifully and took that ball. It was out in the right center field. Hit out there by Selkirk, a high fly. The wind, which was blowing in from center field, held it up, and Marty and Demry both had to run plenty hard and fast to get into that ball. They were both there, but Marty took it. Both runners holding their bases, so we still have DiMaggio on second base, Gehrig on first, two out, and Gordon is coming up. Gordon had a 500 batting average for yesterday's game. In other words, every other time officially up, he had a base hit. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball. A little bit wide, ball one. Ball on the count. There's Dean getting a sign from Gabby Hartnett. Two runners around the bases. They're holding it up. They're calling time now for a moment. And Marty is coming in for some sunglasses. Marty is coming in for sunglasses as time is called in the ball game. Peter, the bat boy for the Cubs, has gone out to take those dark glasses off to Joe Marty. The sun came sweeping through for a moment, but again it's gone behind a cloud. And there's a little bit more blue sky than we saw when the game started today. Clouds seem to be splitting up there. We may have some sunshine before the afternoon's over.
There's Dean ready to pitch now to Joe Gordon, the second baseman for the Yankees, who also count a ball when there are 2 out, 2 men on the bases. DiMaggio down in second, and Gehrig on first. The pitch, a ball, outside and high, a fastball for ball 2. Ball 2 to count to Gordon. Gordon swings his bat, once or twice for timing. Got the firmer footing there in the batter's box. Here's the pitch from Dean. The slow ball is fouled. Back into the screen and back into plate for strike 1. Dean went through the same motion as he does when he throws a fastball. He seemed to catch Gordon off stride a bit. The ball was fouled back into the screen and back into plate for a strike, making the count 2-1. Ball 2 and strike 1 to Gordon. 2 men on the bases. DiMaggio down in second, Gehrig on first. The pitch, the ball is hit for a high foul into the left field stand. It may go into the upper deck, it may fall into the lower. It goes into the upper deck. All the spectators up there. We again have a packed house, of course, out here at Wrigley Field. And now on Gordon is ball 2 and strike 2. 2 and 2 to count. 2 up. First half of the second inning, and the Cubs are leading 1-0 over the Yankees at the present time. There's a stretch by Dean. They look towards second and first. The pitch, and it's a ball wide of the plate by a foot or 2. While ball 3 making the count 3 and 2. Ball 3 and strike 2 to count. Now here's that 3 and 2 pitch again. Dean steps down off the mound. Gehrig starts back for first base. And DiMaggio looking around, sees that there's nobody to cover second, so he stays in the same spot. He has a lead of about 15 feet. Gehrig is off the bag by about the same distance. There's a stretch by Dean. The look towards second and first. The slow ball is thrown in. It's hit down just to the right of Dean. Jurgis comes in, fields the ball. Goes right between 2 of them. Jurgis and Hack. Hack and Jurgis both came after the ball. It goes out into left field. 2 runs are scoring easily. DiMaggio and Gehrig both scoring. And he gets down to second base. We don't know whether it's an error or a base hit, but it looks to me as if neither one of those men touched the ball. It's a 2-base hit. Gordon has given a 2-base hit on a very slow rolling ball, which is hit out to the shortstop. Jurgis came in a mile a minute. Hack was going over after the ball. The 2 of them collided in the infield, and it goes as a base hit. The ball going by them and rolling out into short left field. Dean was chasing that ball down, but it was taken by Reynolds and thrown in to the infield. He gets a 2-base hit, scoring 2 runs for the Yankees. The Yankees in the lead by a score of 2-1. DiMaggio and Gehrig both scoring. The man up there now is Lefty Goofy Gomez, the pitcher, a left-hand hitter, and the first pitch is a ball wide, ball 1. Well, that's a bad break in the ball game, but the Yankees took advantage of it. Here's the pitch, and a swing and a miss by Gomez for strike 1, making the count 1-1. The Yankees leading the ball game by a score of 2-1. Dean getting his sign. Here's the next pitch. The ball is hit for a high fly ball into short left center field. 2 men are after it. Marty and Reynolds. Reynolds is under the ball. He takes it for the out. Gomez going out to Reynolds out there in left field. Retires the side in the first half of the second inning with 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left on the bases. The Yankees are leading by a score of 2-1 in the ball game. Dean is now allowed 2 hits in the ball game, and 2 runs have scored. Going into the last half of the second inning, the Yankees have a 2-1 lead in the ball game. Yankees 2, the Cubs 1, going into the last half of the second. In the last half of the second inning, there will be 333 hitters while the Chicago Cubs coming up in the inning. Hartnett hit 333 yesterday. Collins did the same, and Jurgis the same. Those 3 men are the first 3 to come up in the last half of the second inning. Those are the breaks of baseball. That ball was hit down a slow roller. Nobody should have scored on it ordinarily, but 2 infielders colliding together. The ball went out past them into left field, allowing 2 runs to score. The Yankees taking every advantage in the ball game when they do get the breaks. Yankees leading 2-1 over the Cubs. Gabby Hartnett is coming up to the plate. Gabby steps in the batter's box. Gomez has been warming up. He still wants one more warm-up throw, and he gets it. Then asks for another. Dickey standing back at the plate is catching him in the warm-ups. This was just a lobbing toss, and the throw goes down from Dickey to second base to Gordon. Gordon over to Cross-City to Rolfe, and Rolfe to Gomez. Gabby Hartnett stepping in the batter's box. The last half of the second inning, the Yankees leading 2-1. Hartnett is up. Dickey crouched down and back at the plate is giving the sign to Gomez. Gomez goes into a very short windup. Here's the pitch. A ball low on the inside. It came in and almost hit him in the knees. He jumped away from that one. Ball on the count to Gabby Hartnett. Ball on the count to Hartnett. Gomez getting his sign. He has it. Dickey comes up out of the crouch. The pitch. And the ball is hit for a long line smash out the right field, but it's going to be taken by the right fielder easily, Henrich, for the out. Henrich comes in and takes the ball for the out. It was a line drive smash. That brings Collins, a 333 hitter in yesterday's game, up to the plate. Collins yesterday was batting left-handed against Red Ruffing's right-hand pitching. Today against the left-hander, Gomez, he'll be batting right-handed. Collins is a switch hitter. Here's the first pitch. He gets a strike right over the heart of the plate, strike 1. He looked as if he might be going to punt on that first pitch. Red Wall started in on it. Then Gomez gets his sign, winds up. Here's the pitch. A swing and a pole. Off and back of the plate and off the catching mask of Bill Dickey. Goes for strike 2 to Collins. Collins now has the count of strike 2. There's one down. Nobody on the bases. The last half of the second inning, and the Yankees leading 2-1 over the Cubs. Collins the batter. There's the windup by Gomez, the pitch. The ball is hit for a grounder. Down off the shoulder of Redwall. Redwall finally feels that it bounced against his shoulder, went up in the air about 15 feet. He came in and caught the ball himself. It goes as a base hit for Collins. A single for Collins off the shoulder of Redwall. The ball took a bad hop, hit him right in the shoulder, bounced straight up in the air. Redwall came in and caught the ball himself. A little ball going about 20 feet in the air, and to put a man on first base, the man up is Jerkers, and Jerkers is a 333 hitter. Here's the first pitch, and he swings and misses for a strike. Strike 1. Strike 1 to Jerkers, the man on first base. Third hit off Gomez in the ball game. Gomez has now allowed 3 hits. There's 1 out, the man on first. Jerkers up. Gomez, the left-hander, getting a sign from Bill Dickey. He stretches, looks toward first. Here's the pitch. Jerkers gets the ball wide. Ball 1. Making the count 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1 the count. 1-1 the count to Billy Jerkers. Collins taking a good lead off first base. Here's the pitch from Gomez. The ball is hit on the ground. It's down to Rolfe. It's a slow hopper over to second, over to first base. And they get Collins at second in the fourth play. The ball going from Red Rolfe to Joe Gordon, the second baseman, from Gordon to Gehrig. But Jerkers was safe at first base. The double play did not work. However, they got one man getting Collins at second base from Red Rolfe to Gordon, the second baseman. And Jerkers is safe on a fielder's choice, and Dizzy Dean is coming up to the plate. Dean is coming up and stepping in the batter's box. But it's tough luck in the part of the infield. When they had that collision, put Dizzy Dean in the spot and allowed 2 runs to score for the Yankees. The Yankees are ahead by a score of 2-1 in the ball game. The last half of the second, a man on first base, 2 down, and Dizzy Dean is up. Here's the first pitch. Dean gets a ball wide. Ball 1. Ball on the count to Dizzy Dean. Jerkers down on first base and 2 out. The last half of the second inning. The score 2-1 in favor of the Yankees. Here's the pitch. The ball is fouled back into the screen. Dean taking a full cut of that ball, fouled it back into the screen and back of the plate for a strike. Making the count 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1 to count. Gomez getting a sign from Dickey. Stands out there on the mound. There's a scratch for Paul. They look toward first the pitch, and it's a strike. A curve ball strike. Slow, easy curve. Much like the kind that Dizzy Dean has been serving up to the Yankees in this ball game. And it goes for strike 2, making the count 1 and 2. Ball 1, strike 2 to Dizzy Dean. Here's the pitch. A fastball. He fouls it off into the screen and back of the plate. Count remains 1 and 2. Ball 1 and strike 2 to Dean. Jerkers down on first base with 2 out in the last half of the second inning. Yankees leading 2-1 over the Cubs. Yankees 2, Cubs 1. As the stretch, here's the pitch. Dean hits a slow ground ball. It's down to Crossetti. Crossetti over to first base. Dean is out at first. From Frankie Crossetti, the shortstop, over to Lou Gehrig at first base. He's out at first to retire the side in the last half of the second with no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on the bases. Gomez has pitched 2 innings of baseball, allowed 3 hits in the ball game, struck out 2 men, allowed 1 run to score. Brings to a close 2 innings of play. This broadcast of the World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Yankees is coming to you from Wrigley Field, Chicago. We pause for station identification.
Gillette presents the World Series. Yes, baseball's 1941 World Series between those amazing Brooklyn Dodgers and the powerhouse New York Yankees. And this is another cavalcade of sports broadcast by the Gillette Safety Razor Company. Your radio-hosted football bowl games, the Kentucky Derby, all the major boxing bouts, and other important sports events of national interest. This World Series reaches you through the combined facilities of the Mutual Broadcasting System, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and scores of affiliates. More than 300 stations from here to Hawaii, and flies to the 4 corners of the world through shortwave. This is Red Barber, speaking from the Yankee Stadium. And right beside me are Bob Elson of WGN Chicago, and Bill Coram of the New York Journal-American. And now as we warm up for the opener, just let me remind you that, as usual, Gillette's advertising messages will be so timed that you won't miss a single play or a single thrill. Well, first of all, it's a great day as far as the weatherman is concerned. He frightened us, the life out of us yesterday when he forecast probable showers for this mighty opener. But it is perfect weather. And, of course, people were doubly frightened around the neighborhood for fear that there would be rain today in view of the fact that September, just ended, has been the driest month from a rain standpoint in the history of the Weather Bureau at New York. And so everyone had the feeling that rain was really overdue, which it still is. but it's going to be overdue for another day at least because there is no rain today. It's perfect. Charlie McManus of the Yankee staff told me as I came into the park this morning that he goes back 26 years in baseball and that he has never seen a waiting line such as the waiting line this morning. The biggest all time at Yankee Stadium. So that tells you what you want to know about the crowd. I don't see a vacant seat right now. And to all appearances, unless the eye is very deceiving, this is beyond a doubt at the moment the greatest crowd ever to see a World Series ball game. And that tells you that. However, I can't tell you who is going to be the starting pitcher for Brooklyn, except to say that apparently it's going to be Kurt Davis. Leo DeRocha is persisting in his policy, as he said, of waiting till the last minute before he reaches into the pickle bat. And this is the moment. Here is Davis walking right out in front of the Brooklyn dugout now to start warming up with Roy Spencer, the bullpen coach and catcher. So it is going to be Kurt Davis, and that's definite. Of course, you wish to know the lineup. And as Red Ruffing comes out for the Yankees, and Kurt Davis comes out for the Dodgers. Here they are. For Brooklyn, the visiting club here at Yankee Stadium. It is Dixie Walker leading off in right field. Billy Herman playing second base. Hitting third and winning the batting crown for the league in his first full season up, Pete Reiser. That name is R-E-I-S-E-R, Reiser in center. Dolph Camilli, the home run leader of the league and the leader in runs batted in, batting fourth. At first base, Joe Medrick in left field. Hitting sixth and playing at third is Harry Labaghetto. Pee Wee Reese is at short. Mickey Owen is to catch, and Kurt Davis, who won 13 and lost 7, but was dynamite down the stretch. Davis is to start. For the Yankees, it's the regular batting order. Sturm leading off, playing first. And this is quite a climax for him at the end of his first rookie season up. Red Rolfe, underweight, but Red, in his own words, says he's ready. And as Red goes on to say, he wouldn't be out there if he wasn't ready. Rolfe at third. Tommy Henrich, Henrich. It's pronounced as though there was a K on it. Henrich in right field. And the matchless Joe DiMaggio. Well, if we start talking about his records, we'll be talking until tomorrow. DiMaggio in center field. Charlie Keller, and he says that ankle is perfectly all right. And an important point about the ankle is that it is not the ankle on his pivot or power foot. Keller in left field. Bill Dickey is catching, hitting sixth. Then comes Joe Gordon, great second baseman, and probably just as great a tumbler. Gordon at second. And Scooter Rizzuto, Phil Rizzuto, finishing his rookie season, and he came up as a rookie and spark plugged the Yankees. Rizzuto at short. And Red Ruffing, who's won 5 and only lost once in World Series competition. And so those are the batting orders and the starting pitchers. The weather is great. The crowd, well, you couldn't get any more in. And now, with a great deal of pleasure, I give you Bill Corum of the New York Journal-American. William?
Okay, Red, and thank you a lot. The contrast between these two pitchers, fans, is, well, almost remarkable. Ruffing is a great, big, powerful warhorse sort of a fella who's carried the hod for the Yankees through so many years and through so many series. And Davis is a slim, slight, even slightly sickly-looking sort of fella. Looks like he doesn't have a great deal of power, but somewhere in that long, lean right arm of his has got a lot. When he used to pitch out in St. Louis, the hot weather used to get him down. And incidentally, today is absolutely, as Red told you, perfect baseball weather. All sign of rain has disappeared. There's no question that this is going to be the biggest crowd that ever saw a World Series ball game. The Yankees are out there now taking in field practice. Ruffing is warming up. Both fellas are just going along easy with their warm-up catchers. Talking to Judge Landis last night, who is Mr. Baseball in my book, in my opinion, and who is the man who saved this great national game, along with Babe Ruth, the old fellow who stood alone and hit so many homers in this stadium in baseball's time of trial. He was saying that everybody comes to these series, and there's so many important people, so many dignitaries, and so many celebrities that he just wished we wouldn't try to name them because we'd be leaving somebody out and we wouldn't have the time. I see no reason, however, not to tell you that the world's heavyweight champion just walked in and took his seat down there, and he is one undoubtedly of the greatest baseball fans in this whole country. Got a softball team of his own called the Joe Louis Bombers, and tried to play first base for a time. And when he came back here a couple of years ago to train for a fight, I was talking to him. He told me how the team had gone and how many games had won and how the hitters were. And finally, I said, Joe, what was your average? And he kind of looked ashamed, and he hung his head down, and finally said, well, you wouldn't put this in the paper, would you, Mr. Bill? And I said, no, Joe, if you don't want me to. He says, I batted 190. So that's the kind of a hitter he is with a baseball bat, but then he doesn't need a baseball bat. Now we're going to be into this ball game in a very short time. There's another little story, however, that I might slip in here about Lewis, because it leads to something I want to say about one of these rookies in this series. Once in a big fight of his, I went into the dressing room after it was over, and it had gone about 11 or 12 rounds, and Lewis had won, of course. And I said to him, Joe, that referee did a wonderful job tonight. He said, Mr. Billy showed his. Said, what was his name? Which shows you what he thinks about those things. And there's a kid playing center field for Brooklyn here today that has that same disposition. And I mention him because he led his league the first time up, a sensational thing for any rookie to do. And he's young Reeser, as you know. You might not think it from the All-Star game, but I don't think anything bothers that fellow. Red and I were talking yesterday about him, and he hardly seems to care whether the fellow is a right or a left-handed pitcher. As Red says, he just takes that lumber up there and wears pitchers out. Now, somehow, of course, the Yankees got freshmen in here, too. But somehow when a fellow's good enough to make this great Yankee ball team, you don't look on them as rookies. I don't know why that is. Probably because the Yankees have been so wonderful. They won 9 straight World Series games up to now, as you know, not since Carl Hubble beat them back there. Did they lose one? They're shooting for their 10th year in a few minutes. And so when a fellow like Sturm or Rizzuto, that little Skeeter, and great shortstop, the Yanks come up, you sort of don't figure them as rookies. And I don't think just speculating and guessing in advance and doping the thing that any of these young fellas are going to be very jittery. I know them naturally, as Red and Bob do, and I just think they're the type of boys that are going to play their game. They talk about Little Reese, the little colonel from down in Louisville. Well, Little Reese fumbles the ball now and then, but all good shortstops. The better the shortstop, in fact, the more errors they make. Now, I don't think I need to tell you. All you people know Red, you know Bob. You've heard them so many times over so many great broadcasts, not only in baseball and through these series. You're going to get the best possible report. In 1 second, I'm going to turn them back to you. We at Gillette are simply here to report these games as they happen, and we're going to just do the best job we can. And as far as Red and Bob go, I know it's going to be an absolutely perfect job. And Red, I want you to take it back now and take a little bow on that, and I'll be seeing you after the game.
Well, thank you, Bill Corbin. Any bows I take for Bob Elson right along. Right now, the groundkeepers are polishing off the skin surface of the infield. And Red Ruffing for the Yankees, Kurt Davis for the Dodgers, are continuing to warm up their respective right arms. And that's the picture here at Yankee Stadium this afternoon at this moment. And before Chief Umpire Bill McGowan says, play ball, let's see what's going on straight across the country.
Right now, the windows and counters of Gillette dealers in every city and town and every part of the country are blossoming with a money-saving offer that's a knockout, and I don't mean maybe. You guessed it. I'm talking about the World Series Special Combination Offer. A regular 25-cent tube of Gillette shaving cream, either lather or brushless, absolutely free with the purchase of 10 heavy-duty Gillette Blue Blades. Yes, they're today's improved Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. The cream is an out-and-out gift. And what a gift. Take Gillette Lather Cream, for example. Frankly, we believe there isn't another cream in the world that's 1, 2, 3 with it. Made with 3 different beneficial oils. It whips up into a rich, creamy lather that softens tough beard in a jiffy and stays moist on your face all through the shave. What comfortable shaves you get. Believe me, they're quick and good-looking, too. Now, maybe you prefer brushless cream. Well, thousands upon thousands of men know all about Gillette Brushless, made with pure peanut oil. It's fresh-scented, greaseless, speed-shaving, and can't clog razor or drain. Now you get either of these creams absolutely free. So make it a point to ask for Gillette's great combination offer. A 25-cent tube of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless, and 10 diamond-tested Gillette Blue Blades for only 49 cents, the price of the blades alone. All right, Red?
Thank you, Bob. And the groundskeepers have about finished their pregame chores. Ruffing is pretty far along in his warming up, naturally, because he's to be the starting pitcher and has to be ready first before Kurt Davis. And here are the umpires coming out. The 4 men who have the heavy load of responsibility for calling the decisions in this great classic. From the American League, Bill McGowan will be back at the plate and will be for today the umpire-in-chief. From the National League at first base, Babe Pinelli. From the American League at second, Bill Greaves. From the National League at third, Larry Getz. The American League alternate, is John Quinn, and the National League alternate is Bill Stewart. And the umpires are now up at home plate. There's Art Fletcher, Joe McCarthy's right-hand man, bringing up the Yankee batting order, and there's Charlie Dresden, Leo DeRocha's able first lieutenant, bringing up the Dodger batting order. And they will have a quick discussion of ground rules, anything else. Fletcher takes off his cap, mops his brow. It's a hot afternoon. It's hot from the weatherman's standpoint, and it is maybe the red hottest afternoon from a baseball listening standpoint that has ever come down the big road. And before we go any farther, it's time now to pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
The umpires and the respective coaches are still continuing their conference up at the plate. I see that Bill McGowan is waving with his right hand down the right field foul line. And, of course, they're talking about the foul poles, which are at the corner of the right field stands and the left field stands. And there are three decisions on those poles. If the ball hits the pole, every bit of the pole is in fair ground. If the ball hits the pole and bounces back into fair ground, it is in play. If it hits the pole and kicks over into the stands foul, it's a ground rule two-bagger. If it hits the pole and kicks into the stands behind fair ground, it's a home run. The groundskeeper's still working around, setting their attention right now on the rubber. The distances here at Yankee Stadium, 296 feet right along the right field foul line, 344 out to right center. To deep center field, 461. To left center field, 457. And right inside the left field line, it is a shade more than 300 feet. In other words, it's close just inside each foul line only, and a little closer on the right field foul line. Bob Elson moving into the microphone with a great deal of pride and pleasure. I give you Bob Elson from WGN Chicago for the first half of the action. Bob?
Thank you very much, Red. Well, friends, as Red has already told you, it's a perfect day, and while the umpires are talking to the coaches down here, I want to tell you something about these two starting pitchers, Red Ruffing and Kurt Davis. Ruffing, the veteran of McCarthy's pitching staff, came into baseball as long ago as 1923 with Danville. He was born in Granville, Illinois, May the 5th, 1905. It was 1930 that the Red Sox traded him to the Yankees. Once established with a pennant-winning team, Ruffing became one of the standout right-handers of the majors. Big Red enjoyed 4 amazing years, from 1936 through 1939, winning a total of 82 games in that period and never dropping under 20 for a season. His chief stock in trade is his fastball, and it's a honey with a slider variation. Of our national anthem. I imagine it was just as much a thrill to you and your radio wherever you happen to be listening as it was to all of us 70,000 standing here in Yankee Stadium in New York. We're all set now for the first game of the series. I want to tell you something about Kurt Davis, who's pitching for the Dodgers. He's a right-hander. He was born September the 7th, 1906. He's a spot pitcher deluxe. Lean, lanky Davis. To throw in on the Medwick deal. Kurt couldn't work as often as he had back in 1939 when he won 22 ball games for the Cardinals, but he was a tough customer for opposing batters when he had his rest. His sweeping sidearm delivery is poison to right-hand hitters, and the left-handers don't like him any too much either. Kurt is known, you know, as the strong, silent man of the Dodger pitching staff, but he's a very genial fellow once his interest in the subject is aroused. We're all set. The umpires are still down here at the home plate. I believe that Bill McGowan of the American League is going to be back at the plate. Dave Pinelli of the National League at first. Greavy of the American League at second, and Getz of the National League is at third. It's a beautiful day. It's just about as perfect a World Series day as we've had. And we're all set now. The teams are not out on the field as yet. The band playing the national anthem was out in center field right under the flagpole, and now they're walking off the field. I believe Red has already given you a description of what this setup looked like. Down from the right field line all the way down to the home plate where our mutual microphones are situated up here in the second deck, it's a double-deck stand. Down the left field line, where we're looking right now, down the third base line, it is also a double-deck stand. Across the center field bleachers, across the center field, there's just like a half-moon stand. It has no top on it, the bleachers. It goes all the way across left field to center field and all the way across right field to the right field foul line. It's a beautiful layout, Yankee Stadium. And we're all set now for the first game of the 1941 World Series. Here are the lineups again for those of you who are tuning in late. For the Yankees, Sturm at first base, Rolfe at third, Henrik in right field, DiMaggio in center field, Keller in left field, Dickey the catcher, Gordon at second, Rizzuto at short, and Big Red is going to do the pitching. Ruffing has won 5 World Series ball games and lost 1. He beat the Cubs twice in 1938, and he beat the Reds once in 1939. As I told you, he was born on May the 5th, 1905. Kurt Davis won 13 ball games and lost 7 this year for the Dodgers, and he pitched 5 shutouts. The umpires are still down here around the home plate, and you'll hear a big cheer as the Yankees go out onto the field. Now, the Yankees are wearing their home uniforms, the first game in Yankee Stadium. They're wearing their home uniforms, their white uniform with their black cap and black stockings, and the Dodgers are in their familiar traveling uniform, their gray uniform with the blue caps and blue stockings. There's the last-minute huddle in each one of the dugouts. The Brooklyn dugout is down here to our right in back of first base. And the Yankees have their own home dugout, which is behind third. Red and I are in a wonderful point of vantage here, fans, to tell you fans all over the world about this World Series. I could almost drop a pencil right here and would almost touch home plate. There the Yankees go onto the field. Listen to that cheer. The Yankees are out there on the field. Let's take a look at them now as they line up again. Fans who are keeping your scorecards or scoreboard someplace will get a chance to recheck your lineup. As I look onto the field, Charlie Keller is going into left field. Joe DiMaggio is all set in center field. Henrik is walking into right field. He has his back to us, and that number 7 shows up on his white uniform. At third base is the veteran Red Rolfe. At shortstop, Phil Rizzuto, one of the outstanding rookies of the year. At second base is Gordon, and at first base is Sturm. The catcher is Bill Dickey, who is certainly no newcomer to World Series play, and the pitcher is Big Red, Charlie Ruffing himself. The umpires are just as we told you. The umpires, as we told you, Bill McGowan is going to be back at the plate. Right now he has his whisk broom out. He's leaning over, and he's cleaning off the plate. He has his chest protector strapped over his left arm. He's holding his mask in his left hand, and he's right down below us. At third base is a National League umpire, Getz. At second base, American League umpire, Greavy. And the first base umpire, also no newcomer to World Series, is the National League umpire, Dave Pinelli. And so we're all set. That's the picture now as we look out onto the field here at Yankee Stadium. The stage is set for the first game of the 1941 World Series between two wonderful teams. First man to bat for the Brooklyn Dodgers is standing outside the batter's box. It's Dixie Walker, their right fielder. This year he hit 311, and he drove in 71 runs. We'll give you these figures the first time down the batting order. First time down the batting order for the Yankees and for the Dodgers. We'll give you the batting averages, and we'll also give you the number of runs they drove in for the year. And so you'll have just sort of an idea of what they've done coming up to this World Series game. All right. Walker has stepped into the batter's box. McGowan is slipping his mask over his face. Now he's strapping on that chest protector. The infielders are ready. The outfielders are swung off. DiMaggio is playing. Now he's starting to move a bit. He was playing off a bit into right center. He's playing a dead center. Henrich is playing a normal right field. And the left fielder, Keller, is playing just a few feet to the left field line. Walker is the notorious left field hitter. I mean, for a left-handed hitter, he can hit as well to left field as anybody in baseball. Here's the first pitch. It's a ball, a little bit too low that time. Ruffing threw in a fastball that was just a little bit too low, and it's ball one. This Ruffing's cheap stock in trade, of course, are his fastball. He's got a good slider, and he's got a swell curve. He's all ready. Here's the pitch. There's a ball. It's low again. The pitch was in just a little bit too low. The umpire, Bill McGowan, went way down to take a look at it. And so there have been two pitchers now in this first World Series game. Walker has not offered at either of them. Nobody on, nobody out. First half of the first inning at New York. And the World Series is underway. Ruffing gets his sign. He starts that slow windup. Here's the pitch. There's a ball. It missed the corner waist high. Ball 3 for Walker. Charlie Dresden is coaching over at third base for Brooklyn. And Lippy DeRocher, the manager of the Dodgers, is coaching at first. Brooklyn wearing gray uniforms with blue caps and blue stockings. The Yankees in white. Ruffing is 3-0 count. Gets ready. Here's the pitch. It's a ball. Walker walks on 4 pitch balls. Walker walked on 4 pitch balls, and only one of them was close. That was the third one, that waist-high pitch, you remember, that just missed the corner. The other 3 were definitely balls. Now the next man to bat is Billy Herman, the former Cubs captain and second baseman. Hit 285 for the Dodgers and drove in 40 runs. Billy's been one of the main cogs in this Dodger drive. He's up in there now with a teammate on first base and nobody out in the first half of the first inning. Walker content with a very short lead off. Here's the pitch. There he goes down to hit and run on the first pitch, and he bounces one down to the third baseman, Rolfe, to play to first. He's out. He's out at first base. Rolfe to Sturm. The hit and run was put on the very first pitch. Billy Herman hitting the ball down to the third baseman, Rolfe, who came in fast and threw him out. And so Brooklyn has a man in a scoring position. Walker is out on second, and the next man to bat, the National League's leading hitter, Petey Reeser, who hit 343 and drove in 74 runs. One man on, one out in the first inning for the Dodgers. Here's the left-hand hitter, Petey Reeser. Most of the experts look upon Reeser of Brooklyn and Rizzuto of the Yankees as 2 of the outstanding young players of the year. The first pitch, he swings a high fly ball to dead center field. DiMaggio going just a bit to his right and back about 10 feet. He caught it. And now the runner from second starts to make a motion to go to third, but he goes back. Walker started as though he might be going to go to third. I believe it was just to draw a throw and to see what kind of a throw in DiMaggio would make. And then he went back to second. And so the runner is still on second base with 2 out for the Dodgers. And the next man to come up is Dolph Camelli. Camelli, a great ball player, hit 285 and drove in 121 for the Dodgers. 120 runs driven in. Man on second base for the Dodgers. Camelli batting. The outfield is swung off to the right. It's Keller in left field, DiMaggio in center field, and Henrich in right field. DiMaggio takes 10 more steps toward right field. Here's Dolph Camelli up, number 4 in the back of his gray uniform. A chance to put the Dodgers in the lead if he gets a hit. Ruffing is set, a fastball. He swings and misses. And that was plenty fast. Did you hear that yell from the crowd? Dolph Camelli went all the way around trying to give that ball a ride and missed. Believe me, that crowd really broke out in a spontaneous yell. Dodgers batting in the first inning. Walker on second base and 2 out, and their first baseman, Dolph Camelli, up in there. Ruffing gets his sign again from Dickey. Here's the next pitch. It's a ball, very high and very wide, and it's 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1. There isn't much of a wind today. Notice the flags up here on top of the stand, blowing in every direction, but just lightly. There's not any strong wind. If anything, it's blowing away. It's blowing away from the plate. The pitcher does not have the benefit of the wind. The flag in center field now is pointed the other way. Here comes the next pitch, and Camelli takes a fast one that's a little bit too low. Ruffing walks in a few feet. He folds his arms. He didn't like the count so much. It's ball 2 and strike 1. Ball 2 and strike 1 on Camelli, with Walker on second base and 2 out. Ruffing working very deliberately out there. Big stocky right-hander. Getting all set again. Walker on second base is content with a short leadoff. The Yankees talk it up out there in the infield. That's the old pepper. Now they're all set. Ruffing is ready. Here's the next pitch. Canelli swings and misses. That pitch was right up around his shoulders and inside. And Canelli went all the way around trying to give it a ride. Now Goff walks out of the batter's box and gets some dirt on his hands. Brooklyn players in the dugout. Half of them are leaning out over the edge of the dugout, watching play intently. Charlie Dresden in the third base coaching box is standing still. Lippy DeRocher coaching at first, keeps pacing up and down. The man on second base for Brooklyn, and there's two out, and there's a count of 2-2 on Dolph Canelli. Ruffing gets set. Here it is. He struck him out. He went all the way around trying to hit that ball, and he struck him out. And so, friends, in the first half of the first inning of this ball game, the first game of the World Series, Walker walked, Herman bounced to Rolfe, Reeser flied to DiMaggio, and Canelli went down swinging. So it is no runs and no hits. As the ball game goes into the last half of the first inning, and now the Brooklyn team is going onto the field. There's little Petey Reeser going out to center field, putting on his sunglasses, getting his cap on. Going into left field is Joe Medwick, a veteran World Series play. Going into right field is Dixie Walker, who's played great ball for Brooklyn all year. And around the infield for the Dodgers, Lavagetto is playing third. Reese is playing short. Billy Herman at second. Canelli at first. Owen is catching, and Kurt Davis, a slender right-hander, is doing the pitching. I told you before that Kurt Davis is what is known as a real low ball specialist. He's a famous sidearm pitcher. He's got a sinker ball, and he keeps that ball in low. And when he has one of his good days, he's a mighty tough customer for right-handers or left-handers to hit. And so we have two wonderful pitchers in this first game, and two great teams. Now the first man to bat for the Yankees is Johnny Sturm. Sturm hit 239 for the year and batted in 36 runs. Sturm, number 34 in the back of his white uniform, is about to step in. Now let's see how the defense is straight away in the outfield. Reeser is right in line with second base. Left fielder, right fielder playing just about a normal position. Third baseman Lavagetto is drawn in a bit. Here's the first pitch to Sturm. It's a strike. It's right down the middle. Called strike on Johnny Sturm. Art Fletcher is coaching at third for New York. Earl Combs, the former Gray Eagle, is coaching over there at first. Former great outfielder himself. Now he's all ready. Here's the next pitch, and Sturm swings. There's the first hit of the series. The line drive to left field. Sturm slams the line drive over Lavagetto's head, and there is the first hit of the World Series. Now the next man to come up is Red Rolfe, the left-handed batter. Kurt Davis getting his sign, watching that man Sturm on first base, who has a short lead off. Here's the pitch, and there's a ball that's wide. The outfield is not playing too deep. Rolfe is what we know as a line hitter. Hits that ball in the line or hits that line drive, and the outfield is not playing very deep. Davis throws to first, but the runner's back in plenty of time. Davis, a tall, slender right-hander on the mound, up over his head, keeps an eye on that base runner. Here's the next pitch to Rolfe. Hits the ball wide, waist high, and it's ball two. It's 2-0 now for Rolfe. The umpire back at the plate today is Bill McGowan of the American League. Lavagetto steps in a few feet at third base. Sturm on first base, edging off again. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a ground ball to Canelli. Canelli makes the play at second base. It is out at second. A very close play over there. Canelli threw that ball to second base where Reese was covering, and it was a forced out on Sturm, and it was a very close play. It was a bouncing ball down the first baseline to Canelli, and even though that runner was well down to second base, Dolph took a chance, and he got him at second base on a very close play. 1 out. Now here's Henricks, the right fielder. Hit 275 for the year. Yankees have a man on first base with 1 out in the last half of the first. There's no score in the game. Davis is ready. Here's the pitch. A beautiful curve in around his knees, and it's a called strike. The outfield is swung a bit to the right. The center fielder, Reeser, is beat. He's moved back for Henrich. He's off a bit to the right. Now somebody's wigwagging from the Brooklyn dugout and motioning Medwick to move over a bit toward center field. And so they're playing Henrich as a right field hitter, as a pull hitter. Davis is ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a curve, and he hits the ground ball down to the second baseman. Over to second base, out, back over to first. He's safe. No double play. The play went from Billy Herman to Reese Cicchinelli. The play at first was not close. So there's 2 outs. Now here's Joe DiMaggio. Joe hit 357 for the Yankees, drove in 125 runs. Certainly go down in the record book as one of the great players of all time. Joe DiMaggio up in there, a right-handed batter. 2 gone here in the last half of the first inning. Kurt Davis raised his arm over his head, drops him down. There's the runner going down, and there's a fly ball into left field. The left fielder, Medwick, is coming over near the line. Should get it, and he does get it to retire the side. So 1 man is left on the bases. It is no runs and 1 hit for New York, and that is the end of the first inning.
If you missed the opening of this broadcast, you also missed an important announcement. Gillette dealers are giving away a 25-cent tube of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless, with the purchase of 10 Gillette Blue Blades. Remember, you pay nothing for the cream. But there's no score. We're going into the second inning.
Well, the Yankees are all set out there in the field now, fans. First inning, there wasn't much damage done. Dodgers drew a walk in their half. The Yankees had a hit in their half. It was made by Johnny Sturm. And the first man to bat for Brooklyn will be their left fielder, Joe Medwick. Medwick hit .318 for the season and batted in 88 runs. The outfield is all ready. Keller in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrich in right field, Ralph at third, Rizzuto at short, Gordon at second, Sturm at first, Dickey catching and Ruffing pitching. We're going to repeat the lineups occasionally during the course of the broadcast for you fans who might be tuning in late. Now here's Medwick up, no score as we start the second inning. Ruffing stretches a bit out there. The outfield is playing a bit to the left for Medwick. DiMaggio is off a bit from center field into left field, and he swings and misses the first pitch. Medwick went all the way around trying to give that first pitch of Ruffing's a ride, and he missed it. Number 6 on the back of his gray uniform. Medwick is leading off in the first half of the second. Now Ruffing is getting his sign again. Here's the next pitch, a fastball, and he hits it foul up into the screen right below our mutual broadcasting booth. And it is 2 strikes for Medwick. Red Rolfe is playing this hitter over near the third baseline, just a few feet to his right. Medwick hits that ball a lot down that left field line. Maggio is playing him a bit off center toward left field. Joe holds that bat out in front of him, swings it around a couple of times, holds it with one hand. Now he has both hands a hold of it. Ruffing leans over a bit. He's starting his windup. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball. It's high, right above his chin, and it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Medwick. No score in the ball game. We're in the second inning. Nobody on, nobody out for the Dodgers. Joe Medwick up. The pitchers are Ruffing and Kurt Davis. Ruffing leans on that right foot, swings around. Here comes the next pitch. He struck him out. He went for a curveball right across the letters, and he struck him out. Medwick struck out. Now the next batter is Cookie Lavagetto, the third baseman. Hit 277 for the Dodgers and batted in 78 runs. Lavagetto, stepping into the batter's box, number 5 in the back of his gray uniform, alternated throughout the course of the year with Riggs quite a bit at third base. But DeRocher is stringing along with Cookie in the series. There's a long foul up into the stands way down the right field line. Lavagetto swung at Ruffing's first pitch and hit it up into the upper deck. Now a new ball has been tossed out to Big Red. Walks around out there, has his back turned to the hitter. Now he turns around facing him. Juggles that ball around in his glove. Lavagetto in sort of a semi-crouch. Ruffing starts his wind-up again. Here's the next pitch to Lavagetto, and Lavagetto swings and misses. That pitch was right in around his waist, and Harry went all the way around trying to give it a ride, and he missed. And so it is 2 strikes for Lavagetto, 1 out and nobody on in the first half of the second. No score in the ball game. Ruffing leans on that right foot again. He has his sign, swings around. Here's the pitch. He hits the ground ball through the box. The shortstop is up with the ball. There's the peg. He's out, and it wasn't close. Rizzuto went to his left hurriedly toward second base, came up with that bouncing ball through the box, and threw Lavagetto out, and he was out by 10 feet. 2 gone. Now the next batter is the shortstop, the little Colonel, Pee Wee Reese. Hit 228 for the Dodgers and batted in 47 runs. Ruffing looks him over. There's 2 out and nobody on. Big Red is starting his windup. Here's the pitch, and it's in close. Reese jumps away from ball 1. Steps out of the batter's box and dries his hands. Now he gets up in there again. The Yankee outfield pulls in about 15 feet for Reese, and they're playing him straight away. Ruffing has his sign. He starts his windup. Here's the next pitch to Reese, and Reese takes a beautiful fastball right down the middle with a lot of zip on it, and it's a called strike. It's 1-1. So far, there's only been 1 hit in this game. It was made by Sturm of the Yankees. First time up, he singled to left field. There's been 1 walk. It was given to Walker in the first inning by Ruffing. Red starting his windup. Here's the next pitch, and Reese swings, and here's a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands to the right, and it's ball 1 and strike 2 in the batter. Again, Reese walks about 10 feet away from the plate and gets some dirt on his hands. Right now, he's leaning on the bat. Now he takes it in his hands, and he's starting to walk into the batter's box. He stops outside the box. He hasn't stepped in yet. Now he steps up in there, and Ruffing has his back to him. Big Red is looking around the infield and the outfield. He's turning around. Nobody on for Brooklyn, and 2 out in the first half of the second. No score. Now Ruffing, arms at his side. He's getting ready. He leans on that right foot. He's starting his windup. Here's the next pitch to Reese. It's the ball. It's in close, and it's 2-2. Ball 2 and strike 2 for Reese. Remember the second game of the series here at Yankee Stadium tomorrow, and then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, if necessary, at Brooklyn, and then, if necessary, the 6th and 7th back at Yankee Stadium. Yankee Stadium is jammed today to the rafters. Ball 2, strike 2 for Reese. Here comes the next pitch. He swings, and there's a high fly ball into left field. The left fielder is under the ball and should get it. Keller is standing right under it. He caught it, and it retires the side. And so in that inning, it was 3 up and 3 down. Medwick struck out. Lavagetto bounced out to the shortstop, Rizzuto, and Reese flied to Keller. 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. And that's the end of the first half of the second inning.
How would you like a lifetime souvenir of the World Series? Well, here it is. The World Series special Gillette Tech Razor with its 24-karat gold-plated head and ebonized metal handle. I could talk all day about the quick, easy shaves it gives, but Joe Medrick puts it this way. Take it from me, the Gillette Tech is by all odds the easiest shaving razor I ever laid against my face. And fans, you can take it from Joe, for he has a beard you can scratch a match off. Does this handsome razor cost a pile of money? No, it's only 49 cents, complete with 5 Gillette Blue Blades, the sweetest shaving combination any man ever used. Ask your dealer for the World Series special Gillette Tech Razor and get a new shaving thrill.
Well, fans, we're going into the last half of the second inning of the ball game. No score on either side. Big Charlie Keller swinging a couple of bats down here to the right side of the plate as we look down from our mutual broadcasting booth. Now he's stepping up in there to face Kurt Davis as we go into the last half of the second inning of a scoreless ball game. Dodger outfield is playing him deep and around a bit to the right. Keller, in this season, hit .298 and drove in 122 runs. The first pitch from Davis is wide, knee-high for a ball. Charlie, by the way, was second only to Joe DiMaggio in runs driven in. He led Joe for quite a while, but in the last 2 weeks of the season, DiMaggio caught him, and he drove in 125 and Keller 122. Ball, it's wide. That was very far outside. It wasn't close, and it's ball 2 for Keller. Lavagetto at third, Reese at short, Billy Herman at second, Dolph Camelli at first. The outfield is Medwick, Reeser, and Walker. The next pitch he swings, and there's a high fly ball into right center field that Reeser should have no trouble with. It's very high. He's under it, and he caught it for the first out. Into right center field, caught by Reeser, and there's 1 gone. Now here's Bill Dickey. Dickey hit 284 for the Yankees this year and drove in 64 runs. He's a left-handed batter and certainly no newcomer to World Series competition. Dodger outfield is playing him straight away with the right fielder plenty deep. Bill's a good pull hitter. Kurt Davis is getting his sign. The wind-up, here's the first pitch, and Dickey swings. There's a high-bouncing ball to Billy Herman. Coming in on the ball, there's the peg. He's out. Herman to Camelli, and there's two gone. The play was not close. That brings up Flash Gordon, second baseman of the Yankees. Hit 277 and drove in 86 runs. Dodgers move in after that put-out and pepper that ball around. Lavagetto to Reese, to Billy Herman to Camelli. Now they go back to their normal positions, and here is Gordon. Gordon batting for the Yankees with 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the second inning. There is no score on either side. Well ball game between two great teams. Kurt Davis leans on that right foot. He's a wiry right-hander in contrast to Ruffing, who's a big burly right-hander. There's a called strike. It caught the outside corner on Gordon, right knee high, and it's a called strike on Joe. Gordon, number 6 in the back of his white uniform, waves that bat around. Kurt Davis is ready again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a ball. It's wide, knee high, and it's 1-1. That was a straight sidearm delivery by Davis. He's a low sidearm specialist. Kurt's getting all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's an inside pitch that Gordon swung on, waist high, and he rolled the ball foul on the ground to the left. And so it is ball 1 and strike 2 for Gordon. So far, there's only been 1 hit in the game. That was a single in the first inning by Stern. No runs, no score on either side. Third baseman Lavagetto is playing Gordon almost on the third baseline, just about a foot from the line. Davis is getting set. Here's the next pitch. It's a ball, very close. It almost hit him in the knee, and it's ball 2 and strike 2 for Gordon. The Dodger outfield is playing Gordon as a left field hitter. They're swung way over toward the left side of the outfield. Reeser is playing him way over in dead left center. Kurt Davis is getting his sign again. Ball 2, strike 2. Here's the pitch. A high bouncing ball. It's fouled down the third baseline. Fletcher gets it and tosses it back to Davis. Artie Fletcher coaching at third, and Earl Combs over at first. Gordon walks out of the batter's box, dries his hands, fidgets around a bit. Now he steps up in there again and pounds his bat on the plate. Ball 2, strike 2, 2 out and nobody on. Davis is winding up. Here's the pitch. He hits a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands here to the left, and it's still 2-2 in the batter. Now the Dodger catcher, Mickey Owen, takes his mask off, gets a new baseball from umpire Bill McGowan of the American League and roughs it up in his hand. Tosses it back to the pitcher. Now he's stepping back in behind the plate. And Gordon is back in the batter's box. It's 2-2 on the Yankees' second baseman. Kurt Davis is getting his sign. Now he's starting his windup. Here comes the pitch. He hits a foul, out of play again behind third base. It's going into the stand. Lavagetto comes over along the box seats, but sees there's no play, and he turns around and goes back to third. There's a wild scramble for that souvenir. Davis is getting all ready. Practically everybody out here in the stands in shirt sleeves. It's a wonderful day. Pitcher's all set. Here it comes. He hits a long fly ball way back in the left field. Way back. It may be a home run. It's a home run for Gordon. And the Yankees lead 1-0. That was a mighty wallop, fans. That ball went very high into the air and it went very far out. Somewhere around 365, 370 feet from home plate and way up into the stands. There was no doubt about it. It was a long home run. So the honor of the first home run in the World Series goes to Gordon. Now here's the shortstop, Rizzuto. He had a fine year and he batted in 46 runs. Score, the Yankees won, the Dodgers nothing. 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the second. Davis is getting all ready. Ball 1 for Rizzuto. Here's the pitch. He swings. There's a fly ball back into left field. Left fielder going back. Turns around a couple of times. He caught it. Sedgwick backed up, turned around a couple of times, and he caught Rizzuto's long fly ball to retire the side. Incidentally, I want to tell you fans that on that home run by Gordon, Medwick, the left fielder, didn't move. He knew it was a home run from the time the ball was in. And so in the last half of the second inning, the total's 1 run, 1 hit, a home run by Gordon. At the score at the end of 2 innings of play in the first game of the World Series, the Yankees won, and the Dodgers nothing. Now we're going to pause for station identification. You're listening to the broadcast from Yankee Stadium in New York City of the first game of the 1941 World Series. This is the coast-to-coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
At this time, WGN joins the Mutual Network for the presentation of the All-Star Game, which is in progress at the present time.
Leo DeRocher, who will guide the destinies of the National League All-Star team this year, has for outfielders such game-breaker-uppers as Mel Ott, Joe Medwick, and Pete Reiser. Pete Reiser leading the National League in hitting with an average of .361. These men are fortified by such stalwarts as Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals, young Willard Marshall, freshman sensation of the New York Giants, making the All-Star team even before he's completed his first year as a major leaguer. Then there's Terry Moore, pretty good with that willow, and considered as one of the finest defensive center fielders in the history of the game. And then there's Danny Litweiler of the Philadelphia Phils. In the infield for the National League, there's Archie Vaughan, who hit 2 home runs in last year's All-Star game, you remember, hit them in succession. And when he had hit his second one, with the National League ahead, it looked as if Archie Vaughan would be the hero of the 1941 All-Star game. It took Ted Williams' 9th inning home run, which won the game for the American League, to rob Archie Vaughan of being the hero of the 1941 Midsummer Classic. Then there's Jimmy Brown of the St. Louis Cardinals, a switch hitter. Bats right or left, depending on whether a right-hander or left-hander is pitching. Always a dangerous little man up to that plate. Eddie Miller at shortstop, who hits a long ball. Frank McCormick of the Cincinnati Reds, another long ball hitter and a good hitter. And, of course, last but certainly not least, one of the biggest power men in the major leagues, Johnny Mize, who's become very fond, incidentally, of those short right field stands here at the Polo Grounds since he's become a member of the New York Giants. The distance from home plate to the right field stands, 294 feet. Not a very long distance, and John has learned how to pull that ball closely, which you have to do to get them into that right field stands, and is very fond of them. There's a 100-foot drop away from that 294-foot sign as the wall out there fades away toward deep right field to the bullpen. It's a 100-foot drop, so that in order to get that ball into the right field stands, you do have to learn how to pull them closely. The men back of that plate for the National Leaguers tonight can hold their own with a bat, too. Walker Cooper, Ernie Lombardi, and Mickey Owen. And as for pitchers, looking at it from a defensive standpoint, what more could you want than such men as Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Claude Passo, Johnny Vandermeer, Bucky Walters, Ray Starr, and Carl Hubble have been added to that list since Cliff Melton, who was originally scheduled to perform for the National Leaguers tonight, came up with a sore arm. Morton Cooper's won 11 games. Whitlow Wyatt has won 8. Claude Passo has won 12 games. Johnny Vandermeer has won 8. Bucky Walters has won 9 games. And Ray Starr, a veteran sensation of the Cincinnati Reds, a veteran from a standpoint of age rather than service, has won 12 games. That group of pitchers, all in all, have won 52 games, while losing only 26 among them, for an average of some 667, and that's pretty good pitching. Morton Cooper, who's scheduled to start for the National Leaguers tonight, has appeared in 16 games for the Cardinals this year, has won 11 of them. He pitched 134 and 2/3 innings, has allowed 88 hits, walked 37 men, and struck out 71, and in his string of 11 wins, there have been 6 shutouts. So if he performs up to par this evening, it's going to be perhaps a little bit too bad for those sluggers in the American League lineup. Of course, that is strictly conjecture. It remains to be seen. Looking at the starting lineup for the National League, Jimmy Brown, who leads off and will play second base, is a switch hitter. And, of course, with a right-hander ready to go against them, Spud Chandler of the Yankees, Jimmy Brown will bat left-handed. Leo DeRocher, as a matter of fact, has, for his first 6 men in the lineup, all left-handed hitters, playing that percentage angle of a left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher. Brown, Vaughn, Reiser, Mize, Ott, all bat left-handed. The first 5 hitters, I should have said. Jimmy Brown has a batting average of .267 to bring into the ball game with him. Archie Vaughan hitting at .262. Pete Reiser will bring into the ball game an average of .361 on the season. And Johnny Mize has come up over the 300 mark, hitting at .301. Mel Ott hitting at .261. Joe Medwick, who follows, hitting at .344. Walker Cooper, who will catch, hitting at .286. Eddie Miller batting at .270. And these boys are pretty good in the matter of home run production, too, to give you an idea on their slugging propensities. Jimmy Brown has had only 1 homer. Pete Reeser has 6. And Johnny Mize, the National League leader in that department, has 14. He'll be followed by Mel Ott, who has 12 home runs. And, of course, Mize and Ott are very, very accustomed to these stands here at the Polo Grounds, this being their home lot. Between them, they've hit 26 home runs this year. Joe Medwick has 3 home runs to his credit, Walker Cooper 4, Eddie Miller 4. So that the first 8 men in the lineup for the National League have accounted for 44 home runs between them this year. In the matter of runs batted in, to give you an idea of the hitting strength of this National League team, which in the past has been noted especially for their defensive propensities, Jimmy Brown has batted in 43 runs, Archie Vaughn 23, Pete Reeser 38, and Johnny Mize has driven in 63 runs this year, leading the National League in that respect. Mel Ott has driven in 44, and Joe Medwick has driven 55 runs across the plate. Walker Cooper 26, Eddie Miller 25. And so with the first 8 men in the lineup, they have accounted in runs batted in this year a total of 317. So all in all, you can see from what Jim Britt has told you and from my brief analysis of the National League lineup, the 2 teams tonight are pretty evenly matched. And one team cannot be said especially to have any advantage over the other one way or another insofar as pitching, defensive strength, or offensive strength is concerned. So what we shall see will be a game in which the cream of the crop of the major leagues, pretty evenly matched, will go to it in this 10th meeting of the National and American League All-Stars. All right, here's Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel. Well, friends, from what my 2 colleagues have told you, Jim Britt and Mel Allen, you can gather that this is going to be quite a ball game. We have 2 evenly matched squads here tonight, and it should really be a swell game. We're going to pause now for station identification. We're happy to say that our mutual stations from coast to coast have set aside their time, canceled programs with the cooperation of sponsors, so that the Mutual Broadcasting System could bring you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics, the All-Star Game. You're listening to the broadcast from the Polo Grounds in New York City. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back at the Polo Grounds in New York City. One thing we wanted to tell you about was that the ball game tonight cannot run past 9:10 New York time. There's going to be a test blackout in New York tonight at 9:30, so the ball game will not run past 9:10. If, because of any circumstances beyond the control of everyone, there should be no ball game tonight, this ball game would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and the Cleveland game would be played in Cleveland on Wednesday night. In the event that something should prevent this broadcast tonight, or this ball game tonight, it would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and then the Cleveland game would be set back just 1 day. In other words, we're anticipating a game in Cleveland tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and don't forget that your mutual station will bring you that great game, and boy, that should be a classic. From that huge bowl at big Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, your mutual station will bring you the story of that game tomorrow night at 8:45. Now, I know that someplace across the country there might be some of you fans who are tuning into our mutual broadcast late. The game has not started as yet. There's been a delay of a bit here, and I'm going to run down the batting order and line up again slowly for you. Some of you are perhaps keeping a scorecard on this ball game, and so we'll give it to you slowly in their teams. So those of you who want to keep an actual card, an actual rundown of the ball game, will have plenty of time to get it in. Let's take the home team first, the National League team. Jimmy Brown of St. Louis, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third. Petey Reeser of the Dodgers in center field. Johnny Mize of the Giants at first base. Mel Ott, the manager of the Giants, will start in right field. Medwick of Brooklyn, and by the way, Medwick has really been playing marvelous ball for the Dodgers this year. I think that Joe's comeback, although it wasn't exactly a comeback because he played good ball last year, but the baseball he's played this year has really been something. As you know, he's right up there hitting around 345, has driven in a flock of runs. He hits safely in a long stretch of ball games, and Joe's having another great year. Medwick will start in left field. Walker Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals will catch. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves is going to start at short. And Morton Cooper, the ace of the St. Louis Cardinals staff, who's won 11 ball games and lost 3, is going to start for the National League. By the way, looking over Cooper's record, we see that he won 11 games and lost 3. He pitched 12 complete games. And one thing you notice about Cooper's record is that he pitched 6 shutouts. Morton Cooper has 6 shutouts out of the 11 games he's won. Now turn around on your scorecard, and here is the American League starting lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, the manager of the Indians, will start at shortstop. Boudreau at short. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees will start in right field. Henrich, 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 right field. Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees in center field. As I told you before, little Dominic of the Boston Red Sox is laid up with a bum back, and he's in uniform but will not play in the ball game. So Joe DiMaggio will bat fourth and play center field. Then Rudy York of Detroit will bat fifth and play first base. Gordon of the Yankees, second base. Kenny Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, that's Tebbets, Tebbetts, will catch. And Spurgeon Chandler of the New York Yankees, a right-hander who's won 9 ball games and lost 2, is going to pitch for New York. There were 3 late switches in the rosters today. As you know, Paul Derringer was laid up and could not take part in the ball game. And we also had another late withdrawal from the ball game, and that was Melton of the Giants, their outstanding left-hander who had a sore arm and couldn't come into the ball game. And so there were 2 other pitchers nominated, and they are Carl Hubble of the Giants, who's down here in uniform for the National League, and also Starr, the great right-hander of the Cincinnati Reds. He was also nominated in place of Paul Derringer. The other nomination concerned the American League squad, and that was that Bill Dickey dropped out of the lineup, and Wagner of the Phillies stepped into his spot. Wagner, as you know, is a catcher, a left-handed batter, and a very good hitter, and he stepped into Bill Dickey's spot. Bill has been ailing for a couple of weeks, hasn't been in the Yankee lineup, I don't think at all, until the Boston series, and he's not well enough to get into the ball game, and Wagner has taken his spot. The umpires, when the ball game gets underway, will be Ballanfant, Ballanfant of the National League, back at the plate. This is the National League game. The National League is the home team. At second base will be Barlick, Barlick of the National League. At first base will be Stewart of the American League. And at third base will be McGowan of the American League. Now, there you have the pitchers. There you have the umpires. There you have the starting lineups and the squads. Al Shack, by the way, is just walking back from center field. He's coming out here toward the infield, and the crowd's giving him a hand. While we have time, let me tell you something about this Polo Grounds layout. It's a complete double-decked affair. Our Mutual Broadcasting booth is in a swell spot here, right back the home plate, where we can see those balls break in over the plate. It's in a great spot to see the ball game. And there's a complete double deck all the way around the park. This has often been referred to as the left-hand hitter's paradise, because it's just a short poke down that right field line. As I look down that line right now, I can see the markers around 290 feet, which isn't very far for a good left-handed pull hitter. It's a little bit farther, however, down the left field line. It's a poke of something like 330 feet, and from there on out into left center field, to deep center field, to right center field, it is a real wallop. In fact, it's one of the longest drives to the center field fence of any ballpark in the majors. It's something from here to the center field wall is something like 483 feet, and that is really a wallop. 483 feet to the center field wall, so you can tell what a poke that is. The only spot where the hitters get a break in this park at all, I really think, are down this right field line. Of course, that is the left-hand hitters, those pull hitters, who can pull that ball into those stands, which are only 290 feet distant here from the home plate in the ground. There's been an unavoidable delay here in the start of the ball game. It hasn't gotten underway as yet. Right below me here is the American League squad. I might tell you, too, that all the American League players are wearing their home team uniform. The American League teams are the visiting teams, so the American League players are wearing their road uniforms. And right below us here, below our mutual booth, a little bit to our left, is the Yankee team, or is the American League team. Joe McCarthy, who just recovered from an unfortunate illness, is back. I talked to him today. He looks in good shape. He said, Bob, we have a great squad this year, and I think we're going to beat the National League again. Joe is all set, right in the pink for this ball game. I also had a chat around noon with the fine manager of the National League squad, Leo Durocher, who's done such a splendid job with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And he said to me, Bob, we've got the best National League team that we've had in years. This year we not only have National League pitching, but we're going to show those guys some hitting, too. And as you can see from the figures that Mel Allen has given you on the National League, the National League team this year does carry a lot of power, and anything is apt to happen in this ball game when it finally gets underway. Friends, there is going to be a delay. Circumstances beyond our control are going to delay the start of this ball game. And so we're going to leave you here, take leave of you now for just a little while. Stand by, however. We'll be standing by in our Mutual Broadcasting booth here in New York, ready to bring you this ball game, the All-Star game, play-by-play, just as soon as the ball game starts. So just stay right with your Mutual station, and just as soon as the All-Star game gets underway, we'll bring it to you. And so for just a while at least, this is Bob Elson saying goodbye to you from the Polo Grounds in New York City and returning you to our New York studios.
Our program service will continue in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. Stay tuned to WGN for the broadcast of the All-Star game between the American and National Leagues, which will begin shortly from New York City. We rejoin the Mutual Network.
How do you do, baseball fans across the country? This is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York City, and we're all set now for Mutual's exclusive coverage of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. You hear that announcement through your radio? That's the public address announcer here in the Polo Grounds in New York City, calling the official batting order and lineups around here to the people in the stands. He just completed it, and now I'll give you the rundown again for those of you who might be tuning in late. Here's the starting lineup for the National League, and the National League team will very shortly take the field. And then Jim Britt will describe the first 3 innings for you. Mel Allen of New York will describe the middle 3, and I'll describe the last 3. The announcer has just called the official batting order and lineup. I repeated it to you before. There's been an unavoidable delay, and the ball game is going to start now any minute. And here's the lineup. For the National League, Brown of St. Louis at second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn at third base. Petey Reeser of Brooklyn in center field. Johnny Mize of New York at first base. Mel Ott of New York in right field. Joe Medwick of Brooklyn in left field. Walker Cooper of St. Louis is the catcher. Eddie Miller of Boston is the shortstop. And Morton Cooper of St. Louis is the pitcher. His record, as we told you before, he's won 11 ball games and lost 3. 11 of his wins have been shutouts, and he's been one of the outstanding pitchers of the year. You stop and figure 11 wins and 6 shutouts, you've got something. Here's the lineup for the American League. Cooper has just come out of the National League dugout, which is down here to the right of our Mutual Broadcasting booth, and he is going to warm up now with Ernie Lombardi. Ernie Lombardi of the Boston team. He's going to take a few throws, and the rest of the National League team is out on the field just tossing the ball around. Not on the diamond, they're on the field. They haven't got out onto the diamond as yet. And Cooper is going to try a few practice throws from the mound. He's walked out to the center of the diamond now. And here is Big Ernie Lombardi of Boston, who is one of the reserve catchers for the National League, standing just back of the plate taking Cooper's practice throws. Here's Spud Chandler of New York, who's going to start for the American League. He's come out, and he's going to get a few practice throws. Well, let's get on anyway with the American League lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, shortstop. Here's another announcement. Officials contacted Mayor LaGuardia, who gave permission to carry this ball game until 9:30. As you know, if you were listening to the broadcast earlier, there is a practice blackout here in New York tonight at 9:30. They had established a time as a deadline time on the game at 9:10. In the event of a tie at that time, the ball game was to have been played tomorrow, but because of an unavoidable delay, the baseball time has been allowed to run until 9:30. So the ball game will run until 9:30. Now, let's get on, shall we, with that American League team. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland is going to play shortstop, and Lou's really been having a grand year. Spud Chandler is also out there getting in his practice throws. He's standing in one side of the pitcher's mound, and Walker Cooper of St. Louis, or Morton Cooper's on the other side, and both pitchers are warming up from the center of the diamond. The teams are not on the field. The players of both teams are along the playing field on the side of the foul line side, here to our left and to our right. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, I think, is having one of the greatest years of his career. Not only has he done a splendid job with that Cleveland ball club, he's really revitalized that club. He's had them playing great ball. He has the respect of his players, and he has been playing the best ball of his career. I talked to him in Chicago when the Indians played a series there with the Sox last week, and Lou played wonderful ball. And talking to some of the players on the Cleveland ball club, I know that his year so far at Cleveland has been a howling success, even though Cleveland's not in first place. So Boudreau will start it short. Tommy Henrich, the dependable right fielder of the New York Yankees, is going to be in right field tonight. The alternate was Dominic DiMaggio, who they had intended starting. But in yesterday's doubleheader, the Boston doubleheader, Dominic hurt his back. And although he's in uniform here tonight, he is not going to start in the ball game. In left field will be Teddy Williams. Yesterday in Chicago, I talked to Eldon Auker, who's won 10 ball games this year for St. Louis, about great hitters. Auker told me that in his judgment, and he's pitched in baseball many a year, Williams will go down in history as one of the 5 greatest hitters that ever lived. I asked him what was it that made Williams such a great hitter. And he said, Bob, the thing that makes Williams the great hitter that he is the fact that he can hit these kind of specialty pitches like knuckleballs, sliders, and sinkers and all that sort of thing right when they're in their motion. In other words, when a knuckleball comes in and starts its particular motion, Williams can hit that ball right when it's in that particular motion that makes the knuckler famous, and he can drive that kind of a ball out of the ballpark. So those specialty pitches not only don't fool him, but he can time them, and he can hit those specialty pitches, and not only hit them, but he can drive them out of the park. And Auker told me, and he's a pretty good pitcher and a pretty good judge of hitters, that he thought that Williams would go down in history as one of the greatest hitters that ever lived. Now, in center field is Dominic DiMaggio. The great DiMaggio, the famous Yankee Clipper, has gotten off to a rather slow start this year. But he's been coming along. His throwing hasn't been, for one thing, as good this year as it has been in previous years, nor has his hitting been as good. Seeing Joe DiMaggio batting around 270 doesn't look like Joe, because you'd expect to see him up around 350. But Joe just hasn't been able to get going at his regular clip. Of course, Yankee fans and the Yankee bosses figure that Joe will get going. He's been in a slump before. But anyway, he's one of the greatest ball players in the game, and he'll be in center field. At first base will be the big powerhouse of the Detroit Tigers, Rudy York. No, he's not exactly the outstanding fielding first baseman in the American League, but he can knock him down, he can get in front of him, and what is more, he can really powder that baseball. Yes, sir, that big boy can really sock that ball, and his big bat will come in handy in that American League lineup tonight. Now at second base is one of the greatest ball players in the game, Joe Gordon. If there's anything that a great second baseman should do that this fella cannot do, I don't know what it is. I was talking to one of the greatest men in baseball, Connie Mack, last year. Mr. Mack told me that he thought that Gordon was one of the greatest second basemen he'd ever seen, and that was enough for me. At third base will be Kenny Keltner, the outstanding third baseman of the Cleveland Indians. The catcher is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. Here's an announcement. It's about the test blackout. If you couldn't hear the announcement, the public address announcer was telling the fans that the blackout, the test blackout here in New York tonight is going to start at 9:30, and the ball game had previously planned to end at 9:10, regardless of what stage the game was in. But now, because it's been late getting started, they're going to run it down to the actual blackout time, and the customers and fans here in the stands have been asked to remain in their seats. Gotten as far as the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, who's going to be back at the plate in place of Bill Dickey, the old workhorse of the Yankees and one of the greatest catchers in the game. Tebbetts is a fine catcher, and he's a good hitter. And the pitcher tonight is going to be Spurgeon Chandler, a very fine right-hander of the New York Yankees, who has had a fine record this year. The pitchers in the American League are Chandler, Bonham, Ruffing, Benton, Newhouser, Hewson, Bagby, Hudson, and Eddie Smith. The pitchers for the National League are Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Carl Hubble, Passaw, Vandermeer, Walters, and Ray Starr of Cincinnati. There's been 2 changes. Melton was dropped off the squad today because of a sore arm, and Carl Hubble was substituted. Derringer was also out because of an injury, and Starr of Cincinnati was substituted. There was 1 substitution on the American League squad today, and that was Bill Dickey dropped off, and Wagner was substituted. And now, fans, we're all set for the All-Star game The teams are going onto the field. The umpires are coming out. The 10th annual All-Star Ball Game is going to be brought to you exclusively by the Mutual Broadcasting System. The umpires have just walked up to the plate. The National League team has gone out onto the field. And I'm going to turn our microphone over now to my good friend Jim Britt of the Yankee Network, who will talk to you just as soon as you hear our national anthem. Good evening again, everyone. This is Jim Britt about to bring you the first 3 innings, play-by-play, of the 10th All-Star Game. As you know, the previous record is 6 victories for the American League, 3 for the National Leaguers. And at the moment, there goes the official starting ball being given to Morton Cooper. The rosin bag has already been handed him by the Brooklyn Bat Boy, who is the home bat boy for the National Leaguers, just as the Yankee Bat Boy is the host of the evening as far as the visiting American Leaguers are concerned. Walker Cooper is the catcher, and his brother Morton Cooper is on the mound. Recently, on the occasion of an Army-Navy relief game at Braves Field in Boston, attended by more than 25,000 fans, Morton Cooper came within 2 bloopers, 2 accidental base hits, you might say, of pitching a near-perfect ball game. In addition to that, he gave 1 walk. That was his 3rd consecutive shutout. Later, that streak was broken. Here is the starting plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, coming over to talk with manager Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees about some matter pertaining to the game itself. At first base will be Ernie Stewart of the American League. At second base, the colorful Al Barlick of the National League. And at third base, Bill McGowan of the American League. The first man up will be manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians. He bats right-handed, has a season's batting average of 302. This is his first year as a skipper, the youngest skipper the American League has seen. He has 7 doubles, 7 triples, and a single home run since the start of the season. He is one of the most famous athletes in the history of the University of Illinois. He was a great basketball player. His opponents in the Middle West, especially in the Western Conference, insist to this day that great as he is in the diamond world, he was an even greater All-American cage star. There's the roar as Boudreau, who has quite an unorthodox batting stance, starts his position. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base, and at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators. Boudreau crouches. The outfield is just about straight away. Here's the first pitch, and it is ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count. The infield is back on the left side. Archie Vaughn is playing just about 5 feet away from third base. The outfield is fairly deep on the left side, with Joe Medwick playing deep in the corner. 1 ball, Morton Cooper winds up, delivers. There goes a long drive towards left field. That ball is given a real ride, and it is up in the stands for a home run, and the American Leaguers lead 1-0. That was the first home run ever hit by Lou Boudreau in an All-Star game. It was a long drive that went to left center field at around the 400-foot mark. It was a tremendous wallop off right-hander Morton Cooper, and the American Leaguers lead by a score of 1-0. Port-sider Tommy Henrik is up now. Here comes the pitch, and he looks at a ball low and outside. That is the second time Lou Boudreau has driven in a run in All-Star game competition. The score is 1-0 in favor of the American League as a result of his walloping a tremendous homer to left field on the very second pitch thrown to him. The score 1-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. 1 ball the count on Henrik. Here it is. Too low. 2 balls and no strikes. A tremendous roar came from the throats of the assembled fans here at the Polo Grounds. That would have been a home run in virtually any baseball park in the league, in either league, including Washington's Griffith Stadium. The outfield is just about straight away for Tommy Henrik. Right fielder Mel Ott is fairly deep. Here's the pitch. Called strike. A nice pitch, just buckle high through the heart of the plate. Incidentally, Morton Cooper, like Higbee of the Brooklyn Dodgers and Passeau of the Cubs, is a jinx-defying hurler who wears the numerals 13 on his back. Paced by Boudreau's home run, the American Leaguers have nobody on in the top of the first. Nobody out, and the count is 1-2. Outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike the count. Cooper is a tall, swarthy, extremely handsome right-hander whom many of the Cardinal rooters believe is another Jerome Dizzy Dean. His record so far this season is 11-3, and his streak of 9 consecutive victories was just broken. He winds up, pitches. There's a foul ball down the third base line, fielded very easily by third base coach Artie Fletcher, who flips it to Archie Vaughn. Vaughn is rubbing up the ball. He takes a few steps over toward the infield grass, and Morton Cooper is standing out on the edge of the mound waiting for it. There is one of the American Leaguers making a slow trek from the giant dressing room here at the Polo Grounds over towards the left field bullpen. The count is 3-2. The big one just about ready to sail up with Tommy Henrik, the New York Yankee right fielder, up. Here it is. There goes a drive that goes solidly into right center field for a hit. Henrik pulls up at first base, rounds the bag, decides to go to second. There's the throw, and he has a double. Center fielder Pete Reiser came in to slow the ball up. It didn't quite have the power to reach him. It was right over the head of second baseman Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals. Henrik rounded first base and very smartly decided that he could take 2. He went all the way to second base, hit the dirt, and the play was not close. That is Henrik's 18th double of the year, by the way, but it doesn't count as far as his .287 batting mark is concerned. Thumping Theodore Williams of the Red Sox is up. That was Henrik's second RBI. Strike 1 called. Williams looked at the first one, which Morton Cooper threw just about chest high, right over the heart of the plate. Williams has a batting average of .348, 18 home runs so far this year, 80 runs driven in. He spread eagles both the major leagues in the power department. The American Leaguers lead 1-0. Henrik on second. Here's the pitch. High and outside, 1-1. Bucky Walters is warming up for the National Leaguers out in the right field bullpen. Morton Cooper has already faced 2 men. Boudreau hit a tremendous home run drive into the left field stands at the 400-foot mark, and Henrik doubled to right center. He hit the dirt with a nice slide going in. 1-1 the count on Williams. Henrik leads off. Here it is. There goes a long drive to left center field. Medwick is going deep for it, waiting, and he takes it. There goes Henrik tagging up. He draws a throw to third base, which is good, and he goes back to second. Williams hit a long fly ball to left center. It was taken by Medwick. And here is Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, whose all-star record is not star-studded. He has a batting average of .268. Many observers believe that this is the night he is destined to break out into full all-stardom. Low and inside, ball 1. Tommy Henrik is on second base with his illustrious Yankee teammate, Jolting Joe DiMaggio, standing in that famous wide base of his at home plate. He's waving his bat in the direction of Cooper. The outfield is deep to the left. Medwick has backed up. He is just about as deep as Ott was in right field for Williams. 1 ball the count. Here it is. Strike call. A good strike. Through the heart of the plate, buckle high, and the count is 1-1. 1 man out. The American Leaguers 1 run. The National Leaguers nothing. Lou Boudreau hit a home run on the second pitch. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. Henrik is still anchored at second. He takes a lead. Cooper pitches. Inside. Ball 2, strike 1. Joe was all set to tee off on that. Had it appealed to him, he doubtless would have swung from the heels. But he choked his bat and got out of the way. He and his brother Dominic and his other brother Vince stand with their feet probably wider apart than any other trio of batters, certainly any brother combination in the majors. 2-1 the count. There goes a high bouncing ground ball to Archie Vaughn. He holds the runner to second, throws to first. There's the throw to first base for the out, and Henrik, after the throw was made from Vaughn to Mize to retire DiMaggio, took third. Archie Vaughn did his job. He tried to bluff Tommy back to second base. Tommy did not go all the way back, realizing that Vaughn would have to commit himself. And just as soon as the long throw was made from Vaughn to Mize to retire Joe DiMaggio, Henrik took third on the out. 2 men out. Bucky Walters is still warming up, by the way. And big Rudy York. Chief Rudy York of the Detroit Tigers is up. He is the first baseman. He bats 1 below the cleanup slot. Has an average of .278, including 14 home runs. Henrik on third, 2 men out. Ball inside. That one very nearly shaved the letters. Detroit, right off the front of Rudy's chest. He wears the number 4. All these players, you know, are wearing their own uniforms. The National Leaguers, their home uniforms. The American Leaguers, their traveling suits. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 men out. Henrik stands in foul territory, just a little off third. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. 1-1. Rudy swung from the heels on a handled curveball that came through fast. The infield is back on the left side. Eddie Miller, who has played in 39 errorless games going into this one tonight, which will not count against his National League fielding record, is a deep shortstop, the outfield to the left. There's a drive that goes towards right field, a long drive, and that ball is going in for another home run to make it 3-0. Rudy York is coming home, back of Tommy Henrik. He's being congratulated by Joe Gordon. The American League leads 3-0. And Rudy York, who is a notorious center field and left field hitter, hit a home run straight away into right field for his first All-Star run batted in, his 15th home run of the year. He has 14 through the regular season, and the score is 3-0 as Henrik scored ahead of him from third. Flash Gordon is up. He has an average of .347. A swing and a miss. Flash went up there ready to swing on the first one. The American Leaguers are threatening to turn this into a first-inning rout. 2 mighty home runs, 1 to left by Boudreau, 1 to right with 1 on by Rudy York, each hitting his first round-trip wallop in an All-Star game. 2 men out, none on, Gordon up. The count is 1 strike. Cooper pitches. There's a swing and a miss. At a chest-high curveball outside, and the count is 2 strikes. Morton Cooper so far has been no puzzle for the American Leaguers, but the game is young. With 8 2/3 innings still to be played, it is anyone's ball game. 2 men out in the top of the first, nobody on. Gordon has a mark of .347, bats right, waits, swings and misses for strike 3. That's the first strikeout of the 10th All-Star game. But the American Leaguers pounded Morton Cooper savagely in the first half of the first inning. They collected 3 runs on 3 very solid hits for a total of 10 bases. There were no errors, and of course, there were no runners left on base. Now, in the event you tuned in late on Mutual's exclusive play-by-play report of the 10th All-Star game from the Polo Grounds in New York, the proceeds of which are to go into the Baseball Equipment Fund and to the Army and Navy Service Relief Societies, here are the lineups again. For the American League, manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians, shortstop. Tommy Henrik of the Yankees, right field. Ted Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, center field. Rudy York of Detroit, first base. Flash Gordon of New York, second base. Ken Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, catcher. And Spurgeon Spud Chandler, whose record is 9-2, a right-hander, on the mound. For the National League, Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third base. Pete Reiser of Brooklyn, center field. John Mize of the Giants, first base. Manager Mel Ott of the Giants in right field. Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn in left. Walker Cooper of the Cardinals back of the plate. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves at shortstop. And Morton Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals on the mound. He already has been shelled savagely to the tune of 3 runs. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. Here comes Jimmy Brown, who is a switch batter. He will bat left-handed. With Spud Chandler on the mound, he has a batting average of .263, including 1 home run and 14 doubles. Here's the pitch. That ball hit him right in the small of the back, and he takes first. Jimmy Brown had no opportunity even to get out of the way of an inside curveball that broke very sharply, hit him in the small of the back, and he becomes the first National League base runner in the All-Star game of 1942. Archie Vaughn is up. Archie has a batting average of .270. He bats left-handed, 1 on, nobody out. Chandler pitches. Inside, ball 1. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third base for the National Leaguers. Frankie Frisch of the Pittsburgh Pirates is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that is hit to second baseman Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau. 1 out. Boudreau to York. Double play. With a count 1 ball, Archie Vaughan lashed a savage grounder that went straight as an arrow from a bow to Flash Gordon. Gordon wheeled through to Boudreau, who made a magnificent pivot to throw to Rudy York, who made a good stretch to get Vaughan ahead of the relay. 2 men out, nobody on. Pete Reeser, the Major League batting champion of the moment at least, with a batting average of .361. A left-hand batter, 2 men out and none on. It knocked him down. Ball 1 close to the head. Pete went down. Now he gets up, brushes the dirt off his trousers. Spud Chandler is scraping the dirt together on the mound to make more comfortable that pace of his that he takes towards the plate. He has gotten rid of 2 men. His teammate, Joe Gordon, started a twin kill. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for a 2nd ball. The American Leaguers have a lead of 3 runs to nothing on the strength of a home run by Lou Boudreau and a home run by Rudy York after Tommy Henrik had doubled. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a slowly topped ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to York, and the side is retired. Chandler did not retire the side in 1-2-3 order, however. He hit Brown with a pitch. Vaughan smashed into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play, and then Reeser hit an easy roller to Joe Gordon. Gordon came in fast and smothered it on a slow hop and threw to York for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the last half of the first inning, and there is a little band music to celebrate the fact that the American Leaguers have been the first to score. They'll show no partiality through the course of the evening, however, because there will be just as much in the way of celebration on the part of the National League fans here tonight. The National League, by the way, is the host of the evening. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base. He's the celebrated Yankee coach, signal stealer, and third base coach par excellence, who has aided Joe McCarthy and his Yankees to so many World Championships. Coaching at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators, the former boy wonder. The coaches for the National Leaguers are Bill McKechnie and Frankie Frisch. The respective managers, of course, are the 2 men who matched strategies and tactics in the World Series last year at Yankee Stadium and Ebbets Field, Leo Durocher and Joe McCarthy.
The Mets present the World Series. This is Mel Allen speaking from Yankee Stadium in New York. With me are Red Barber and Bill Corum. The 3 of us are here to give you an accurate eyewitness report of the 5th game in baseball's great 1942 classic. Your radio host is the Gillette Safety Razor Company, which brings you the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl game, all major boxing bouts, and many other events of national interest on its year-round cavalcade of sports. Today's presentation reaches listeners in North America through the combined facilities of the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and their affiliates. Our armed forces overseas receive it through shortwave stations WGEO and WGEA Schenectady and KGEI San Francisco. At the moment, the starting pitchers for today's game are warming up below our radio booth. The Yankees are finishing up their infield practice. And shortly, the 5th game of the World Series will be underway. The 5th game and possibly the last game. We'll have to wait and see. You know, there's a train leaving New York tonight at 8 o'clock. The St. Louis Cardinals will be aboard. But whether or not the New York Yankees and your broadcasters will be along depends on the ability of Red Ruffing to coax more magic out of his battle-scarred right arm. Yes, this veteran of 6 former World Series, holder of the World Series record for most pitching wins, 7, having gotten that 7th one in the opening game of this classic, will attempt to duplicate today his best series performance, which took place in 1938 against the Chicago Cubs, when Red Ruffing won 2 games. He'll have to this year if the series is to be resumed in St. Louis on Wednesday. Opposing the veteran will be young Johnny Beasley, who beat the Yankees 4-3 in the 2nd game of the series in St. Louis. So much for the pitchers. Here are the lineups for today's game. For the St. Louis Cardinals, leading off playing second base, Jimmy Brown, who has a series batting average of .235. Hitting second, playing center field, Terry Moore, a series batting average of .286. Batting third, playing right field, Enos Slaughter, who has a batting average on the series of .200. In the cleanup spot, playing left field, Stan Musial, hitting at .286 in the series. Following him in the batting order, catching, Walker Cooper, hitting at .235. Batting sixth, first base, Johnny Hopp, hitting at .214. Coming up in the 7th spot in the batting order, playing third base, Friday Karowski, hitting at 250. Batting eighth, playing shortstop, Martin Marion, hitting at 143. Occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order, of course, in pitching, Johnny Beasley, who won 21 games and lost 6 during the regular season for the Cardinals, has won 1 and lost none in this series. For the New York Yankees, leading off, playing shortstop, Phil Rizzuto, hitting at 353 in the series. Batting second, playing third base, Red Ralph, currently hitting at 385. Coming up third, playing right field, switch hitter Roy Cullenbine, hitting at 333. In the cleanup spot, playing center field, Joe DiMaggio, hitting in the series at 353. Charlie Keller bats fifth, playing left field. His batting average for the series, 188. Following Keller in the batting order, playing second base, Joe Gordon. His batting average for the series, 077. Then comes Bill Dickey, catching, hitting at 333. Batting eighth, playing first base, Jerry Priddy, hitting at 143. Red Roughing bats ninth, of course, is pitching. Won 14 and lost 7 on the regular season for the Yankees. Has won 1 and lost 1 in this series. And his batting average for the series, 167. The umpires, back to the plate, George Major of the National League. At first base, Bill Summers of the American League. At second base, George Barr of the National League. And at third base, Cal Hubbard of the American League. So there are your lineups. The 2 pitchers are still throwing down below, getting ready. Billy Southworth just ran out of the Cardinal dugout to talk to Beasley for a moment. He stopped to talk to his manager. Red Roughing easily warming up to the left of home plate as we look out into the field to the right of the Yankee dugout. The Yankee dugout being to our left, the Cardinal dugout to our right. The groundkeepers in their white uniforms are manicuring the infield, putting on the finishing touches, and it won't be long now before we'll get underway with the 5th game of the 1942 World Series. As to the picture for today's game, well, just let me say this. Wires of congratulations have been pouring in from coast to coast for the splendid observations and keen analyses of Bill Corum throughout the series. And here he is again, the New York Journal-American's fearless sports columnist, Gillette's brilliant cavalcade sports observer, Bill Corum.
Well, thank you an awful lot, and that was too kind of you. All I do is talk out of a little experience in baseball, some 22 years, and a Cardinal rooter since I was a kid, and a Yankee rooter ever since I came to New York, which must make me reasonably impartial, and I hope it does. Just before I came up here to your radio booth, I saw Cousin Ed Barrett, who is Mr. Yankee himself in my book, big, solemn-faced, grim, standing down there at the lunch counter in the Stevens room. And I said to him, Cousin Ed, it looks a little bit dark for our side. And he said, not yet. These are still the Yankees, and I still think they're going to win. He said, if we win this ball game today, we'll go to St. Louis, and we'll win out there because the balls we hit up here Saturday that were caught were home runs. But he said, I want to say this is a great ball team we're playing. A bunch of real good kids who hustle all the time. And he said those outfielders, the bigger they make the park, the better for them, which is so true. I've told you several times that to me, the outfield play of Terry Moore in this series has been one of its brightest highlights. Picking up a few of the other players that have stood up, I said yesterday Rizzuto, and he certainly has. He's been a thorn in the side of the Cardinal pitchers and a tremendous shortstop out there. Johnny Hopp, they say he's not a great first baseman. Perhaps he isn't a great first baseman. One of the Nebraska football Hops, he's done a splendid job here. I don't know what a first baseman could do that he hasn't done. He stepped in place of Ray Sanders, who started the season as the Cardinals' regular first backer, and was all through that long drive to the pennant that they put on from August the 4th. As I said, he's one of the Nebraska football playing Hops. One of his brothers, Hippity, I believe they call him, is now with the Detroit Lions, and he has a younger brother out there on the squad again this year. Johnny was a track man at Nebraska, and there's a great question which of the Cardinals is the fastest, but if it were a track meet and they were going to run 100 yards in spike shoes, I'd have to go along with him. Though several of them can step, and of course several of the Yankees too, and perhaps that fellow Case down in Washington is faster than any one of them in a baseball suit, and likely is. Now, I should say this will be a very good day for Johnny Beasley, and it strikes me that it's like it will be for Roughing, though I think old Charlie could stand one more day's rest, and I know he'd like to have it, and I know McCarthy would have liked to give it to him. He'll be shooting to break his own record, of course, in this game. If he wins it, he will be the first pitcher ever to win 8 World Series games. His count now is 7-1, and he's going into his ninth, and as I say, he'll only be breaking his own record, but it'll be a record that'll stand for many a day if he wins it. Shirley comes out of Nokomis, Illinois, but now lives in Long Beach, California. And I just got a letter from Arthur Robinson, a former New York baseball writer. It came from Cripple Creek. Unfortunately, it didn't have any gold in it, however. And he said Tiny Bonham's name is pronounced I own. And I guess I mispronounced it. He says I own as in I own a Gillette razor. So that's the proper pronunciation of Bonhamtown in California. And I appreciate the correction. I just didn't know any better. But as I say, I'm a little disappointed that there wasn't any gold in the letter coming from Cripple Creek. Now, I believe this game will be worthy of the ones that have preceded it in the series. I think it's going to be, of course, the final acid test for the Yankees. It's this one or nothing, neck or nothing for them now. It isn't likely, almost 100 to 1, that Rushing will pitch any such game as he pitched in St. Louis, because there he was shooting for a no-hitter right down to the finish, as most of you will recall, and it isn't probable that an old fellow, 37 or 38 years old, can come back with such a short rest and do anything like that. But he may not have to pitch that well today. Beasley may not be as good as he was in his game, though he is a strong-armed kid. He can pitch every day. Pitch much more often than Cooper, the other great right-hander on the Cardinal team. Grandpop Charlie's down there in front of me warming up, and so is Johnny. They call him the Bees on the Cardinals, and I can still hear little Jimmy Brown, who has been a little uncertain the field, but holds these Cardinals together. He's the cutie out there, sort of brilliant, the oldest one of those Cardinal infielders, and while I'm throwing bouquets around, I might say that Marion covers quite a lot of ground and drags balls out of the air and all sides of him, and has played 1,000% baseball, which is remarkable in any World Series for any shortstop to do. The greatest shortstopping I ever saw in a series was done by Leo Durocher against Detroit. He made plays that I've never seen anybody else make in a World Series, and didn't make an error, if my memory is correct. If he did, it was only one, and he made the ones he had to make, and I don't think he made a single error in the series. And, of course, Marion nor Rizzuto, neither of them have had to accept the chances that Leo the Lip had to accept out there. But they both played remarkably fine baseball, and Marion is one of the last of the big shortstops. They used to have him in the days of Hans Wagner, and that reminds me that this man Barr I was telling you about, the man who's Mr. Yankee and president of the Yankees, is the fellow who discovered Hans Wagner. That's one of his proudest boasts. You can't get Ed to talk much about his current boys, but if you get him opened up on old Honus, boy, he does love to talk about that. So there's how it looks up here at the Yankee Stadium this afternoon as these two great teams, Yanks and Cards, go into their fifth game.
You folks who follow these complicated sports broadcasts have noticed a significant change in our commercial messages recently, I'm sure. Let me state the facts, simply and frankly. Production of Gillette Blue Blades has been curtailed by government order to save seals. Furthermore, the requirements of our armed forces for Gillette blades are mounting by leaps and bounds. You don't have to be an accountant to get the answer. Obviously, the supply of Gillette Blue blades for civilians is shrinking rapidly. In fact, a shortage already exists in many important areas, despite all efforts to distribute available supplies evenly. Therefore, when you need Gillette Blue blades, please buy for immediate requirements only and use the blades thriftily. If a man stocks up or is wasteful, he deprives other men of the comfort and economy of shaving with these sharper and longer-lasting blades. From time to time during the game today, we'll give you a number of suggestions that will help you get more shaves and more comfortable ones from every Gillette Blue blade. At the moment at home plate are the umpires, together with Art Fletcher of the New York Yankees, Terry Moore of the St. Louis Cardinals. The batting orders are being presented to the umpires. Ground rules are being discussed. Meantime, Red Ruffing and Johnny Beasley are still warming up. The groundskeepers have finished manicuring the infield. 7th Regiment Band out at the flagpole in deep center field, just to the left of the Paris flagpole, are all poised and ready to play the national anthem. We'll have the flag raised in a moment, and then the 5th game of the World Series will definitely be underway. Before the start of this 5th game of the 1942 World Series, which comes to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York City, we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
To give you a quick picture, as we get ready for this fifth game, here's what has happened before to refresh your memory a bit. In the first game, the Yankees beat the Cardinals 7-4. Ruffing, Chandler, and Dickey for the Yankees. Morton Cooper, Gumbert, Lanier, and Walter Cooper for St. Louis. In the second game, the Cardinals beat the Yankees 4-3. Bonham and Dickey for the Yankees, Beasley and Cooper for the Cardinals. In the third game, which was played at the Yankee Stadium, the first two in St. Louis, the Cardinals shut out the Yankees 2-0. Ernie White and Walter Cooper, the battery for the Cardinals. Chandler, Brewer, Turner, and Dickey for the Yankees. And in the fourth game played yesterday, the Cardinals won it 9-6. Morton Cooper was the starting pitcher. Gumbert, Pallet, Lanier, and Walter Cooper. For the Yankees, Barrow, Donald, Bonham, and Dickey. That's the way the games, very briefly, have gone up until the one today. Red Ruffing has just finished warming up. Johnny Beasley still throwing on his side of the field. There go the umpires to take their stations. Big Cal Hubbard walking down the third baseline of the American League. Bill Summers of the American League walking down the first baseline. George Barr of the National League cutting right through the middle, over the box out to second base, and Big George Major standing back to the plate. And we're waiting for the national anthem. I believe it's coming right now. Here it is. For those of you who missed the starting lineup, here they are again very quickly as the Yankees start out onto the field. For the St. Louis Cardinals, Brown, second base. Moore, center field. Slaughter, right field. Musial, left field. Walter Cooper catching. Hopp, first base. Karowski, third base. Marion, shortstop. Beasley pitching. For the Yankees, in the order in which they bat, Rizzuto, shortstop. Ralph, third base. Kellenbein, right field. DiMaggio, center field. Keller, left field. Gordon, second base. Dickey catching. Pretty, first base. Ruffing, pitching. The announcement of the battery is coming over the loudspeaker. We'll let you listen. I think they just, here's for the Cardinals.
Number 15, catching. The battery, for New York. Ruffing, number 15. Dickey, number 8, catching.
There's the announcement of the batteries over the top of distance. And here now to describe for you the first half of the game is one of the nation's top-notch baseball broadcasters. The keen student of the game, the veteran of 7 World Series broadcasts. This makes number 8, Red Barber, a World Series institution who's been bearing down all the way during the series despite a severe sore throat. But it takes more than that to stop the old redhead. Red, how's the throat today?
Well, Mel, I think we're going to make it. Thanks a lot, as they say out in some sections of the country, for them their kind words. Jimmy Brown standing to one side, pitch hitter to be first up. St. Louis, followed by Terry Moore, then by Country Slaughter. Big Red Ruffing, who is now the big Yankee hope, standing on the mound. The only time he's ever lost in the World Series was to one of the game's great left-handers, Carl Hubbell. And he is being faced this afternoon by Johnny Beasley, a 21-year-old rookie. Ruffing on the mound, checking his spike position, moving around. Bill Dickey, great receiver, crouches down to give the sign for the game's first pitch. Big Major falling strike umpire, working off the catcher's right shoulder. First pitch, ball, low. Ruffing came down easily with a fastball, and it was low. Ball 1. Crowd sort of settled down. The hysteria Just about the opening of the first pitch now. Fades away. Manager Southworth, his own third base coach. Brown takes low again. Ruffing's behind. Here's a curveball. Ball 2. 2-0. The outfield is a step toward right on Jimmy. Turns pretty well back of the plate when he hits left-handed. He's a switch hitter. The infield is up a step. He's fast. Stepping works 2-0. Low for ball 3. That one just under the knees. 3-0. Ralph walked over from third. Talked to Ruffing for the moment. Now the big red-headed right-hander comes down 3-0. Low for ball 4. And on 4 straight pitches without a strike, he walks down. Jimmy Brown on at first. Terry Moore, who plays such a magnificent center field for St. Louis. Stepping in, right-hand batter. The outfield is around toward left on Terry. Infield up a step. Rolfe is right off third to pitch the course of a bunt. Moore has looked down to Southworth, the manager, and third base coach, see what the sign might be. Stuffing delivers, and Moore takes low outside. Sesto, for a bunt apparently, had the pitch in the strike area. Ball 1. Down at first. Jerry Pretty, the utility infielder who's playing there now, would hack it out with a busted left thumb. Pretty holding the bag. The pitch. Outside and high. Dismissing for ball 2. And Ruffing has yet to throw a strike. He walked down on the first 4 pitches. And eyes behind to Terry Moore, 2-0. Moore backs out of the box, looks down to his manager. For the Southworth, he was a bunt still on or not. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is taken for a strike. And pitch number 7 was the first strike thrown by Ruffing this afternoon. Moore again looking, see what the sign is. 2-1. Ruffing carefully coming down position, checks the runner at first. Delivers. Call strike 2. That was a good curveball off the hand. So the Cardinals, apparently, judging from the actions of Moore, especially by the way he looked for a sign after the 2-0 pitch, had the bunt on, and then switched to the take, and it's now 2-2. So we'll see. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Big Red delivers. Moore swings and misses. Strike 3. And Ruffing, having to right himself, after missing his first 6 pitches, came down with the next 3 and struck out Moore swinging. Now it is 1 gone. And the infield is not looking for a bunt so much. Country Slaughter is the batter. The 10 hitter that's playing forward toward right. Ruffing throws. A call strike. A curveball right in there. And it's 0-1. 1 man out. Brown on at first. Mike Gonzalez, first base coach. Pretty holds the corner against the runner. Ruffing stretches. Comes into position. Delivers. Slaughter swings as a ground ball to second. So it's gone. 1 out at second. Throw to first. Double play. A hard-hit ground ball right at second baseman Gordon, who flipped to shortstop Rizzuto, who was standing on the keystone. The relay on to first baseman Pretty, and it was a double play. That's the first double play completed by the Yankee infield so far in the series. The Yankees had another double play, which was made from the outfield. And so that winds up 0-4. And the double play more than erases the base on ball. Second baseman to the shortstop and on to the first baseman. 1, 2, 3, and out of there. And now the Yankees, who of course have to win and still win if they wish to win the World Series. Rizzuto to be the first hitter, followed by Ross, and then by Sullenbaum. Johnny Beasley steps to the mound, and this strong, young 6-foot rookie right-hander is ready to go. And you think that Beasley was nervous about pitching this ball game today? Well, he was so nervous that he just lay down in the clubhouse and took a half-an-hour nap before he came out to work. That shows an ability to relax. You don't find that very often. Highly strung, competing athletes, just at the moment. Now Rizzuto, that 3 hits yesterday. He was hard to handle. Set. Always a threat for a bunt. Kowalski up close by third. And Phil takes a curve low. Ball 1. First man up, last the first inning. No score. Ruffing walks the first hitter. Looked at the start as though his control hurt him, but he righted himself, struck out more, and got started to crack into a double play. Rizzuto takes a fast call strike. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The outfield, Wood left. Infield up the step. Rizzuto's fast. Borowski's up on the inside grass, inside third. Rizzuto swings as a line drive to the left field corner. Musial going back, he can't get it. It's a home run. And Phil Rizzuto won up that line drive, solidly just inside the left field foul marker, solidly into the seats about 5 rows back. Musial had no chance at all. Now it is 1-0 in favor of the Yankees, and the hitter is Red Rolfe, who takes a ball low inside for ball 1. Rizzuto now has the most hits of anybody playing in the series. That was his 7th. That's the 3rd home run here in the series, and they've all been hit by the Yankees. This is the first one that Teller didn't hit. Rolfe takes a strike. That's right off the hand, and it is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield toward right. On Bob. You don't hear him call that very often. His name is Robert. But what's happened to his first name is what's happened to mine. There's a high foul going back into the stand. Strike 2. 1-2. Red digs in right off the plate. 1-0. They were the defending world champions, and Rizzuto showed that there was plenty of life left in the Yankees. He sees the first possible offensive gesture and slammed it into the left field stand. Rolfe swings, fouls it off, straight back onto the netting. 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crowd now aroused, moving around, seeing another bit of battle right here in the making. The Yankees certainly accepted the challenge in this 5th game just as quickly as they could. Rolfe swings as the bounding ball hit down to second. Brown up with it, throws to first, in time, but 2 steps, and Rolfe is out. Second to first. Now it is 1 man out in New York. And Roy Cullenbine, switch hitter, we're back left-handed, stepping in. Outfield moves around toward right on Roy. Young Beasley. Third Dark. Dark brown eyes. Steps, pumps. Throws. Fast call strike right off the hands. Over the inside. Waist high. 7-1. 1-0. Favor the Yankees. Rizzuto lining a home run. Not a high fly ball. A solid line drive. Little fella has power. Roy swings and misses at a slow curveball, strike 2. Apparently he had it in his mind he was going to hit that pitch no matter where it was. And when the string was pulled by Beasley, Cullenbine tried to slow down his swing but couldn't. 0-2. 1 man out, nobody on. Beasley works, Cullenbine swings as a ground ball fair. Back first, Hap picks it up, runs to the bag and wins. Bill Cohen was talking before the game began about the speed of Hap, and he showed it right there. Racing into the bag with that ground ball for the putout. And a veritable wall of noise goes up as Joe DiMaggio steps in. Right-hand batter. Outfield is deep. Down toward left. There's a called strike. 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. Infield is deep. The score 1-0. Favor the Yankees. 2 men out for them. Nobody on. Last the first inning. Curveball low outside. 4-1. The umpires are in the same rotation now they were for game 1. That means Major Trace back at the plate working balls and strikes. Summers at first, Barr at second, and Hubbard at third. The alternates remain Dunn and Basil. Sees the pitch is 1-1. A curve swung on, belted out into left center. No, Terry Moore under it, waiting. And takes it for the out. 1-1. Rizzuto hammering a home run, the first Yankee batter up. Last half of the first inning. And so it is 1-0 in favor of the Yankees. That ends the first inning. Lots of you listeners, hundreds of thousands of you, are regular Gillette shaving cream users. So please bear with me while I tell the others what a heap of shaving comfort they're missing. Now Gillette can't afford to miss a trick when it comes to making shaving easier. And take it from me, these shaving creams are everything you have a right to expect from this company. Either one, lather or brushless, is number one in its field. I mentioned lather cream first, so let's talk about it. Gillette lather cream holds quantities of water to soften your beard and speed your razor. It's made with 3 beneficial oils, has a pleasant scent, and leaves your face feeling good and looking great. Now that's true of Gillette brushless cream as well. It is free from grease, rinses off instantly, and never gums up your razor or drains. Peanut oil makes it particularly bland and pleasant. You get super shaving comfort. So for tops in luxury, at no extra cost, ask your dealer for Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless. 25 cents. The second inning, Van Musial first up, followed by Walker Cooper, then by Hop. Big Red Roughing sets his second win in this series. His 8th all-time in World Series competition. Now has a 1-run lead. Delivers. Right over. Serve ball. Below the knees. Called strike. Musial stands about as far back in the box as a left-hand hitter can stand. He's long-legged and takes quite a step forward. Roughing throws. Waits the fastball outside. And it is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Red so far has been throwing more step pitches just the start of this game than he did at Game 1. In Game 1, he was using primarily his fastball. Delivers, does change the pace. It's over but high. Ball 2. 2-1. And as Dirk Williams pointed out, stepping well along in years for a ball player, is pitching really on short rations as far as rest goes. Musial swings, and there's a high pop fly back of short. Rizzuto under it, waiting. Takes it. And Musial pops up to short. 1 out. Up the second inning. The score 1-0. Favor the Yankees. Walker Cooper stepping in. Big rangy, 6-foot right-hand hitter. He's been a very timely batter for the Cardinals so far in this series, getting hit when they meant something. Swings, and there's a line drive through the middle for a base hit. It's a solid single for Walker Cooper. He sort of stepped back a half step and timed one of Ruffing's 3/4 speed curves. Hit it right through the middle. That's the first Cardinal safety. Single in the center. Now the Cardinals, with 1 man out, the second inning, have the tying run at first base. The Yankees lead 1-0. Standing Hop. Stocky. Left-hand batter. From Sedwood back and forth. Outfield step toward right. The infield halfway up. Hop swings. There's a pop fly back at short. Rizzuto dancing underneath it. Takes it. Out number 2. Walker Cooper never stepped off first base. So there he stands. 2 men out. And here's George Karowski stepping in. Up to around toward left. Karowski pulls. Walker Cooper first, good to go, and anything 2 out. Call strike, right off the hand. Ruffing pitching inside and tight to the fast one. Strike 1. Starkworth hauling it up from back at third. That's very quiet here at the stadium. The pitch swung on as a high drive deep out in the left. It's way out yonder, and it is foul, but way up into the stands and just foul. Well, we've no sooner said that this batter pulls him than he pulled one just a shade too much. When that one was struck, you knew that the distance was plenty to get it up into the stands. But it was a question of whether it would be fair or foul as it went out close to the line. So naturally, every eye was on the umpire. Foul. So it's a very long second strike. Ruffing pitches, Karowski swings, and there's a short fly ball going into right center, and Gordon is back and pulls it down for the out. Second baseman goes back to get it. No runs, one hit, one man left. 1-0 favor the Yankees, and that ends the first half of the second inning.
Leadoff man for the New York Ball Club will be Charlie King Kong Keller. This guy blasted 26 home runs. As Marty Marion told us on the pregame show, he and Keller used to play against one another in the International League. And Keller had 108 runs batted in, 6 less than DiMaggio, but what a good 1-2 punch among their number 4 and 5 hitters.
And don't forget about Joe Gordon. He had 18 home runs, 103 RBIs, and a 322 mark. When you look at the RBI total of the 4, 5, and 6 men in this New York lineup, they are killers. 114, 108, and 103, and all in the double figures. Keller digs in. He's a strong left-handed batter. The left fielder bats for the first time here this afternoon. Beasley gave up the leadoff home run to Rizzuto. They're playing Keller to pull. The first one is blown away, ball 1, as Cooper returns it to the mound. Beasley kicks in front of the rubber as he tries to get a hole popped away out there.
You can tell when Beasley is right. There'll be a lot of ground balls, and he'll make good use of that inner defensive hits.
Curveball inside. That's ball 2 on Charlie Keller, the leadoff man for New York, who leads 1-0 here in the second inning. Into the wind. Beasley fires. Ground ball right side. Brown has an easy hop and an easy play as he fires to the first baseman, Johnny Hop, and 1 down.
Well, backed up on that ball a little bit. He asked for trouble, but he got an a la carte hop, and he threw him out. 1 gone.
That brings in Joe Gordon, right-handed batter. And now the Cardinal outfield switches around to the left side. Musial is tucked into the left field corner. Moore is in left center. He's deep because it's a very, very deep center field here in Yankee Stadium.
One of the most distinct first ball hitters in the game, Joe Gordon.
From the wind, Beasley fires high and away. Gordon was really jumping out after that one, but evidently the book is out on Joe Gordon, and they stay away from the first. Beasley steps off the hill. Now he's back on top. Cooper gives the sign. Into the wind. Here's the second pitch, and a ground ball to the shortstop. Slats has an easy one. Up, over, and out as Marion takes care of Joe Gordon. 2 down.
Someday that Marion's going to throw a handful of pebbles over to first base. He's always picking up pebbles around that shortstop position. He's going to forget to throw one away and throw it over to first someday.
That's 5 in a row now, set down by the Cardinal right-hander, John Beasley. And it brings in Bill Dickey, the New York catcher. 2 homers on the year, 37 RBIs, but a good batting mark of .295.
And I wonder if here's the ball outside to Dickey. I wonder if the Cardinal fans down in Arkansas are rooting for Dickey or for the Redbirds.
Half and half. Here's the next one by the right-hander Beasley, and it's upstairs inside, ball 2. 2-0 now on Bill Dickey, the left-handed swinging catcher of the New York Yankees. Beasley looks on, gets his sign, goes to the wind. Here it is. Ground ball, right side. Brown, tough play, gets the short hop, but gets his man. And that is 6 in a row set down by the Cardinal right-hander, John Beasley.
I think the organist here is rooting for the Cardinals. He's playing the March of the Cardinals, written in 1942 by George M. Cohan.
After 2, the Yankees on top, 1-0.
The cavalcade of sports is on the air. Gillette presents the 11th annual All-Star Baseball game between picked teams of the American and National Leagues at Shibe Park in Philadelphia. For this privilege, the Gillette Safety Razor Company is contributing $25,000 to the Major Leagues Fund, which provides baseball equipment to our armed forces. We wish to thank the sponsors of regularly scheduled programs for generously relinquishing their time and making this public service broadcast possible. In the event, ladies and gentlemen, if there are any important news bulletins forthcoming as the game progresses, they will be quickly relayed to you during the course of our broadcast. This is Mel Allen speaking through the facilities of the Columbia Broadcasting System, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and affiliated stations. Red Barber and Bill Corum are with me to help give you a vivid bird's-eye picture of every play, plus the color and highlights of tonight's game. The stands of historic Shibe Park, scene of an all-star game for the first time, are jammed with a baseball-loving crowd who are keenly wondering what will be recorded in the way of dramatic achievements tonight to add to the thrill-packed pages of this midsummer classic. Even now, they're buzzing with reminiscent chatter of what has gone before, and they applaud as the umpires take their place on the field, and the American League, the home team in tonight's game, trots out onto the field. The Star-Spangled Banner has already been played prior to our coming onto the air, and we're just about ready to play ball. Many of the game's greatest stars are missing tonight because of their presence in our armed forces. But a good representation has been marshaled to put these two ball clubs representing the American and National Leagues on pretty even terms. And here quickly is the starting lineup, and then we'll get going with the ball game. For the visiting team, the National League, and we'll give it to you quickly. The boys are about ready to play. In the order in which they bat, Stan Heck of the Chicago Cubs, third base. Billy Herman of the Brooklyn Dodgers, second base. Stan Musial of the St. Louis Cardinals, left field. Bill Nicholson of the Chicago Cubs, right field. L.B. Fletcher of the Pittsburgh Pirates, first base. Walker Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals, catching. Harry Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals, center field. Marty Marion of the St. Louis Cardinals, shortstop. And pitching for the National League, starting off, is Martin Cooper. For the American League, there's the throw down to second. George Case leading off, right field. Ken Keltner, Cleveland, third base. Dick Wakefield, Detroit, left field. Vern Stevens, St. Louis, shortstop. Then comes Siebert, Ladd's early. Doran Leonard will get to the other boys. There are the lineups very quickly. And here is a veteran of many All-Star and World Series broadcasts to tell you what's going to happen in the first 4.5 innings. The old redhead, Red Barber.
Thank you, Mel. Leonard makes his first pitch to Hack, and it swung on and hit down back of second base and through into center field for a clean single. And Stanley Hack leads off the All-Star Classic, the 11th annual, hitting Leonard's first pitch ball sharply back to the middle, a solid ground single right out of the center. And the first pitch is resulted in the first hit of the ball game. Stanley Hack, captain of the Chicago Cubs, leads off for the National League. Stepping in to hit number 2 is Billy Herman, who's playing once again with Stanley Hack, but they're reunited on the All-Star team, as Herman is now with Brooklyn, Hack, of course, remaining with the Cubs. Leonard, who first came into the major leagues with the Dodgers, now with Washington, throws over to first, not in time. Siebert of the Athletics returns. He's a left-handed thrower. Leonard, big right-hander, a knuckleballer. Herman in a crouch, right-hand hitter, and takes high inside for ball 1. The umpires, Eddie Rommel, who put in many, many years at Shibe Park, pitching for Connie Mack's Athletics. Rommel back at the plate of the American League. We'll pick up the rest in a moment. Leonard in position, checks the runner, delivers. Herman swings and fouls the ball off, reaching for a high outside pitch. Hack was going, the hit and run was on. Mike Gonzalez is coaching back at first base for the National League All-Star squad, and coaching back off third is Billy Southworth, the manager and skipper of the world champion Cardinals. And so the two coaches who work together all through the year are working together for the National League tonight. Herman takes the next pitch a curve down outside. Early, who is Leonard's regular battery mate with Washington, going down into his right for a nice stop. For those of you who just tuned in, Hack opened up for the National League with a single on the first pitch, and the count is now 2 balls, 1 strike to Herman, the number 2 hitter. Throw to first, Hack steps back. Siebert makes the tag, but not in time. Jock O'Connor of the National League staff is the first base umpire. Joe Rule of the American League staff at second. Tom Dunn of the National League at third. Herman swings at a bounding ball down through into left center. Hack is around second. He's coming on the third. It's a base hitter single for Herman. And the ball was hit through the spot vacated by shortstop Vernon Stevens of the St. Louis Crowds. With Hack breaking for second base, that's one advantage of a hit-and-run play. Either the shortstop or the second baseman has to go into the bag and thus open up the hole. And as Hack broke for second, Stevens, the shortstop, started for the bag, and Herman pulled the ball just to the left of the mound and threw right where Stevens had been, a single into left field. Stepping in now is Stan Musial. He's playing left field. He's with the St. Louis Cardinals. The left-hand hitter standing well back in the box and swings and hits a long fly ball deep into right center. Chet lobs to center fielder Andret. There's the catch, and in to score comes Stanley Hack, and Herman holds it first as the throw-in is cut off by Bobby Dorr at second. So the National League quickly goes ahead, 1-0. Stanley Hack opening up with a single. Billy Herman following with a single through the shortstop gap that was open when Hack broke for second base, and Musial's long fly to the center fielder bats in the run. Big Bill Nicholson of the Chicago Cubs stepping in to run batted in for Musial on his first at-bat in his first All-Star game in his second year in the majors. Big Nicholson up and takes a pitch outside for ball one. Nicholson is the big brawny back of the starting National League squad as far as home runs go. He has hit 11 so far in the regular season. Jim Bagby of the Cleveland Indians and Hal Newhouser of the Detroit Tigers are warming up the American League. Leonard on the mound throws back over to first, and Herman returns easily ahead of it. The defense is toward right and deep on Nicholson. Pumps that stick and misses at a low knuckler. 1-1. One man out. The score 1-0 favor the National League. The first out was used to get in the run from third base. Musial batting it in with a long fly ball. Leonard, the right-hander, works outside for ball two. Fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike. It is Leonard and Early from the Washington Nationals. Starting battery for the American League. Shibe of the A's is at first base. Bobby Doerr, the Red Sox, at second. We'll check the rest in a moment. Leonard pitches. Nicholson swings and grounds the ball to first base. Shibe throws down to second. 1 out. The return back. Not in time at first base. It's a force play. First baseman Shibe taking a high bounder 2 steps inside first base, throwing down to Vern Stevens at second base. The shortstop getting credit for the putout on the force play. Herman forced. First baseman to the shortstop. And Nicholson beats the relay back to Shibe at first base. Having on at first, scored as a force out, 2 men down, and L.B. Fletcher of the Pittsburgh Pirates stepping in. Left-hand hitter, standing right off the plate. Nicholson at first, 2 down. Fletcher takes a low outside curve. Ball 1. Stevens of the Browns is at short, and Ken Keltner, the great third baseman of the Indians, comprises the remainder of the first line for the American League starting team. It's noteworthy in that not a Yankee is starting. First time that's happened. There's a bounding ball hit slowly down towards second base. Doyle have to hurry. The throw to first is in time by a step. And Fletcher is out on a half-speed hopper down to the second baseman. Doyle on to Shibe. The outfield that started for the American League was Lobbs in center, flanked by George Case of Washington in right field. And in left field was freshman Dick Wakefield. Now for the National Leaguers who are ahead 1-0, they're walking out to the mound, and it is the celebrated Cooper brothers, the firm of Mort, the pitcher, and Walker, the catcher. Big Mort Cooper of the Cardinals has won 11 games this year and lost 5 in his league. He's pitched 4 shutouts. He started 16 times, relieved 4 times, pitched 13 complete games, and beaten at least once every team in the National League. So he has demonstrated all-round sound strength. And of course, he wishes to make a brilliant recouping of his all-star fortunes. He was the starting pitcher last year, and before he realized it, before the first inning was over, the American League had gotten the winning margin. Boudreau opened with a home run, and came a double by Henrik, and then York powered another homer, and when the game wound up 3-1, you can see what that start meant. So it is Cooper and Cooper the battery. At first base, Fletcher of the Pirates, who came onto the squad when Frank McCormick of Cincinnati, hailing with a bad back, was unable to participate. Billy Herman is at second base. He's the top man in runs batted in for the major leagues so far this year with 59. At shortstop is the Octopus, Slats Marion. And at third base, Stanley Hack of the Cubs. The outfield is Nicholson of the Cubs in right. In center is Harry Walker of the Cardinals and Musial of the Cardinals in left. First up now for the American Leaguers is George Case of Washington, right-hand batter, an open stance. And he is hit on the left hip and moves down to first base, hits now the first pitch ball. Just a moment. He brought his left arm down across his left hip, and apparently he was hit just under the left elbow. Goes down there rubbing it a little bit, and he's hit by the pitch. Lena Blackburn of the Athletics is coaching at first base for the American Leaguers, and Art Fletcher, who is always MacArthur's third base coach, is at third base tonight. So on the first pitch ball, Mort Cooper puts the potential tying run on at first. Case is standing off, rubbing that hand a little bit. Apparently hit between the wrist and the elbow of his left arm. Ken Keltner up. The infield remains back. The outfield toward left. Keltner of the Indians pulls that bat straight up in the air in a crouch deep back of the plate and takes a sharp pitch over for a call strike. The Cooper boys. Mort, the pitcher, is 2 years the senior. Walker down, giving the sign back of the plate. The right-hander throws. There's a high foul that is going into the stands and back of first base. In fact, on top of the stands. There it is, kicking around. Bounces off. Down in the National League bullpen, backing up Cooper in case gets off to a faltering start. These games, things happen so suddenly you have to keep fellows ready in the bullpen. Left-hander Max Lanier of the Cardinals and right-hander Alva Javery of the Braves are warming up. Case stepping off first, still rubbing rather tentatively that left elbow. There's a throw to first, not in time. 2 strikes to Keltner, nothing in 2. Infield goes back even a step deeper. The pitch is inside at the shins, a fastball. Turn loose, sort of side off. Ball 1. The score is 1-0 in favor of the National League All-Stars. The American Leaguers just coming to bat for the first time. They have the tying run at first if they can get it 270 feet around. Nobody out. Keltner of the Indians up. On deck to follows Wakefield. There's a pitch low outside. 4-2, curveball. Big Maud, who likes to wear 13. Kicks a little dirt. Takes the sign from his brother. Keltner, his rear foot on the back line of that box. Crowds that plate from behind his right-hand hitter. Partially open stance. Steps up, swings, and hits a foul ball out along the right field line. And it is dropping untouched between second baseman Herman and right fielder Nicholson. Nicholson came charging from right field, running with all he had and ran out from under his cap. Billy Herman going out from second base. And the ball dropped right between them, each a step away. So the count holds as it was. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stanley Hack from third comes over and talks to Mort Cooper, and there's Walker, the catcher, coming out. Billy Southworth, who is managing the National League All-Stars by virtue of being the pennant winner in the league last year, has started from his own ball club 5 of his players. There are 5 Cardinals beginning. There are 2 Cubs, 1 Pirate, 1 Dodger. For the first time, there's not a Yankee starting in the American League All-Star squad. Keltner swings and fouls a pitch down onto the ground. Back, and it is still 2-2. Nobody out. Last of the first inning. They're playing Keltner the pull around toward left. Washington has the most number of players starting in the American League squad. The Nationals and the Senators, they're called both with equal facility. 3 men beginning. St. Louis Browns have 2. Big Cooper in position, works. Keltner swings and misses for strike 3. And that fork ball got him. When it was rumored a day or so ago that Bonham would probably be the starting pitcher for the American League squad, everybody said, well, the 2 forkball artists will be going. But Bonham is not starting. However, Mort Cooper is. Each one has a forkball. So that's the first strikeout. And now stepping in is freshman Dick Wakefield, the first major leaguer to rack up 100 save hits so far this year, and the only one so far. Swings and hits a bounding ball back of second base. Herman up, throws over to Marion, and there's a force play at second, and that's all. Coming in there with a very hard slide was Case. It was a half-speed bounding ball that Herman came up with deep behind second and flipped to Marion, and there was no time even for an attempted throw to first. So it's a force play at second. In the parlance of the game, they got the first run. The first runner, Case, forced the second baseman to the shortstop. It was Herman of Brooklyn to Martin Marion of St. Louis. Stepping in now, Stevens of the Browns. Right-hand batter spreads his feet wide apart, takes the first pitch, which is outside, and as it goes down to first, Fletcher has to lean off the bag, falling in the direction of second base in order to prevent the ball from being thrown into right field. Ball 1, a pseudo pitch out. Vern Stevens, square-shouldered, strong right-hand batter, spreads those feet just as far as he can, right off the plate, and takes a curve low outside for ball 2. Stevens, who's been the pace-making percentage hitter all season in the American League. Dick Wakefield leading down off first base. Throw to first, not in time. Wakefield didn't stay up in batter's box long. He went after the very first pitch. Cooper pitches, and Stevens hits a bounding ball to short. Marion up with it. The throw over to first base to Fletcher in plenty of time. Stevens thrown out by 3 steps short to first. For the American League, no runs, no hits, 1 man left. For the National League, no errors. At the end of the first inning, it is 1-0 in favor of the National League. Isn't it significant, fans, that the players in tonight's game, from Chandler, Dickey, and the Cooper brothers on through, plus managers Joe McCarthy and Billy Southworth as well, shave with the Gillette Blue Blade and recommend it to their friends? Significant, I'll say, but not a bit surprising if you ask the old redhead. Ball players are like millions of other men who are on their toes and take pride in their appearance. They want the slickest, cleanest shaves that are in the cards, the kind that make you look and feel right on the button. And brother, that's the kind you enjoy with the Gillette Blue Blade. Yes, sir, you get the best-looking, most refreshing shaves of your life. That's because the Gillette Blue Blade has the sharpest, smoothest finished edges ever produced. In fact, you can search the world without finding another blade as keen, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting. 1-0 in favor of the National League, and we're ripping now into the second inning. Leonard settled down after a rocky start. 2 singles greeted him by the first 2 batters. And here is catcher Cooper, Walker Cooper, of the St. Louis Cardinals, right-hand batter. Leonard pitches low outside, early going to his right again. 4-1. It was rather obviously natural that with a pitch as difficult to catch as Leonard's knuckler, that his own receiver, Jake Early, would be his starting battery mate, which is the way it's working. Walker Cooper hits a high pop fly back of second. There's Bobby Doerr of the Red Sox waiting. And he has it. 1 up and 1 out. And Harry Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals. There are 2 brother acts here. I think that is quite a record. They're the Cooper brothers, the battery, and Harry Walker is the younger brother of Dixie Walker of the Dodgers, and Dixie is over in the National League dugout. We've had no changes in playing personnel. Harry Walker stepping in, left-hand batter, and then steps back out of the box again. Time is automatically called by plate umpire Eddie Rummel. The umpires will change in the middle of the 5th inning. Leonard works. There's a line drive right back at the mound. Leonard can't hold it, picks it up, throws over to first in time, and Harry Walker's out. Leonard had that one hit right squarely back at his belt buckle. He had to stop it. He didn't have any alternative. In other words, it was either the line drive or Leonard. He knocked it down. In fact, he almost held it. But the ball rolled out of the pocket of his glove down on the ground. He picked it up through to first. So it is 2 up and 2 down for the National Leaguers. And Snatch Marion. Marty Marion of the Cardinals. Great fielding shortstop. Tall, rangy right-hand hitter. Takes a strike. There was a curveball through there. 0-1. The outfield is toward left. Infield straight away and deep. Marion takes low outside. 4-1. Leonard likes to get ahead of batters and then make them hit that knuckler, if he can. That's the way most knuckleball pitchers like to work. Right-hander delivers. There's a knuckler that swung on and hit back past the mound to short. Stevens juggles it. By the time he picks it up, he cannot even throw. And we'll await the judgment of the official scorer as to how that is to be scored. Safely on at first base is Marty Marion, the shortstop for the National Leaguers. We haven't heard from the official scorer as yet. Mort Cooper stepping in, right-handed hitter, and he is an excellent hitter among pitchers. 2 men out. The score 1-0 favor the National League. The first pitch is on the outside. Sliding curve. 4-1. We have sent a messenger down to the official scorer to get the ruling on that play just a moment ago. There's a strike swinging, and it is 1-1. For the sake of your scoring, if you must put something down, that pencil is jumping nervously in your fingers, I think you could probably score that as an error with a pretty good margin of security. Pitch is outside to Cooper for ball 2, 2-1. There's that big 13 shining on the back of his blouse. Leonard is wearing 16 on the back of his uniform blouse. Regular season, he's won 5, lost 8 with Washington. Big right-hander pitches, Mort swings, and there's a drive hit out into center, and Labs, waiting right in his tracks, doesn't move and makes the catch. So that's all for the National League, top of the second inning, and they're still leading 1-0. The American League coming in for the last half of the second. Well, maybe you wonder how I can be so sure about it when I say that today's Gillette Blue Blade has the sharpest, smoothest finished edges ever honed. Well, fans, it's easy to answer. You see, to produce these edges, it was first necessary for Gillette technicians to perfect an instrument capable of measuring keenness with scientific accuracy. Thus, they developed Gillette's famous electronic sharpness comparator, which reveals the edge characteristics of all blades. The evidence is definite, conclusive. No other blade is as sharp, easy shaving, or long-lasting. If you haven't tried today's Gillette Blue Blade, you have a big surprise coming. It whisks off tough beard with the lightest, easiest strokes you can imagine. There's no drag, no pull. Your face looks smooth, feels refreshed. Let's see from that right. Dick Shibe of the Athletics, the hometown crowd gives him a big hand, sets in batter's box, swings on the first pitch with a drive going into center field, and Harry Walker comes on for the catch of a line drive hit straight out into center. And Dick Shibe of the A's, left-hand hitting first baseman, swings on the first pitch ball to open up the last of the second, and his line drive is caught in straightaway center field by Harry Walker of the Cardinals. We have just received the official word from the scorer that Marion is to be scored as reaching first in the top of this second inning on the error chargeable to shortstop Stevens of the American League. So that's the first error. Up now is Chet Labs of the St. Louis Browns. Takes a curveball through there for a called strike. Chet is a stockish, powerful right-hand batter. He's hit 11 home runs so far this year. He and Stevens between them have accounted for 23 round triples. There's a fastball on the outside, ball one. Score 1-0 in favor of the National League. Hack opened up with a single, went to third on Billy Herman's single. Put on the same act they did for years, and they were both together with the Cubs. And then Musial's long fly ball got in the run. Walt Cooper delivers, and there's a foul back. Lab swinging. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 man out. Nobody on, last of the second. It's a great crowd to see this great game at Shibe Park, Philadelphia. The outfield is deep. Round toward left. Lab sets. Crowd's at plate from behind. He's a right-hand batter. Open stance. Cooper pumps. Big right-hander delivers a high fastball, and it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The total so far, 1 run, 2 hits, and no errors for the National Leaguers. No runs, no hits, and 1 error for the American League. Cooper of the Cardinals delivers. Labs of the Browns takes on the outside, and it's a full count for the first time in the ballgame. 3-2. Right-handed pitcher, right-hand hitter. The lights shine brilliantly down. This is the first of the 11 All-Star games to ever be played as a night game. Cooper pumps twice. Goes up high. Comes down high inside for ball 4, and the first base on balls is given up. Down to first base. Cuts Chet Labs. And once again, the American League puts the tying run on at first base. Jake Erling of Washington, Leonard's starting battery mate, the catcher, left-hand hitter, sets himself. He saw the crowds at plate from behind. He's a left-hand batter. They play him to pull slightly around toward right. The National League infield moves up a couple of steps, except for Herman at second, who remains back. Early swings and misses. Cooper sliced that one in there, and then his brother promptly winged the throw down to first to Fletcher. Not in time. Labs the Browns back. First base coach is Lena Blackman of the Athletics. Coaching at third is Art Fletcher of the Yankees. Joe McCarthy, of course, is managing the American League squad. Early sets in and takes a pitch that is low and outside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. When McCarthy dressed for this ball game, he dressed, of course, in the Athletics clubhouse. which is the home clubhouse at Shibe Park. And MacArthur said it's the first time he's been in that athletics clubhouse since 1929 when he went in there to congratulate Mr. Connie Mack. Early takes a pitch just outside, fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike. So that's a long time, you might say, between visits to one clubhouse. In other words, Joe has been coming to this ballpark any number of times every year, but he's always used the visitors' clubhouse. And speaking about that corollary, why, he said it's the first time that he's ever been in the dugout that he is in tonight, which is the home dugout, Philadelphia. Pitch is inside for ball 3, and Cooper, having trouble with his control, is now behind to Early, 3-1. And Early takes a flash down at Fletcher, the third base coach, to see just what's up now about hitting and taking, whether a run and hit play might be on. Labs is also looking. Leads down off first. Fletcher is 2 steps back of the bag. He's not holding him tightly on. 1 man out. There goes Labs, and Early swinging fouls it off. And so the run and hit was on. Full count of 3-2. For the second time in the National League bullpen, left-hander Lanier of the Cardinals and a big raw-bone right-hander from the Boston Braves, Alva Javery, start working. To show the closeness of the present great situation, last afternoon late, a call came that Howard Paulette could not be here, but would have to report to the Army immediately. Great young southpaw of the Cardinals. Pitched 5 shutouts this year, and his last 3 games were shutouts. His place was taken on the squad by Ace Adams, who previously had been nominated as the batting practice pitcher. Johnny Whittick of the Giants was then brought on to be the batting practice pitcher. Now Cooper ready to pitch 3-2. There goes Labs, and Early takes ball 4 on the outside, and 2 successive walks. Now the American Leaguers have their best threat going. They have a runner at second base in scoring position if a base hit is forthcoming. Here's Billy Herman walking in from second now to talk to Mort Cooper. Stanley Hack cuts over from third. Forgotten are all the league rivalries, which are indeed strong and strenuous here this evening under the lights at Shibe Park as these players band together league against league. Now stepping in is Bobby Dorr, great second baseman of the Boston Red Sox, right-hand batter, very much an open stance. Sets that bat high above his right ear. Takes the first pitch in there for a strike. Call strike. Labs of the Browns leading down off second base. Early of Washington off first. 2 straight walks. Score 1-0. The National League and the American League putting on their best threat. 1 man out. Last of the second inning. Big Cooper in position. Delivers. Dorr swings. There's a fly ball going way back into left field. Back goes Musial. Leaps. He can't get it. It's in for a home run. So once again, the American Leaguers pull a familiar trick. Bobby Dorr coming up with the first hit for the American League. Hits a home run into the lower left field stands. And it is 3-1 in favor of the American Leaguers. That is their first hit. For Dorr, it's his 7th home run of this year. He hit 6 in the first half of the American League race. Stepping in now and feeling better about things is Dutch Leonard of Washington. He's now 2 runs ahead, where just a minute ago he was a run behind. In the bullpen for the American League, and apparently unlimbering now to be the second pitcher, is left-hander Hal Newhouser of the Detroit Tigers. Cooper delivers to Leonard. Inside for ball 1. And Bobby Dorr, when he cut, he really hit for it all, and it is a home run following those 2 walks, and it's 3-1. Favor the American League. Big Cooper delivers, and Leonard takes on the inside for ball 2. Lanier and Javery, needless to remark, keep toiling down in the National League bullpen, which is down in the right field corner. And for the second straight All-Star game, Cooper has had a home run jar him heavily. There's a called strike over to Leonard, and the count now goes to 2-1. Still just 1 man out. After Shibe opened up with a line drive, which was hit hard to center fielder Harry Walker. Walks to Labs and Early, followed by Dorr's home run. Cooper pitches 2-1 to Leonard, and there is a pop fly going out along the right field line and dropping in for a base hit. Leonard holds it first base. Fletcher went back. Nicholson, the right fielder, came in. Neither could get within 5 steps of it. A fly ball inside the right field line, fair by about 5 feet. And it's a single for Lennon, who now undoubtedly feels twice as happy about things as is one thing that a pitcher likes. It is coming up with a base hit. At the top of the order now, George Case coming up for his second at-bat. Playing right field tonight, fleet outfielder of the Washington club, right-hand hitter who on the first pitch ball to an American League batter, Case found it hitting up against his left elbow. Cooper delivers, and Case takes a strike. Ball strike, 0-1. Outfield step toward left. Service, one man out. It is 3-1. Lindor's home run, following 2 walks for the American League. There's a pitch low outside, just missing. Didn't miss by much. Not by more than the width of a Gillette blue blade. 1 ball, 1 strike. Score 3-1. Favor the American League. Cooper pitches, and Case swinging hits a foul ball back into the stands. The National League run, I would say, was very cleverly gained, because after Hack's single, a hit-and-run play, and Herman hit through a hole vacated by the shortstop. There was nothing very clever about Dawes' swing. That was just the broad back. Big home run following 2 walks. 3-1. American League, and Case up there. And takes inside. Ball 2. 2-2. Last half of the second inning. Still 1 man out. Run at first base. Pitcher Leonard of Washington dropped a single inside the right field line. Case swinging and hits a foul ball into the stands behind the National League dugout, which is on the first base side. The applause there is for the catch by the spectator. Big Cooper in battle. Bet he's thinking about the Polo grounds this time last year, too. Probably can't help it. Another American League home run. The pitch high inside for ball 3. And Big Mort, it seems that the fates do not smile kindly on him in all-star games and World Series classics, as he was unable to win in the World Series last year. I think that was one of the big newsworthy things in that great series, which Gillette also brought you. There's a bounding ball hit wide to third. Hacker, one-handed stabbing stop, throw to Herman, 1 out to throw to first, double play, and so ends the second inning. Case hit a bounding ball into the hole between third and short. Hack came up with it. Reaching with his glove, going to his left, threw down to Billy Herman. They haven't forgotten the combination, although a couple of years have separated them from being teammates with Chicago. And Herman then threw on the Fletcher of Pittsburgh at first, and so has executed the first double play. And it is 3 runs on 2 hits. Nobody left for the American League last of the second inning, and for the National League there were no errors. So the totals at the end of 2 innings, 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the American League. And it is 1 run on 2 hits and no errors for the National League, and all runs are cleanly earned. And now on our broadcast from Shibe Park, Philadelphia, another in Gillette's cavalcade of sports. We're going to pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
The cavalcade of sports is on the air. Gillette presents the World Series for the 5th consecutive year. This is Red Barber speaking from Yankee Stadium in New York, where the stage is set for the opening game of the 1943 Baseball Classic between the New York Yankees and the St. Louis Cardinals. Your radio host is the Gillette Safety Razor Company, which broadcasts the Kentucky Derby, football bowl games, major boxing shows, and other top sports events for your enjoyment the year round. Today's presentation is carried over an international network embracing the Mutual Broadcasting System, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and their affiliates, more than 340 stations in all. Lieutenant Bob Elson of the United States Naval Reserve, and Bill Corum are here in the booth with me to help give you an accurate picture of every play when today's opener gets underway in 14 minutes. Right now, at home plate, posing for the photographers are the two starting pitchers. Left-hander Max Lanier for the St. Louis Cardinals and right-hander Spud Chandler for the New York Yankees. The Yankees themselves are finishing their infield workout. Art Fletcher has the fungo stick. The infield is Etten at first base, Gordon at second. At shortstop is Frankie Crosetti, and at third base is Bill Johnson. That'll be the starting infield for the Yankees. The outfielders also are catching fly balls and throwing in toward the plate. A very businesslike performance at the moment by a team which has, under McCarthy, been in 8 World Series in recent years, and they have been in 7 in the last 8. So they should appear to be the most businesslike. And at the moment, Spud Chandler begins warming up his right arm, and Max Lanier begins warming up his left one for the Yankees and the Cardinals, respectively. This may be the crowd. I'll be very interested in hearing what Bill Corum has to say in a couple of moments. This may be the biggest all-time crowd yet. At any rate, Charlie McManus, the veteran here at Yankee Stadium, told me that this has been an odd crowd in the sense that for the first time that he knows of, there was not any great press all night long for the bleacher seats. In other words, there were some people at the bleachers early this morning, but there were more people early this morning at the 3:30 windows for the general admission to the main stand, which he said is the first time that's happened in his experience. And while the crowd didn't come so early for the bleachers and for the general admissions, they did keep coming steady, and they looked pretty solid upstairs, which and in the corners, which is the best criterion we have to go on now at the moment. Here are the batting orders. I know that that's what you want to know. For the defending world champion Cardinals, Lou Klein, finishing up a great rookie year, is leading off at second base. Harry Walker, hitting number 2 in center field. He's taken the place, and very creditably, of Terry Moore, who is here as a private in the Army. Sam Musial, the league's leading batter with the lofty mark of 357, is in right field, and his ankle is perfectly all right. Captain Walker Cooper is catching. He hit 319. George Karowski, and he said that the stadium looked to him as though it hadn't changed at all since the last time he played here, which he broke up, by the way, a ball game, hitting a home run. Karowski at third. Sanders at first base. Danny Litwala, finishing his first year with the Cardinals. He came to them in a big deal after the season had gotten underway from the Phillies. Danny Litwala in left. Then comes Slatch Marion, the great fielding shortstop, and the pitcher is Lanier, who won 15 and lost 7 in the pennant race. For the Yankees, Steinbach in right field is leading off, with the southpaw starting for St. Louis. Then comes the great veteran and shortstop Frank Crosetti. Bill Johnson, the steady young man who's finished a magnificent rookie campaign, at third base. Charlie Keller, one of the strongest ball players physically in the history of the game, put on quite a show in batting practice. Keller in left. Joe Gordon, who had the great series in 41 and the rather disappointing one last year, and so people don't know just what to expect. Joe Gordon at second base. The magnificent Bill Dickey is catching. Then comes Nick Etten, who was with the Phillies last year and has had a very fine campaign, his first in the American League. Johnny Lindell in center field. Last year this time, he was a pitcher who was not good enough to pitch for the Yankees in the series, and this year he's the center fielder. Lindell in center. Then comes Spud Chandler, and you have to go back to the heyday of Walter Johnson for a pitcher who's been as effective in a course of a season as Spud. And now, we're going to switch over to Bill Corum and hear from him. Bill?
Thanks, Red, and good afternoon, fans. Particularly those of you in the service of your country, of whom we here in the nation where baseball is king are so proud. I don't know whether you ever happen to think of it in this light, but the World Series is America's only annual national festival. This year, more than ever, it is an around-the-world World Series. And we know from last fall that some of you who are listening to these words are a long way from the friendly fields of home where baseball is played. To you, most of all, we begin the broadcast of this 40th World Series with our greetings and deep and abiding good wishes. We of Gillette deem it a great privilege to be able to bring you these games. Exactly 1 year ago to the day, October the 5th, 1942, we sat in this same broadcasting booth and saw peppery little Jimmy Brown snatch a grounder off the bat of Big Red Ruffing and fire it into the eager mitt of Johnny Hop. As that throw found its mark, the St. Louis Cardinals were the baseball champions of the world. Jimmy Brown's in the Army now. So is Rufus the Red, one of the great series pitchers of all time. So is the lion-hearted Johnny Beasley, now Lieutenant John Beasley, the freshman pitcher who won 2 games for the not-to-be-denied Cards in that series and bested the veteran Ruffing in the final set, too. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, has gone into the service, too, as has his rival in center field, the wide-ranging, rifle-throwing Terry Moore. Country Slaughter is with them in uniform, and so is little Skeeter Rizzuto, star of last year's Yankee Lost Cause. Skeeter is now a sailor man, but he was around the stadium here the other day looking more like a little boy playing sailor in his dark blue uniform than a grown warrior in the greatest test of manhood and courage in the history of mankind. To these and the others who have moved on into the real World Series, we also send our greetings and congratulations. But there are good players left on the Cardinal and Yankee teams that are going to begin their return meeting in just a few moments now. Good players who make 2 fine teams, the best in their respective leagues by far, if we are to believe the figures of the final standing. It's a sure thing that these teams are going to stage another thrilling series, though it'll have to be something to top the one that was won and lost when Whitey Kurowski lifted a home run just inside the left field line in the waning light of that October 5th a year ago. Whitey is still there on third base to do it again for the Cards, if he can, just as Marty Marion, the fellow who slapped Walker Cooper's throw on Joe Gordon when Joe was caught off second in that memorable 9th inning, is back at his old stand at shortstop. And Bill Dickey, Ruffing's battery mate, the Iceman in the Iron Mask, is still in his old familiar position behind the plate for the always hard-to-handle Yankees. Why, Bill has been behind that plate here in the stadium so long he could file squatters' rights on the land. Yes, it's going to be a great series, I'm sure. So let's get on with the first act of the new show. We all know who won last time. The Cards in 4 games out of 5. What we want to know now, and are going to see right away, is who can get the jump this time. The Yankees are the favorites at 8-5 for this game, with Spud Chandler their best pitcher in the box. For the series, the price is 6.5-5, still favoring the Yankees. Spurgeon Spud Chandler, brilliant right-hander from Notre, Georgia, won 20 and lost 4 this year, and had an unofficial earned run average of 167. And as Red told you, you have to go way back to Sir Walter Johnson to find anything to top that in the American League. Max Lanier, stocky southpaw from Denton, North Carolina, won 15 and lost 7 this season. There's been quite a question about Morton Cooper's pitching arm, and right to the last minute, a lot of discussion about it. So I just came off the field 5 minutes ago when I talked to him, and Morton said he never felt better in his life. A few changes that we've got in place of Jimmy Brown at second base for the Cards, Lou Klein. He's a New Orleans boy and a good ball player. I think he's tightened up the Cardinal infield, if anything. George Tuck Stainback is in the outfield instead of DiMaggio. The veteran Frank Crosetti is down there for Rizzuto, a great ball player, Crosetti, and a great money player. Harry Walker is in the place of Terry Moore. And Terry Moore, to my mind, was the best center fielder I ever saw in fielding alone. As an all-around player, perhaps DiMaggio topped him, certainly topped him in the hitting department, but last year I felt that Moore could go as far as even the great DiMaggio or any man I ever saw, including Speaker, in center field. Of course, in right field we have Stan Musial, a boy from Denora, Pennsylvania, who got most of his playing start down in Daytona Beach, Florida, the great hitter of the National League who has batted .357 this year. He takes the place of Enos Country Slaughter. Danny Litweiler's in left field for the Cardinals, an old Philly, and at first base for the Yankees is Nick Etten, also a former member of the Phillies. Now, last year, Ruffing won the first game, which was the only one that the Yankees won, and then lost the last one, but I'm not going to have a great deal more time to talk to you here. It's just a pleasure to work with Red and Bob Elson again, and what I've told you is how it looks to me from where I sit in the broadcasting booth at the Yankee Stadium.
And just before we came on here, I was down in the dugouts getting lined up for the broadcast, and Stan Musial mentioned to me, with a certain amount of surprise, that he asked for Gillette Blue Blades in a St. Louis store the other day and couldn't get any. Some of you fans, particularly in defense areas, may have had a similar experience in recent months. And if so, here's the reason. Razor blade manufacture is restricted by the government to save steel. Also, much of Gillette's output is earmarked for our armed forces. So the civilian supply is limited, and dealers occasionally run short of these easier shaving blades. It's a good idea, therefore, to ask for a package before you get on to your last blade. Should your dealer be temporarily out of stock, have him set a package aside when he receives his next shipment. This way, you avoid inconvenience and shaving discomfort, too. The Potomac Address System at Yankee Stadium is giving out the batting orders, which we've already given you, and which Bob Elson, just before the first pitch takes place, will check again. At the moment, there is an 8-man conference at home plate. Art Fletcher, the third base coach of the New York Yankees, is up there with the Yankee batting order, and Captain Walker Cooper, the catcher for the Cardinals, is up with his batting order. The other 6 men are in blue. They're the umpires. Eddie Rommel of the American League staff will be working balls and strikes back of the plate. Bean Gooden of the National League staff will be at first base. Joe Rowe of the American League at second. Stocky Bill Stewart of the National at third. The alternating umpires, that is in the event that something unforeseen happens to one of the first-named 4, George Pipgrass of the American League and Jocko Conlon of the National. The reason for the alternates in the way of umpires was brought out here in 1938 at this very series when Uncle Charlie Moran was badly bruised when hit in the mouth with a thrown ball by Joe Gordon. However, he stuck to it, stayed in there, very Spartan-like, but that experience was taken to heart, and since that series and that experience, there have always been 2 alternate umpires sitting alongside first row in the dugouts. Bob Elson will be over here in just a moment. It's a warm, great pleasure to be working another World Series for Gillette with Bob. We've gone back through the years together a great many. And just as keen as is our pleasure in having Bob here, just as keen do we miss Mel Allen, who was with us this time last year when Bob couldn't be. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. Goes up after the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner, and there she rides. Lovely sight, all glory, high up on the flagstaff, out in deep center field. And another mighty roar as the Yankees go out to take the field. Chandler hasn't started for the mound yet. And so, it's good luck to Private Mel Allen down in South Carolina, and it's good luck to Bob Elson, Lieutenant Bob Elson of the Navy, as he moves in toward the microphone. And one formality, and then we will be actually underway on Gillette's 5th consecutive World Series broadcast. We pause now for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
And now, friends, to Bob Elson.
Good afternoon, fans. Thank you very much, Red Barber. It's great to be back with you on this Gillette show with Bill Corum again. And it's a wonderful sight we have in front of us here, this first game of the World Series, and it should be a wonderful game. This broadcast of the World Series is being sent around the world. It's aimed particularly at our servicemen in all sections of the world. The sponsor was anxious to have a serviceman participate in the broadcast, and I'm certainly very, very happy to be here. The Yankees in their white uniforms around the field. Spurgeon Chandler, a right-hander and a great right-hander, is on the mound getting his practice throws with Phil Dickey. By the way, our mutual booth is high up in the second deck, right back at the home plate. The St. Louis Cardinals are wearing gray uniforms with red undershirts, red socks, a black cap with a bright red peak. We're looking directly down on home plate right now as the Yankees pepper that ball around the infield. The outfield is all set with Lindell in center field, Keller in left field, and Steinbach in right field as we look out onto the field. Around the Yankee infield is Johnson at third, Cressetti at short, Gordon at second, Nick Etten at first, Dickey back at the plate, Chandler the pitcher. He's won this season 20-4, had a marvelous earned run average of a little over a run and a half a ball game. And the first man to face him is going to be the great little second baseman of the Redbirds of St. Louis, Lou Klein. Umpires are just making sure that all the bandsmen are off the field. They're out there entertaining in center field. The umpire back at the plate, by the way, is Rommel of the American League, Beans Reardon of the National at first, Joe Rue of the American at second, and Stewart of the National at third. Klein's batting average for the year is .285. You know, only the last game of a World Series is more important than the first on the record. As a matter of fact, only 8 teams in the total of 39 World Series played since 1903 have been able to come off a defeat in the opening game to win the championship. Here's the first pitch of the series, and it's a ball, a little bit high and outside. Chandler takes a look around the infield and outfield again just to check up on all his teammates to be sure they're set. Ball one is the first pitch to Lou Klein, a right-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. He swings and misses one that time. It was a sharp curve, waist high, right on the corner, and Klein, a red 2 in the back of his gray uniform, really took a poke at that ball. Bill Johnson at third base, in just a foot or two. Shortstop Cressetti deep. The outfield swung just a bit to the left. Here's the next pitch, and there is a beautiful pitch right in across the waist, and it's a called strike. So the count is ball 1 and strike 2 on Klein. First man to bat, first game of the World Series, Yankee Stadium, New York City. Chandler against Max Lanier. Here comes the next pitch. There is a fly ball to center field. The center fielder Lindell going to his left, and he grabs the ball for the first out. So fans listening in all sections of the United States, right down this eastern coast of Florida, across the country to Texas, and up the west coast, up there to Oregon and Washington, and back across the country again, wherever you may be listening, the first out was made on a fly ball to center field. Now the next man to bat is Harry Walker, the center fielder. Harry Walker comes up, the center fielder, a left-hand batter. Walker's average for the year is .295. He took the place of Terry Moore, the great ball hawk of the St. Louis Cardinals for many years, and this fellow has done a very fine job out there. He bats left-handed. He's up in there now, rather cloudy in the plate, and here's the first pitch, and it's a beautiful pitch, a curved ball right over the inside corner around his knees for a called strike. 1 out and nobody on. Third baseman Johnson is playing Walker in much closer than he was the first hitter. He's way in almost to the edge of the grass. The right fielder Steinbach is playing this hitter deep. He's a good pull hitter. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a fast, low one for a ball that Harry Walker stepped away from. He has a red 10 in the back of his gray uniform. And Bill Dickey steps out in front of the plate very nonchalantly and just lobs the ball back to Spurgeon Chandler. We're in the first half of the first inning at New York City with 1 out, nobody on. First game of the World Series, Chandler against Lanier. Here comes the pitch. There's a swing and a long fly ball way back into right field. Steinbach is back under this ball. He should get it, and he does. That ball was hit solidly by Walker. It drove Steinbach in right field to that green wall, 344 feet from home plate, but he pulled that ball down. So there is 2 gone. Now here is baseball's star hitter, Stan Musial, one of the great hitters of baseball, coming up to the plate. He bats .357, and this kid can really give that baseball a ride. Not only that, he's a great outfielder. He's got a good arm out there, and he is really one of the great young ball players of our time. He stands pretty far away from the plate, by the way. Left-hand hitter. The first pitch looked like a sinker. It was low, and it's ball 1. Chandler walks in front of the plate, in front of the mound, just 3 or 4 feet to say something to umpire Rommel. He shouted something at him, but I just couldn't catch what it was, and it's ball 1 for Musial. 2 out and nobody on. 2 fly balls, and the first 2 men up. Chandler getting his sign, leans over, starts that windup. Here comes the pitch, and there's a nice one right in around his knees for a called strike. This fellow Chandler has about everything out there that a pitcher has to have. Great curve, fastball, beautiful change of pace. One of the few right-handers that throws a screwball. Ball, it's low, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. They're working very carefully on this Musial because this fellow can really hit a long ball. He's the number 3 man in the St. Louis batting order. There's 2 out already, nobody on. His average for the year is .357. Musial today will play right field. Chandler's all set. Here's the next pitch, and it just missed the corner above the knees for ball 3. So it's a 3-1 count. This could easily become the first walk of the 1943 World Series if Musial is able to work him for another ball. Chandler getting his sign, the 3-1 pitch. He swings. There's a fly ball in the left center field. It's in short left center. Lindell coming in. He grabs the ball, and it retires the ball. And so, fans, it's 3 up and 3 down. Nothing across in the first half of the first inning of the first game of the World Series. Musial hit that 3-1 pitch into left center field, and Lindell came in fast to grab it, and it's nothing across. I was telling you before that only 8 teams in a total of 39 World Series played since 1903. There have only been 8 occasions when the team that lost the first game was able to come off that defeat to win a championship. As you remember, the St. Louis Cardinals did it last year, losing the first game in St. Louis, and then coming on to win the next 4. But you cannot minimize the importance of the opening game of the World Series. That edge is terrific. I believe that this is one of the finest matched series that we'll have in a long time. Both these teams are great teams. Neither one of them are as strong as they were last year, but they are great teams, and they're both equally determined to win this series. Joe McCarthy wants to prove that it was all a mistake last year. In fact, this World Series is a crusade with him, not a challenge. I don't think he's forgotten the last series since the last out was made. And Billy Southworth wants to prove to every National League fan in the country that last year's win over the Yankees was no fluke. So believe me, there's plenty riding on this World Series this year of 43. Now the first man to bat for the Yankees coming up to the plate is going to be Tucker Stainback, who's played in both leagues. He's playing right field today. He's batting .260 for the season. He's played with the Yankees against left-hand hitters, and Lanier is getting all set. The first pitch was a beautiful curve in around his knees for his strike. Rosky playing third, Marion playing short, Klein at second, and at first base is Sanders. In the outfield for St. Louis, we have Musial in right field, Walker in center field, and Littwater in left field. Here's the next pitch. He swung at a very sharp-breaking curveball. It was low outside that time, and it's 2 strikes on Stainback. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third, and Earl Combs coaching at first. Our mutual broadcasting booth is right above the home plate. There has not been a hit in the game as yet. We're in the last half of the first inning. Max Lanier is getting his sign. Here's the next pitch, and it's a ball. It's in very close above his knees, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. Lanier's record for the year, he's won 15 ball games and lost 7. He's a very chunky-looking southpaw. He stands 5 feet 10 and a half and weighs 187 pounds, and he's plenty cagey. There's a foul into the stands to the right next to Judge Landis's booth. It's a count of ball 1 and strike 2 on Stainback. White uniform. Right down below us here, the first man to bat for the Yankees in the first game of the World Series. There is no score. Chandler and Lanier. He's getting ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a smash, a line drive to the third baseman, Karosky, who caught it going to his left, and Stainback is out. The ball was well tagged. It was a liner that he caught shoulder high, running to his left. Cardinals pepper that ball around the infield. Now here's Frankie Crissetti. Crissetti has been a part of this Yankee scheme of things for many, many years. A great little ball player, Crissetti, even though he is hitting only 233 for the season. It's a right-handed batter, that familiar 1 on the back of his white uniform. Here's the pitch from Lanier. It's fast and high, a fastball that was right up around his chin, and it's ball 1. Walker playing in left center field. The outfield has moved in a bit for Crissetti. He's not what we would call a long ball hitter, although he occasionally can poke one. There's a very sharp curve that caught the outside corner knee high, and it's 1-1. This Lanier can really break off that curveball. He occasionally whips through with the fastball. He's got a beautiful change of pace, and he really has the heart of a lion out there. No score. Last half of the first inning at New York. First game of the World Series. Chandler and Lanier. There's not been a hit as yet in the game. Just as Lanier got set to wind up that time after taking the signal from Walker Cooper, the batter changed his mind and stepped out of the box. Crissetti stepped out, got a little dirt on his hands. Now he's up in there again. Lanier's getting all set, stoops way over, swings around. There's a ground ball out to the shortstop, Marion, in fast. There goes the peg. It's not close. He's out by 5 or 6 feet at first base. The play was not close, and he goes out from Martin Marion to Sanders. The Cardinals gather in back of the pitcher's mound and peg that ball around. Here's a great young ball player coming up to the plate now, Bill Johnson of the Yankees. First-year man with the Yankees, and what a bang-up job he's done in place of our old friend Red Rolfe. Johnson batting .279, a right-hand hitter who can really give that ball a ride. The first pitch to him is fast and straight as a string, right down the middle, and it's one strike. 2 out and nobody on. Yankees batting, last half of the first inning. Chunky Max Lanier, a great little left-hander who won 15 and lost 7, is on the mound for the Redbirds. Swings around. Here's the next pitch. It's fast and high and outside. Just between the waist and the shoulder, but a little bit closer to the shoulder and way outside. Walker Cooper had to reach way out for it. That makes it a ball, 1 strike, 1 count. Now Lanier is getting all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There is a foul that goes into the upper deck. It's out of play. Off here to the right into the upper stands. By the way, Yankee Stadium is absolutely jammed. Jammed right to capacity, right to the rafters, and it's a beautiful sight. A big double-deck stand from the right field line right down here to home plate, all the way down the left field line, extends double-deck into left field and into right field, and then there's an uncovered bleacher all the way around center field. Attendance of around 70,000. We'll have the official on it for you a little bit later in the game. There's tremendous interest in this series, fans. He's getting all set again. Here's the next pitch. He started to swing that time and stopped, and the umpire says no swing, and it's a ball. Makes the count 2-2. Now some of those, even though this is New York, there are plenty of National League rooters here, and some of them thought that he had taken his half swing on the ball. The umpire says no, it's a ball, 2 strike, 2 count. 2 out and nobody on, last half of the first inning. Max Lanier on the mound. He's getting all ready again. Here comes the next pitch. He struck him out. It was a beautiful pitch right over the outside corner, knee high, and Johnson is called out on strikes. And so it is 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. That is the end of the first inning of the World Series game.
Lou Klein, who leads off for the St. Louis Cardinals, says that Gillette Lather Shaving Cream is the fastest acting beard softener he's ever used. Fans, that's because this cream holds a barrel of water and keeps your whiskers thoroughly saturated all the time you're shaving. Now, you see if Lou isn't right. Try Gillette Lather Shaving Cream. Enjoy the quickest and by far the easiest, best-looking shaves of your life. Second inning, and Bob Elson.
Thank you, Red. You know, fans, I believe that a lot of people around the country feel that when a left-hander goes to the mound, that the Yankees are not apt to show up for the ball game. At least that's what a lot of National League partisans think, because a lot of people feel that the Yankees are so ineffective against left-hand pitching. Now, that's far from the truth. In fact, here is the season's record against left-handers. The Yankees won 23 ball games while losing 13 for a percentage of .639. Get that. Against right-handers, they won 75 ball games and lost 43, a percentage of .636. So the Yankees won more ball games, played better against left-hand pitching than they did against right-hand pitching. That is a little, I believe, important note. It gives you at least the true picture that Yankees really are not scared by left-hand pitching, as a lot of people seem to think. Now we're going into the first half of the second inning of the ball game with Spud Chandler out there on the mound, and Walker Cooper, the great catcher of the Cardinals, batting .319, is up. There's a high bouncing ball off the third baseman's glove. I believe it'll be a hit, safe at first. He hit a high bouncing ball off of Bill Johnson, the third baseman's glove. He went to his left, and I believe it will be scored as a base hit, and if it is, it'll be the first hit of the ball game. Here it comes now. It is a hit. Score that as the first hit of the 1943 World Series. Here's little Whitey Karofsky batting .287, a great third baseman, and this boy can really poke that baseball. First pitch he was going to bunt, it was wide, and it's ball 1. Nick Etten at first base comes rushing in. That was a very high bouncing ball off of Walker Cooper's bat that was fired to the left of the third baseman, Bill Johnson. He was lucky to get his glove on it. He deflected it away from the shortstop, and it rolled into short left field. Ball 1 for Karofsky, man on first for the Redbirds. Here it is. Shoots a bunt right out in front of the plate. The pitcher handling the ball. The play is to first. He's out at first. The play going from Spurgeon Chandler to Gordon, who moved over on the attempted sacrifice, and the sacrifice was good. Karofsky laid down a perfect bunt, and he is out at first. The play going from pitcher to first with Gordon covering. And so there's a man on second, and for the first time in the series, we have a man in a scoring position. Now here's Ray Sanders, the first baseman. One of the two. He alternated quite a bit this year with Johnny Hopp, but I believe he played more games than Hopp did. Nice, tall, good-looking athlete, batting .283, and the first pitch fooled him completely. It was a nice curve in around his knees for a called strike. Man on second base for St. Louis in the first half of the second inning with 1 out. The outfield playing Sanders practically straight away, even though he's left-handed. This fellow hits a lot to left and a lot to right. He's apt to hit it any place when he gets a hold of it. Yes, sir, we have 2 Southern farmhands two Southern boys, Lanier of North Carolina and Spud Chandler of Georgia, as the boys out in the center of the arena today in this first game of the 1943 World Series. And believe me, this is a big, crucial ball game. Man on second for St. Louis. Left-hand hitter up at Saunders, the first baseman. There's been one hit so far in the ball game. Chandler getting all set. Two strikes on this hitter. Here's the pitch. He swung and he struck out. He went for that screwball that time right in around his knees. As I was telling you before, Raleigh Hemsley told me before the game that Chandler is one of the few good right-handers that whips that screwball in, and he threw it right in there around the knees that time, and Saunders went for it and struck out. So that is two gone now. That is a strikeout for Chandler, and gives them each a strikeout. And the next man to come up is the former National Leaguer, the outfielder of the Philadelphia Phils, Danny Litweiler, who came to the St. Louis Cardinals in the middle of the year in a deal that sent Buster Adams and Coker Triplett along that way. This fella can really powder that baseball. Here's the first pitch, and it's right over the outside corner, knee high for a called strike. Chandler has his control out there today, and he is a masterful pitcher. 20 wins and 4 defeats, an earned run average of only a run and a half a game over the entire season. A fellow with a brilliant change of pace and everything in his pitching assortment. Man on second and two gone. One strike on the batter. There's that fastball. It just missed getting the corner knee high, and the batter stepped back, taking ball one and strike one. So it's 1-1 on Danny Litweiler. He has a chance to drive in the first run of the ball game if he can come through here in the first half of the second inning. The Yankees talk it up around the infield. Johnson at third, Crissetti at short, Gordon at second, Etten at first. The outfield is Lindell in center, Stainback in right field, and Keller in left field. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball low outside. The ball breaking away from a right-hand hitter almost into the dirt. Bill Dickey, one of the great catchers, one of the great ball players, and one of the great fellas of all time. Really a ball player, steps out in front of the plate and throws that ball back to Chandler. Ball two and strike one for Litweiler. Man on second. Here's the pitch. It's low and outside again. He's keeping that ball away from Litweiler. Litweiler can really pull that ball into left field, and Chandler is working very cautiously on him, very carefully. And he has worked the count now to ball three and strike one. The next man to come up will be Marion. And on second base for St. Louis. It's the first half of the second inning. A capacity crowd at New York. First game of the 43 World Series, which is being sent by Mutual and Gillette around the world. Chandler getting all set out there again, arms up over his head. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball. He walked. Ball four, way outside. I wouldn't say that it was a deliberate ball four pitch, Red, but it was the closest thing to it, wouldn't you say? He whipped that ball plenty far outside, and that is the first walk of the ball game. Here's Martin Marion. Fans, I don't think that anyone would be saying that they were partisan, or no one could be accused of being partisan if he said, right out bluntly, this fella is one of the great ball players of baseball. He really is. He can play wonderful shortstop, and he's hitting .279. Here's the first pitch to him, and there's a foul. It's out of play. It's in the stands off to the right. Man on first, a man on second for St. Louis. Cooper got a hit to start the inning. A high bouncer off of Johnson's glove. Moved to second on a sacrifice. Saunders struck out. Litweiler just drew a walk. Man on first, man on second. Two gone. This is the first scoring opportunity of the ball game. He's getting ready again. Here's the next pitch. Marion swings. There's a line drive. It's a fair ball down the first base line. The first run is scoring. Here's another man rounding third base. Here's the throw into the plate, and he is out at the plate. A run has scored, but Litweiler, attempting to score, was out at the plate on the throw from Gordon, who ran down the foul line to pick up that ball. What happened, it was a liner down the first base line, very close to the foul line, and Etten touched the ball in fair territory and deflected it into foul territory. It went down the line, down the right field line. One run scored. Cooper scored easily on the play, but Danny Litweiler, attempting to come all the way around, was out at the plate, and it is scored as a two-base hit. So the totals on the inning are one run, two hits. There was a walk in the inning, and the Cardinals have drawn first blood. The score 1-0 at the end of the first half of the second.
You know, only a few minutes ago, I found out something about the Yanks that gives me a big bang, and friends, you'll understand why. Just listen to this. Player after player in today's lineup, Rossetti, Johnson, Chandler, just to name a few, uses the Gillette Blue Blade. Now, fans, when it comes to picking razor blades, I claim that many New York Yankees can't be wrong. You see, today's Gillette Blue Blade is the sharpest, slickest shaving blade that ever breezed through tough whiskers. More than that, it's the longest lasting, too, bar none. Man, what shaves this blade gives you. Smooth, clean, refreshing shaves. The kind that peps you up and makes you look right on the button.
Well, fans, we're going into the last half of the second inning of this first game of the World Series. Let me recapitulate that last play for you just a bit. There was a man on first, a man on second with 2 out when Marion slammed a line drive right down the foul line. Etten leaped into the air, touched the ball in fair territory, and deflected it. It rolled slowly out along the right field line. Gordon and Steinbach chased the ball. A run scored. Gordon picked the ball up and fired it into the plate. And Litwater, also attempting to come all the way around, was out by 10 feet at home plate. The play at the plate was not close, and 1 run scored. We're now going into the last half of the second, and the first man to bat is Charlie Keller, a real bell ringer with the Yankees, one of the great hitters of World Series play. He takes a ball low and outside and takes a fastball outside for ball 2. This fellow Keller can really hit this baseball. He has had an outstanding World Series record. He's hit 5 home runs in World Series play. Here's the pitch, and there's a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands off here to the left, and it is a count of ball 2 and strike 1. It's a 2-1 count on Charlie Keller, the first man to bat in the last half of the second. Charlie Keller up in there, crowding that plate. Max Lanier, a left-hander on the mound. The Cardinals lead 1-0. Last half of the second on Marion's hit. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball. It's high and outside. It's ball 3. Charlie Keller just standing up there. He's going to make him pitch. Lanier taking his time, getting his sign from Walker Cooper. So far, there's been only 1 walk in the ball game. It was drawn by Litwater. Charlie Keller batting. Nobody on and nobody out. Gets all set again. Here it is. There's a fast ball right in around his knees. A called strike, and Keller didn't like it. Keller turns around to argue with the umpire. It was a low fastball right in around his knees. This pitcher, Lanier, can really keep that fast one in there low. And it sinks and came in right around his knees, and it's a ball 3, strike 2 count. This is a very important pitch here to Keller. Nobody on and nobody out. The Yankees trailed by a run in the first game of the World Series. Here comes the pitch. There is a long fly ball down the right field line. It looks foul, fans. It is foul. The count is ball 3 and strike 2. A long drive down the right field line. A typical Yankee smash, and it was a foul ball. Can you hear that yelling from the crowd? Keller comes back to the plate and picks up that bat, stands around down there, and Lanier stands out on the mound and fidgets around with his cap. The outfield of the Cardinals is playing him way around to the right. He's a notorious and very dangerous pull hitter. He can really give that ball a ride. Keller batting, nobody on and nobody out, 3-2 count on the batter. Here's the pitch. He struck him out. He took a perfect strike right over the plate. That was a beautiful, sharp curve. Lanier gambled that time. He had plenty of speed on that curveball, and he whipped it right through the middle, and there's 1 gone. Now here's the great Joe Gordon of the Yankees. This fellow didn't have such a good World Series record last year, but don't make any mistake, he's one of baseball's greats. Batting 247, a fellow who can break up a ball game anytime. The first pitch is wide for a ball. 1 out and nobody on. Last half of the second. First game of the World Series at New York. Cardinals 1, Yankees nothing. Here comes the next pitch. There's a swing and a bouncing ball to the right of Lanier. Makes a nice pick up the peg. He's out in a close play at first base. The play going from Lanier to Saunders, and the Cardinals pepper that ball around. This fellow Lanier is a good fielding pitcher. He raced over near the foul line, grabbed that ball with his gloved hand, spun entirely around, fired that ball to first base, and he got Gordon, who was racing for that bag, by a step. 2 out. Here's the great catcher of the Yankees, Bill Dickey, the only man on the team hitting over 300. Bill's made a wonderful comeback this year, and every baseball player and every baseball fan is glad to see it. His average for the year is .351. He's batting against left-hander Lanier with 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the second. There is a fastball that's in close around the knees, and it's ball 1. Around the infield for the Cardinals, we have Karofsky at third. Martin Marion is in there at short. Klein is at second. At first base is Sanders. Lanier getting all ready again. Here's the next pitch. Dickey takes a fastball high and outside, and it's ball 2. The outfield for St. Louis is Litwater in left field. Musial is playing in right field, and Harry Walker is playing center field. The battery, Lanier pitching, and Walker Cooper doing the catching. Artie Fletcher coaching at third. Down here to our left, Earl Combs over to first. The Yankee dugout is to the left of our mutual broadcasting booth, and the Redbirds of St. Louis have the one down here to the right, and practically all of them are standing up in the dugout watching play. all those that are not on the field. Gets all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a bouncing ball to Karowski. Goes to his left, picks it up to Peg. He's an easy out, and it retires the side. Play going from Karowski, third to first, and it is 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nothing across, fans. And at the end of 2 innings, the totals, the St. Louis Cardinals, 1 run and 2 hits. The New York Yankees, no runs and no hits. The pitchers, Lanier and Chandler. And this is just what it promised out to be, a real pitcher's ball game. A great first game of what should be one of the great World Series that we've had in the last 20 years. Both these teams are determined this year. As I said before, with the Yankees, it is not a challenge, it's a crusade. And with the St. Louis Cardinals, they want to show National League fans around the country that the Cardinal win over the Yankees last year was not a fluke. It was not a mistake. It was just the fact that after the Yankees' great World Series record of so many years, that a lot of American leaguers attributed last year's win to, well, just one of those things. So Billy Southworth and his crew want to show them that they can do it again. So that's what we have, 2 great ball teams, 2 determined, outstanding, fine managers in what should be one of the most colorful World Series of all time.
The cavalcade of sports is on the air. Gillette presents the World Series. This afternoon, we bring you the 5th game between the champions of the American and National Leagues, the New York Yankees, and the St. Louis Cardinals from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. As at all series games for the past 5 seasons, your radio host is the Gillette Safety Razor Company, which broadcasts banner-line sports events such as the Kentucky Derby, football bowl games, and major boxing bouts for your entertainment month in and month out. And this is Red Barber with Bob Elson and Bill Coram on deck to give you a clear, accurate, word's-eye picture of every play as it's played. Right now, down on the floor, Sportsman's Park, the Yankees are finishing their infield workout. And as soon as they taper off from that, the groundkeepers will take over, and then the ball game itself in roughly 14 minutes. I know you want to know who will be the pitchers, and you won't be surprised at all. It's the 2 big right-handers, the strong men, the aces. Spud Chandler is coming back for his 2nd time. He pitched and won the opener. Chandler, who won 20 games and lost 4 in the American League, who is 1 and 2 all told in World Series competition. Mort Cooper is coming back for the 2nd time. He's the only winner for the Cardinals so far this fall classic. And Cooper, against the Yankees in the World Series, is a game and a game. He lost 1 last year, and of course has won this year, pitching magnificently in a very dark and grieved hour. Cooper won 21 and lost 8 in the regular season. So the 2 big right-handers, the strong men, are going to go. For the Yankees, they're going back to the batting order just as they had it against Cooper, which was in Game 2. That means Crizzetti leading off at short. Bud Matheny gets his 2nd starting chance in right. Bill Johnson is at 3rd base, hitting 3rd. The strong man, Charlie Keller, in left, hitting 4th. Then comes Bill Dickey, who yesterday set a new World Series record and who will be adding to it today. He now has played in more World Series games with one club than any other player. Today will be his 38th as a Yankee. Nick Etten, at first base, moves up the batting list to hit 6th. Then comes Joe Gordon at 2nd. Steinbach in center field is hitting 8th, and the pitcher is Chandler. For the Cardinals, as they go into this series, to use a golfing phrase, dormy. In other words, they can't lose anymore. Klein is leading off at 2nd base, and Billy Southworth has made his first changes in his regular batting order. He is sending Deb Gomes, the veteran, to right field, and he's hitting number 2 in Harry Walker's spot, and it is young Harry Walker who is lifted from the batting order today. Stan Musial remains hitting 3rd, but goes to center field. So the first 3 hitters for St. Louis again. First Cardinal change in the batting order, aside from the pitchers. Klein leading off, Gomes in right, Musial in center. Then the batting order is as it has been. The captain and the catcher, Walker Cooper, back at the plate, hitting 4th. George Karowski is at 3rd base. Bill Coram's got a great story to tell you about Karowski. Sanders is at 1st. Ray Sanders hitting 6th. Danny Litwiler in left. Slats Marion at short. And Mort Cooper, the great right-handed ace of St. Louis, is pitching and hitting 9th. The umpires in their rotation, Eddie Rommel of the American League back at the plate. Beans Reardon of the National at 1st. Joe Rowe of the American at 2nd. Bill Stewart of the National at 3rd. The Yankees have just finished their infield workout. The groundkeeping squad has taken over, and they're smoothing out the skin surface of the inner defense. And we are moving over now to our good friend and yours,
Bill Corum, who's been with us on these broadcasts. We just wouldn't feel right without Bill on him. And, of course, you've been knowing Bill not only over the air, but for the great work he's done with the Gentleman of the Fourth Estate. Bill, as you know, is a sports columnist for the New York Journal-American. Bill Corum.
Thank you, Red. We come now to the missing out stage of this series between the almost down, but not downhearted Cardinals and the high-riding Yankees. There may be plenty of dynamite left in this 40th Baseball Classic, but if there's going to be, the Latin TNT in the Redbird bats has got to explode, and explode now. I believe one of our correspondents has accused us broadcasters of putting a hex on the Red Sleeves by giving the score in a certain way or not giving it in a certain way. But what the heck? The true reason the homeboys are in the precarious position in which they find themselves as this fifth and for them last chance game begins is that they haven't been hitting. That was the fly in manager Billy Southworth's cup of bitter tea in the first 4 games. You can second guess it or analyze it as you like, and up and down and back and forth until you're blue in the face, but the chorus of the tune always comes back to the fact that the Sam Breeden boys haven't been playing good baseball. Not Marion, who has failed to cover his usual wide-ranging ground at short. Not Musial, one of the greatest natural hitters I ever saw, and probably the best in baseball today, saving the slugging Ted Williams. Not the courageous Kurowski, who's been playing on his nerve and suffering a variety of ailments, one of which, gallstones, kept him up all Saturday night, and not until the morning of Sunday morning before yesterday's game did he get any sleep. Not Lou Klein or Harry Walker or any man on the team, with the possible exception of Ray Sanders, the Bonne Terre, Missouri bummer. In fairness to Marion, I should say that he has hit better than might have been expected, but his usual brilliance of field was missing in those first 4 games. But today is another day and also X day as far as the Cards are concerned. They're down to the last coupon on their ration card, and if they're going to get any winner's share beefsteaks this winter, they're going to have to start getting them when the hands of the clock on the scoreboard move relentlessly down to 1:30. As for the Yankees and their big pilot, Joe McCarthy, the 4th Ward boy from Buffalo, New York, they're sitting in the honey seat and will be at least until this game is lost. If that happens, then there will be a new shuffle of the Cards, and anything can happen. Marsh Joe has got that pitching man from Georgia, Big Spurgeon Chandler, going for him today, and Spud can be a mighty hot potato in one of these crucial games. He's a pitcher, and nobody, as a rule, makes free with his offerings. Naturally, there are the oft-remarked exceptions that prove all rules. But there'll be 2 strong-arm servers out there on that ridge today. 2 fellas who can really pitch and who are both capable of rising to great heights. If Mort Cooper, the top Cardinal right-hander who has won their only game in the series, can come through in this last-ditch stand, he will have exactly reversed last year's situation. Last year, he was the only one of the Card pitchers who got a chance that couldn't win. This time, he may conceivably prove to be the only one who could. And that's baseball as she's played and always will be played. I would like to point out one more thing. If the Yankees win today's game, and with it the series, that will only be a case of turnabout being fair play. The Cards hung it on them the same way last year, and while this is the championship of a fine sport, and literally this year a world's championship in the matter of worldwide interest, and while there are millions who are properly excited about it, it's still just a ball game, just a World Series. All of us together, St. Louisans, New Yorkers, and all over this great country are not only rooting but playing in the big game. That means so much to us all. Let's not one of us fail to give all we have in that, as the Yanks and Cards have not failed to give all they had in this series. Now, if I've got time, I've got a great little story about Frankie Crizzetti. Yesterday, he missed a pop-fly ball out there, you know, and he was telling me about it a minute ago. He said, Bill, that sun was so bad I turned sidewise and only got half of the ball. And he said that's what happens to a little Italian boy when he tries to get smart. Red has told you about the pitchers. Chandler and also was a great football player down in Georgia. I remember seeing him kick a dropper place kick against NYU in the stadium. But I haven't got much more time now, and so I'm going to turn you back to my good friend, Red Barber. Okay, Red.
Billy Southworth, the skipper of the Mound City Club, was telling us last evening that the Cards originally were known as the Browns, later as the Maroons. Then at the turn of the century, Bill McHale, a sports writer, dubbed them the Cardinals because of the trimming on their uniforms.
Likewise, today's Gillette Blue Blade derives its name from the color of its specially processed steel. Hardening and tempering are tremendously important in fine blade manufacture. Improper hardening naturally results in poor quality blades. So Gillette technicians abandoned conventional hardening methods. They developed a radically improved process, designed special electric furnaces in which the temperature is controlled automatically. Right there, fans, is one of many reasons why today's Gillette Blue Blade shaves you much quicker and easier, and lasts far longer than any other blade you can name. Well, that was a very interesting visit we had with Bill Corum, and be with us just as soon as the final out of today's game takes place, for Bill will be back then. Looking down onto the field, it is Chandler for the Yankees, Mort Cooper for the Cardinals, both unlimbering their mighty right arms. Sam Narron, the bullpen catcher who was called upon to pinch hit yesterday, his only appearance in the series, is warming up Mort Cooper. And you may be interested to know that Narron, when we say the bullpen catcher, spent the whole pennant race practically there. He was called on 11 times in the course of the pennant campaign to pinch hit, and of those 11 times he had just one hit for the season. So he had been seen very infrequently in actual competition. Johnny Schulte, the veteran bullpen catcher, batting practice catcher, and warm-up catcher for the Yankees, Schulte is warming up Chandler. Whenever a Yankee pitcher is being warmed up, it is Schulte with the mitt on. Whether it's before the ball game or whether it's down in the bullpen during the game, and Schulte was saying on the train coming out that he hadn't checked it, but he knew he'd warmed up more World Series winners than anybody else. And I don't think anyone would even bother to have to go to the record, because that is true. The Ground Rules Conference exchange of batting orders is finishing up at the plate. Art Fletcher is there representing the Yankees. Catcher Cooper is there representing the Cardinals. There's exchange of orders right now. And we are momentarily expecting the playing of the national anthem. There's the announcement. We're just a couple of moments away from the first pitch of this fifth game of the 1943 World Series, with honor standing, as you know, the Yankees 3 games, the Cardinals 1. There the Cardinals going out to take the field, and let's pause very quickly for station identification. This is Mutual.
WOR, New York.
And now it is with a great deal of pride and a great deal of pleasure to place you in the excellent hands of Bob Elson, who will bring you the play-by-play of the first half of this very vital and important ball game. Bob Elson, to all of us, and to the United States Navy, Lieutenant Bob Elson. Bob?
Thank you very much, Red Barber, and good afternoon, fans. By the way, Red, I was enjoying just a minute ago while I was looking through the sporting news that fine cartoon that Willard Mullen did of you on the front page. I know the baseball fans will all get a kick out of it.
Well, it was as sincere a compliment, Bob, as I've ever had.
Now the Cardinals are on the field, and we're getting all set for this big World Series ball game. And we have 2 changes in the lineup. Musial is playing in right field today, Garms is playing in left field, and Hopp is playing in center field. In other words, both Walker and Litwater are out of the game. Karofsky is at third, Marion at short, Klein at second, at first base Sanders. The pitcher is Morton Cooper, and the catcher is his brother Walker Cooper. Cooper won the number 2 game of the series in New York by a score of 4-3, giving the Yankees 6 hits. And his opponent today, Chandler, won the number 1 game, giving the Cardinals 7 hits. That score was 4-2. Now the Cardinals in their white uniforms are on the field, and the field announcer is calling and repeating the lineup to the people in the stands. The capacity here is 34,000, and it's jammed to that capacity today. And the only reason there isn't more is there's no place to put them. Now the first man to bat for the Yankees is coming up to the plate. It's going to be Frankie Crissetti, who has played outstanding ball in the series. He has 4 for 14. He bats right-handed. And we're getting all set for the first pitch down of the World Series ball game here at St. Louis. This is the number 5 game with the series standing 3-1. Cooper's ready. Here is the first pitch, and it's a ball. And it's very wild, way up over his head. In fact, it almost went behind him. And it's ball 1. Nobody on and nobody out. If you're just tuning in, the World Series ball game is just getting started at St. Louis. Earl Combs coaching at first. Artie Fletcher over at third. Morton Cooper is ready, very deliberate. There's a high foul. It's out of play. It's in the stands, back of the St. Louis dugout, which is down here to our left. And below our mutual booth and to our right, the Yankees, clad in blue-gray, are quartered. Sort of a gray uniform with dark blue stockings and very dark blue cap. Very dark blue stockings. Almost look black from up here. It's a ball, 1 strike, 1 count on Crissetti. Here comes the pitch, and there's a swing and a foul back into the wire. By the way, this man who works the scoreboard here, Lou Adame, has the reputation of having the fastest scoreboard in the major leagues. The players were kidding Beans Reardon last year, working behind the plate, asking him why he was so slow. And he says, well, I always wait to see what the fellow who runs the scoreboard is going to call it. That's no kidding. This is really a fast scoreboard. Those lights are all set before you know it. Here's the pitch, and there is a called strike over the outside corner, knee high, and Crissetti is called out on strikes. He's giving umpire Rommel, who's behind the plate, just a bit of an argument, not much, and that is the first strike out of the ball game. Crissetti was called out. He did not swing. Rommel is back at the plate of the American League. Stewart of the National League is working out there at third. Joe Rue is at second, and Beans Reardon is working at first. Here's a left-hand hitter up. It's Matheny, the right fielder, and there's a spike. It's right in across his knee. The outfield is playing straight away. Remember, it's Johnny Hopp today in center field for St. Louis. Musial is playing right field, and Debs Garms is playing left field. Yankees batting in the first half of the first inning at St. Louis. Here's the pitch to Matheny. Matheny swings and misses a very fast curve. Lots of power back of that one, brother. That was really blown down there, right up around the letters. And Matheny took a vicious swing and missed. His record for the series is 0 for 3. Bud Matheny playing in right field in place of Lindell because the Cardinals are using a right-hander. 1 out and nobody on. 2 strike count. Here comes the pitch. There is a ball, no doubt about it. That was way outside. And it's ball 1 and strike 2. Sportsman's Park is jammed. It's a beautiful sight up here, too, by the way. Flag draped, very colorful. Cooper gets all ready. Here comes the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went for it that time. That pitch really fooled him. It really exploded in there around the knees, and it's another strikeout. Morton Cooper's specialty, the old forkball, really exploded in around the knees that time, and you can really see the workings of it. And it is another strikeout. Now, he and Tiny Bonham, who are opposing pitchers in the second game, are great exponents of the use of the forkball, and they say that Cooper's is even better than Bonham's. And Bonham was the boy they always talked about whenever you hear anyone say anything about the forkball, that is up until this series. Right-hand hitter up, and it's Johnson, the third baseman, and the first pitch is wide and low for a ball. Johnson's had 5 for 16 in the series, and there's another one that missed the corner. Outside, it's ball 2. New York Yankees, possessors of a handsome lead in this 43 World Series. Handsome is right, 3-1, are sending their ace and one of the game's great pitchers today, Spud Chandler, against Morton Cooper. There is a high foul. It is going to be out of play, off to the right. Sanders is chasing the ball, but it goes into the first row of the box seats, down the right field line, just about 50 feet past first base. And it's a ball 2, strike 1 count. Morton Cooper and Walker Cooper, the St. Louis battery. Arms playing left field, Johnny Hopp playing center field, and Stan Musial playing right field. In other words, they have lots of left-hand power in that lineup today against Spud Chandler. Ball 2 and strike 1. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a vicious swing and a foul that goes back into the wire. And it's a ball 2, strike 2 count. Garms appeared in the series once as a pinch hitter. This is Hopp's first appearance in the series. All 2 strike 2, 2 strikeouts here in the first half of the first inning at St. Louis. Infielders talk it up. Lots of the old fire out there. Now he's getting ready. Big Mort has his sign. Here comes the next pitch. There is a swing and a high foul. It's in the stands down here to the right. Walker Cooper started for the ball. He saw that it was going into the stands. He just made that instinctive motion of moving toward the spot that the ball disappeared, but that was all. 1 step and back behind the plate. All 2 and strike 2. Third baseman Bill Johnson batting for New York. Cooper getting all ready. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Morton Cooper struck out the entire side. Yes, sir, the big Missouri boy. Morton Cooper gets a grand hand as he goes back to the Cardinal dugout. We say dugout, although it's really a bench. They're sitting out in front of the dugout on a bench, so they're right in view of everyone in the park. But Cooper struck out the entire side, and Johnson took a vicious cut at that last one. It was a waist-high curveball over the inside corner, inside to a right-hand hitter, and it really had him completely fooled. So it's 3 up and 3 down. If you're keeping a scorecard, credit Cooper with 3 strikeouts, and now the Yankees are on the field, and as I look down from our mutual booth, let me give you the picture. In left field, Keller. In center field, Steinbeck. In right field, Matheny. At first, Etten. Second, Gordon. Short, Rossetti. Third, Johnson. On the mound, Chandler, a right-hander, and the catcher is Bill Dickey. Chandler was the pitcher in the first game of the World Series at New York. The totals on that game were New York 4 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The Cardinals 2 runs, 7 hits, and 2 errors. Bill Dickey taking Chandler's practice throws. He's firing that ball in there. And Lou Klein, the second baseman, is standing to the left of the plate, leaning on the bat, watching Chandler get ready. Umpire Rommel is now getting the whisk broom out, and he's stepping across the plate, and now he's leaning over with his back to the pitcher, and he's cleaning the plate off. The Yankees are scattering to their infield positions. Johnson at third is the last man to hold the ball. He just tossed it to Chandler, and here come the St. Louis Cardinals up for their first turn in the last half of the first inning. The Yankees went down 1-2-3 via the strikeout route in the first. Now let's see what the Cardinals do with Chandler in their half of the inning. Here is the first pitch, and there is a ball. It missed the corner waist high, and it's ball 1. The Yankee outfield is straight away. Nobody on and nobody out here for St. Louis. Chandler leans way over, starts his motion. There's a swing and a bouncing ball off his leg. He may get this man. It's close. He beat it out for a hit. It was a hard smash on the ground back at Chandler. It rolled about 4 feet behind him and 2 feet to his right, behind third. But the fact was the ball was hit so hard, he didn't know in what direction to look first. And finally, taking a quick view of the whole surroundings, he raced for the ball, picked it up, and fired it. But a fast man, Klein, had the play beaten for his 3rd hit of this World Series. Now here is Garms coming up. Playing left field today for St. Louis in place of Litwater. That's left-handed. That ball was hit on the ground sharply right back at Chandler. He could not handle it. So St. Louis has a man on first base. Chandler getting ready. Here's the pitch. There's an attempted bunt. Foul. Ball rolls on the ground back to the screen, and it's 1 strike on Garms, a red 9 in the back of his white uniform. Manager Southworth, in an attempt to really get these Cardinals back in stride, has made 2 changes in the lineup today. He's put in Hop and Garms, mainly to get some more left-hand power in there against Chandler. Pitcher's ready. Here's the next one. It's very high and very wide. He had shortened his bat, ready to bunt it. Johnson at third had moved in, and the first baseman Etten had started to move in on an automatic defensive play on a bunt. The outfield is just 2 or 3 steps to the right. No score. The number 5 game of the World Series from St. Louis. We hope that you're enjoying every play. There's a bunt, beautiful, down the third baseline. The play has got to be at first, and he is out on a very close play, and was that close. The play going from Johnson to Etten, and that was one of the real close plays of the series. Deans Reardon right over the play, waved immediately out. Garms started to say something, but he didn't, but it was an awfully close play. A man on second base, and here is Stan Musial coming up with a chance to drive in a run. That was a beautiful bunt by Garms, and he almost beat it out. Here's Musial. He's had 5 for 15 in the series. He bats left-handed. And he's up in there now with a chance to drive in a run. Sportsman's Park seems noisier to me today than it did in yesterday's game. Seems to be much more noise in the stands. Everyone quite expectant and noisy. And on second now in the last half of the first inning, Spud Chandler on the mound. Here's the pitch to Stan, and there is a pitch that's inside close, keeping it in on the handle, and it's a ball. It's kind of... This fellow, Musial, is not, for a left-hand hitter with an average of 360, is not a fellow who pulls consistently. He's apt to slash that ball to left or center or right. And on second, Musial batting. Here's the pitch. There's one very wide for ball 2. The Yankees talk it up in the infield. Etten at first, Gordon at second, Crissetti at short, Johnson at third as we look down on the field from our mutual booth. It's the 5th game of the World Series, and we're still in the first inning. Hope that you're right around your radio, all set to listen to every play today. Getting all set now. Here's the next one to Musial. Musial takes a vicious cut at a very sharp breaking ball in around the waist, and he foul-tipped it. It goes back to the wire, and Dickey gets a new baseball from umpire Rommel. League presidents, Ford Frick of the National League, Mr. Will Harridge of the American League, Judge Landis seated down here below us. Chandler has his glove off, number 21 on the back of his uniform as he looks out towards center field. Now he's turning around. Here is Stan Musial up at the plate, a left-hand hitter. Here comes the pitch, and there is a ball. It broke outside. A lot of wrist action in that particular pitch, and it's ball 3. Next man due to come up for St. Louis will be the catcher, Walker Cooper. Morton Cooper is on the mound for St. Louis today, and in the first half of this inning, he struck out 3 Yankees. He struck out the side. Just a note for those of you somewhere across the country or someplace around the world who might be tuning in late. Cardinals have a scoring chance in the first inning. Chandler getting all ready. Here's the pitch, and there is a viciously hit foul, a liner into the box seats down the left field line, and no one even wanted to touch that souvenir until it had bounced 4 or 5 times. There was one thought, get out of the way. It went in there like it was hit out of a cannon. Ball 3 and strike 2 on Stan Musial, the man on second base for St. Louis. We're in the first inning in this number 5 game of the World Series. 2 great right-handers on the mound today. Here comes the pitch. There is ball 4, no doubt about it. Missed the plate by 1.5 feet. There was no doubt about that being ball 4. It was high and it was very far outside, and I'd say that Bill Dickey reached out at least 1.5 feet for the ball. Here's Walker Cooper, the catcher, coming up. He's had 4 for 15 in the series, but he hasn't got, as yet, what the Cardinals have been looking for from him, some extra base hits. Redbirds started this series, looked to the bats of Walker Cooper, Musial, and Walker for some of that extra base power. Now they have runners on first and second here in the first inning. 1 out. Chandler getting all set. Here's the pitch, and there is a strike. It's called right in across the knees. That pitch coming inside broke away from a right-hand hitter, a nice, sharp, fast curve. Walker started to step back, and as he did so, the ball broke right on the corner, and it's a called strike. Umpire Rommel of the American League back at the plate. Here comes the next pitch. There's a swing. He got a piece of that ball and fouled it on the ground to the right. And now it's 2 strikes, and Chandler has Cooper very much in the hole. Pitcher has much the advantage of the situation as it stands now. He can afford to gamble. He can afford to guess. He's really got this batter in the hot seat. 2 strikes, no balls called. Man on first, man on second, 1 out. That's the picture in the last half of the first inning at St. Louis. Johnson playing the hitter close to the third baseline at third base. There is a ball into the dirt. Dickey went down for that one, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. It's 1 and 2 for Walker Cooper, as the Cardinals, fighting hard to get back into the series, are trying hard to get out in front in the first inning off of Chandler and to give Big Mort Cooper a lead. Chandler getting all set. Runners on first and second. Here's the pitch, and there's a high bouncing ball, maybe a double play to Crissetti over to second, out, back over to first, and it's safe at first. No double play. The play went from Crissetti to Gordon to Etten. It's out at second base. Musial is forced at second. but the batter had the play beaten by a step at first base, and so the Cardinals have runners on first and third with 2 gone. Now here's Karofsky, third baseman. He's had 2 for 14 in the series. In New York, he hit a couple of balls hard for hits. One sharp single into center field that drove in a run, and another hard double down the left field line in New York. Yesterday, he had a long fly ball to the left field fence, but it was caught. Runners on first and third. Here's the pitch. Karofsky swings. There's a bouncing ball to Johnson at third. Pick up. There goes the peg, and he is out at first to retire the side. And so the St. Louis opportunity here in the first inning has gone glimmering, as have many other scoring opportunities in this World Series, and runners are left on first and third. It's no runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, and no score in the number 5 game of the World Series at the end of the first inning. Come in, Red.
Friends, when there's a simple, easy way to lick a tough job quickly, you like to know about it. So I want to put you next to Gillette Lather Shaving Cream. Bill Johnson, Deb Gomes, and plenty of other Yankee and Cardinal players would tell you it's the most thoroughgoing beard softener they ever used. Also, it makes shaving lots more enjoyable. You see, this cream produces a sponge-like lather that holds a barrel of water and keeps your whiskers thoroughly saturated while you're shaving. That means quicker shaves, smoother and better-looking ones, and extra comfort, too. Try Gillette Lather Shaving Cream. Today's World Series game is being broadcast to our troops overseas. Army regulations forbid mention of the sponsor's name. For that reason, and to make this broadcast to our boys possible, Gillette gladly refrains from mentioning the company or its products at any time during the course of the game except between innings. These brief commercials are deleted by the shortwave monitor.
All right, Bob. Now this is Bob Elson talking to you again from Sportsman's Park. The first man to bat for the Yankees is going to be Charlie Keller, the famed left fielder and strong man of the Yankee on sound. He's up in there batting left-handed, and Morton Cooper is all ready. Here's the first pitch to Keller, and he takes one, a nice slow curveball around his knees for a called strike. Big Morton Cooper, the big guy who defies all superstition with 13 on his back, is out there on the mound for the Redbirds. Nobody on and nobody out in the first half of the second. He's all ready. Here's the pitch. There's a mighty swing and a miss. Waist high, foul tipped that ball, and it's 2 strikes. Mort Cooper, a right-hander, on the mound for St. Louis. The outfield is swung a step or 2 to the right. Keller in the batter's box. Here he is right below us, waving that big bat around. Boy, he even looks dangerous. Gets all ready. Here comes the pitch. There's one. Strike 3. He struck him out. A curveball in on the handle, and that is 4 strikeouts in a row. Charlie Keller was called out on strikes. Now here's the catcher, Bill Dickey, up. Dickey's had 4 for 14 in the series. Had a sharp hit yesterday that drove in a run. He's batting with 1 out and nobody on, and Mort Cooper has that strikeout ball of his really working out there today. Here comes the first pitch, and Dickey swings and misses. Fastball up around the shoulders, and it's 1 strike. That's 4 strikeouts in a row. Cooper has struck out everyone who's faced him so far in this number 5 game of the World Series. There's the drone of an airplane overhead. Cooper getting all ready again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a ball. It's in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1. 34,000 capacity crowd here today. The infield on the right side for St. Louis is playing very deep. Bill's not so fast anymore, and the infielders can afford to back up. Ball 1 and strike 1 for Dickey. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Curveball right in around the waist, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. 1-2. Dickey walks out of the batter's box, pounds the business end of the bat on the dirt, steps back up in there again. Here he is right below us, number 8 on the back of his gray uniform. Here comes the pitch. There is a high foul fly, short distance down the left field line. It may get away. It goes into the stands. The third baseman, Karofsky, made a nice try for the ball, running about 150 feet down the third baseline and over to the railing for that ball, but he could not get to it, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. Umpire Bill Stewart followed him right over to the railing. These umpires, on top of every play, have done a grand job in this World Series. And the count on Dickey is ball 1 and strike 2. The outfield is straight away. Cooper's getting all ready. Here comes the next pitch. There is strike 3. He struck him out. 5 in a row for Morton Cooper. He did not swing. It was the fork ball in around his knees, and he was called out on strikes. So that is 5 strikeouts in a row for Morton Cooper. Talk about your drama in a ball game. This is certainly a sample of it. Here's the first baseman, Etten, up. He's had 1 for 16 in the series. He bats left-handed. Nobody on and 2 out. Morton Cooper getting all ready. Here's the pitch. There's a ball. It's up around his eyes, and it's ball 1. Uncovered bleacher section in left field, uncovered in center field, and a bleacher section which is covered, so they call it a pavilion in right field. It's a single-decked affair. He's getting set. Here's the next one. There's a ball. It's high outside, and it's ball 2. Morton Cooper has 5 strikeouts in succession. Cardinals talk it up out there. The Cardinals had a grand scoring chance in the first inning, but did not cash in on it. They had runners on first and second with 1 out, runners on first and third with 2 out. There is a ball. It's shoulder high and a bit outside, and it's ball 3. So the count on Big Nick Etten, the Yankee first baseman, has been run now to 3-0. Cooper's getting all set. Here comes the pitch, and there is ball 4, no doubt about it. A foot outside, knee high, and Etten is the first Yankee to reach on a base on balls. Here's the second baseman, Joe Gordon, who has 4 for 15 in the series. Left fielder, Garms, backs up about 10 feet, playing him near the wall in left field. The center fielder, Johnny Hopp, is moving just a bit toward left field, just a little bit off the line. And Musial is just practically set out there in right field. Here is a fastball that's inside and very high to Gordon, and it's ball 1. He just turned his shoulder away from the pitch, and it's ball 1 for Gordon. Runner on first base, and 2 out in the first half of the second. 2 strong-armed right-handers on the mound, Morton Cooper and Chandler. Here is a foul. It goes back into the wire, runs up the screen here to our left, and it's 1-1. It's a ball 1 and strike 1 count on Gordon, who's played outstanding ball in the series. He's had 4 hits, including a home run, and has played sensationally in the field. Runner on first base. The count is ball 1 and strike 1. Mort Cooper gets a sign. No windup. Man on first. There's a swing, and there's a high foul. It's out of play. It's going into the stands here to our left, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. Walker Cooper gets a new baseball from umpire Rommel. Rifles it down to Karofsky, who now throws it to Marion, who returns it to Karofsky, who is now whipping the ball over to the pitcher. Klein out at second base is kicking the dirt around. Sanders at first base is playing right on the bag. There's a base runner over there. It's Etten who walked. There's 2 out, and a count of ball 1 and strike 2 on Gordon. Cooper getting all set. Here comes the pitch. It's a ball. It's in a little bit too close. Waist high, and it's 2-2. Ball 2 and strike 2. Cooper takes a lot of time. He's not working hurriedly at all. He's very deliberate. Here comes the next pitch. It's a ball, a peg to first, and the ball gets away from Sanders. It's going into right field, and Etten is going to stop at second base. There's going to be an error on the play, naturally, which gives the runner the base. It's on the throw. It's charged to Walker Cooper. An error charged to Walker Cooper that moves Etten to second base. That is the 10th error in the series for the Cardinals. 10 errors in the series. And now here's manager Southworth coming out to talk to Morton Cooper. Count is ball 3 and strike 2. Cooper fired the ball to first base and threw badly. And he is charged with his second throwing error of the series. He had one in New York, throwing to second base. Ball 3, strike 2. And on second base and 2 out, a scoring chance here for the Yankees. And there's a smash on the ground to Karofsky. Knocks it down. There's a peg to first, and he is out to retire the side. Boy, that was dangerously close to a base hit to Karofsky's left. He reached out and snagged that ball, knocked it down, picked it up, and threw him out, leaving the base runner on second base. And the totals for the inning are no runs, no hits, and 1 walk. And that is the end of the first half of the second.
When you're laying your money on the line, it always pays to be a stickler for quality. And if you're buying razor blades, it pays double to get Gillette Blue Blades.
As Mort Cooper puts it, the big fella just came within one strikeout of a World Series record. As he puts it, they are tops for shaving comfort and durability, too. These sharper, longer-lasting blades are produced by the same skilled craftsman who built your Gillette razor. That means they are made to the closest limits of accuracy known in the industry and fit your Gillette razor precisely, protecting you from the scrape and pull of misfit blades. For the slickest shaves ever, smooth, good-looking shaves that really rate, today's Gillette Blue Blade simply has no equal. Now we're going into the last half of the second inning, and Bill's come over here with some figures. Bill Coram, on the 5 strikeouts of Morton Cooper, Carl Hubble did the same thing against Washington in 1933. And in the World Series of 1919, Hod Eller of Cincinnati against the White Sox had 6 strikeouts in a row. Thanks, Bill. That's a very interesting note. Now here's Sanders coming to bat. That's left-handed. He's facing Chandler. No score. 5th game of the World Series. Chandler getting all ready. Here's the pitch, and Sanders takes, and it's in close on the handle for ball 1. Sanders steps back. He's had 4 for 14 in the series, including a home run. Nobody on and nobody out. Here comes the pitch, and there's a smash on the ground. A base hit to right field on the ground. Took a hold of a knee-high pitch and slapped it into right field. I should say he slashed it into right field because that ball really was cut at, and it's a base hit. That is the second hit off of Chandler. It is Sanders' 5th hit of the series. It's a man on first base, and here is Johnny Hopp coming up for the first time in the series. Hopp played first base for St. Louis in the World Series. In the 5 games last year, Hopp was playing first base. He's now making his first appearance in this World Series of 43, and there's a ground ball to the pitcher. The play is going to be at second base. It's out, and then Gordon drops the ball, and it's called safe. Gordon is safe all around. The umpire at second base says that Gordon never really had possession of the ball, and it is safe all around. There's going to be an error on that play. Let's wait and see how the official scorer scores it. It'll be charged, I'm sure, to Gordon. The Yankees have all gathered around the umpire. Joe Rue at second base. Manager McCarthy has made his first appearance on the playing field in this series. And the Cardinals have runners on first and second. We called that play exactly. It was a smash back at the pitcher who turned and threw it to Gordon. Gordon at second base grabbed it and started to fire it and dropped it. And the umpire reversed himself and said safe all around. The error is charged to Gordon. And that is the Yankees' 4th error in the series against 10 for the Cardinals. What looked like was going to be a double play ball, fans, turned out to result in an error to Gordon, and the Cardinals have runners on first and second, and 9 Yankees have gathered around the umpire at second base, including Joe McCarthy. The Yankees are undoubtedly claiming to the umpire that the play at second base had already been finished when Gordon had grabbed the ball and the base runner there had been waved out. The umpire, however, says no. Man on first, a man on second, and Marty Marion is coming up, and McCarthy is now at first base talking to umpire Reardon. Man on first, a man on second for St. Louis. No one out. That was certainly a break for the Cardinals. Man on first, a man on second on that play. And now here's Marty Marion up. He bats right-handed. Here's the pitch, and there is a ball. A throw to second base, and he was almost picked off out there. Very nearly picked off. It was a very, very close play. Sanders just got back in time, and Dickey almost had him picked off a second. When the throw left home plate, it looked like he was going to get him. He had such a long lead off, and they called for the pitch out and very nearly picked him off the bag. In that play at second base of Chandler, charged the error to Cressetti, who handled the ball at second in place of Gordon. They were both moving over there, and Frankie Cressetti handled the ball, so charged the error to Cressetti. Man on first, a man on second. Marty Marion batting. Here's a bunt down the first base line. Beckton picks the ball up. The play is at first base, and it's a sacrifice. He is out at first, and the Cardinals have runners on second and third. It was a beautiful bunt
down the first baseline about 20 feet. It was handled by Etten, who was playing in on the play. He turned and fired the ball to first base to Gordon, who shifted over to cover on the sacrifice. So there's a man on first, a man on second, a man on third, and Cooper is coming up. To start this inning, Sanders hit safely, remember, a single, and then Hop was safe on an error out of second base as Chandler tried for a double play. Cressetti dropped the ball out there, and there's a man on second and a man on third for the Cardinals by virtue of a sacrifice by Marty Marion. The Yankee infield is playing in, and Morton Cooper is up. Here's the pitch, and there's one very wide for a ball. Cressetti at short, Johnson at third, Gordon at second, Etten at first. They're all playing way in, almost in the edge of the grass, and Cooper is batting. Number 13 on the back of his uniform. Chandler out there trying to get out of another jam he did in the first inning, and there is a strike. It's right in over the inside corner, above the knees, it's called, and it's 1-1. You remember, fans, in the first inning, St. Louis had runners on first and second with 1 out, runners on first and third with 2 out, all that and failed to score. Now they have a man on second, a man on third with 1 out, and the pitcher up. Count is 1-1. Chandler's getting all ready. Here's the next pitch. Cooper started to swing, stopped. It's called a strike anyway, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. The Cardinals have just not been able to cash in on scoring opportunities in this 43 series. They just have not been able to come through with hits when they'd mean something. Chandler taking a lot of time. He's worked up a 1-2 count on Cooper. Now he's getting all ready. Here's the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Cooper went for one right in around his knees and struck out. That is Chandler's first strikeout, and here is Klein coming up, the leadoff man. Klein had a couple of chances in yesterday's ball game to come through when it would really help, but the little fellow just couldn't get those hits yesterday when it would help. Now he's presented with an opportunity today with a man on second and a man on third, and 2 gone. Chandler getting set. Here's the first pitch, and there is a mighty swing and a miss, and he missed that ball by a half a foot. Change up on that, a curve ball, slow on the outside, waist high. Chandler working hard, working with his usual cunning out there on the mound. It's made him a 20-game winner against 4 losses for the Yankees. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next pitch to Klein. Klein swings. There's a fly ball to right field. It should be caught. Looks like an easy chance for Matheny. He's under the ball and has it to retire the side. And so St. Louis has failed to cash in on another scoring opportunity, and runners are left on second and third at the end of the second inning. The totals are no runs and 1 hit and 1 error in the inning, and there is no score in this ball game, the number 5 game of the World Series, at the end of 2 innings of play. We're going to pause briefly now for station identification. This is Mutual.
WOR New York, the Mutual station broadcasting all sports all year round.
Army with 2 humiliating defeats handed to Notre Dame in the past 2 years. The Irish are itching to get back at him. 2 years ago, Army beat Notre Dame 59-0 in this very stadium. Last year, Army beat Notre Dame 48-0. And the Fighting Irish have come into this game unbeaten and swearing they're going to get vengeance this afternoon. As for Army, they've still got the touchdown twins of Blanchard and Davis. It's an unbeaten cadet team, one of the finest to ever roll westward from West Point. So these 2 teams getting all ready to kick off to each other. In just a second, the Yankee Stadium, and the sun is shining down for the moment now. The sun is trying to peek through the gray clouds as the game will just about get underway in roughly some 30 seconds. Unbeaten Army tackling unbeaten Notre Dame from the Yankee Stadium in New York City, and the place is literally jumping. It's jam-packed. There are 75,000 people in attendance at the moment. You couldn't get another person in here with a shoehorn. The crowd came early to watch the cadets march in. They're already in. They're seated. 1,000 of the student body from Notre Dame came out from South Bend, and their cheers are reverberating throughout the autumn air. It's going to be Notre Dame kicking off, Army receiving. Army wins the toss and likes to receive, and Army is going to defend the eastern goal. They have the wind a little bit at their back. What little wind there is, but it isn't enough to help or to hinder. So it'll be Notre Dame kicking off, Army receiving, and holding for Notre Dame. Holding will probably be Lou Jack. And kicking for the Irish will be George Connor, a transfer from Holy Cross. And the game is just about to get underway. So settle back for an afternoon as unbeaten Army hits unbeaten Notre Dame. Both swear they're going to win today. And the ultimate winner undoubtedly will be the national champion after this game is over. Referee, Raleigh Barnum. He speaks to both captains and says, "Are you ready?" Just as though somebody told all 75,000 people to get up, get off their, well, just get up off the chairs. They all stand up and wait for this kickoff to rocket off the ground into the air. Army and Notre Dame, the Yankee Stadium, the temperature down in the 50s. It's a cold day, and that's a break, incidentally, for Army. It means the plate could keep his first team in most of the afternoon. He wanted to do it. Deepest for the Army are Blanchard and Davis. They're standing all the way back on the Army goal line. Holding for Notre Dame will be Johnny Lujack. Game is a little bit delayed, getting underway. The crowd has surged down onto the playing field. The police are beating them back. They got them back now. The kickoff will be coming in just a moment. The sidelines are jam-packed with humanity. George Connor comes forward. The game is underway, and the kick is up in the air. It's rolling down all the way to the Notre Dame 20-yard line. It's taken on the 20 by Arnold Tucker. He's up to the 25, up to the 30, up to the 35. Stays on his feet, goes to the 40. He goes all the way up to the Army 45-yard line before he's finally brought down. Arnold Tucker, quarterback of Army, carries the ball from the Army 20 up to the Army 45. He hurdles right through the center of the Notre Dame line. Notre Dame onto the defense, Army onto the offense. 1st and 10 for the Cadets. Terry Brennan back in semi-safety position. He's starting at left halfback for Notre Dame. Backfield is Lujack, Sitko, Mello, and Brennan. That's the starting Notre Dame backfield. Army in their T formation. In motion this time is Glenn Davis. Ball is given to Blanchard. Blanchard into the center line. He fumbles the ball. The ball's rolling around, and it's recovered by Army. Barney Poole, left end of Army, recovers on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. Glenn Davis fumbled that ball. He had handled it to Blanchard. Blanchard let it slip out of his hands for a minute. He tried to heave a lateral to Davis. Davis couldn't get his mitts anywhere near the ball. The ball squirted away from him, and Barney Poole, the left end of Army, recovered. So it's still the Cadets' ball in the first fumble of the afternoon. Ball has been advanced on that play. Approximately 6 yards. Call it a fumble play, if you will, but it counts. 10 seconds of playing time have gone by in the first period of the game from the Yankee Stadium, and Army is down into Notre Dame territory thanks to a recovered fumble made by Army and recovered by the Cadets. In motion this time is Rip Rowan going out to the left. Ball is given this time to Glenn Davis. Davis into the center of the line, and he gains very little. Hands it to Blanchard. There is very little gain on that play. Johnny Mastrangelo, the right guard of Notre Dame, comes in to make that stop. Actually, there was no gain on the play, but there's going to be a penalty. The red flag was dropped, the red handkerchief, and it looks like it's a penalty against Army. Looks like it is a penalty against Army for holding, which, if true, will be a 15-yard penalty. Referee is in now talking to the captain of the Army team. That's Johnny Lujack, asking him what he wants to do. Ball is resting on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. Here comes the penalty against Army. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 yards holding on Army. Army is set all the way back to their own 36-yard line. So Army had the ball a moment ago, 2nd and 4 on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. Thanks to that holding penalty, they now have the ball 2nd down and 18 yards to go. Make it 19 to go. Before they needed, in the 15, they just got penalized. Rowan deployed way out to the left. In motion this time is Blanchard. The ball is given to Davis. Davis comes over the short side of his line. He reaches the Army 40-yard line, goes to the 41. He's knocked down on the 41 by Johnny Lujack, Terry Brennan, and Jim Mello. All bring him down. That'll bring up the 3rd down and still leave 13 yards to be gained. Army's ball. They picked up enough yardage for a 1st down, but they were penalized at 15 yards when they were detected holding. And so this game, with now almost 2 minutes of having gone by in the first period, finds the score Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. And Notre Dame is playing a 5-man line with 3 men backing up that line. Davis and Blanchard doing the ball carrying to date. It is 3rd and 13. The Cadets' ball deployed way out to the right as Rip Rowan on a wide-open formation. Tucker behind the center in the T. In motion this time is Doc Blanchard. Ball goes back to Glenn Davis. He throws a ladder onto Blanchard. Blanchard is hit as he catches it. He's thrown for a loss. He's dropped back on the Army 39-yard line by George Strohmeyer, roving center of Notre Dame. A completed lateral tossed by Davis, caught by Blanchard. No gain on the play, a loss of 2 yards. It'll be 4th down coming up now, 16 yards to go. Army's ball, and back in safety position for Army. On the right is Emil Sitko. On the left is Terry Brennan. 2 safety men, and they're standing back on the Irish 25-yard line. In punt formation for Army is Glenn Davis. All-American Davis is standing back on his own 27. He'll boot from the 30. Army's in punt formation. It's 4th and 16. Here's the kick. It's up in the air. It's coming over towards Terry Brennan. Brennan is signaling he's going to take it. He lets the ball bound all the way down to the Notre Dame 20-yard line. And it's stopping on the 20. Terry doesn't even try to handle it. Terry Brennan very wisely realizing that he'd have to take a dangerously bouncing ball and try and run it up the field if he could get his mitts on it. Elects to let the ball roll. Actually, it didn't roll more than 2 or 3 feet after it hit the ground. Notre Dame ball, 1st and 10 on the Irish 20-yard line. Notre Dame out of the huddle. Army playing a 6-man line. 2 men backing up that line. Notre Dame into the T formation. Jim Mello in the fullback spot this time. He's deployed out wide to the right. Ball goes to Terry Brennan over to Emil Sitko. Sitko goes from the 21 to the 22 and then is knocked back to the 20-yard line. I don't think there was any gain on that play. Amos Sitko moves it forward to the 20-yard line. He fumbled and it was hit. Army recovered on the Notre Dame 23-yard line. Sitko fumbled and Army recovered on the Notre Dame 23. It's Army's ball down on the Notre Dame 23-yard line. As Sitko, as he plowed into that line, let the ball get away from him. And Jim Enos, center of Army, recovered for the Cadets. Here's a running play. The ball is passed out to Doc Blanchard. He's going around the left side of his line. He's stopped for a loss. He started from the 27. He just about got back to the 26, but remember the line of scrimmage was the 24. So on that play, there was a loss of 2 yards. I hope you can follow this rapid fire. It has to be rapid. So much is happening. Notre Dame's Amos Sitko in the first running play for the Fighting Irish fumbled as he came to the center of the line. He had passed the 22. He fell forward to the 24. The ball squirted away from him. Gene Enos, center of Army, fell on it. It was Army's ball. On the first running play, Doc Blanchard tried to skirt around his own left end, and he lost 2 yards. So it is now second down coming up, 12 yards to go. Army's ball down on the Notre Dame 27-yard line. Army out of the huddle very quickly now. This is a golden opportunity for the Cadets. In motion this time is Davis. Tucker throwing a quick pass out to Davis. He's down to the 20, stays on his feet, and he's back down on the 19-yard line. Glenn Davis, fullback of Army, running it down to the 19-yard line as he takes a quick pass from Arnold Tucker. There's the first forward pass of the afternoon, and it's complete. It moves the Cadet team down to the Notre Dame 19-yard line. Terry Brennan, the left halfback, had to come up from almost the goal line to make that save, and he did it with a one-handed tackle which spun Davis around and dropped him to the ground. It is third down, coming up 5 yards to go. Army's ball down on the Notre Dame 19-yard line. We've just started the game from the Yankee Stadium. There's no score as yet, but the Cadets are deep down in Notre Dame territory. In motion is Rip Rowan this time. Ball is given this time to Doc Blanchard. Blanchard pulls his way down to the 16-yard line, and he stops on the 16-yard line. Doc Blanchard pulling his way between left tackle and left guard before Georgie Connor, the left tackle of Notre Dame, can stop him. Ball is resting on the Notre Dame 16-yard line. It is fourth down, coming up 2 yards to go. This can be one of the crucial plays of this game. If Army picks up this 2 yards, they've got a first down way deep in the territory. If Notre Dame can hold them, they'll take over. Army's ball, 4th and 2, down on the Notre Dame 16-yard line. T formation. Tucker calling these signals. Nobody in motion this time. Ball is given to Blanchard. Blanchard's past the 15. He's down to the 14-yard line, and he is hurled back all the way back to the 16-yard line. Let's see where the referee says that ball was stopped. If he says it was stopped on the 14, it's a first down. If he says it's on the 15, it's not a first down. They're going to bring the line sticks into measure. Hang on to your seats. This makes a great deal of difference whether Army got that first down or not. If they didn't, they missed it by inches. Ball is resting just shy of the 14-yard line. I believe Notre Dame stopped them. They did! Notre Dame stopped them on the 14-yard line. Notre Dame takes over 1st and 10 on their own 14-yard line. Army goes back into the defense. Notre Dame onto the offensive. A fighting band of Irishmen who come out of South Bend, Indiana, determined to stop a team that hasn't been stopped since 1943. Singling over the right for Notre Dame this time. Ball is given to Terry Brennan over to Sitko. Sitko going around the right side of his line. Gives it back to Brennan. Gets up to the 20, stays on his feet, goes to the 25, and he's knocked out on the 25-yard line. Referee Maystay stepped out on the 23. Rip Rowan at fullback made the tackle for Army. Army's defense is different than their offense. In that, I mean the alignment of players is completely different. Blanchard playing a wingback on offense, plays generally defensive fullback. Notre Dame has the ball now. It is second down, 1 yard to go. A gain of 9 yards on that play. They ran it from the 16 to the 25-yard line. Here's a quick flip pass. The ball is given to Jimmy Mello, the fullback. He goes into the center of the line, and he just about picks up that first down. And I think it is a first down for Notre Dame. Hang on to your seats while we see whether it is or it isn't. They're going to measure this one, too. Bringing line 6 in, and it is. It's a first down for Notre Dame. Terry Brennan, left halfback of Notre Dame, gets credit for a beautiful block on that play. Here's the defensive arrangement for Army. Rip Rowan in at fullback. Glenn Davis at one wingback. Blanchard at the other. Notre Dame's ball 1st and 10 on their own 26-yard line. T formation. In motion is Terry Brennan for the Irish. Ball is given this time to Mello. Mello to Sitko. Sitko comes across the 30, reaches the 35. He splits the Army line wide open as he runs all the way up the field to the 36-yard line. Amos Sitko, right halfback of Notre Dame, who put the Irish in that terrible hole a moment ago when he fumbled, comes up to the 36-yard line. And this Army team, which if you're an Army supporter, don't you give up this because Notre Dame's running through them now. This is one of the great teams of all time, that Army team. Hasn't been beaten since 43. Terry Brennan out wide this time for Notre Dame. Single wingback formation. The ball is given to Amos Sitko again. He tries the same play over the right side of the line and gains at most 2 yards. He reaches the Notre Dame 39-yard line before he is finally throttled by Joe Steffi and Jim Enos. Another first down for Notre Dame, and a tremendous cheer splits the heavens as the Irish supporters realize that their team has reeled off 2 first downs while Army has not been able to make any. There are 7.5 minutes of playing time remaining in the first period from the Yankee Stadium. The score is 0-0. Notre Dame has the ball, and they are working it out of danger. In motion this time is Jim Mello. Notre Dame running out of the T formation. Ball is given to Terry Brennan. Brennan over the right side of the line, and he gains nothing. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and Sheldon Biles, left tackle of Army, smacks him down. No gain on that play. It'll be second down coming up 9 yards, 9.5 yards to go. A gain of a half a yard. Army, with a very strong, powerful line, have gone out of a 5-man defensive formation into a 6-man defensive formation with 2 men backing it up to stop Notre Dame after the Irish had reeled off 2 consecutive first downs. Notre Dame's ball running out of the T formation. The ball is given this time on the cross butt to Jim Mello. Mello on a reverse gives it to Sitko. Sitko goes to the 45. He's knocked down just shy of the 45 by Sheldon Biles and by Jim Enos. It's a gain of 5 yards on that play. It'll be third down coming up, 4.5 yards to go. We're halfway through the first period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium, which the National Broadcasting Company is sending across this nation. And the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Here comes Notre Dame out of the huddle very quickly. Jim Martin deployed way out to the left this time. He's Notre Dame's left end. He's 15 yards out to the left of his tackle. A quick flip pass is thrown out to Jimmy Martin. Martin drops it. Pass thrown out to Martin. Whistle on the play. It wouldn't have counted had it been completed. But nevertheless, it wasn't even completed, so the ball is returned to the line of scrimmage. It brings up the fourth down, leaves 5 yards to go. It is Notre Dame's ball on their own 45-yard line, and the Irish who took over on their own 16, returned it to the 45, so they're in much better shape than they were when they recovered this ball. Glenn Davis, left halfback of Army, goes back into safety position, as does Arnold Tucker. 0-0. Score halfway through the first period. Tucker deployed out to the left, Davis to the right. In the backfield of the Army, and kicking for Army will be Johnny Lujak on that weak ankle. Let's see what happens. He boots it, gets a nice kick up in the air. Waiting to take it is Mr. Glenn Davis. He takes it. Junior has it on the 20s, up to the 25, gets away from 2 men, stays on his feet, and he is finally knocked down as he comes all the way up to the Army 35-yard line. Glenn Junior Davis is hit by Johnny Lujak, quarterback of Notre Dame, who made that tackle. Well, if Mr. Lujak has got a bad ankle that hasn't showed today, he got a beautiful kick away and then came up the field to make the tackle, and he tackled a guy who's pretty hard to bring down, Glenn Davis. Here comes Army out of the huddle. It's their ball, 1st and 10 on their own 34-yard line. Army is running out of a modified single wing back formation. In motion is Blanchard. This time the ball is given to Davis. Davis breaks into the clear at the 40, stays on his feet, and is finally hit by a safety man on the 44 as he comes up the field for almost a first down. Glenn Davis runs off 7.5 big yards. Jim Mello, fullback of Notre Dame, playing safety for the Irish. Last man who could get him finally got him. Davis broke through the line, broke into the secondary, appeared as though he were going for a touchdown for the moment, as he looked like he might be headed for pay dirt into the clear. Jimmy Mello, defensive fullback for Notre Dame, actually playing safety man, was the last man who could get his hands on him, and he did. He stopped him after an 8-yard gain, and it's now Army's ball. Second down, 2 yards to go, and the ball is resting on the Army 43-yard line, and time has been called. First period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium. Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. A very even game today. Here's a Notre Dame cheer from across the field with timeout. Let's listen. In case you came in late or didn't hear the starting lineups, I'll go over the backfields in a moment because these are very important. For Army, the sensational touchdown twins, unanimously All-American on everybody's team. Glenn Davis and Doc Blanchard are both in the game. One's at the left wing back, the other at the right. Rip Rowan is in for Ugg Fusion at fullback. Fusion was hurt this week. Rowan is starting. Actually, Rowan is slightly the faster of the two. Arnold Tucker is in at quarterback. And just as we say that Rowan is in at fullback, Notre West comes in to replace him in the Army backfield. The Notre Dame backfield, Johnny Lujak, the man with a weak ankle, who made the newspaper headlines all week long as to whether he was or was not able to play today, is starting at quarterback. Emil Sitko's at right half, Terry Brennan at left, and Jim Mello at full. Marty Wendell has come in at center. George Strohmeyer has gone out. That's a change for Notre Dame. Other than that, the lineups remain as is. Notre Dame and Army have played each other every year since 1913, and what a game that first one was. In motion this time is Blanchard. The ball is given to Glenn Davis. Davis gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all he gets back to. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and he was stopped on the line of scrimmage by Billy Fisher, the left guard of Notre Dame. They had tried to mousetrap Fisher, pulled him into the center of the line, but whoever was to get him when he got in that trap didn't get him. He got out of the trap and spilled Mr. Davis. First game played between these two teams goes all the way back to 1913. It was the first forward pass ever seen in the East. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Gus Doré threw it, and a pretty well-known gentleman by the name of Newt Rockney caught it. Notre Dame beat the Army that afternoon on those passes. Single wing over the right this time. Glenn Davis again. He gives it to Blanchard. Blanchard on a shovel pass goes into the center of the line, and he may have picked up a first down. It's very, very close to it. If you hear a terrific roar go up from the cadets, you'll know he did. It looks like he missed it by about 6 inches. They're going to bring in the line sticks now. Wait and see. If a big roar goes up from the Army side, you'll know that it is a first down. And it's going to be, I believe, about 6 inches shy of a first down. It is 6 inches shy of a first down. So it is 4th down for Army. 6 inches to go. Now, you quarterbacks, what would you do? A 0-0 ball game. Both your teams unbeaten. You're playing for the national championship of the United States. And you have a 4th down with 6 inches to go on your own 44.5-yard line. Would you take a chance on those 6 inches and maybe give it to Notre Dame if they hold you, or would you play it safe and kick? Army is going to gamble. They're going to run for it. Billy West in the fullback spot this time. Ball is given to West. It goes right to the center of the line. He picks up a first down for Army. Billy West, fullback for the United States Military Academy. The cadet team bolts his way right through the center of the line. He hit it hard. His drive had formed a wedge. He shoved his body through, and it picked up about 1.5 feet. All he needed was 6 inches. Here's a reverse play with Doc Blanchard over his own right tackle. He, in turn, lateraled it back to Billy West as West came up to the center of the line. West picks up 2 yards as he moves it up to about the Army 49-yard line. Give him a gain of 3 yards on that play. It'll be second down coming up, 7 yards to go. There are 4 minutes of playing time remaining in the first period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium, and the score is Notre Dame 0, Army 0. Army has the ball just 1 yard shy of the middle of the field. It's about halfway between the two sideline stripes and just about halfway down the field. Billy West in the middle of the tee. It is Davis back for the forward pass. He pulls one over the center line to Barney Poole, the left end of Army. And that is very close to a first down. It's a completed forward pass, and Barney Poole goes high into the air and catches it on the Notre Dame 44-yard line. He's hit immediately by Johnny Fallon, the right tackle of Notre Dame. And they may measure this to see whether it's another first down for Army. Army reels off 2 first downs in a row. That means that Notre Dame has made 2 first downs in this period, and so has Army. Army is, for the second time this afternoon, down into Notre Dame territory. They recovered a fumble and got down there before. Now they're working their way down. Glenn Davis in motion. Ball is back to Tucker. Tucker back for the forward pass for Army. Throws it under flat. Incomplete. Intended for Barney Poole. Nowhere's near Mr. Poole. Poole goes high into the air, but he can't go high enough. Jimmy Mello, fullback of Notre Dame, is the only man who gets his fingers on it, and he bats it viciously down to the ground. Incomplete. Second down, 10 yards to go. The ball is resting on the Notre Dame 44-yard line. It's Army's ball. We have 3 minutes of playing time remaining in the first period, and the score is Notre Dame 0, Army 0. A jam-packed Yankee Stadium, 75,000 people. Largest crowd to ever see a football game in this city. Army's T formation, Glenn Davis in motion this time. Tucker takes the ball, gives it on a wide sweeping play, attempts to give it to Davis, keeps it himself when he sees that Davis isn't open. He swings around, tries to cut inside a right guard and right tackle, and he may have picked up a yard, but I don't think he did. Jim Martin, left end of Notre Dame, is the man who stopped him. It'll be third down coming up now. About 9 yards still to go. Give him credit for a 1-yard gain on that play. Army's ball. They have it on the Notre Dame 43-yard line. Notre Dame playing a 5-man line with 3 men backing up that line. Leahy's thrown a very unorthodox defense at these boys. Ball is back to Glenn Davis. Davis makes the throw pass. Instead gives it to Blanchard on the old Statue of Liberty. And Blanchard is thrown for a loss. He's dropped all the way back on the Notre Dame 45-yard line. Glenn Davis cocks his arm back as though he's going to throw a pass. He doesn't do it. Blanchard comes around behind him, takes it out of his outstretched arm, keeps on circling around the left end of the Army team, and Emil Sitko, right halfback of Notre Dame, comes sailing out of nowhere to tackle Blanchard and throws him for a 3-yard loss. So it will be fourth down coming up now, about 12 yards to go, and back into punt formation for Army. Kicking for Army will be Mr. Glenn Davis. He's standing all the way back on the Army 45-yard line. Army gets ready to boot. He boots it up in the air. It is going down towards the Notre Dame goal line. It's taken on the goal line by Sitko. He's back to the 5, up to the 10, up to the 15, and he's down on the 20. Emil Sitko knocked down on the Notre Dame 20-yard line. It is Notre Dame's ball. First and 10 on their 20-yard line. And we're coming towards the end of the first period now. Referee says that Mr. Sitko reached the 22-yard line. So it'll be Notre Dame's ball, first and 10 in their own 22. Neither team's been able to gain consistently. They have an equal number of first downs. Deployed out to the left this time is Terry Brennan. He's some 15 yards out wide. Back for a quick forward pass, and the ball is batted down as Johnny Lujak. Lujak goes high into the air to throw to Jack Zille, but he can't get it away. He just pitches the ball out of his grasp, and as he does, Sheldon Biles, left tackle of Army, hits the ball down to the ground before it even passes the line of scrimmage. So that play had no chance of being completed whatsoever. Sheldon Biles, left tackle of Army, knocks it down and knocks it down quickly. He's a 6'1" boy, and he just reached up and tapped it down. In the meantime, here's a quarterback sneak with Johnny Lujak carrying the ball himself. He squirms through the center of a whole pile of tacklers, comes underneath the line, submarining his way through, goes from the 22 to the 24, picking up 2 yards for Notre Dame before he's stopped by the center of the Army line. Joe Steppe, Jim Enos, and Art Jarametta. There's 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining in the first period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium. The score is still Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. Notre Dame out of the huddle. Notre Dame playing in their Kelly G green jerseys. Army resplendent in black jerseys with golden numerals. Terry Brennan out to the left this time. Johnny Lujak calling his signals. Lujak back for a pass for Notre Dame. He throws a long pass. It's a long one way up the field, and it's intended for Jim Martin. It's not good. Thrown all the way back from the 10. It comes all the way down to the Army 40. A 50-yard pass sails through the sky, and it is not good. Both Blake and Leahy getting ready to make multiple substitutions. We have about 45 seconds remaining in the first period of this game, and it looks like they're both going to start new teams for the second period. So get your pencils and erasers out if you keep it up with these lineups. It is 4th down, 9 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball in their own 24. Johnny Lujak is back in punt formation. He is standing back on the Irish 15. He's going to boot. He does. He gets a beauty up in the air. Way back to take it is Arnold Tucker on the Army 25. He's back to the Cadets 30, up to the 35, stays on his feet, stays to the 40, gets to the 45, and he's knocked down on the 43-yard line. Arnold Tucker runs it all the way from the Army 20 up to the Army 43. And here comes some Army players out on the playing field just as they start across the field. Red Blake stands on his feet and says, wait a minute, boys, come on back here. Now they are running out. Here's a new Army team going into the game right now. With only 30 seconds remaining to be played in this first period. Left end, Bob Folsom. Left tackle, Al Anderson. Left guard, Jack Ray. At center, Lives is going in at right guard, Frank Barnes. At right tackle, Harold Tamsel. At right end, Jim Roars. At quarterback, Arnold Gallifa. At left halfback, Jack Shelley. At fullback, Bill Gustafson. At right halfback, Billy West. West is the only one stays in. Notre Dame has not made their substitutions as yet. They may after the next play. They've got their boys all ready to go in. Army just substituted a new team with one exception. We called the players off as they came to the ball game. It is now Army's ball. First down, 10 yards to go with 25 seconds remaining in this first period of the football game. Davis is still in that ball game. Davis carrying the ball this time on this play. Squirms his way through the center of the line, twisting and bobbing, and he goes all the way out to the Notre Dame 45 before he stopped. Glenn Davis still in that ball game. We had taken him out a moment ago, replaced him by Jack Shelley. Blake waved him back into the game. Davis went back into the ball game and carried the ball on that play and reeled it down to the Notre Dame 46-yard line. There's 5 seconds remaining in this period, and then this period may be all over. There's 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. There it is, end of the first period. Davis had trotted back onto the field after he'd been removed from the game by Earl Blake, coach of Army. He went back into the ball game and just picked up about 8 big yards for the Cadets on the first running play. Army's first string backfield is going back in now as the teams change sides. They were only out for about 15 seconds, so Davis, Rowan, Tucker, and Blanchard are all back in the ball game at the moment. They were only out for one play. As the teams change sides, let's listen to that Army band. On the field, so we better give you these while time is still out. Here's the new Notre Dame squad running on right now. Left end, Bobby Skoglund. Left tackle, Casper Erden. Left guard, Billy Fisher. Center, Marty Wendell. Right guard, Fred Rovi. Right tackle, Georgie Sullivan. Right end, Frank Kozakowski. At quarterback, George Ratterman. Left halfback, Jerry Cowig. At fullback, Johnny Pinelli. And at right halfback, Mike Swistowis. There's a new Notre Dame team, and we've given you the changes for Army. It's the new Army line and the old Army backfield. Actually, the Army backfield, 3 of them were out for one play. Army's ball now. It is second down, less than 3 yards to go. The ball is given on a reverse to Glenn Davis. Davis is fading way back to throw a long forward pass. He chucks it down and completed to Doc Blanchard. Blanchard takes it all the way down on the Notre Dame 25-yard line. He's running about on the Notre Dame 23-yard line. And it's Army's ball, first and 10, down on the Irish 23. Junior Davis throwing, Doc Blanchard Kelly catching, and it's moved the ball down to the Notre Dame 23-yard line. Army's ball now, first and 10, down on the Notre Dame 23. Strohmeyer stays in at center. Marty Wendell goes out for Notre Dame. Arnold Tucker calling these signals. Tucker takes the ball. He's fading back to jump a pass. Instead, he gives it to Davis. Davis fades back to pass. Can't get it away. He reverses his field. He's back on the 30. He's knocked down on the 27 for a loss of 4 yards. Arnold Tucker tried to pass. Couldn't do it. Threw a lateral to Glenn Davis. Davis faded back to pass. He couldn't do it. And Davis was finally trapped all the way back on the Notre Dame 27-yard line. So will history repeat as we start the second period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium? Notre Dame has stopped Army once this afternoon deep down in their own territory. Will they be able to do it again? Johnny Lujack comes back in at quarterback. George Ratterman goes out for Notre Dame. Both the Frank Leahy and Red Blake refusing to take chances on a second-string backfield at such a crucial moment. Army's first stringers are all in there now, all the backs. They got a second-string line, and it's a fumble in the Army backfield. Glenn Davis picks it up, throws it out in the flat, and sends it for Bob Folsom. Folsom can't go high enough. Incomplete. Glenn Davis, for a moment, looked like he might have made a fumble in the backfield. The ball started to squirt away from his arms. As it did, he grasped it himself and didn't let the ball touch the ground, so actually there was no fumble. Here comes that Army first-string line back into. Blake is taking no chances. Army's first-string line going back on the playing field right now. That puts that line almost back the way it was before. We'll call them out for you when they make their changes and we see exactly who's going in for whom. It'll be Barney Poole back in at left end, Sheldon Biles at left tackle, Al Tafsel may stay in at right tackle, Frank Barnes at right guard, Billy Ullman stays in at center, Jeremiah goes back in, Fulberg goes back in. Those are all changes in the Army line. Most of the first team is back in. Here's a quick shovel pass thrown out to Glenn Davis. Davis gives a lateral to Blanchard. Blanchard fakes back to try and throw a forward pass. Can't get it away, and he's trapped 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He's knocked all the way back on the Notre Dame 39-yard line by Bobby Scoldren, the left end of Notre Dame. Blanchard and Davis seesawing back and forth with that ball, trying to make up their mind who is going to run with it or who is going to pass. Neither one passes, and for the second running play in a row, this Notre Dame team, which refuses to let Army get too deep in its territory, is pushing Army backwards. It is now 4th down, 24 yards to go. Army's ball on the Notre Dame 39-yard line. Back in safety position for Army is Ashbo. Russ Ashbo comes in for Swistowicz. He's standing all the way back, almost on the Notre Dame goal line. Kicking is Davis. Davis boots it high in the air. Waiting to take it is Jerry Cowlick. Cowlick takes it on the Notre Dame 5. He's up to the 10, the 15, and he is knocked back to the 12. Jerry Cowlick, left halfback of Notre Dame, took that catch almost on the goal line. So it's Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 20. Well, let's call it on the Notre Dame 13-yard line. Bryant comes in at right tackle. Art Jeremiah is back in at right guard for Army. Both squads have got their first team backfields almost completely back into the ball game. The only change might be Army has a few second stringers still left in that line, but not many. We'll go down this Army line in just a second. In the meantime, it's Notre Dame's ball. Johnny Lujack calling these signals. Jerry Cowlick at one wing back, Russ Ashbo at the other, Johnny Pinelli at fullback. So 3 of those Notre Dame backfield stars are second. Down on the 18-yard line. He comes from the 13 to the 18-yard line, a gain of at least 5 yards on that play. Maybe a little bit longer. Let's see where the referee puts that ball down. He puts it a little closer to the 19-yard line for a gain of 6 yards on the play. So it will be Notre Dame's ball, 2nd and 4. Army, Hank Fulberg's in at right end, Goebel Bryan at right tackle, Art Jeremiah at right guard, Jimmy Enos at center, Joe Steffi at left guard, Sheldon Biles at left tackle, Barney Poole at left end, Tucker's at quarterback, Rollins at right half, Blanchard's at left half, Davis is at full. Army's first team is back in the game. Billy Gompers comes in at right halfback for Notre Dame. Johnny Lujack calling these signals. Lujack back, fakes the throw, pass, elects to run with the ball himself, stays on his feet, goes from the 20 up to the 24-yard line, and he's knocked down on the 24. Twisting and bobbing as he weaves his way on a complete spinner play, which found him faking it to give it to Jerry Cowley. He didn't. He kept it himself. He reels off a first down for Notre Dame. It is Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 24-yard line. Score of this game is Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. And we are now 2 minutes of playing time into the second period of the football game. Deployed way out to the right is Jerry Cowlick. He's 15 yards out to the right of the Notre Dame end. Johnny Lujack gives the ball this time to Gompers. Gompers into the center of the line, and he is hit by a stone wall of tacklers. Jeremiah, Jimmy Enos, Joe Steffi. The entire center of the Army team stop him cold. Gain of 1 yard on that play. Red Blake getting ready to put back his second team. He's getting ready to move in his second team line. He probably will keep back a first team backfield, but a second team line. At the moment, he's got the whole Army first team in. Notre Dame's ball. It is 2nd and 9 now. Lujack calling these signals. He shovel passes it to Jerry Cowlick. Cowlick coming around the short side of the line, stays on his feet, goes past the 30, steps out of bounds on the 33. Jerry Cowlick runs it up to the 33. And that's a gain of about, well, we'll call that a good 6-yard gain. A gain of 1 yard on the previous play and 6 on this makes a total of 7. Leaves him still between 2 and 3 yards shy. Jerry Cowlick on a spinner, moving around from the left side of the line, cutting just outside his own right tackle and staying just in bounds. Moves the ball up to the Notre Dame 33-yard line, where it is now 3rd down, less than 2 yards to go, about 2.5 yards to go. And here's a line buck. with Johnny Pinelli, the fullback, bucking his way right in the center of the line with his head down and his knees driving high. He tried to knife his way through, found no opening to push into. He lunged forward with a final thrust and picked up maybe 1 yard. But I think it leaves it still shy of a first down by inches. Line sticks are being brought in to measure whether this is or is not a first down. They're going to measure this awfully, awfully close. It is a first down. Notre Dame picks up a first down by a scant inch. As Notre Dame ball first and 10 on the Irish 34-yard line. Army's playing a six-man line now. Army's man in motion this time was Jerry Cowig as he ran laterally across the field. Johnny Lujack calling these signals. Notre Dame running out of a T formation with a man in motion. Balanced line. It is Lujack back for a forward pass. Cocks his arm back. Can't find his man. Elects to run. Now he does throw a long pass. And it's completed. Completed about East Stovrin all the way down to the Army 40-yard line. Stovrin goes high into the air. He catches it on the Army 40. He's hit immediately by Glenn Davis. It's Notre Dame's ball first and 10 on the Army 40-yard line. And for the first time this afternoon, Notre Dame is down in Army territory. Notre Dame cheering section. Diagonally across the field from where the ball is resting is yelling, "Go on, Notre Dame, keep going." And the Army rooters are yelling, "Take it and stop him." Here comes Notre Dame on a wide open formation over to the right with Skovlin deployed out wide this time. The ball is given this time on a direct line back to Johnny Pinelli. Pinelli into the center of the line, and he goes through for about 5 to 7 yards before he's brought down. Squirming his way all the way down to the 20, let's call it the 33-yard line. The 33-yard line. He stopped on the 33, a gain of 7 yards on that play. It'll be second down coming up 3 yards to go, and Notre Dame is running through the Army team right now. There's a scoreless ball game in the Yankee Stadium, but the Irish are deep down into Army territory. Ball is given on the crossbuck to Jerry Cowig. Cowig coming on the center line. He's back to the 30, down to the 25, down to the 20, stays on his feet. He's down to the 15-yard line, and he's knocked down to the 14-yard line. Jerry Cowig, left halfback of Notre Dame, goes all the way down to the Army 14-yard line before Arnold Tucker, safety man for Army, can come up and stop it, and Army asks for timeout. Listen to this crowd in the Yankee Stadium. Time has been called. And Blake, who was about to make wholesale substitutions a moment ago, decides to bank on his first team. He can't take them out now. Notre Dame has the ball down on the Army, call it the 13.5-yard line. First down, 10 yards to go. And so that our stations may properly identify themselves across this nation and overseas as well, we pause briefly for station identification. Back in the Yankee Stadium in New York City, 75,000 people seated, watching, fascinated by a brilliant football game between unbeaten Army and unbeaten Notre Dame. Army has had 2 scoring opportunities already this afternoon. They have not been able to prevail upon either one of them to make them good. Notre Dame has its first scoring opportunity at the moment as they've driven all the way down to the Cadets' 13.5-yard line with a first down and 10 yards to go. We have 11 minutes of playing time remaining in the first half of the football game. The score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. This is Bill Stern speaking from the Yankee Stadium. Time is out. The Army band strikes up and strikes down just as quick as they do. We're just about to go down there to pick up an Army cheer, and here comes one dime. Time is still out. Let's listen. Time is back in now. Red Blake is changing his defense. He's been playing a 5-man defense. He goes into a 6-man line. Deployed way out to the right this time is Jerry Cowig. Johnny Lujack calling these signals for Notre Dame. Notre Dame, Johnny Lujack back to a forward pass. He throws it completed down to the 10-yard line. It's caught immediately by Cowig, who's deployed way out to the right. He catches it on the 10, and he's knocked down immediately on the 10 by Arnold Tucker. A completed forward pass is good for 3.5 yards. It'll be second down coming up now. Notre Dame's ball. 6.5 yards to go for the first down. 10 yards to go for the touchdown. Been a long time since the Irish have gotten one. Are they going to get one today? They didn't score in 44, and they didn't score in 45. Cowig out to the right. Lujack calling these signals. Johnny back for the pass instead of passing, and he gives it to Johnny Pinelli, the fullback, and Pinelli drives forward to about, I believe, the 6-yard line. That's awfully close to being a first down. They may measure this to see whether it is or is not. Ball is resting on the 5-yard line. Ball is all the way down to the Army 5-yard line, and it is 1 yard shy of a first down. So it is third down, 1 yard to go. Army is using 2 centers in now. Billy Yeoman and Jimmy Enos both backing up the center of the Army line. It is third down, 1 yard to go. Jerry Cowig in the tailback this time. An attempted quarterback sneak this time with Johnny Lujack trying to carry the ball. He may have gone to the 4-yard line, and they're going to measure to see whether this is or is not a first down. 4 yards away from the Irish is a potential touchdown. They're going to bring the line sticks in to measure this to see whether it is or is not a first down. It is not a first down. It misses it by inches. It is fourth down. About 12 inches to go for a first down. 12 inches to go for the first down. The ball is resting on the Army 4-yard line. This is a play that can mean the whole ball game. Notre Dame settles back now. Johnny Lujack quicks a flip pass to Jerry Cowie. Cowie going around the Cardinals line. That puts it over to Billy Gompers. Gompers is back to the 4, the 3-yard line. He's knocked out of bounds on the 3, but there's a flag on the play. Hang on to your hat. He picked up enough yardage for the first down, but there's a clipping penalty on that play. There's a clipping penalty on that play, and it all depends upon who it's called against. See who that is called against. He had run the ball down to the 3-yard line, which was enough. It was the 1 yard they needed for the first down, but it depends upon who that penalty is called against. Clipping is called against. See exactly who it is. It's called against Notre Dame. It is called against Notre Dame. Army refuses the penalty. It nullifies the gain made on the play, and Army takes over 1st and 10 on their own 4. Army's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 4, thanks to a penalty which nullifies the last play, takes back the gain which was made by Notre Dame, which would have earned them a first down, and gives the ball over to Army because that was a 4th down coming up. Army naturally refuses the penalty because by taking the 15-yard penalty, they'd have given Notre Dame another down. They didn't want to do that, and they wanted the ball. They got it. It's Army's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 4. Yeomans is out. Enos is in at center for Army. Billy West is in at right halfback. Here's a running play with West carrying the ball for Army. He moves it from the 4 up to approximately the 8-yard line. And it's Army's ball now, 2nd and about 6 yards to go. Army deep back on their own. Well, let's call that the 9-yard line instead of the 8-yard line. Again, a 5 yards on that play. It's Billy West, the right halfback of Army, bolts his way between right guard and center. Notre Dame with a golden opportunity loses the ball 4 yards away from a potential touchdown. Army running out of the T formation. In motion this time is Mr. Blanchard. Davis carrying the ball. Davis moving over the short side of the line. He crosses the 10-yard line. Is hit down on the 12-yard line. A gain of about 3 yards on that play. Joe Signiago, the left guard of Notre Dame, who just came in at left guard, incidentally, and Casper Erdens, the left tackle of the men who stopped that play. It will be 3rd down coming up now. There's a gain of 1 yard on that play, so it'll be 4 yards to go. Army's ball. They come out of the huddle, 3rd and 4. They're going back into a punt formation. Billy West is standing all the way back in the Army end zone. He's standing 1 foot in the end zone. He'll probably kick from the goal line if he's going to kick. He does. He's kicking on a 3rd down. He boots it up the field. It's not a particularly brilliant kick. It rolls up to the middle of the field. It's taken by Jerry Cowlick, Notre Dame on his own 50. He's trying to get away from one tackler. Can't do it. And he's hit down on the Army 48-yard line. Jerry Cowlick takes it on the 50 and is knocked down on the Army 48. So that clipping penalty stopped Notre Dame from having a first down on the Army 3-yard line. And on the exchange, or rather on the punt made by Army on the 3rd succeeding play, the Cadets booted the Irish all the way back to the 49-yard line, where it is now Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on the 49-yard line, and it's Army's 49, although it's Notre Dame's ball. Cowing in motion this time. Lujack back for the forward pass. He throws it incomplete. Johnny Lujack throwing for Bob Skolgren. He can't hit Skolgren. The ball comes closer to hitting Billy West, the right halfback of Army. Incomplete. We have half of the 2nd period remaining to be played. And the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. The game reaching you from the Yankee Stadium in New York City. Temperature is down in the 50s. Sun is trying to come through. It was a murky day, but it's cleared up now. There's no breeze to stop either team. Cowing in motion this time. Lujack back for another pass for Notre Dame. He throws it incomplete. He throws it to Jerry Cowig, the left halfback of Notre Dame. One of those short passes right over the center of the line. It is not good. So the ball is returned to the line of scrimmage, and that will bring up the 3rd down. Still leave 10 yards to go. 2 incomplete passes. Barney Poole, left end of Army, dropped back on that play and knocked that ball down. Incomplete. 7.5 minutes of playing time remaining in the 2nd period. The score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Here come the Fighting Irish out of the huddle. They run over to the right this time. Jerry Cowig in a single wing over the right, and Cowig gets deployed out wide. It's Lujack begging to go back for the forward pass. Gives it to Johnny Pinelli. Pinelli into the center of the line, and he may have gained 2 yards. Johnny Pinelli, fullback of Notre Dame, goes into the center of the line. He picked up about 2 yards. Ran it to the Army 47-yard line. And now Junior Davis is going back in safety position for Army. Since this brings up a 4th down and it's 8 yards to go, he senses that Notre Dame will have to kick. Notre Dame back into a punt formation, and Davis is back in one safety position, and Tucker in the other. Lujack is back in kick formation for Notre Dame. Lujack will boot from the 45, his own. He kicks, it's up in the air. He's driving it across the field towards Glenn Davis. Davis takes it all the way back on his own goal line. He's up to the 5, the 10, the 15, stays on his feet, goes to the 20, and he's knocked down on the 23-yard line. Glenn Davis comes up to the 23, and it's Army's ball on their own 23. Fred Roby, right guard of Army, or rather of Notre Dame, is the man who made that tackle. There are 6 minutes and 35 seconds of playing time remaining in the first half of this football game from the Yankee Stadium, and the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Unbeaten Army, 25 wins behind them. They haven't been stopped since December of 1943. And unbeaten Notre Dame rolling along towards its first unbeaten season since 38. Doc Blanchard, left halfback of Army, pulls his way into the center of the line. With a fatal lunge, he plunges forward, goes for a gain of approximately 4 yards as he moves the ball up to the 26-yard line. The ball was resting on the 22, just shy of the 23, so it's a gain of about 3.5 yards. It'll be second down, coming up 6.5 yards to go. It is Army's ball deep down in the Cadets' territory, 15 yards in from the northern side of the playing field. This field runs east by west. Billy West, incidentally, the right halfback, is deployed way out to the right this time. Across front with Doc Blanchard, powering his way through the center of the Notre Dame line. He just about reaches the 30-yard line for a gain of about 4 more yards. That will bring up the third down, leave 2 yards shy, and Army is beginning to move with Mr. Blanchard, Doc Blanchard. All-American fullback last year, now playing left halfback for Army, pulling his way over his own left tackle. George Sullivan, the right tackle of Notre Dame, is the man who stopped him. Score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. And here comes Army out of the huddle very quickly. Arnold Tucker calling these signals. In motion this time is Blanchard. Blanchard to Davis. Davis into the center of the line, and I believe he picked up enough for a first down. He reels forward from the 30 up to about the 33-yard line. He's knocked down on the 33 as Glenn Davis, who is not supposed to be a linebacker, puts his head down, dives to the center of the line, and gives Army a first down on their own 33-yard line. Cadets have a 33, have a first down on their own 33. Score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. An airtight ball game from the Yankee Stadium, which finds Notre Dame playing a 5-man line on defense and Army playing a 6-man line.
We've got a few minutes yet before the umpire calls batter up, and that's a good time for you to get set behind a grand glass of Ballantine Ale or beer. Yes, sir, it's time for those two Bs, baseball and Ballantine. That combination's so good that I'm suggesting you take a quick trip to the refrigerator for a bottle right now. Or if you're listening in there at your favorite tavern, don't just ask for an ale or a beer, but ask that man for Ballantine Ale and Ballantine beer. And now you're set for a swell afternoon of baseball and Ballantine. The umpires met early, broke up with managers Earl Combs representing the Red Sox. Joe McCarthy doesn't come out. Stengel is out there. Of course, they can't start this ball game to 2:05, and now the Yankees will be out of their dugout and out in the field. There they go. Let's quickly run down the lineups now, because we don't have much time. DiMaggio, center field, leading off for the Red Sox. Pesky playing third, batting number 2. Williams in left field, hitting number 3. Vern Stevens, the cleanup man. Our national anthem, ladies and gentlemen. And jam crowd settles back down again. Bobby Dorr batting number 5 for the Red Sox at second base. Al Zarilla will be in right field. Billy Goodman at first base. Bertie Tebbetts catching. Ellis Kinder, 23 wins, 5 losses to the right-hander pitching. For the Yankees, Rizzuto at short. Henrik at first. Barra the catcher. DiMaggio center field. Lindell left field. Johnson at third base. Mapes in right field. Coleman, the second baseman, and Vic Raschi, with a record of 20 wins, 10 losses, will carry the Yankee hopes into the ball game this afternoon. So Vic Raschi has already moved out there to the mound, and we're just about ready to go here now for this big one. And before we take the air, I just want to say to Mel Allen that it's been a great thrill being associated with the Yankees this year. And Mel, it's been wonderful working with you. You're a grand guy. You've done a great job this year. Been a fine season. So you're ready to go now, Mel, and take over.
Hello there, everybody.
Well, we started back in March preparing for the pennant campaign, and when it began back in April, there were those who didn't know what was going to happen. Nobody did. There were those who didn't give the Yankees a chance to finish higher than third, and third on down. And when the smoke of battle has cleared today, it may be that they have finished second. It may be that they have finished first. But let me say this. We have had occasion to root for the Yankees during the course of this year, a very courageous team. But today, against another great ball club, the Boston Red Sox, we're going to give this broadcast a treatment that we feel both teams deserve. An equal treatment all the way through, as if it were a World Series. And the first pitch of the ball game, but Dom DiMaggio is in there for a call strike. So cast aside, if you will, permit us to cast aside our partisan feelings to bring the broadcast the most important of the year in the American League. And the pitch, swung on a ground ball, hit to Henrik. He's up with it, outruns, down to first, is one away. I meant to say outran Dom to first. Dom DiMaggio grounded out to Henrik unassisted. Dom was hitting at 309. Here's Johnny Pesky stepping in. Newcomb going for Brooklyn. Meyer for Philadelphia. Here's the pitch. Strike call over the inside corner. They'll be roaring on every pitch today. You got Lindell in left, DiMaggio in center, Mates in right. Billy Johnson in close at third in the event of the bunt. Pesky guarding that plate. Vic Raschi comes in with his pitch outside, ball one. You got Rizzuto at short in halfway, 4 strides to the left of second. He's picking up a pebble. Ted Williams on deck. Jerry Coleman, 4 strides to the right of second. Henrik deep guarding the line. The outfield shaded slightly toward left. The 1-1 pitch to Johnny Pesky. Swung on a miss. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Vic Raschi on the hill for Yankees. Ellis Kinder on the firing line for the Red Sox. This is it. It's the only tough part about it all is that one of these two teams has to lose. Now the 1-2 pitch on its way to Pesky. Here it is. Swung on, fouled off to the left of the plate onto the screen. And this magnificent crowd will be roaring on every pitch if it's a close ball game. Sometimes these kind of games, the ones that you figured are going to be really close all the way, turn out to be routs. As Cleveland beat the Red Sox almost a year ago tomorrow, in a playoff game. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, loop foul, back up third, out of play. The ball going into the photographer's box just below the mezzanine. The Dodgers and Phils both scoreless in the first inning. St. Louis at Chicago, not yet underway. We'll keep you posted on the progress of all other ball games that are important today, as well as those that are just being played out. Raschi's 1-2 pitch. Curve just high. Ball 2, 2-2. The curve was over, but high. Vic working very carefully on Pesky. Johnny hitting at 308. He's been a key factor in the rise of the Red Sox. Now Raschi's 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul back to the screen. Pesky still manages to get a piece of it. Everybody that each team has will be in there today if they need them. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, top of the first inning. Johnson's backed up at third with 2 strikes on Pesky. Big Cal Hubbard calling balls and strikes. Raschi getting the sign. Now he starts the windup. Around comes the right arm. The 2-2 pitch is swung on. There's the drive out to left field. Lindell's out there, and Johnny's got it. And now to bat comes Ted Williams, hitting at 344. Big Ted digs in. The shift is on with Coleman out on the grass and right. Rizzuto on the first base side to second. Here's your pitch. Just outside, ball 1. Very close to the outside corner. Cockeye Tyler coaching at third. Earl Combs at first. Johnson shades his eyes from the sun to see how it is. He's 20 feet off the third baseline. Outfield deep, round toward right. Here's your pitch. Williams takes curve low, ball 2. Two balls, no strikes to count on Ted. He'll be slashing for distance if he gets one he likes. 2 outs, top of the first inning. All right, Rasche's pitch. Low, ball 3. Every one of those pitches has been right around the plate. Just missing corners, and the last one was just below the knees. Buster Stevens is on deck. Now the 3-0 pitch. Inside, ball 4. Williams walks, and that brings up Stevens. Buster hitting at 292. Outfield swings around toward left. Billy Johnson goes back deep at third. 3 feet off the line. Phil Rizzuto back deep over toward the gap. Coleman stride to the right of second. Henry Coley against Williams. Rasche takes the stretch, checks head. There's a move to first base, not in time. Little slug is up. Rasche stretches. Here's the pitch. Swung on, foul off to the right of the plate, out of play. Strike 1. Looks like Stevens was hitting that ball or trying to hit it to right field. Cleanup man for the Red Sox is in there. Top of the first inning. Left field is going to be rough on both Lindell and Williams today. Left field this time of year, the sun field, is murderous. 1 strike to count on Vern Stevens. Williams moves off first, a stretch by Rasche. Here's the pitch. Stevens on the curve takes inside. Slow curve, ball 1, 1-1. Bobby Doerr's on deck. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Vick again ready. Williams with the lead. Henry Coley. Now the pitch. Curve is inside again for ball 2. Now Henry walks over to say something to Rasche. A 2-1 count on Buster. Vick knows he's got a dangerous hitter up there. Takes his stretch. Williams with the lead. Now the pitch. Swung on to high pop-up. Out around second base. Jerry Coleman's under it. Williams running. And Jerry makes the catch. Right-hander swoops down low into the windup. First pitch. Strike 1 call. Fastball with an inside corner. Kinder's beaten the Yankees 4 times this year. They haven't beat him at all. The right-hander throws. Rizzuto takes outside for a ball as he bluffed a bunt. Bertie Tebbetts was ready to move. So was Pesky. You got Williams in left, Dom DiMaggio in center, Alzarilla in right. Pesky third. What was that sign they were carrying? Pennant bound or derail the limited or something. The 1-1 pitch to the Scooter. Low outside for ball 2. Pesky at third, Stevens short, Doerr second. Billy Goodman first. Buddy Tebbetts catching. Frank Cossetti coaching at third, and Bill Dickey at first. Last half of the first inning of the payoff game of the 1949 American League pennant race that has been a sizzler these last few weeks. Here's your pitch. Swung on, foul back just to the left of our booth. Hit the steel girder and bounces back downstairs. Kinder is a magnificent pitcher. Coming into his own this year, 36-year-old right-hander. He lost a lot of time when he was in service. Red Sox got him from the Browns. He won 10 games for Boston last year, and this year has blossomed into a 23-game winner. The 2-2 pitch to the Scooter. Outside, ball 3. So Little Phil's got the count run out to 3-2. Kinder starts the windup. He aims the ball over the plate, and it is swung on line to down the left field line, and it's in there for a base hit.
Bounces off into the corner. Phil goes for two. The ball gets away from Ted. Phil's going to go for three. Ted up for the ball. The throw to third, not in time. So three-base hit for the Scooter. Rizzuto triples into the left field corner. The ball carried away from Williams and enabled Phil to make the triple instead of the double. And here's Tommy Henry hitting at 286. Kinder throws. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Kinder gave him that screwball. The Dodgers failed to score in the top of the second inning. 0-0. Philadelphia batting last the second. All right, Kinder into the windup. In comes the pitch. Henry swings, sends a ground ball out towards second. Rizzuto will score. Door up for the ball. Throws to Goodman. 1-0 New York. Tommy Henry grounded out. Door to Goodman. And there's one away. Nobody on. 1 run in as Henry gets his 84th RBI of the year. Now the batter is Yogi Berra. Berra batting at 277. 1-0 New York. Ellis Kinder comes into the pitch, swung on, fouled off to the left of the plate, strike one. Yogi was trying to hit that one over the head of Johnny Pesky, who was in close at third. Kinder works, got a good fastball, curve, and a good screwball, mixes them up nicely. The right-hander delivers to Berra. Swung on, a ground ball, hit the second. Bobby Doerr scoops it up, throws to Billy Goodman, they're 2 away. Up comes Joe DiMaggio. Joe hitting at 347. Barrow was batting at 277 before he went out. So the outfield swings around toward that 2 down. And Kinder going to work on the clipper. Here it is. Just outside, ball 1. Johnny Lindell is on deck. Johnny Pesky fairly deep near the third baseline. Stevens into the hole. Door over towards second. The pitch right over for a called strike. 1-1. Looked like a slider. Billy Goodman in halfway at first. Dozen feet off the line. A lot of room in the right field corner. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. He foul tipped it, and the ball hit Bertie Tebbets just above the mid on the wrist. He's all right. Joe went for a low fastball, foul tipped it, and it's a 1-2 count on him. 1-0 to score, favor the Yankees, first inning. Rizzuto scored his 111th run of the year. All right, Kinder all set. Give Joe some breaking stuff, most likely. The 1-2 pitch is just outside. Curve, ball 2, 2-2. Cardinals and Cubs not yet underway. Philadelphia batting the last of the second inning, no score with Brooklyn. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off to the right of the plate, out of play, into the upper deck. This is an enthusiastic crowd, as you would well expect, as was yesterday's. They'll be roaring almost on every pitch, every situation. This is what these 2 ball clubs have battled for all year, and the prize will go to the one or the other. They both are deserving. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul off to the left of the plate, out of play. You know, when you come right down to it, that is always the saddest part of any great athletic contest between 2 great ball clubs, and that is that one must lose. But whatever happens here today, the winner should be proud, and the loser just as proud. Ellis Kinder's 2-2 pitch to Joe. Swung on. There's a fly ball to right field. Al Zurillo racing over. He may get to it. Still running hard. Can't do it. Joe's going to go for 2, and Zurillo falls down, and Joe will go for 3. Zurillo throws on in. DiMaggio goes to third. a triple for Joe DiMaggio, his 6th of the year. And the batter is Johnny Lindell. A 2-out triple, one that could be wasted unless Lindell delivers. Lindell hitting at 239, steps in. 2 men out. DiMaggio on third. Ellis Kinder throws to Lindell. Outside, ball 1. Billy Johnson's on deck. Now the right-hander throws. Lindell swings and fouls it off to the left of the plate. He's off stride as he went for a breaking pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Last half of the first inning, 1-0 in favor of the Yankees. Rizzuto opened with a triple. Scored on Hendricks infield out. And then after Berra had grounded out, DiMaggio tripled. So Lindell is up with a 1-1 count and 2 down. And Ellis Kinder into the windup throws, and Lindell takes low, ball 2, 2-1. Howie Paulette going for the Cardinals today, and Schmidt for the Cubs. Johnny Schmidt against Howie Paulette. They're warming up. 2 balls, 1 strike on Lindell. DiMaggio comes up the line. Kinder delivers. Lindell takes high, ball 3. Green 1 the count on Johnny. Pesky deep at third. Don't think Lindell will be doing it, but it's a great spot to bunt. 2 outs, not looking for it. 3-1, Pesky deep. Of course, you'd have to get it perfectly placed to get the run in. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Kinder into the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on, popped up into the air, coming back behind the plate. Tebbets after the ball. He cannot get to it. It's out of play. And you got a full count on Lindell. 3-2. DiMaggio is breathing quite hard there at third base. He's still weak from his ordeal and his battle against virus pneumonia, near pneumonia. Running around those bases took a lot out of him. You tell they're watching even. Joe McCarthy comes to the edge of the Red Sox dugout now as Kinder starts to wind up for the payoff pitch. Here it is. Lindell swings and grounds it foul to the left of the plate down the third base line. At the end of 2 innings, Brooklyn and Philadelphia, 0-0. Newcomb going against Meyer. Russ Meyer and Don Newcomb. Paulette and Schmidt are warming up out in Chicago. That game will be underway in a few minutes. Last half of the first inning at the Yankee Stadium, 2 down, 3-2 on Lindell. DiMaggio on third, 1 run in. The windup, here's the payoff pitch, and Lindell takes ball 4 outside. That brings to the plate Billy Johnson, hitting at 247. So you have Lindell on first, DiMaggio on third. 2 outs, 1 run in. Last the first inning, 1-0 New York. Kinder checks with Tebbets. Outfield for Johnson. Slightly toward right and center and right, straight away and left. Here's the pitch. Swung on a ground ball foul down the third base line. Crissetti misses it. Coaching there at third. Bill Summers goes over. Got 6 umpires again today. Cal Hubbard calling balls and strikes. Eddie Rommel umpiring at first base. Charlie Berry at second. Bill Summers at third. And incidentally, Bill Summers did a magnificent job back of the plate yesterday, as did the other umpires in their decision. Jim Honeychick umpiring down the left field line. Ed Hurley down the right field line. 1 strike on Johnson, stretched by Kinder. Runners off first and third. The pitch. Low outside for a ball, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kinder working very carefully. In a bit of a spot. DiMaggio moves off third. Lindell off first. 2 down. Now we're ready for the 1-1 pitch. Here it is. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. Cliff Mapes in the batter's circle. Billy Johnson steps out of the batter's box for a moment. Now he's back in. It's a 2-1 count on Bill. big hole in the outfield is in left center. Bernie Tebbets comes back behind the plate. I don't know whether Casey Stengel now will have Johnny Lindell running with this pitch. It's a 3-1 count on Bill. A lot of times it's a perfect spot to hit and run. But, of course, DiMaggio will play it safe. He's not forced. And could be Lindell played safe with only a 3-1 count in the event Billy would swing and miss. But we'll see the stretch. There goes Lindell. The pitch is swung on. A ground ball back through the middle. Bobby Dorr up with the ball. Throws to first base in time. And there was a situation that caused by Lindell's breaking for second. It brought Bobby Dorr over to cover. And had he not had to break to cover, that ball might have gone through the middle. That is, might have gone right on through into center. So Kinder pitches himself out of the situation. 1 run for New York, 2 hits, no errors for the Red Sox, and 2 men left on for New York. So at the end of 1 inning, Yanks 1, Red Sox nothing. It'll be Bobby Dorr, Al Zarilla, and Billy Goodman coming up in the top of the second for the Red Sox. And on this Ballantine Ale and Beer broadcast, we pause briefly for station identification. The broadcast is reaching you over the radio facilities of WINS New York, 1010 on your dial. Having just a quick look at the Ballantine 3-ring scoreboard in the American League, White for the White Sox. Garver started for the Browns. Ostrowski and Fannin have come on in relief. That's in the second and third innings. No score at the end of 2. The only game underway yet in the American League. Brissy against White. They're going to be the pitchers, Philadelphia and Washington. Over in the National League, Fox and Chambers, Cincinnati at Pittsburgh, 2-1 Pirates, last to 7th. Paulette going for the Cardinals. Schmitz for the Cubs, just about to get started. Newcomb for the Dodgers. Meyer for the Phils. No score at the end of 2. All right, here's Bobby Dorr, batting at 309. Vic Raschi throws, swung on, foul back to the screen, strike 1. The Giants have Kennedy going, and the Braves Spahn. No score at the end of 2 in that game. Bobby Dorr, right-hand hitter, leading off top of the second. 1-0 New York. Raschi ready. The right-hander delivers. Dorr takes strike 2 call over the inside corner. Fastball nicked that inside corner just above the knees. The outfield for Dorr toward left and center and left, almost straight away and right. Although, no, I'll take that back. Mapes is more over toward right center. Johnson deep at third. Now the 2-strike pitch. Curve is outside. Ball 1. Sidearm curve. 1-2. Kai Kyler coaching at third and Earl Combs at first. Al Zarilla's on deck. Bobby Dorr standing away from that plate. Knees bent. Open stance. Bat cocked up off his right ear. Leaning slightly from the waist. Vic Raschi delivers. The pitch is a curve that's just outside for ball 2. 2-2. That was the one that Vic wanted to get in there for the strike zone, hoping to get Bobby to go for it. Now with a count 2-2, Vic's got to decide what to do with the pitch, and here it comes. Bobby Dorr is set, and the delivery swung on, drilled into right field. There's Cliff Mapes out there waiting, and Cliff takes it for the out. Dorr hit a humpback liner out to Mapes in right field. 1 down, and up comes Al Zarilla. Zarilla bats him left-handed, hitting at 280. You know, we've been so full of tension all year long that, honest to goodness, today I'm just forgetting about everything. I mean, whatever happens, something's got to happen today. So, this is the way it's going to be. Here's the pitch. Just outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. The Yankees have done an out-of-this-world job this year. The Red Sox have just been magnificent. Here's the pitch. Strike 1 call, fastball over the outside corner. Any ball club that can make up 12 games from July 4th to now, and actually at one point they went ahead by 1 game. Up until yesterday, they had made up a 13-game deficit. You got to be good to do that. The 1-1 pitch. Al Zarilla swings, sends a bounder out over the head of Raschi, out to short. Rizzuto has it, throws over to Henrik, 2 away. 2 up and 2 down. The batter now is Billy Goodman. Goodman hitting at .298. Top of the second inning. Yankees 1. Red Sox nothing. Joe DiMaggio moves over into left center for Goodman, who slices. They give him the right field line. Here's the pitch. Swung on, looped foul, back of third, out of play, into the upper deck, strike 1. Cardinals and Cubs are starting now at Wrigley Field. Paulette and Rice against Schmitz and Owen. 1 strike on Billy Goodman. Billy Johnson's in close at third, 5-6 feet off the line. Rizzuto in halfway at short, 4 strides to the left of second. Coleman 4 strides to the right of second. Hendrick on top of the line. The pitch outside. Ball 1, 1-1. Big hole in the outfield is in right center and between Mapes and the right field line. Although Goodman's a left-hand hitter, they don't play him to pull too sharply. Lindell not too deep in left, over toward the left field line. The big crash is 1-1 pitch on its way. Goodman takes inside around the letters for ball 2, 2-1. Bertie Tebbets on deck. Bertie somehow doesn't like to stand on the batter's circle. He's off behind it. 2 balls, 1 strike. Rashi going to work. Billy Goodman set. Takes it just outside for ball 3. 3-1 count now. I never saw so many wires, telegrams that flooded our office here yesterday for both the Yankees, the Red Sox, for us, for everybody. The 3-1 pitch. Strike 2 call. Comes the fast one through there. So it's a full count. 3-2 on Goodman, 2 down, top of the second inning. Nobody on. Yankees leading 1-0. And Rashi's payoff pitch on its way. Just outside for ball 4, and Goodman walks. And that brings up Bertie Tebbets. That's the second base on balls given up by Rashi. Williams drew base on balls in the first inning. And Tebbets steps in. Bertie hitting at .267. He's a money ball player. He's an old pro. Outfield for Bertie. Almost straight away. Rashi has a stretch, checks Goodman. There he goes. The pitch is swung on a miss. There's the throw down to Coleman high, and it's a stolen base for Goodman. They had him going. The Red Sox playing daring baseball now. Of course, it's a steal situation. And Goodman got the jump. He stole second base. That's his second steal of the year. It evidently was a hit-and-run play because Bertie swung and missed. Sometimes, though, when a batter sees a pitch in there for a strike, he'll swing at it anyway to nettle the catcher. So Goodman's in scoring position with a stolen base, 2 down here in the second inning. 1 strike on Bertie Tebbets. And Rashi now ready to go. Takes a stretch. Here's the pitch. It's a pass ball. It gets away from Goodman. They try to come all the way. No, he goes back to third. That ball got away from Yogi. Squirted between his legs. Goodman took a big turn around third. Came up about 15 feet toward the plate and then went back. So the count on Tebbets, 1 ball, 1 strike. It's a pass ball charged to Berra. A pass ball. 1-0 favor the Yankees, top of the second inning. A walk, a stolen base, and a pass ball has gotten Goodman to third. Now the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, there's a looper out back of second. Coleman out there under it, and he's got it. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on. And the score at the end of an inning and a half, the Yankees won, the Red Sox nothing. Fans, of course, you know there are a lot of many special words and phrases we use during the course of the season when we talk baseball. Phrase like top of the order. What's it mean? Well, first batter in the lineup, right? That's what we mean when we talk about the top of the order. Now, here's the phrase to use when you want to order a little something that's tops and refreshment. And listen close to this one. Ballantine beer. That's right. Just say, Ballantine beer, please. And a moment later, there's a golden glass of sparkling beer topped with a thick collar of creamy white foam right in front of you, just waiting for you to take that first thirst-quenching drink. You know, that famous three-ring trademark tells you why Ballantine's always so good. The first ring stands for purity, the second for body, the third for flavor. Purity, body, and flavor in every glass of Ballantine beer. So whenever you're thirsty, look for the three rings, call for Ballantine beer. Roberts has gone in to pitch for the Phils in the third. The Dodgers must be doing something. Here's Cliff Mapes up for the Yankees. Inside is Kinder's first pitch around the knees. Ball one. Mapes bats him left-handed. Hitting at 245. Kinder throws. Swung on to ground ball. Hit out to Bobby Dorr. He's up with it. Throws over to Goodman. One away. And Dorr's been busy. Kinder's been making the Yanks go for that pitch of his that takes off. He's been pulling them down, hitting them down toward Bobby Dorr. That's 4 chances he's had. In other words, he has thrown out every Yankee who's gone out so far in the ball game. Now Jerry Coleman steps in.
Coleman grounds out. Pitcher to first base.
Rashi bats him right-handed. 2 men down, last to second, 1-0, favor of New York. Ellis Kinder comes in with his pitch, and it's over for a called strike. Fastball just above the knees. The Chicago Cubs are batting in the last half of the first inning. Cards fail to score in the top of the first. The 1-strike pitch, Rashi takes outside and low, ball one. Count even up at 1-1. The outfield for Vic straight away. They respect him to the extent that if he should get a hold of one, he knows that he can drive it far, and so they're pretty deep. Fairly deep for a pitcher. Rashi hitting at 163. Swings and sends a ground ball back through the middle. Stevens out back to the bag, takes it a nice hop, flips over to Goodman in time. Nice play by Burns. No runs for the Yankees, no hits, no errors for the Red Sox, and nobody left on for New York. The score at the end of 2 innings of play, 1-0. With Phil Rizzuto having opened with a triple and having scored on Hendricks infield out. A 2-out triple by DiMaggio was wasted along with a follow-up base on ball for Lindell as Johnson grounded out to Bobby Dorr. I'd like to take just this moment while Rashi's going out the hill so that I don't forget it later. I'd like to thank everybody here at the Yankee Stadium outside of the bosses, and we always are able to say that to them. They know it. But we would like to pay tribute to a group of folks who do tremendous work the year-round here at the stadium. Such folks as the supervisors in charge of all maintenance, Jim Regan and Jim Thompson, and the special police with Lieutenant Amos Cardinelli. The Dodgers got 5 runs in the top of the third inning to lead the Phils 5-0, and looks like they got that kind of sewed up there. 5 runs for the Dodgers in the top of the third. Special police Amos Cardinelli, and the chief of the ushers, Eddie Coyle, who does a great job. The foreman of maintenance, Jim Murphy. Foreman of cleaning, Arthur Campana. The foreman of the ground crew, Walter Owens. And our love and kisses to the switchboard operators, Ruth Bayline and Alice Dawson. All right, Ellis Kinder up, takes the pitch in there for a called strike to go to the top of the third. Kinder hitting at 133. He's fairly a good sticker for a pitcher. Rashi sidearms him, and it's in there for called strike 2. Yeah, there are 2 girls that stay at that switchboard, and when everybody else says, "Is there a game? Are there tickets?" And they just work without a let-up for hours on end. Ruth Bayline and Alice Dawson are love to them. The two-strike pitch, swung on, fouled back to the screen. Count holds 0-2. On deck is Dom DiMaggio as we go to the top of the order. And then Johnny Pesky. Top of the third inning, Yankees 1, the Red Sox nothing. Into the batter. Outfield straight away. Rashi going to work. In comes the pitch. Kinder takes just outside for the ball. 1-2. Just missed the corner. Big Cal Hubbard doing a fine job. And got a tough job. Big Betsy sign. Into the windup. Round comes the arm. And the pitch. Curve is swung on. Pop foul. Out of play. Behind the plate. Slow curve. This broadcast, the broadcast portion of this combined broadcast and telecast is going around the world through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Heard by shortwave by our troops, boys and girls in service, wherever they may be. Now the 1-2 delivery on its way to Ellis Kinder. Swung on a miss, strike 3. First strikeout for Rashi. And now Dom DiMaggio steps up, hitting at 309. Grounded out to Henrik in the first inning. Score, Yankees 1, Red Sox nothing, top of the third. They could have sold 1 million tickets for this ball game. They had room for them. Johnson in close at third, the pitch. Swung on, fouled off to the right of the plate, out of play. Strike 1. Rashi came in on the fist with a fastball. The Yankees in the dugout, tense. Everybody is. Kurt's got one eye on the ball game, another eye on that ticker, because we want to give you, just as fast as we get it, what occurs St. Louis at Chicago and in the Brooklyn-Philadelphia game. Dodgers leading 5-0. Phil's batting last to third. Cardinals failed to score in the top of the first inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a bouncer hit out to short. 2 hops to Rizzuto, up with it. Throws over to Henrik. In time. 2 away. 2 up and 2 down. Now you've got Johnny Pesky hitting at 308. A looped a fly to Lindell in the first inning. And you've got Ted Williams on deck. So it's always a big man in anybody's scheme of things when you're working against Boston. Particularly with 2 down to work hard on Pesky, with Williams coming up. Here's the pitch. Curve in there for a called strike. Sidearm curve. There's not a man alive that wears a baseball uniform that doesn't respect the power and the magic and the bat of Williams. For that matter, Johnny Pesky, who's got 185 hits this year. Now the pitch. Just outside for a ball, 1-1. Bill Johnson's in close at third in the event Johnny tries to bunt. Frequently, Johnny will try to drag one or bunt one to get on with 2 down ahead of Williams. Always represents a potential 2 if he gets on. Now the 1-1 pitch to Pesky. High outside, ball 2, 2-1. He's a rugged little fellow to pitch to because he hits the ball where it's pitched. In other words, he'll pull him to right field, or he'll hit him to right center, straightaway center, left center, down the third baseline, through the middle, between third and short. He hits him anywhere, and that's why he's kind of rough to pitch to. The 2-1 delivery. Outside for ball 3. One to nothing, New York, top of the third inning, 2 down. And the 3-1 pitch on its way now to Johnny Pesky. Strike 2 called. Fastball bored through there. See Bertie Tebbett on the top step of the Red Sox dugout, closely watching Rashi for any tip-off on a pitch or something. Now the payoff pitch on its way to Pesky. It swung on, hit the line drive, grabbed by Rashi for the out. Robbed him of a base hit. That was a vicious line drive right back through the middle. That's a base hit 999 times out of 1,000. Racy ducked low, stuck his glove up off his left ear, and the ball struck right in there, 40 out. You know, ball players say that's when you got horseshoes in your glove, when you grab those kinds. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on, and the score at the end of 2.5 innings, the Yankees won, the Red Sox nothing. Well, Kirk, if your heart will just ease up for a little while, how about a nice word?
Well, let's hope so. Folks, are you enjoying the game? Well, let me tell you how you'll enjoy it even more with a delicious glass of Ballantine ale or beer there at your elbow. That's right, a glass of Ballantine ale or beer with a foamy whitehead riding on top. Does that sound good? Well, then how about getting a bottle out of the refrigerator? Now, if you're following the game at your favorite tavern, don't just ask for an ale or a beer, will you? Make it a point to ask that man for Ballantine. That's right, Ballantine ale, Ballantine beer.
After 156 games, each 2 more than the regular schedule calls for, the Buns from Brooklyn, the Giants from New York have come down to the wire to where it is all or nothing. What happened before, even the Giants' closing rush from 13 and a half out, will be forgotten when the final decision is rendered at the Polo Grounds this afternoon. 20 years from now, the fans will be talking about this afternoon's hero as yet unknown, but the man and the hour are about to meet. If there is a GOAT, his name will echo down the corridor of time, coupled with Fred Merkle of Bonehead fame, and Freddie Snodgrass, whose muffed fly ball cost the Giants the World Championship of 1912. The tension has been building until the strain has become terrific. Neither Dresden nor DeRocher can afford to gamble. The leadoff batter will be Pee Wee Reese for Carl Polo for the Brooklyn Dodgers in the top half of the first inning. Magley, the barber, ready to lather the Dodgers against Stephen B. Newcomb. We'll pause for station identification. This is the second largest network in the world, the Liberty Broadcasting System. Under dark, gloomy, somber skies at the Polo Grounds in New York, it's the greatest show on earth. The Brooklyn Dodgers and the New York Giants' final sudden death showdown payoff game, the playoff payoff. Here's Carl Frillo against Sal Magley. First half of the first inning in a game I'm sure that we will all long remember. Pee Wee Reese on deck, Duke Snyder down in the hole. Cold-blooded Sal, the outlaw from Drummondville. Notre of Veracruz starts from the windup. First pitch of a historic game, brings it down, sidearmer raked outside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. This game adds another dramatic page to the history of the New York Giants, whose history already covers 70 years of one of the most dramatic stories in sports. Great Giant names have been on this field before us. None in quite so difficult a spot as Sal Magley this afternoon. Magley in the windup. Giant right-hander brings that black arm low and outside for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, first inning. Sal Magley pitching. Carl Frillo on the take again. 2-0. Magley working first inning. Dodgers famed Symphony Band is here, but has competition this afternoon from a Giant band. 3 buglers and 1 bass drummer. Giant band calls itself the Fish Hole Mob from Mulberry Street. Everybody is here. Jam-packed, enthusiastic crowd. Magley delivers. Is in there with a strike across the belt. Whipping fastball, crackling down there, pops in the middle of Westwestern. Frillo with a count of 2-1. Little Reese, the Dodgers' fleet-footed field captain, is on deck. Duke Snyder down in the hole. First half of the first inning, the maiden frame, Liberty's final game of the year. Carl Frillo waits, slow stance, steps forward, strides, takes strike 2 call on the outside corner. As Magley, the air-splitting precision expert, eased one across the outside corner, a curve that didn't break too well, but held it anyway. And it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, first inning. Dodgers and the New York Giants. Need we say more? Out on the mound, Magley, abrasive, blue, black-bearded right-hander, pitches the 2-2 ball, sidearm, swung on, hit foul, back toward the Giants dugout, coming up on top, racing for it is Westrum, but is unable to play it. It's back into the Giants dugout. Sal Magley was the logical choice today for the big one of the big ones. Magley, an old head at 34 years, has been around for 13 years in baseball. He has pitched under the most difficult possible circumstances. Banned from baseball for jumping to the Mexican League. Sal Magley worked in Drummondville. He worked in heat, in drizzle, in driving rain, in broiling sun. He worked in Tampico, riding buses, riding mules, riding everything. He is one of the toughest pitchers in the game, certainly one of the most taciturn. Kicks, fires, 2-2 ball, strike 3 call. the drama begins late on the line. These two managers must have swirling, tumultuous thoughts going through their mind. I can just imagine. You put your whole life in a game, they must be thinking, and then they give you one afternoon to make good. Sudden death, playoff showdown. It's Reese now. Frollo took a strike three call on the 2-2 pitch. Foul Magley rocks, throws, overarm, drives him back from the plate as Reese twists away. 1 ball and no strikes with 1 out. Magley, 141 strikeouts. The Giants' shining 23-game winner. Well rested against a Don Newcomb who has pitched 14 2/3 innings in 5 days. Can't be so well rested. Magley throws down Reese and fouls it off home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Up. Pee Wee Reese, number 1, the Brooklyn Dodgers field captain. Newcomb and Magley have each hurled 3 shutouts this year. This is the second start between the two of them in which a decision has been rendered. Magley beat Newcomb in the only other start they've made against each other. The ancient cricket crease below the bluff on the black paper-littered shores of the Harlem River. Polo Grounds, New York. Magley bends way over as though looking through a keyhole. Starts from the windup. Reese, low over the plate, backs away, ducking under a pitch off the top of his cap, and its count is 2-1. Reese at bat. Duke Snyder on deck, Jackie Robinson down in the hole. Second time these two have met as starters, Magley and Newcomb, August the 16th at the Polo Grounds. Magley beat Newcomb 2-1. Crowd tight as a fiddle string. Payoff in Harlem as the Giants, favorites of Harlem, meet the boys from the land across the East River, the Brooklyn Dodgers. Up ahead, grimy skies. Across through the fog beyond the Harlem River, the great gray spires of Yankee Stadium, which will be alive tomorrow with the World Series, as one of these two will play. We don't know which now, but the team is about to meet the hour as Reese takes ball 3 outside, 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Drama riding with every pitch. This is the end of it. Asked before the game about whether he could pitch tonight or today. Preacher Rose said, if I do, I'll have to go right-handed. Reese stride, takes low on a Magley slide up the ball 4, and Pee Wee is on. Question is whether Magley is shot. Both pitchers did appear to be shot in their warm-up. Magley to our right in front of the Giants dugout along the first base line, and below us, Big Don Newcomb, who was warming up in front of the Brooklyn Dodgers dugout. Final game in the turbulent, ebbing National League race. The Giants have played on the same field for more than 60 years, longer than any other team in baseball. I've written many a page in history, and another one is being written today, so listen closely, and you can tell your grandchildren. You heard the most dramatic of them all. Magley pitches. Snyder takes high. 1 ball and no strike. The distances for you here today, 257 feet to right field, 279 down the left field line, 483 feet to the Eddie Grant Memorial Shaft in center. Underneath, Old Glory, which is unfurled from the center field masthead. The right field wall, 10.5 feet high. The left field wall, nearly 17 feet tall, with a capacity here of 55,000. Reese down at first. Snyder the batter. Magley feeds him, peels 1 off, dealing high ball 2. 2 balls, no strike. Levine's shutout yesterday against the Giants was the 7th shutout against this team this year. They're tough to shut out. Staley got 2, Sane 1, Roberts 1, Paulette 1. Newcomb has 1 against the Giants, 1 of the 7, and Levine's yesterday, obviously. From Bernard Baruch and Tom Dewey to Brooklyn's Harry the Horse and Spanish John Phillips, you have to talk baseball in New York today. From Flatbush Avenue to Sheepshead Bay. From the Savard Ballroom to the Harlem YMCA, from Jacobs Beach to Hamburger Heaven, this series has got the joint jumping. 8 million New Yorkers are really moving today. Left-hand batter, Snyder, 275 hitter. The outfield's almost straight away. Bending over to get the sign, peeking in. Sal Magley whuffs him down in catching position. Here is Snyder ready to come up with a swing, and he takes underneath the knees for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Snyder at bat. Magley having trouble with his control, which seems to be on the blink in the top half of the first inning. Magley, who never shaves before a game, lets his beard grow with normally one of the heaviest beards in the game. The barber shaving the Brooklyn Dodgers this afternoon, but shaving the corners slightly too close. He walked Reese, walked Snyder, has 3-0 against Snyder. On deck, Jack Robinson, a name to conjure fear in Giant hearts at this point, and then Andy Pasco. Here's a 3-0 ball. The giveaway pitch is flat for ball 4. at second, Snyder at first, and the hitter will be the full of Leo DeRocher. Jack Robinson hitting 337. Andy Pasco on deck. Gil Hodges down in the hole. Must have been 1 million people asked me how I thought today's game would turn out. I always answer them like the news commentators, very inconclusively. I'd always say, well, it's certain that one thing will happen if anything else does, and that is that there's going to be action in the Polo grounds this afternoon. Larry Jansen has begun to limber up in the Giants bullpen. All the stops are out. The pitch to Robinson. Swung on, driven down to a big hit in the hole. Here's Steely Reese around third on his way to the score. The throw to second, and Snyder is there. Run in. Dodgers lead 1-0. Comes in before this frantic, frenzied crowd as the New York Giants hopes take a sudden back turn. Jackie Robinson fit into the first pitch and bit a blue darter hole in the shortstop between Dark and Bobby Thompson. Reese raced in from second to score. Snyder holds up at second. One out. Andy Pasco, the batter. That was Jackie's 185th hit. He has been tremendous in the last few days. Sal Magley being talked to by catcher Westrom. By his manager, Leo DeRocher, who now comes out to the mound. They'll waste no time at all. Larry Jansen, the Oregonian, the big family man, warming up in the bullpen. New York Giants trail by a score of 1-0. First half of the first inning. Reese walks, Snyder walks, Robinson drove home the run. With a sharp single outed in the hole between Dark and Thompson to the left. Sal Magley looks in. The batter, Andy Pasco, wide strider, 2 home runs in 2 days. Steps forward, cuts a foul, back, and up into the upper deck out of play. Misty, murky skies overhead. The New York Giants, Brooklyn Dodgers in the final of the final. The last one there can be. The lights went on yesterday during the game. Will have to be turned on again today in the process of it. In any one baseball game, the odds are almost even, but the bookmakers went along with Magley today by slight odds. He's trailing 1-0 first inning. Sal Magley checking Reese down at second base. Snyder throws. Pasco hits a weak grounder in fair territory down the third baseline. Stepped on third by Thompson. The throw to first is not in time. There's a force out at third base as Bobby Thompson picked up a ball that went perilously close to foul territory, bouncing along the third baseline. He stepped on third almost simultaneously with the arrival of Snyder, but in time for the out. Threw across to first where Pasco was by just a hand safe on the fielder's choice. With 2 away and 2 on, Robinson second, Pasco on the jumping off place. It's big Gil Hodges, whose 40 home runs paces the Brooklyn attack in that department. The magic number for either team now 1. For the loser, 1952. And great was the rejoicing in Flatbush last night as the little fella from Woonsocket, Rhode Island, Clem Levine, threw a brilliant shutout into the Brooklyn, into the New York Giants. Hodges, 270 hitter. Robinson down at second. On at first base. Andy Pasco on the fielder's choice. 2 out. Magley trails 1-0 as the barber shaves a little too close. His control went around. The first inning throws. Misses the outside corner with a sweeping out drop. Magley's best pitch is that fearsome curve with a right angle break on it as it comes in long about letter high and takes a sudden dip downward that is extremely difficult to perceive. The Giants have 178 home runs. The Dodgers 184 home runs. Little to choose in that department. Here's Magley checking the feared Jackie Robinson at second. Sal delivers, and the cold-blooded right-hander is over there for a called strike. Sal, with nerves of steel, the obvious choice for this ball game because he's been in many pressure ball games, has always been equal to the occasion. So this most stirring of all the pennant races goes to the very end today, when these 2 teams, all even on the last day of the regular season, all even after 2 playoff games, meet now in the final deciding game here today with both aces carrying the mail. It's Magley checking Robinson on at first. The runner is Pasco. Hodges beats a weak pop-up along the third baseline. Here's Bobby Thompson streaking fast. He's there. He's got it. With the Brooklyn Dodgers in a profitable first inning, and even 1 run is a highly profitable, nay, a rich first inning against Magley. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left marooned on base spinning their wheels against the barber. Out on the mound goes that Huge elephantine right-hander Don Newcomb to pick up the ball and face Eddie Stanky, to score at the end of one half inning of play. The visiting Dodgers from the land across the East River won. The New York Giants, nothing. Hitting this for the New York Giants, Eddie Stanky at second base. Alvin Dark is at shortstop. Don Mueller in right field. Marty Irvin in left field. Lonnie Lockman, 279, here is the first base. Bob Thompson, the Giants' hero of the last few days, batting .290, is playing third and hitting sixth. Willie Mays in the big field. Wes Westrom down there behind the plate. And on the hill, the barber, black-bearded Sal Magley. Magley from Niagara Falls, New York. 23 wins and 6 defeats for Magley, so your Giant hitting list of 9. Stanky, Dark, Mueller, Irvin, Lockman, Thompson, Mays, Westrom, and Magley. The umpire at home plate, Lou Jorda, ready to go play ball for play in the last half of the first inning. Now Don Newcomb's out on the mound. Eddie Stanky is up against him for the New York Giants. Stanky, last half of the first inning. Stanky, the flaming spirit, vibrantly alive, fierce competitor. It has been many times said that Eddie Stanky has glorified the base on balls. With him, the walk is a major weapon. It's an attack. For opposing pitchers, this little fella, Eddie Stanky, miniature second baseman, is baseball's most aggravating player. There is a study, the David and the Goliath of it, Newcomb and Stanky. Newcomb pumps, pitches, Stanky watches. Ball one is outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Another dramatic page in Polo Grounds history. As players here will go down alongside John McGraw and Christy Mathewson and Mike Donlin and Buck Herzog and Amos Rusey and Doyle and Frisch and them all. The pitch. Stanky watches. Strike one call across the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Last half of the first inning. Ed Stanky at that. Great base on balls getter, holds the National League record in that department. A tough little man to get out. The man whom Branch Rickey said about. He can't run, he can't hit, he can't field, but I wouldn't trade him for Hornsby in his prime. Stanky waits. The Newcomb delivery. Swung on, beaten foul down past DeRocher along the third base coaching line. That run, surrendered by Magley in the top half of the first inning, could be a most pivotal, a most crucial run, looming ever larger as we go down, mounting the scoreboards, the goose eggs on the scoreboard today. He walked Reese, then he walked Snyder, and with men on first and second after Perillo had struck out, Jackie Robbins hit a first-pitch single in the hole and drove home the run, by which the Dodgers lead Leo DeRocher's hated New York Giants crew 1-0 in this battle of the arch rivals, last battle of the year. Here is the 1-2 pitch to Stanky. Eddie takes below the knees on a Newcomb dropper for ball 2. He threw that tremendous overarm dropping curve, sinking down too low on Stanky. 2 balls, 2 strikes. On deck, Alvin Dark of the New York Giants. Here's Don Newcomb into the windup now. He kicks. The Giant right-hander fires. Stanky swings and curves it foul over near the Brooklyn Dodger dugout. The string is run out of the National League. Last game, the last one there can be this year, unless for some reason this one is postponed this afternoon. Skies overhead are leaden, heavy with rain, but I think they'll go on and play this one. At least we would wait for hours and hours and hours and hours, indeed up into the evening tonight, before postponing it. President Ford Frick of the National League, soon to become the commissioner of baseball, wants to play it if at all possible. He wants that World Series to start tomorrow. Newcomb, the 2-2 ball to Stanky. Eddie back, high, ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. A payoff count on Stanky. Now Newcomb's got to plank the big one down and in there to the little fellow. Pocket-sized Eddie Stanky, one of the smallest players in big league baseball. A fighter in the Phil Rizzuto tradition. Fiery, volatile second baseman, waiting. Number 22, has good eyes, Stanky. Not too fast. Infield, halfway up, outfield, shortened to the left. The pitch to Stanky, swings, beats 1 foul down past DeRocher. Slow like old Luke Appling, stands up there, fouls him off, waiting for the one he wants. Can you remember who was in right field for the Giants in 1937 when they took their last pennant? Sure you can. It was that grand guy, Mel Ott. And now, Mel's daughter is about to be married. You feel kind of old, man? For the third time in 4 days, the Brooklyn club wriggled back off the brink of the precipice into a National League tie yesterday. One more push, and over they've gone. Newcomb kicks the payoff pitch. Swung on. There's a little try fly out toward right left field. That goes in very fast. Stop. Pulls it down for the out. Sankey laid a blooper out in short left field. Tafko raced in to get it, and most of the crowd had probably convinced themselves that Eddie Sankey, having worked Newcomb to a 3-2 count, was to be given a pass that time. But Newcomb bearing down, putting everything that he has on it this afternoon, pitching with utmost caution, clanked one right down the wheelhouse, and Sankey had to hit it or go out of there on strikes. Here is Al Dark of the National League New York Giants. Right-hand hitter Dark. The pitch to him. Al swings, beats a sky-high fly along the third base line. Coming in for it is Billy Cox near the mound. He's got it, putting it in the well for the out, and there are two away. The Giants 2 up and 2 down to Newcomb. And now the batter, Don Mueller. Teammates call him Mandrake. That's a tribute to the almost magical way that Don places his hit. He's only 23, and that's the doorway to a long and brilliant career. Mueller, whose home run hitting here at the Polo Grounds against Newcomb and other of the Brooklyn Dodger pitchers has been a sore point with them. On deck, Marty Irvin. Newcomb rocks the Giants right-hander vigorously, throws, strike called on the outside corner. Bill Terry, the last Giant manager to bring him a winner, was on hand yesterday and is again today. The roster of celebrities here today reads like a who's who. This ball game being brought to you throughout the world on Liberty and the Armed Forces Radio Service. Newcomb's big pitch, slow ball, swung on as he pulled him, beaten down to the first base coach, Freddie Fitzsimmons, who nurses the Giant pitchers. Leo DeRocha wigwagging at third. Dreary, heavy, somber skies overhead. A few birds circling the field. Probably the Brooklyn wombat, which makes it sound like a baseball bat. Newcomb working on Mueller. Big time, kicks, fires, rocks it outside for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Newcomb against Magley. Final game of the year. The playoff, payoff, the showdown, the end, and what more could you want? A tasty menu for a Wednesday afternoon on Liberty, huh? The wind is blowing here this afternoon toward right. Will be a factor for left-hand hitters like this Mueller, who takes ball 2 outside, 2-2. The deuces are up, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and Don Mueller, the hitter, up with a .275 hitting average. He's playing right for the New York Giants. Number 22, Mueller. The deuce is really up then. Stewart at second base, Conlon first, gets third. Big Don Newcomb rocks, kicks, fires. There's a swing and a drive. Out in left field, Andy Capco goes back, turns around, pulls it into the outward side of the side on a blistering line drive to left by Mueller. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And the guaranteeing pressure in the National League has but 8 innings left to go at the Polo Grounds. The Brooklyn Dodgers 1, the New York Giants nothing. Well, about 25,000 rooters are over here from beautiful, scenic Brooklyn. Lovely garden spot. Brighton Beach, Sheepshead Bay, Prospect Park, Bedford Avenue, flowers, trees, Boyd's. Well, the Brooklyn Dodgers, the last 1/3 of the hitting list of 9, solidly confronting Sal Magley here with the chips on the line as we open the first half of the second inning. Let's see how the outer defense will play. Bill Cox, a good glove man, choke-hitting right-hander, stands feet close together in toward the plate. Third baseman in just off the line. Dark is tried toward third, off the grass. Sankey near second, deep back in the bag. The first baseman nearly on the line to pitch. Billy Cox backs away from a strike, which catches that inside corner to a right-hand hitter. 1 ball, no strike. Sal Magley, the barber shaving. He has lathered the Dodgers 5 times this season, and they've only beaten him once. He throws down. Cox backs away from a button-high pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, of all the dates marked in the Polo Grounds calendar, July the 16th, 1902, almost a half-century ago, was the most famous up to today. That was the day that John McGraw was engaged to manage the Giants. His spirit's here today. Great name. Cox swings. It's a one-hopper right back to Magley, who throws to first. He got him for the out. 1-3. And Magley, after a rocky beginning in which the barber showed the first signs of nervousness that I have ever seen him show, was just a little bit awry on his control. He missed the corners on Reese, put him on, and that was what cost him. Or perhaps it was the walk to Snyder which cost him, because that was the one which advanced Reese in scoring territory, from where Jackie Robinson drove him home with a whistling single to left. Left-hand hitter Rube Walker, the South Carolinian, watches, takes a called strike. As per usual, The lines of the coaching boxes are already completely erased. Rocher, wasting no time getting fate and superstition on his side, did it early. Magley throws curveball, beaten back foul. Well, Magley, a name to bring dread to Brooklyn hearts. Determined, cold, unemotional opponent. Maybe even showing the slightest signs of the wear and tear in the first half of the first inning when he walked Reese, walked Snyder, and Robinson hitting for a single. But it's early in the ball game. There's a long way to go. Here in the Polo Grounds, a heavy shroud of mist. Overhead, damp gray skies. The pitch taken outside. Somber October afternoon. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Brooklyn 1, the New York Giants nothing. 55,000 close-packed bodies in the Polo Grounds, which is taut with suspense. As 2 tired and nearly depleted ball teams come down to the wire. The pitch by Magley. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That was a low-breaking slider. That little curveball thrown with a sharp wrist twist. He broke it down, slid it in around the knees to the left-hand hitting Walker out of home run and 2 other hits there yesterday against Schoolway as Don Newcomb, that good hitting Brooklyn pitcher, comes on. Newcomb's record this year, 20 wins and 9 defeats. 2 of the best managers in baseball, 2 great strategists, Leo DeRocher and Charlie Dresden, opposing each other in a battle to the finish, the final in the National League. Magley, arms behind his head, the right-handed throws. Newcomb lets a high pop-up to the left side, slicing it off as he hit late on a fastball. Thompson's there and makes a basket catch of the ball to retire the side. At the end of 1 1/2, here at the jam-packed Polo Grounds in New York, in baseball's history-making 3rd playoff, and the only 3rd playoff game in history, the Brooklyn Dodgers won, the New York Giants 0. Down into the windup goes Don Newcomb, big right-hander, unbanned, third and swing, hits one down deep the hole. Reese goes over, fields the ball, throws to first, and he's in time with his throw for the out. Pee Wee's fielding has been spectacular in this series. He, like Sal Magley, is a great player under fire. Reese sped over to his right into what would have been, for a less fleet shortstop, the hole in the left side of the infield. But he plugged the dike, stuck his gloved hand in there, in the lurch, grabbed it, threw to first for the out, and here is Whitey Lockman. Newcomb pitches, Whitey swings, hits one down to the right side. Hodges tries to back at it, but this is in the right field on the ground for a Giant base hit. And Lockman, the potential tying run, is at first base. Hutt is the potential go-ahead run. Bobby Hutt. So here is the Royal Scot, so called by his Giant players, with reference, of course, to the famous London to Edinburgh Express. Stylish, polished ball player, Bobby Thompson. Rusty thumper. Lockman down at first. We pass the Yankee Stadium on the way over here. We can see that flags and pennants are all decked out in preparation for the World Series. Thompson watches wide, just looking over one and ignoring a pitch, which was okay at the height in the strike zone, but a shade wide. Bob Thompson batting, Willie Mays on deck, Wes Westrom down in the hole. Lockman down at first. Standing close to the bag as Hodges goes in for a word with his pitcher. 31 home runs and 96 runs batted in, the record this year. 3rd time in 4 days. Brooklyn trying to stave off the final summons in the National League. Also, the Giants, and they're in tough shape now. Trail 1-0. Newcomb lets it go. Thompson swings at the line, runs left field line. It is inbound for base hit. Lockman turns second, holds at second. Bobby Thompson racing for second. 2 runners are going to be on second. Here it is. Reese is taking Thompson back toward first, and he is tagged out by Gil Hodges as the New York Giants do a Brooklyn St. Herbert. The Daffyness boys in years gone by. Whitey Lockman was held up at second base by the third base coach, Leo DeRocher, but Thompson, head down, charging at full steam like old Babe Herman used to do, rounded first, near second before he saw that Whitey Lockman was still on the bag, and of course 2 runners can't occupy the same second one time. Lockman was already entitled to it. Thompson turned around, headed full tilt back for first, couldn't make it, as Reese, taking the relay from Papco, threw him out to Hodges, who tagged. 2 out, 1 on. Lockman is second in scoring territory, and battling up there is Willie Mays, the New York Giant right-hander. Up until yesterday, the Giants hadn't lost a game since September the 20th. Had won 8 in a row, 38 out of 45, 7 of the last 8. The Dodgers beat them 10-0. LaFine shut him out. Newcomb throws, and Willie Mays takes strike call. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out. Mays, 275 hitter. Cox is at third for the Dodgers. Reese at shortstop. Jackie Robinson at second base. Gil Hodges at first base. Robert deep back of the bag. Step off the grass. Pee Wee hands on knees. Ready, Wady. Halfway up at shortstop. Cox close to the line with Erskine beginning to warm for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Outfield. Stand off deep to left. Arms over his head. Don Newcomb. Big Brooklyn right-hander throws down. Sizzling fastball. Driven along the left field line. The top rope going back toward the wall. Kobe down. He got it. Well, the New York Giants pulling a skull in the second inning. A real boneyard play. Would have had runners at first and second with 1 man out. Willie Mays and Western due up. But as a result of Bobby Thompson's headlong charge into second base with Whitey Lockman already occupying the bag, memories are brought to mind of Babe Herman, who still grows green in the limbo of Brooklyn. No run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Going now into the first half of the third inning at the Polo Grounds in New York, the Brooklyn Dodgers won, the New York Giants nothing. At the Polo Grounds, it's a Brooklyn hitting list of Perillo, Reese, Snyder, Robinson, Tapco, Hodges, Cox, Rube Walker, and Don Newcomb. The Giants have started off darkly indeed. You know, it's interesting that these two teams, no matter how tired, how crippled, how ailing their pitching staffs are, well, they just happen to have 2 20-game winning aces ready for this final game. DeRocha and Dresden, Newcomb and Magley are ready. Well, out into the field go the Giants. Looking as worried as a Bostonian going west of Worcester. The lights come on. We told you they would early this afternoon. That's 2 innings. No, I guess 3 innings, actually, earlier than they were illuminated yesterday afternoon. Magley wipes his brow. The barber, the Niagara Falls Nugget, Sal Magley pitching to Carl Perillo, who led in the first inning with a strikeout, reaches for one, and looks at ball 1, which twirls down low and outside. With Carl Perillo batting for the Brooklyn Dodgers, Magley peels it on. Perillo hits a weak bounder right back to the hill. Perillo throws, or Magley throws. He got him for the out. Magley to Lockman, 1-3 on Perillo, who has twice meekly submitted to Sal Magley. And now it'll be Pee Wee Reese, who wheeled a walk off Magley as he came up the first time and raced home from second to score on Jackie Robinson's solid bingle in the hole on the left side. Lou Jorda calling balls and strikes. Jocko Conlon at first. Bill Stewart's down at second base, and Larry Getz is at third. And now for the stalwart blue line from Brooklyn, Pee Wee Reese. The shining heroes of Harlem, the New York Giants on the field. Sal Magley winds, throws, and it's missing outside. Ball 1 out. Brooklyn won, the New York Giants nothing. Playoff payoff. The final. The end of the end. Last game of the year between these two as Reese watches ball 2 swirled outside. Magley does definitely not appear as sharp here this afternoon as he has been in other games we've seen him, particularly the one last Saturday when he 4-hitted the Boston Braves in a masterful shutout. If anything, Newcomb has looked the sharper. Magley throws, strike call on the outside corner. Even so, Newcomb yielded 2 base hits to the New York Giants in the second inning, which only wretched Giant base running kept from being a real threat to the big Brooklyn right-hander. The ancient picket crease below the bluff. There's one swung on, hit up into the air out toward right field in foul territory. Whitey Lockman's over near the grandstand. He's got it. Lockman went over to pull it down, drifting under one that was curved foul. Kind of a powder puff hit up along the first baseline. Lockman dashed back to pull it down. So now Magley, after a rocky beginning, has retired 7 batters in order. Duke Snyder is the hitter for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Snyder, S-N-I-D-E-R. Duke, National League pennant on the line. The World Series on the line. Snyder swings, cutting hard, flailing at an outside pitch, and I do believe that he went a-fishing. Billowing breakers of the Harlem River. Out beyond the center field fence, the Snyder watches outside. 1-1. Polo Grounds. bounded behind us by Coogan's Bluff, in the front by the Harlem River, on the right by a huge parking lot, on the left by some apartment buildings. Magley bends over, peeking in for the sign, kicks, throws, fires, cuts, strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and you hear him roaring behind, don't you? This is a ball game to end them. A dipper-handled, green-sided nickel nipper today. A real seam breaker. Gresson from yesterday claimed that Sheldon Jones was throwing a spitter. Pitch is high, 2-2 on Snyder with 2 away. The base is empty as a schoolroom in July. The outfield shaded to the left. There was a new wrinkle about that spitball. Usually the Giants and the Dodgers are arguing over beanballs rather than spitballs. Magley getting the sign. Westrom in crap shooting position, giving it to him. Magley feeds. 3 outs. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on as Sal Magley, finding the touch, has now gotten 8 batters in a row. Since Jackie Robinson delivered the lone single off Sal Magley here this afternoon, but a most important and pivotal blow it was. A solid clutch hit, smacked into the hole between Doc and Thompson at shortstop to send Reese racing home with a glorious Brooklyn score in the first inning. Glorious, that is, for Dodger rooters. It has cast a pall of despondency over Giant rooters. We'll go into the last of the third with the Giants bringing up Westrom, Magley, and Stanky in a moment. Score 1-0 Dodgers. Wes Westrom will lead it off for the Giants, and the smiling senior from Niagara Falls, Salvatore Magley, will follow. Eddie Stanky down in the hole. Stanky. Wes Westrom with a .247 hitting average is the batter for the New York Giants as we come on into this inning. Westrom wearing number 9, kicks around, getting a firm toehold in the batter's box. Down on his haunches, Al Rube Walker. Big Newcomb out on the mound for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Scuffs around. And now it's play. Last half of the third inning. Wes Westrom, who broke the all-time National League fielding record for catchers last year with a .999 average, is the batter. A good sticker, good power hitter, not consistent though. Swings, misses, hard play on it. 0-1. Newcomb pumping him home for the Brooklyn Dodgers, trying to ride that 1-run lead home. He got it in the first inning as Jackie Robinson, who's been the big belter for the Dodgers for the past few days, against Leo DeRocher, his mortal enemy, singled it home. Westrom swings, cracks a hard curving liner into the upper deck foul. Westrom, .247 hitter, Sal Magley on deck. This fellow Westrom, fine defensive catcher, made in 680 chances last year. 1 low throw, just 1 error, a .999 record for the highest average ever recorded, fielding-wise, in the National League. Very good catcher, going out well on pop flies, gets out well for butts, hits a long ball occasionally. The Giants, in their previous second inning, had a golden moment. Lockman singled, Thompson followed with a slashing single to left, but then shades of Babe Herman raced into second base with Lockman already on the bag. The pitch by Newcomb arched in high inside, high. In that Dodger game so many years ago, it was Babe Herman, Dazzy Vance, and Chick Fuster on third base all at one and the same time. Herman and Vance slid into third base, and the Babe passed Chick Fuster on the way. Here's the pitch, taken high inside by the right-hand hitter, Wes Westrom, very high and inside. Well, we told you when this ball game started that heroes would be made and goats would be born to be talked about down through the years here at the Polo Grounds this afternoon, and we may have had a famous repetition of the Fred Merkle incident here today. Don Newcomb throws and misses inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes, payoff count on Westrom, leading off the third inning. Yes, so you remember, back in, I think it was 1912, when Freddie Merkle of Bonehead fame and Fred Snodgrass infield must fly cost the Giants the World Championship. Westrom takes ball 4 outside his arm. And it might be this afternoon that Bobby Thompson, Clay, or else whoever was responsible for it would be joined alongside that. Sal Magley will now be the batter. You J.C. Westrom would have been up in the second inning had there not been the skull on the part of the Giants as far as base running is concerned. They would have had 2 on and 1 out with an opportunity for both Mays and Westrom. You see now, Westrom has walked. Magley, the batter, smiling Salvador. The infield charges in as he is expected to bunt, and he doesn't. It is strike one call down the middle of it. Sal Magley batting for the New York Giants. The Giants have had the best National League pitching, and a lot of it can be traced right home to Sal Magley. He was the league's winningest last year, that is in 50 with 18 and 4. Second only to Jim Hearn in earned run average with 271. Won 11 games straight at the close of last season. Infield in again. The pitch to Magley, who's trying to bunt. It's high though, 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. To show you what kind of a pitcher Sal Magley is under fire, how good a pitcher he is, last year he worked at one time 45 scoreless innings, missing Carl Hubbell's record by 1 1/3 innings. He has a curve that Kerner and Musial even think is the sharpest in the National League. Here's Cox almost halfway in. Hodges rushes in. Magley bunts. Foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Giant hopes looking right at the moment dark as the inside of an inkwell. They trail 1-0. It's early in the ball game. Niagara Falls Nuggets, Sal Magley, with 13 savvy years of campaigning on his shoulders, riding the National League pennant for the Giants today. It's on the broad back of Don Newcomb for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Ace against ace. So for all these crippled, ailing pitching staff, as I remarked, somehow Dresden and DeRocher were able to muster 2 20-game winners for this game today. Newcomb throws to first, not in time. Westrom gets back over there. It's all on the line. Either team has the magic number 1 today.
Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports is on the air.
To look sharp every time you shave, to feel sharp and be on the ball, just be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blade for the quickest, slickest shaves of all.
Good afternoon, baseball fans. This is Mel Allen with Red Barber, greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company, maker of world-famous Gillette razors, blades, and shaving creams. Fans, for the tops in sports, tune in Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports the year around, the final game of the 1952 World Series. And I know that you're anxious to know the official identities of the starting pitchers. And so quickly we go right down to the playing field and show you, as you would expect, right-hander Joe Black of the Brooklyn Dodgers, as previously announced by Chuck Gresson, making his 3rd appearance in this series as a starting pitcher. He's won 1 and lost 1. And for the Yankees,
The issue is no longer in doubt. It's going to be left-hander Eddie Lopat. So that manager Casey Stengel, hard-pressed for a starting pitcher for today, as a result of having to bring in Allie Reynolds yesterday in relief, said he had to sleep on it, and he came up with the Lopat today. Eddie with 3 days rest, coming in to pitch against a Dodger lineup which is predominantly filled with right-hand batters. The Dodgers have not had too much trouble with left-hand pitchers, particularly here at Ebbets Field. But Casey Stengel had to come up with somebody, and it's Eddie Lopat on the mound. Eddie lost his first World Series game when he opened the series at the Yankee Stadium last Friday. So we'll see what's going to happen in this final game of the World Series, one of the most dramatic ever played. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it would be most difficult to describe this series in so many words. Simply say that what has happened so far, regardless of what happens today, this series will go down as one of the greatest and most dramatic of all time. This is the 49th. This is the first 7-game series since these same two clubs, with largely different personnel, of course, battled down to the wire in 1947, the Yankees winning the final game to establish themselves as world champions. The Dodgers, who have been, since day before yesterday, on the brink of their first World's title, this is their 6th series, the Yankees' 19th, are hopeful today of coming back to get it. The series has bounced back and forth. The Dodgers won the first game, the Yankees the second. The Dodgers the third, the Yankees the fourth. The Dodgers the fifth, the Yankees the sixth. But there's no comeback from today. And the way these two teams have battled has been a joy to behold. Thrilling all the way. And as most of the baseball observers have put it, regardless of who wins or who loses today, it's simply unfortunate that one of these two battling ball clubs has to go down to defeat. And that the team that loses certainly will not be disgraced, and the team that wins can be as proud as punch over having turned in a wonderful job. And so the batting orders for the New York Yankees. Leading off and playing third base, Gil McDougall. Hitting second, Phil Rizzuto. Shortstop. Batting third, Mickey Mantle. Center field. In the cleanup spot, Johnny Mize, first base. Hitting fifth, Yogi Berra, catching.
Well, Braven, we're liable to see that break most any minute. Gulseth is in kick formation, standing on the Wisconsin 15-yard line on 4th and 6 for the Badger. Gets the boot away. He's rushed. Gets it away. A nice kick going way downfield to the 22-yard line. It's picked up there by Carmichael. Carmichael coming back to the 30-yard line, to the 35-yard line, before he's hit the stop by Stensby. Stensby making the stop, along with Amundsen. That's Norman Amundsen from Chicago. Boy, Amundsen, number 60, 195 pounds, Chicago sophomore, playing for Wisconsin up in the line. Now let's see. Southern California going on the offense on their own 35-yard line, 15 yards in the sideline on this side of the field. Single wing with Bukic coming way out wide to the right. Rudy Bukic is at halfback now with a reverse over to Al Carmichael. The reverse going off the left side of the line, picking up to the 37-yard line. Before he's hit and stopped by Don Voss, the defensive right end of Wisconsin. Ball on the 37-yard line, equidistant between sidelines. And for the Trojans, 2nd down and 7 on a 3-yard pickup. Up to the line of scrimmage come the Trojans. Unbalanced over to the right up front. Send a wide flanker out to the right on the single wing. Bukic in the tailback. Hands the ball over to Carmichael. A short reverse behind the line of scrimmage. The same play that they worked before for 3 yards. Bucks over to the 40-yard line as he cracks off his own left tackle on the weak side. Right up to the 40. Falls forward as he's tackled at the 41 with John Dixon, the middle linebacker from Wisconsin Dells, Wisconsin, making the stop for the Badgers. The ball is still equidistant between sidelines on the Trojan 41-yard line. 3rd down and 4. Carmichael has run twice. Twice he's picked. This is Al Helfer right back at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California, along with Braven Dyer. We're ready to go with Wisconsin on their own 21st and 10. Romtey in the backfield, wing out to the right. The ball is given off to Amici on the handoff from Haluska, and the big fellow tries the right side of the line, hits the 20-yard line, spins as he gets away from one man, but Bill Hattig comes in along with George Timberlake to make the tackle right on the 21-yard line. So it's actually a pickup of 1 yard. So far this afternoon, the Trojan defense has been able to halt the onrushes of Alan Amici, the big fullback from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Second down coming up, but approximately 8.5 yards to gain. Ball 15 yards in the sideline across the way. Wisconsin's ball on their own 21.5. Flacker out to the left is Gerald DeWitt. The ball is handed off to the halfback, Bill Hutchinson, who streaks through behind Amici and hits the right side of the line, goes nowhere. Bob Piviani, I believe, is a young fellow made to stop down there. Have a Wisconsin injury apparently on this play. We'll put the glasses on and see if we can find out exactly who it is. And time is being taken out by Wisconsin because of the injury on the field. Looks as though it might be Bill Hutchinson, the fellow who just carried that ball. We're very fortunate here this afternoon in having as our spotter from Wisconsin, the young fellow who does the broadcasting for Wisconsin up on the Wisconsin Network, Mr. Ed Hansen. And we've been really giving him a workout this afternoon. On the other side of the fence, for the Trojans of Southern California, again, we're fortunate in having the Assistant Director of Athletic Public Information. And that's Dick Bank. Had a long talk with Dick, and he had all the offensive information for us prior to the ball game. So with the able assistance of these two gentlemen, we're able to dish out the players that are on the field right now. Hutchinson apparently has been shaken up a little on the play, but Braven, I don't believe he's injured very badly, do you?
Well, I was looking at his leg there. I thought it was his leg he hurt, but apparently it's not his leg. He's just, as you say, shaken up around the head and shoulders is all, and he's up now and walking off the field. They're assisting him off, and number 15 going in to replace him, and that is Archie Burks.
That's right, Braven, it is Burks coming in. That's Archie Burks from Louisville, Kentucky, incidentally. He's a 165-pound senior, so he'll be running at left halfback in place of Bill Hutchinson. And one note here you might mark. We have 2 minutes and 14 seconds left to play in the first period of a scoreless ball game, and Wisconsin has not thrown one forward pass as yet. We don't know whether they're holding them back or whether they figure that they're going to do a little running to see how strong the Trojan defenses might be. Now with Burks in there for Hutchinson, it is he being sent on the flank in the T formation in the backfield. Haluska behind the balance line, takes his ball, fades off to the right. He's going to throw this time. He does. And tosses the Burke on the 25. He's under the 30, to the 35, to the 40, to the 45, and hit and knocked out of bounds on the 50-yard line on this side of the field. Young Burks, Archie Burks, taking a very fine pass from Haluska and steps his way to the 50-yard line as Wisconsin picks up a first down right on the 50.
Number 89 is forced out of bounds to this field side. So,
we have an injury for Wisconsin, for the Trojans this time. It looks as though it is Landon Exley, the Santa Monica sophomore, playing defensive right halfback for the Trojans. It is he who has been shaken up on this play, and the trainers are out administering to him right now. We are very happy to be able to tell you that Bill Hutchinson was just shaken up on that last play. Burks replaced him, received the pass, the only one thrown so far by Wisconsin, and it was good. The ball being stepped out of bounds by Burks on the 50-yard line as it was hit pretty hard by the safety man, Sears. It went out of bounds on the 50, so it is Wisconsin's ball, first down and 10 yards to go on the 50. The Trojan boy is getting up on his feet right now. Number 35, Landon Exley from Santa Monica, California. He's walking around. He's going to be all right. Boy, this ball game is being played right down to the nubbin here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena this afternoon under bright, brilliant, sunshiny skies in California. This is the kind of weather that they like to tell you about out here in California. They've certainly turned it on this afternoon for the granddaddy of the classics, the Rose Bowl game. Exley's going out of the ball game for the Trojans, and it's going to be Frank Clayton coming on. Frank Clayton coming on at defensive right halfback. Frank Clayton is from Alhambra, California. He's another sophomore, weighing 183 pounds. Wisconsin on the offense. First and 10 on the 50. 15 yards in from the sideline on this side of the field. Flanker to the right is Burks. The ends are split wide on the balanced line. Haluska still calling the signals for Wisconsin. Up tight under center, takes the ball, fakes one handoff, and on the stutter play, gives the ball to his left halfback, or rather his right halfback, Gerald Witt. Witt through the left side of the line, drives up to the 46-yard line of the Trojans, where he's stopped by Riddle. Bill Riddle from El Centro, California, backing up the right side of the Trojan line now in place of George Timberlake. The ball on the 46-yard line, 15 yards in the sideline on this side of the field. So it's another case of driving downfield now for Wisconsin. They are on the Trojan 46-yard line, second down and 6 yards to go. Burks once more goes to the flank on the tight tee, rather on the loose tee in the backfield. Ball taken by Haluska with the end split wide. He fakes back and fakes as if to keep the ball, but it is given over to Amici, the fullback, and he pounds, drives, fights his way through the right side of the line, hits up to the 41-yard line where he stopped at the 41 and bounced back to about the 42. He was hit hard that time by Riddle, the right linebacker. So the ball is resting on the 42-yard line in Trojan territory, equidistant between sidelines on the Trojan 42. Third and 2 for Wisconsin. And this is the best-looking offensive threat the Badgers have put on all afternoon. Have about a minute and 27 seconds left to play in the first period of a scoreless ball game between the Trojans and the Badgers. Flank T to the right for Wisconsin. Haluska again taking the ball, fading off to the right. He's being chased, and they climb on his back as he hands the ball off to Burks, who comes around the left side. And Burks moves to the 30, hit on the 30, spins over to the 20, and is finally knocked out of bounds as he bounces back on the 21. He was hit hard by Frank Clayton and Jim Sears. You can almost say that was a variation of the old Statue of Liberty play. Everyone climbed on Haluska's back, figuring he still had the ball. He flipped it sort of in a backhand motion to his halfback Burks coming around. And Burks streaked all the way to the Trojan 22-yard line. On the 22, where it is now first down and 10 yards to go for Wisconsin on the Southern California 22-yard line. Out come the white shirts with the cardinal pants. The Badgers of Wisconsin on the Southern Cal 22-yard line. Flanker to the right in the tee, behind the balance line. Haluska takes the ball, pitches back to Amici. It's a wide sweep around the right side. Amici on the move is hit at the 20-yard line and is knocked out of bounds on the 17 as he staggers 3 more yards after having been hit by Harry Welsh of Akron, Ohio. Harry Welsh playing defensive halfback in place of Harry Soltis, who was ruled ineligible here at Southern California. Harry Welsh playing the defensive post, hit the big fella, and finally knocked him out of bounds on the 17-yard line. So it is second down and 5 as Amici picked up 5 on the play. Wisconsin down in Southern California territory on the 17, 15 yards in the sideline across the way. Sending a flanker to the left. Wisconsin, that is Gerald Witt on the flank. Haluska calls his signals out, takes the ball, and on a stutter play, hands off to Burks, who tries the right side of the line, drives down to the 15, and picks up another yard after he's smashed at the 15-yard line and drops on the 14, hit by Harry Welsh. This Welsh weighs 168 pounds, and you should have seen him going after this big Alan Amici, 205 pounds a few moments ago. He really put his head down and bored right in. The ball is resting on the 15-yard line in Trojan territory, 15 yards in from the sideline across the way, which is the eastern sideline. Wisconsin has the ball 3rd and 3 on the Trojan 14-yard line. Flag tee to the left for the Trojans. Again, Haluska waits for that pass from center, takes it and pitches back. The ball is fumbled by Amici and is dropped back on the 18-yard line. A fumble picked up by Amici, and he stopped on the 18-yard line for a loss of about 4. It was Bob Hooks coming in very fast with Elmer Wilhoit, the left guard. Bob Hooks, the Los Angeles senior, playing defensive right end for the Trojans, and Elmer Wilhoit from Winton, California. He's a senior guard at 217 pounds. Now let's see, coming in for the Trojans, 4th and 7. We have Burton Hubley and Paul Swaco. It looks as though we're going to have a field goal attempt. Paul Swaco probably will try for that field goal, and Burton Hubley from Bloomer, Wisconsin, the senior, will probably do the holding. At least that is the information that seems to be the consensus. The ball is resting on the 18-yard line, almost equidistant between sidelines, almost in front of the goalposts of the Trojans. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Paul Swaco, S-H-W-A-I-K-O, Kenosha, Wisconsin freshman, is going to try a field goal, and he will kick that ball from the 25-yard line with Burton to hold for him. Crane in at center for Wisconsin to pass that ball. Ready for the signals to be called. They are called. The ball is snapped, placed, and kicked. And it is no good. It is down on the 5-yard line of the Trojans. Picked up by Barrett. And he comes back to about the 7-yard line as the gun ends to sound for the first period of this ball game. So the first quarter is all over. And just a moment, our red flag down on the field. It looks as though we're going to have an offside penalty to be charged against the Trojans. And if so, we may have this play before the second quarter begins, because the play was in motion before the gun sounded to end the first quarter of the ball game. And now the captains of Southern California talking with the officials. It looks as though we're going to have this play over before the quarter actually ends. So a 5-yard penalty against the Trojans for being offside. Puts the ball down on the 14-yard line. And it means the ball will be kicked off of about the 20. There is the first penalty in this afternoon's ball game that has meant anything of any kind. So it will give ball club a chance on 4th and 7 now to kick shorter. Burks and Gerald Witt are in there now. They're not going to try the field goal. Witt and Burks have come back. There's a flanker to the right on 4th and 7. Haluska takes the ball, pitches over to Amici. Amici following Gerald Witt, drives down to about the 14-yard line, 13-yard line, and is hit and dropped by Harry Welsh. So the Trojans hold. And the first period, ladies and gentlemen, is all over, and it's scoreless. I'd like to talk to the men for just a moment here. How you fix for blades, men? Yes, easy shaving Gillette Blue Blades. You know how it is when you find you're out. So start the new year right by keeping plenty on hand. Right now, you get a combination package holding a 35-cent tube of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless, and a 20-blade Gillette dispenser for just 98 cents, the regular price of the blades alone. Gillette shaving creams are the sweetest beard softeners you ever use. What's more, they contain K34, the amazing antiseptic that destroys infectious facial bacteria. Ask for Gillette's bonus facial. Get the combination package holding both Gillette Blue Blades and Gillette shaving cream. The supply is limited, so don't delay. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Now as the ball clubs change side, Wisconsin now defending the goal to our left, which is the northern goal, and Southern California, the goal to our right, the southern goal. It's Southern Cal's ball, 1st and 10, on their own 14-yard line. 15 yards in the sideline on this side of the field. From the tailback position, it is Buchicks. Trying off the right side, trying to slide between right tackle and right end. Moves up to the 14-yard line or the line of scrimmage where Jerry Werman makes a stop for Wisconsin. This Milwaukee, Wisconsin senior's played a pretty good ball game this afternoon so far defensively. He's made a couple of knifing tackles, sifting through the Trojan blockers to make the stops. The Trojans on 2nd down is still 10. Buchicks fading back to throw a forward pass. He does, and Don Stillwell, the left end from San Francisco, has the ball off the end of his fingertips on the 20-yard line with George O'Brien backing up the right side of the Wisconsin line over there to help break up the play. It'll be 3rd down and 10 yards to go now for the Trojans on their own 14-yard line. Des Cook is coming in for Sellers. That means that Des Cook will do the kicking as it is 3rd and 10, and the Trojans aren't going to take much of a chance on their own 14-yard line. The ball comes back, however, to Buchicks, and Buchicks is cut way back on his own 5-yard line. He's going to do passing from a short kick formation and was unable to get the pass away. Donald Voss coming in fast to make the stop for Wisconsin, pushing back to the 5-yard line. So it is 4th now, 4th down. And about 19 to 20 yards to go for the Trojans back on their own 5-yard line. Trojans ball in their possession. They have it on their own 5, 4th and about between 19 and 20. The double safety for Wisconsin is Burks and Swaco. They're standing on the Wisconsin 45-yard line. Cook will go back in kick formation for the Trojans when they come out of the huddle and move up to the line of scrimmage. We're in the second period of the ball game. There is no score between the Trojans of Southern California and the Badgers from the University of Wisconsin representing the Big Ten. The Pacific Coast Conference and the Big Ten at it again here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. They all being sent your way over this NBC network. Des Cook standing deep in his own end zone, almost out of the playing field, takes a pass from center about chest high, has time, kicks the ball nicely away. It's a beauty. Coming downfield to the 40-yard line where it's taken by Burks. Burks coming back after a fake to the 45-yard line and is hit and slowed under on his own 49-yard line. Harold Hahn, the Honolulu junior, making the stop for the University of Southern California. The ball is just about equidistant between sidelines on the Wisconsin 49-yard line where it'll be Wisconsin's ball 1st and 10. The Badgers have Jimmy Haluska at quarterback, Burks at left halfback. At right halfback, Gerald Witt, and the fullback is Alan Amici. The ends are Peters and Andrzejkowski. The tackles, Burnt and Pritchlick, Steinmetz and Stensby the guards, and Simkowski is the center. Flacker to the right on the tee with Haluska taking the ball and feeding it off to his halfback Burks, who follows one-man interference down to the 50-yard line, hit at the 50 and picks up about another yard as Marv Goo, the defensive linebacker for the Trojans, comes in, rolls under to make the stop. The ball is on the Southern California 49-yard line for a pickup of 2 yards, makes it 2nd and 8 for Wisconsin on the Southern California 49. Just about 15 yards in from the sideline on this side of the field. Second period of the ball game, no score. Flanker to the left on the tee with Haluska pitching out to his fullback Amici. Around the right side goes Amici to the line of scrimmage and steps out of bounds on about the 48 after a yard pickup. Charlie Ane, the big left tackle from Honolulu, pushed Amici out of bounds. After a yard pickup makes it 3rd and approximately 7. 3rd and about 7. The ball is on the 48-yard line. So it'll be 3rd and 7. The white-shirted Badgers going back into their huddle, moving up to the line of scrimmage, operating the T formation. They keep their backfield in tight as the end split wide. Then the left end, Peters crawls in a yard or two. Ball is taken by Haluska, and on a delayed line buck, it is Amici driving through the middle of the line with a red flag going down on the field. Amici winds up on the 43-yard line, but a red flag has gone down on the field. Let's see. whether it's going to be Southern California or Wisconsin to draw the penalty. Apparently it's going to be Southern California. George Timberlake made the stop that time of Meechie. Looks as though we're going to get an unnecessary roughness penalty being charged against the University of Southern California. If so, it'll cost him 15 yards from the 48-yard line. And Mr. Springer, the referee, will be stepping it off in just a moment. It is an unnecessary roughness penalty being stepped off against the University of Southern California. Puts the ball down on their 34-yard line and gives Wisconsin first down and 10 yards to go, with the ball resting about 16 to 17 yards in from the sideline on this side of the field. That's the western sideline. So Wisconsin gets a break here, gets first and 10 on the Trojan 34. As Haluska calls out the signals once more for the Badgers back in the huddle. They come to the line of scrimmage, sending a flanker to the left. Gerald Witt is the flanker, 184-pound halfback. Haluska tight under center, ready to take that ball from the center. He does, fakes off, and then finally hands the ball to Meechie, who tries the left side of the line and gets over the 35, then over the line of scrimmage at the 34 and picks up just 1 yard as Bob Van Doren, right tackle and defensive co-captain for the Southern California Trojans, makes a stop. Bob Van Doren, co-captain, playing defensive right tackle. He's 203 pounds from San Diego, California. Flanker to the right for Wisconsin on 2nd and 9. Haluska again takes the ball, fades back. It's going to be the second forward pass, and it's intercepted. It's intercepted on the 25-yard line by the left halfback, Harry Welsh. He comes right back to the 30-yard line, is hit at the 30-yard line and bounced back a yard before he's finally downed on his own 29-yard line. Gerald Witt finally made the stop. That ball was intended for Andrikowski, and it was intercepted by Harry Welsh, the Akron, Ohio boy, the senior left halfback for the University of Southern California. So there's the first interception this afternoon, and the tide has turned right now with the Trojans taking over. Going out to the right in a single wing behind an unbalanced line. In the tailback position is Bukic. He takes the ball, fades off to the right, looking for someone to pass to. His being rested, decides to keep the ball, runs it back to the 30, hit at the 30 on the far sideline, and dropped out of bounds on the 31. Bukich, Bukic, from St. Louis, Missouri. Dixon, the middle linebacker. That's John Dixon from Wisconsin Dells, Wisconsin. Made the stop finally, pushing Bukic out of bounds on the 31-yard line. It'll be second down and approximately 9 yards to go for the Trojans as the ball is walked into the hash marker, 15 yards from the sideline across the way. And about 12 minutes left to play in the first half of the ball game. It's still scoreless between Southern Cal and Wisconsin. There's a hike to the left for Southern Cal, and Carmichael takes a handoff. As a reverse is the play behind the line of scrimmage. Carmichael going into the right side of the line with one-man interference is hit by Semensky and Roger Dornberg. Well, about 2-yard gain on that play, and that was all. Makes third and about 7 yards to go, with the ball resting on approximately the 33-yard line in Southern California territory in the possession of the Trojans. Hike over to the right in a single wing. The tailback is Bukic. Up back full is Leon Sellers. Bukic takes the ball, fades back, throws a pass. It's completed down on the 44-yard line to Nikolov, and as soon as he catches the ball, he steps out of bounds. Dom Nikolov stepping out of bounds on his own 44-yard line to give the Trojans a first down and 10 yards to go. Dom Nikolov, the Los Angeles senior. Big fellow, 218 pounds. Very nice pass fired that time by Bukic. He's been playing at offensive left halfback in place of Jim Sears, who started the ball game. First down and 10 for Southern Cal on their own 44-yard line. Cracked over to the right in a single wing near the sideline across the way. Bukic takes the ball, fakes a pass, and puts his head down and rams right into the middle of the line. Hits from the 45-yard line up to about the 47-yard line before he's finally stopped. Stopped that time by Kennedy and by Dixon. Bob Kennedy from Rhinelander, Wisconsin, playing the middle guard position for Wisconsin. Right on the 47-yard line, where the 3-yard pickup makes it 2nd and 7 for Southern California. The ball is just about equidistant between sidelines on the Southern Cal 47-yard line. Hike to the right in a single wing. Bukic playing in the tailback spot, fades back, throws a pass across the line of scrimmage, a lazy pass taken by Miller at the 45-yard line, Wisconsin territory, and he's hit by Burks there and finally gets out of bounds on the 41-yard line. I said, Burks, make that swacko. Make that swacko. Finally hit him on the Wisconsin 41-yard line. It'll be first down and 10 yards to go as forward passing has gotten Southern Cal 2 first downs here in rapid succession. There was no score in the ball game. At left end coming in now for Southern California, Don Stillwell from San Francisco, relieving Ron Miller. So we have Nikoloff and Stillwell at the ends now for Southern California. Bob Cox, the Pasadena boy, is playing at right guard for Southern Cal. Welsh, Wilhoit, Thompson, and Weeks in the forward wall. Hike to the right in a single wing behind an unbalanced line with Bukic in the tailback. Bukic fades off to the right and then cracks back over his own right tackle, hits to the 40-yard line and stopped at the 40 for a yard pickup. Dixon, along with Donald Voss, making the stop. Voss came in close to make the pinch, and Dixon was the boy who hit high just about the waist. The ball is on the 40-yard line for a pickup of a yard, making it 2nd and 9 for Southern Cal on the Wisconsin 40. Looks as though Southern Cal's on the drive now as they hike again to the single wing. Bukic in the tailback. He takes the ball, steps back 1, 2, 3 steps towards the spot pass across the line of scrimmage. Complete to Don Stillwell on the 35-yard line. Stillwell fights his way for 2 more as he moves down to the 33. Nixon again in on the play. John Dixon. Sport Dixon's playing a good middle linebacker job here on defense for Wisconsin. The ball on the 33-yard line makes it 3rd down coming up. Just about a yard and a half to go. Southern Cal on the move. Running from the single wing over to the right. Bukic in the tailback. Southern Cal jumps off as red flag goes down the field. That's going to cost them 5 yards. Their left guard, Ed Pucci, jumped the gun. Ed Pucci, the Canton, Ohio junior, playing on the left side of the Southern California line. That'll cost them 5 yards and move the ball back now to the 47-yard line. Correction, 37-yard line. 33 and 5, make that 38. 38-yard line, Wisconsin. Southern California's ball, running from a single wing to the right, makes it 3rd and 7. Bukic takes that ball, fades off to the right, then looks for someone to pass to, and does hit Stillwell at the 30-yard line. He steps to the 25. Is hit, knocked out of bounds on the 22-yard line by Swico. That pass from Bukic to Don Stillwell has been operating well for Southern California, and they've picked up their 3rd first down in a row. The ball resting down on the Wisconsin 23-yard line as it's placed by Mr. Springer, the referee. So it is 1st down and 10 yards to go. 1st and 10 for the Southern California Trojans on the Wisconsin 23. 15 yards in the sideline on this side of the field. Running out of the single wing to the right. With Bukic in the tailback, Sellers the up-back full playing close. The ball coming back again to Bukic. He fades back, gets a pass away, and it is intercepted by Wisconsin. Intercepted, I believe, by Ronald Lachlan. Intercepted by Ronald Lachlan. Right on the 13-yard line, and he's hit and dropped immediately by the potential receiver, Al Carmichael. So there's a break that will help Wisconsin tremendously as the Trojans were on the march. 1st down and 10 yards to go for the Badgers on their own 13-yard line, the ball equidistant between sidelines. Coming in at quarterback is Haluska for Wisconsin. The left halfback will be Burks. The right halfback, Gerald Witt. At fullback, Alan Amici. With the ends split wide and a flanker to the left. The T in the backfield with Halusa operating. Pitches the ball back as Amici takes it and takes off to the right, then cuts back over his own left tackle. Drives up to the 15-yard line and hit after the 2-yard pickup by Bob Van Doren and Bob Hooks. Makes it 2nd down. Coming up for Wisconsin, about 8 yards to go, 2nd and 8. The ball resting on the 15-yard line, 15 yards in from the sideline across the way. And this, the 2nd period of the 1st half. No score between Wisconsin and Southern California, and we've been seeing a rip snorter so far this afternoon. Good defensive work all the way around. Burks goes to the flank for Wisconsin, way out wide to the right. The ends are held in just about a yard split wide. On a stutter play, the ball given to the right halfback, Gerald Witt. He's through the left side of the line, steps his way to the 20, and moves over to about the 22-yard line before he's hit and finally dropped by Bob Piviani, the left guard who trailed the play over and caught his man sort of catty-cornered from behind. The ball on the 22-yard line. 3rd down, and let's see, the yardage down there will be about a yard and a half. 3rd and about a yard and a half. Flanker goes to the right for Wisconsin. The flanker is Burks. Haluska taking the ball, pitches back to his fullback, Amici. Off the right side goes Amici as Marv Goo comes in and hits him at the line of scrimmage, but Amici, I believe, has picked up enough to make it a 1st down for Wisconsin on approximately their 24-yard line. The officials are taking an official timeout to measure, to make sure that it is or is not a 1st down. Let's see what the final decision is. This chain is being stretched now. And it is enough for a 1st down for Wisconsin on their own 24. The ball is equidistant between sidelines on the Wisconsin 24. 1st down and 10 yards to go for the Badgers as they once more go back to the huddle. Peters, Pritchlick, Steinmetz, Simkowski, Stensby, Berndt, and Rakowski up in the forward wall. The backfield, Haluska, Witt, Burks, and Amici. Flacker to the right is Burks. Haluska, behind the center, takes the ball and feeds it off to his fullback. And a fake, and then hands it over to DeWitt coming around. And DeWitt's through the right side, out on the 40-yard line, hit from behind on his own 45 as he streaks into the clear, and trying to run the sidelines is knocked out of bounds on his own 47-yard line. Lyndon Crow making the stop. He's the Corcoran, California sophomore, playing defensive halfback for Southern California. It's another Wisconsin first down. Ball resting on the 47-yard line in Wisconsin territory. Wisconsin's ball, first down and 10 yards to go. A very nice fake handoff to Amici, the fullback, and they were playing the big fella. Haluska hit the ball on his side and flipped the ball on back then to Witt coming around, and Jerry made it a first down on the 47. This time the handoff goes to the fullback. To the left side of the line he goes, and up to the 50. Struggles and fights his way for what looks like 2 more yards, over to the 48-yard line. The official places it on the 49 in Southern Cal territory. Makes it second down and 6. Again, co-captain Van Doren making the stop for Southern California. No score in the ball game. Wisconsin nothing, Southern California nothing. And the 39th Rose Bowl game. Pasadena, California. Flanker to the left is Gerald Witt. Ends come in a step or two now. They're split wide about a yard. Haluska takes the ball and pitches off to Burks, who comes around the left side, steps his way through 2 men. Finally is hit on the far sideline and down on the 46-yard line in Southern California territory. George Timberlake from Long Beach, California, making the stop for Southern California. The ball on the 46-yard line, 15 yards in the sideline across the way. Third down coming up for Wisconsin, 3 yards to go. Gillette Safety Razor Company sending you all the information from the Rose Bowl game over this NBC network. Flanker to the right for Wisconsin on the T formation. That'll be halfback Burks. Haluska waiting for the ball to be snapped. He takes it, and on a stutter play, hands it off finally to his halfback Witt coming around. Witt at the line of scrimmage, is hit and dropped at the line of scrimmage on the far side, but the entire right side of the Southern California line. Van Doren again in on the play, helped by Hooks and Wilhoit. And the official said, let me have time here. Wisconsin has taken a little time out, which is why we're going to have a penalty inflicted against Wisconsin for having back in motion. And the clock begins to run. The ball is now on the 49-yard line. After that 5-yard loss, makes it 4th down, about 8 yards to go. And Golseth comes in to kick for Wisconsin. From the kick formation, it's Golseth standing back on his 38-yard line. Carmichael is back in safety. The ball is kicked, and it is out of bounds on the far side of the field. Let's see where the official is going to place that one. That'll be on the 25-yard line. And while they line up now for 1st and 10 for the Trojans on their own 25-yard line, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.